I woke up in an incomprehensible world dominated by ruins and greenery. My first glance fell on my hands, which were no longer mine. Instead of flesh and skin, I saw bones. The shock of realizing that I had become a skeleton was so strong that it took away my speech for a moment. My mind whirled with questions about how I got here and what had happened to me. This place, filled with the mysteries of the ancient world, beckoned me to explore it, despite all the dangers that awaited me at every turn. My first days in this new dimension were full of challenges. I encountered creatures I had only seen in nightmares before. As I studied my new abilities, I tried to understand the mechanisms of survival in a world where every corner hid a threat. My new appearance did not meet with sympathy or understanding. It aroused fear and hostility. But inside me there was an unshakable will to live, a desire to prove that I could find my place here, among the wreckage of the past. The first major test came when I was confronted by a group of predators. They saw me as easy prey, but I was able to fend off their attack using my unexpected abilities. This victory made me realize that in my new form, I had the power to withstand the dangers of this world. In my wanderings, I met other survivors. Some of them became my allies. We shared our experiences and knowledge of survival as we explored this desolate world together. Our cooperation was based on mutual benefit. Together we could accomplish more than we could alone. As time passed, I began to realize that my rebirth was no accident. I had to unravel the mystery of my new existence, to understand why I had been brought back to life in such an unusual form. Each new day brought new discoveries, but also new dangers. I realized that my path would not be easy, but I was ready to go through it to the end. One day, after discovering an ancient library, I found a book that I thought might hold the key to my questions. It described the forgotten rituals and magic that once ruled this world. Reading each page made me sink deeper and deeper into the depths of ancient knowledge, and I began to realize that my rebirth as a skeleton was part of something much bigger. Perhaps it was a chance, given to me by fate or chance, to right the wrongs of the past, or to contribute to the future of this world. With each day spent exploring and searching, I became more and more convinced that my fate was inextricably linked to the fate of this world. I was to not only survive, but to find a way to use my new powers to achieve greater goals. I realized that the answers I sought could change not only my destiny, but the destiny of all who remained here. My determination led me to an ancient artifact hidden among the ruins. It emitted a powerful energy that seemed to respond to my own essence. As I activated the artifact, I felt a flood of knowledge and power awakening in my skeletal body. This moment was a turning point. I realized that I now possessed the ability to influence the world around me, perhaps even save it from the threats waiting in the shadows. My new abilities and knowledge opened me up to adventures and challenges I had never imagined before, but now I was ready for them. With the new allies I found along the way, we were able to become a force against the darkness that enveloped our world. So I continued on my journey, full of danger, but also discovery. I knew the path would be difficult, but I believed I would find the answers to my questions, and perhaps the key to saving this world. My story is more than a struggle for survival. It is a story about finding meaning, about striving for a better future, and about believing that even in the most unusual guise, you can find your purpose and the strength to protect those who need help.
Monster, the girl dropped to the ground and cried, "Sun Kai, there are monsters here." Jimo's body stiffened, stuck halfway up the tree, neither up nor down, so he didn't move. He had wanted to wait for that little girl to stabilize a bit. But he didn't expect the boy to come out and speak for him at this time. You, don't be afraid. He's not a monster." The little boy lay on his back and poked his head out of the tree, his pure eyes full of hope. "You're not a monster's." "Right, and you just saved me," seeing the other party's eyes. Jimo suddenly felt a long, lost pleasure, and he nodded heavily. "Look, Moon, he's nodding," the boy shouted excitedly. "He's nodding. He's not a monster." "I told you. How could the one who saved me be a monster?" The little girl called Yu still had tears hanging from the corners of her eyes. And after hearing Sun Kai's words, she timidly looked towards Jimo. and after realizing that the other party didn't make any moves, she quieted down a little and sneaked glances at this strange man who was stuck to the tree. By this time, Sun Kai had already slid down under the tree and landed next to Jimo. His voice had an unconcealed excitement in it. "You really nodded your head just now, didn't you? You can hear me, can't you?" Emmanuel nodded again. "Luna, did you see that?" He really nodded. The boy said happily to the girl under the tree as he pointed at Imo. He moved quickly, and almost as soon as he finished speaking, the man had slid down the tree and picked up the little girl who had fallen to the ground. Seeing that the little girl's emotions seemed to have calmed down, Jimo also followed and climbed down the tree. In order to prevent leaving special traces belonging to him, he wrapped the summer quilts around his hands and feet especially, and when he used his hands and feet, he was like an animal on all fours, and compared to the boy's natural sliding. His movements really seemed a bit strange. "Why don't you just slide down?" the boy asked in disbelief. Still a little scared, the girl clutched the boy's arm, trying to hide her entire body behind the other. Yet she didn't know how she could possibly hide it with her height, which was a little taller than the other. However, soon after realizing that after descending the tree, Jimo looked no more than his own size, the girl's fear gradually dispersed, and instead stared up with wide-eyed curiosity, standing in front of the two children. Emmanuel was a bit overwhelmed. It was about the first time since he'd been sober that he'd made peace with someone. Still obsessing over the way Jimo descended the tree, Sun Kai continued to pursue. "Why didn't you just slide down?" Jimo shook his head. This question was too complicated for him to answer. "Why don't you even talk?" the little boy frowned. A little torn. "You're not mute, are you?" Emmanuel flinched for a moment, then nodded. That really was the best explanation for a man who couldn't talk. "Ah, it's still true." The little boy was a bit lost. It was not easy to meet a companion of the same age. But in the end, the other party could not speak. However, even if he couldn't talk, this guy was also very good. Not only did he save himself with a bandage, but he also beat up those two stupid birds so much that they didn't dare to come to trouble him. "How did you do that before?" "It was when you punched those two stupid birds." The little boy quickly shifted his attention, gesticulating with his hands as if it was him who punched those two birds and not Jimo. After thinking about it, Jimo pulled a vine from the side. Then with a fling of the vine, he plucked up a weed not far away and smashed it into the trunk of the tree next to him. "Wow, that was awesome. How did you do that? Can you teach me?" The little boy came a few more points closer, and the little girl behind him finally stopped trying to hide herself, boldly popping her head out, revealing her bright eyes, obviously also admiring this hand of Jimo. "Imo, this is supposed to be a skill honed over time. Even if you can't talk, you can still be guided by experienced movement." He nodded and handed the vines over to the other once he had led the boy away from the girl. Jimo tentatively held the other person's hand and did not dare to exert force, worrying that he might hurt the other person if he was not careful. The boy, with the help of Emmanuel, swung the vines and curled around the grass as well, though they didn't manage to roll it up because of the force. After a few tries, the boy decisively disengaged himself from Emmanuel's hand to come alone. The result was naturally disastrous. But the boy had a good time and looked at the little girl with amusement, especially after he had rolled the grass. Noticing that the little girl revealed a look of longing, Jimo pulled another vine from the side. The little girl was a bit scared at first. After all, Jimo's appearance was too different from normal people. If she got too close, she couldn't cover his eyes that glowed with a ghostly light. But a child is always a child, and after glancing at the boy who was playing happily again, the girl eventually took the vines in Jimo's hands. The girl seems to be very talented in this area. Jimo took her to fling a few times. She was surprisingly able to juggle. Compared to the boys that rolled to wherever, the girl is actually rolled to the right place, seemingly realizing that the girl was even playing better than he was. The boy looked a bit disconcerted, so he stopped and came over to Imperator and boldly poked at him. "Does that bother you?" He had watched as Jimo rapped out layer by layer, and before he didn't dare to touch it out of fear. But now that he realized that the other side wasn't scary at all, he put his curiosity directly into action. Jimo took 2 steps back somewhat uncomfortably and shook his head. The other party hadn't even been next to his bones. So how could there be an uncomfortable feeling at that moment? The little girl who had stopped also popped her head out and timidly asked, "Are you really alive?" when she was in close contact. She couldn't even feel the other person's body temperature. And there were no eyeballs in her eyes, only small flames. And Sister Huey said that the criteria for judging the living and the dead were temperature and eyes. "Of course it's alive. How else would you save me, talk to us, and teach us to swing a whip?" Before Jimo could answer, Sun Kai had already flung the vines on his hand to answer for him, but he looked so strange looking, and so thin. This time the boy didn't grab the first answer, frowning and thinking for a while before saying, "Maybe he's sick, and he should have been hungry for a long time, just like when Granny Wang first arrived in the village." Thinking of Granny Wang, who was starving to skin and bones, the little girl seemed to accept the answer quickly, and she really did hope that the other party was alive than dead. After thinking about it, the girl took out the biscuits in her pocket, looked at Jimo tangledly, and somewhat reluctantly handed the biscuits in her hand to him. "Here, eat it. It's made from new grain. It's delicious. Eat it and y'all get better." Under Sun Kai's envious eyes, Jimo took the cake from the little girl's hand. It was rare that he actually had an appetite. He hadn't had this remembered feeling since waking up. Only, IMO rather not have this feeling. It's better than being able to see, but not being able to eat. Looking at the 2 pairs of dark eyes and feeling their hearts, the loss that hadn't been able to rise in IMO quickly disappeared again. He handed the pie back to the little girl, waving his hand at her to signal that he didn't want it. The little girl took the cake with some hesitation and confirmed, You're really not going to eat it. Eating this can really make you stronger." Jimo was touched in his heart, but he still waved his hand towards the little girl, not to mention that he had no way to eat at all. And even if he couldn't take it. From the attitude of the 2 children, he sensed that this was no ordinary pie. The girl was a bit torn, but she carefully put the pie away. She tugged the boy to the side and muttered quietly, "Sun Kai, what should we do? He seems to be really sick. Can we get Sister Huey to help us look at him?" "Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Sister is so skillful. She can definitely cure him." Sun Kai excitedly patted his small chest and said, "Little Mute, don't worry. My sister is no ordinary person. As long as she helps, you can definitely become well." His little Mute came too suddenly. Jimo was stunned, and then he was relieved when he realized his own height. The little girl on the side pursed her lips and tugged on a corner of Sun Kai's hand and said quietly, "Sun Kai, would it be impolite for you to call him that? My mom used to say that you can't outburst someone's defects in front of a disabled person." I didn't mean to, but he can't speak. What do you call him if not Little Mute? We're not even sure of his name." Sun Kai scratched his head, then looked at Jimo. "Will you be angry if I call you Little Mute?" Emmanuel shook his head. "But a title!" Sun Kai was overjoyed and brought the little girl a few more points closer towards Jimo. Reaching out his hand, Little Mute Sun Kai, already 8 years old, Little Mute, hello. Kin you, 7.5 years old. The little girl followed suit and poked her hand out, looking at these 2 pairs of small tender hands in front of him. Jimo also couldn't help but hand out his bandaged paw. In the next moment, the upright flames in his eyes softened into a ball as if they had been stimulated in some way. After parting ways with the 2 children, Immortal returned to the cave where he was temporarily living. Meanwhile, Sun Kai and Kin Yu returned to the village, The two of them had just stepped into the village when they saw a physically tall and strong young man rushing over. They greeted him with a smile. "Brother Tiger, where have you two been running wild again?" The one called Tiger's brow furrowed into a chew-in. "Didn't Sister Huey tell you not to go out recently?" He was loud. Kin Yu could not help but shrink, tightly clutched the hand of the Tang vine. This is that mo later for her to pick. Relatively strong and relatively smooth is not easy to sell. Injury. Although Sun Kai was young, he manfully blocked Kin Yu behind himself and retorted, "We're not wild. Sister has already said that as long as we don't run out of her safety zone, it's fine. That was before. All right, Tiger, it's good that they're back safely. You go continue your patrol." A slightly laughing voice rang out not far away, and Sun Kai immediately swooped over, leading Kin Yu. "Sis, Megumi-san, where have you been playing today? Why are you so dirty?" She said this under her breath, but she didn't mind the dirt at all as she pulled the two children into her arms and kissed them one by one. The sturdy young man, called Tiger on the side, mumbled with a bit of displeasure, "Sister Huey is biased. You don't even care that the two little guys are out in the wild like this, but we can't even leave the village." "What, you have a problem with that?" Sun Huey raised an eyebrow at him. Tiger instantly shrugged and drooped his head and said breathlessly, "I wouldn't dare." Sun Huey laughed. "All right, how old are you? Still arguing with children? Don't worry. When the defense is perfected after a while, you can be as wild as you want. I won't stop you." Tiger's mood immediately improved upon hearing this. The fortifications were largely completed. Only the final debugging was left, so they would soon not have to live in such hiding. The good news made even Sun Kai, who was making faces at him, look much better, and after returning the others grin and baring his teeth. He left in a good mood to continue his patrol. As soon as Tiger left, Sun Kai cracked up and told his sister about making new friends. Sun Huey listened to her own brother praising the other party as the only one in heaven and on earth, and was instantly happy. But a child, and then strong, can be how powerful. Just also really thanks to that child in the critical moment to save Sun Kai. Otherwise, even if he can restore his brother's injuries as the beginning, this child is not less than a burst of suffering. Finally, Sun Huey put her eyes on the temperance vine in Kin Yu's hands again and asked with a smile, "Is this the gift he gave to Yu?" Kin Yu nodded her head, and on her red face was an excitement that was hard to restrain. With a wave of her small hand, Tingmeng swept out, curling up a dead branch not far away before catching it narrowly. Sun Huey looked at Kin Yu with some surprise, then hugged and kissed the person fiercely. "My family Yu is really great. I can't believe she didn't even know her own kids had it in them." Kin Yu stroked her pounding heart without speaking, but the smile on her face was exceptionally bright. Sun Kai wasn't willing to show weakness either, pulling out the dagger he was carrying from his arms and raising it. "Sister, I'm also very powerful. Look." He instantly wielded his dagger, juggling the dagger maneuvers that Jimo had taught him with just a little bit of pizzazz and force. Sun Huey watched her own child's display of skill, and became more and more favorably disposed to the child called Little Mute. She did not have the foundation of martial arts, and always hard to train these two children. But this world without force is difficult to move, so she can only every place around the active attack on humans, but also then the two children, strong plants and animals, or clean up or drive away. Leaving the attack is not strong, or rarely active attack on human plants and animals. I didn't realize it wouldn't work very well. Not to mention that I almost let the kid screw himself over. This little mute is young, but has good force. But also in a short time to let the two children to find the direction of her heart moved. Asked Kai, "You say that Little Mute is sick." He's miserable. Just like Brother Tiger was when he was bitten by a rat that year. And he can't even eat now. Sun Huey frowned. Just like the tiger. Doesn't that mean he was attacked by a predator? Can't he eat? This situation is a bit serious. It's not a good world to get hurt in, and few adults, let alone children. Make it through, luckily. It was a blessing that he had met himself, she said. Where is his home? Sister went to help him. Speaking of this, Sun Kai was a bit lost as he shook his head. I don't know. He wouldn't even take us to his house. Sun Hui lost her smile. Who else would bring a friend they just met home nowadays? That's a kind of irresponsibility to the family. She touched Sun Kai's head and persuaded him, Good boy, don't be sad. Didn't you also not bring him to our home? But you're the one who said you couldn't bring anyone else home. Sun Kai was even more aggravated. Okay. Well, my sister promises you that for half a month at most, she'll let you bring your friends over to the house. Okay, really, you're not lying to me. Sun Hui rubbed his head and scolded with a laugh. When has sister ever lied to you? But from what you said, the little mute's illness is already very serious. You'd better bring sis earlier to help him see. But we don't even know where he lives. How can we find him? Didn't you guys ever agree with him before about where to meet later? Sun, he asked. Sun Kai shook his head with a bitter face. Sun Hui also had no way out. Would have liked to take this opportunity to let the two children to be able to further martial arts. She suspected that the little mute is which martial arts family heir or college students. I didn't expect that these two children would simply lose contact with each other. I don't know if it was because these two children were unlucky, or if the one who was seriously injured didn't have this kind of luck. How does she know? In order to be able to lose contact. Namely, Mo really put a lot of effort. Really, two children are too difficult to deal with. The natural black interpretation of the best. So that people headache and helpless. Qin Yu looked at the two people who were talking and wanted to say something. But in the end, she didn't say anything. She pursed her lips and thought to herself, it would be better to let Sun Kai accompany herself tomorrow to have a look before she said anything. As soon as several people arrived home, Sun Hui pulled out 2 chains from her bag and tied them on the children's wrists. Seriously admonishing, this thing is very valuable, must be worn close to the body, can't give others to see or lose it. Know it? What's this one? Sun Kai asked curiously as he fiddled with the chain on his wrist. Sun Hui hugged the 2 children into a pile and replied, This is called the life chain. It's something your sister's idol researched, and it can act as an instant cure. Just like if you fall from a tree and get injured, put it close to the wound, and the wound will be restored as before. Just like Brother Tiger can be cured as well. Sun Kai asked again, of course. This was from Gongzi's design. And when she thoroughly researched it, not to mention the blood and flesh bitten off by rats, as long as it wasn't infected. Even if the limbs were eaten off, it would still be able to rise back up again. However, it's also necessary to judge the need for a necklace based on the extent of the injury. Like your tiger brother's kind, a single life chain will suffice. So, is this expensive then? Can I give one to the little mute? Qin Yu on the side opened her mouth in a rare moment. Only the question still seemed cautious. Sun Hui sighed. This child, still so insecure. She gently stroked Qin Yu's head and softly said, Sister can only make 2 a day at the moment. And these 2 are for your protection, so they can't be given to others. However, if there is a chance to see little mute again in the future, Sister can help him make one. It's just that the material cost of a crystal core has to come out of his own pocket. Okay, hey, sis, you're so nice. Mua Tilda Sun Kai happily kissed Sun Hui on the cheek after hearing this. And Qin Yu nodded her head with a joyful face. Thank you, sis Hui. You too to only met once. Get along with only half a day of people are so good. Also not afraid of sister jealousy. Sun Hui seems to be true. See the 2 sad face, seemed to be serious, before spraying laughter and said, Silly children, sister with you joke. The next day, Qin Yu, accompanied by Sun Kai, went to the large tree where they met with Jimo, and there, they saw a familiar figure. Emmanuel returns because he stays, and the 2 children check out of intuition. Without any discussion, the three of them this place to meet again. As soon as they met, Sun Kai excitedly said to Jimo, "Little dummy, you really did come here to tell you a good news. My sister has agreed to help you heal." Oh. Jimo was touched, but still firmly waved his hand and refused the other party's kindness. Sun Kai wanted to persuade him further, but Qin Yu flashed the life chain on her wrist. "Little mute, this can also cure diseases. Why don't you try this?" Qin Yu didn't know why the little mute had refused to let Sister Huey treat her, but she knew that the chain in her hand must be helpful to the little mute. Megumi-sen never lies to them. Qin Yu always felt that the other party would need it more than she did. So even though she knew that this chain on her hand was a good thing, she still didn't hesitate to take it out. She had overheard someone tell her that sick people could easily turn into monsters, and she didn't want little mute to become a monster. Sun Kai of course also hope that Jimo can recover health, but this chain is the sister's special account to be put away properly. Suddenly his eyes light up. "Little mute, do you have crystal cores at home? Just one my sister can help you do." "Yes, little dummy." Qin Yu's face was pleased. Sister Huey said that as long as you can pay the material cost of a crystal core, she can make one for you for free. A crystal core was quite a lot, but for the average family, although the crystal cores would not necessarily be more, there would be a balance to a greater or lesser extent, even if the little mute's family was in a bad condition. One crystal core should not be a problem. Even a child like Qin Yu could make do with a month or two of helping out in the city. The isomorphic rice crackers she was wearing were bought with money from helping people in town with their silk. However, IMO is the exception. He didn't even know what a crystal core looked like, other than hearing from the two men's conversation that it was a currency. Both kids were stunned when he shook his head again. Not even a single crystal core. Just how poor must the little mute's family be? The two of them glanced at each other, and Sun Kai once again persuaded, "Little mute, why don't you just let my sister give it a look? She won't charge you for the crystal core." When Qin Yu saw him shaking his head again, she directly shoved the life chain onto him. Jimo wanted to refuse, but did not expect that the life chain, in the moment of contact with him, unexpectedly like a magnet to adhere to, and turned into flying ash with the wind to fade away. All three froze at the same time. Sun Kai was the first to act, running over and picking away at Jimo's clothes, then shook his head in disappointment. Still no meat. Seeing that Qin Yu was also planning to go forward to check, fearing to scare her, Jimo quickly gathered his cotton clothes and covered that piece of rib cage. Since getting up close and personal with the two kids, Emmanuel has started to pay attention to his appearance as well. Cotton shirt and pants over a shirt, and small suit and suit pants too. At least dress yourself up in a personal way. Qin Yu curiously looked at this and that and asked, "Doesn't it work?" IMO thought about how he felt just now as if he was in better spirits. Except this didn't show on the outside, and there was no way for him to put his feelings into words. So he just nodded and did another Mr. Bodybuilder move to show that it worked. "It really works." Sun Kai, who had observed further, was a bit skeptical, but then he remembered that his sister had said that if the injuries were too severe, a life chain alone wouldn't work. He then proceeded to shove his life chain back into Emmanuel's arms. The life chain turned into flying dust once again. It seems that little mute is really badly injured. Sun Kai and Qin Yu secretly bit their ears. Qin Yu nodded. "Yeah, what can we do? He's not even happy to see Sister Huey." The two of them instantly became bitter, and finally Qin Yu bit her lip and said, Then we'll go to the city together to work as laborers, and scrape together more crystal cores for Sister Huey to help us do it again. Right, if we get 100 credits. We can go to the exchange point and get a crystal core, and then we can get my sister to make another one." The two children were even more anxious than the person in question, and surprisingly, they just decided to go into the city to work and save up crystal cores. Hearing the conversation between the two children, Jimo's entire body was bad. Originally, absorbing the life chains of his 2 children had already made him feel guilty. But now, how could he let his 2 children go to work in the city to continue saving up money to make life chains for himself? However, the matter of going into the city to work seemed like it could be put on the agenda. At least he could save up 2 crystal cores out to compensate the 2 kids first. It was only a real challenge to get into town and succeed in finding a job without being discovered. Emmanuel shifted his eyes to the 2 children, pondering, perhaps, there was a real need to use the help of the 2. He took the hands of the 2 children, and when both had their attention on him, he pointed to himself with his left hand, and to them with his right, and then held out 2 fingers on each hand at the same time, the left hand following the right in a walking gesture. He had meant to ask the other to show him the way, but it was taken by the 2 kids as an agreement to join the workforce. Sun Kai, don't worry little mute. We'll definitely take you with us, Kin Yu, yeah, with 3 people saving together. We're sure to get the crystal cores soon. Unable to explain, Jimo was afraid that the more he explained, the more confusing it would be, so he had to be silent, anyway, if he didn't charge the other party's credits when the time came. The other party should understand, after determining that he was going to work in the city to save up credits. Jimo began to figure out how to strengthen his appearance of armament. After all, this was a long-term activity of infiltrating the crowd. Unlike these 2 simple children, the chance of being exposed by contact with adults was too great. Moreover, he wasn't sure if the group of black-clad men had already left, and how many others like the one wearing the yellow leather hat were providing clues for the other side. Emmanuel looked at the costume he was wearing. If you ignore above the neck, it's a rather scrawny kid. He carefully compared the difference between himself and the 2 children again. One is a costume. Both kids are wearing practice clothes today that are easy to move around in, except that the cuffs and leg openings are treated to be loose or tight. It's more of a do-it-yourself than the little suit you own. The second is above the neck, which gives Jimo the most headaches. The top and bottom halves are fine. One can be topped with a wig and the other with a mask, but the orbital piece is a pain in the ass. It was easy to draw attention to yourself with a bandage, and impossible to hide the ghostly fire in your eyes without one. It would be nice to have a mask that fit, and while it would be equally weird, it shouldn't be revealing if you were careful to limit your range of motion and not let anyone touch you. With an idea in mind, Jimo began to start communicating with the 2 children to negotiate a time to come into town. After a bit of gesticulating, the 3 finally managed to set a place for tomorrow's appointment. In fact, because of communication restrictions, this is where several people agreed to be. After that, the 2 kids couldn't wait to show Emmanuel the results of their training at home. It turned out that the 2 children were praised by Sun Hui yesterday, so they practiced all afternoon with high morale. And hard to swing the dagger and whip more steadily and accurately. This will discuss the matter of entering the city. Inevitably want to show some. Immortal marveled at the talent and hard work of the 2 children, plus the fact that they were the only humans willing to communicate with him and help him. And taught with extra care, it wasn't until it was nearly evening that several people parted ways. The 2 kids went home, and Emmanuel went back to his temporary home. His makeshift corner drop was under a huge banyan tree next to the reservoir on the outskirts of the woods. When Jimo fled to this place in order to avoid pursuit, he accidentally fell into a pit, only to find that the inside was actually secluded by water and the roots of the banyan tree. The tree was not small when he first arrived, and after that it was like taking hormones and could not stop growing, occupying the entire reservoir bakken alive, and also turning the small pit at the beginning into a cave. Since he could survive by ignoring the air and the place was relatively secluded, Jimo simply waved his big paw and allocated the place as his temporary residence. At first, this cave was filled with water everywhere, and in order to store the items he had swept back from his outings. Jimo chose another slightly higher position to excavate a cave within a cave, which served as his resting place and storage space. At this moment, Jimo was rummaging through the storage room he had divided to look for suitable clothing, when the soil on one side suddenly loosened, and then an adult palm-sized mayfly head emerged from it. Grillalaptaptidi, also known as earth dog, can dig holes, up to the sky and down to the water, is a typical sea. Land and air amphibious animals, it is a typical sea. Land and air amphibious animal, it has a big head, many compound eyes, 3 pairs of feet, and especially developed forefeet, with 4 flat teeth at the tip of each, which gives a feeling of a helicopter propeller, and is also the fundamental reason why it is called a small hole digger. In addition to which there are also 2 pairs of wings behind it, which allows it to fly for a short distance. This mole cricket was also befriended by Jimo when he was digging a hole, and I don't know if he mistook himself for his own kind because he saw that he was also making a hole. In any case, as soon as he made a hole or moved around in the hole, this family would come over when I first saw him. This guy was only about 20 centimeters, but now I'm afraid he has to be 50. It crawled through the places that Jimo had rummaged through before one by one. And what was even funnier was that even the clothes he was trying on were being arched around by this guy. And in the end, it seemed to have had enough of playing around before it popped its head up and fluttered over to Jimo, rubbing against his skull. In fact, Grillatalpa's looks genuinely couldn't be described as cute. But before Sun Kai and Kin Yu appeared, to Jimo, who had no one, nor any other creatures willing to get close to him, this fellow's appearance had an extraordinarily different meaning. It is about the same reason why Emmanuel is thinking of living in this place for a long time because of its presence. He was glad he had met the little mayflies and his decision to stay. Otherwise, how would he have met those 2 lovely children? After gently touching its tentacles, the little mole cricket's tentacles swung, as if in response. Jimo couldn't help but grin and giggle through his teeth. He's been in a really good mood lately, thinking of tomorrow's appointment. Jimo rubbed the small mayflies nestled in his shoulder bones, and began to continue rummaging again, finally finding a piece of clothing similar to the practicing clothes the 2 children were wearing in a corner, as well as a complete black cloak. Emmanuel slid his clothes over his body, cinching the cuffs and pants tightly with strips of cloth, and with a claw he slashed the slightly longer part of the cloak and wrapped it around his body, and well, it felt pretty good. Then he found a mask that covered most of his face as well as a wig plus the pirate captain's one-eyed blindfold. Equipped completely, namely Mo used his own unique 360-degree, no dead angle vision scanning, airtight clothes. Black cloak that covers the whole body, mask that blocks most of the face, an eye mask for the left eye, and the right eye is covered by a long wig, and the flabbergasted eyeballs didn't even leak out when it was really done, not leaving a single bone and a poke of fire on the outside. Nodding in satisfaction, Jimo turned his head towards the little mole cricket, reaching out to catch the guy who fluttered over and let it lean against his shoulder, like many nights. One person and one mole cricket just quietly leaned on each other waiting for the dawn. Early the next morning, the 3 met at the appointment place. Sun Kai saw that namely Mo, that all dressed up like immediately deflated mouth. Said what namely Mo is too cunning, he also want to go back to wear a cloak. Kin Yu was originally okay. But as a result, when she saw Sun Kai running like this, she also ran after the other party upside down, leaving Jimo alone and frozen in place. So unreliable can you really get a job following these 2 kids into the city? Nay, the 2 children have already run away. Deeply powerless Jimo had to squat and sit under the tree and wait. But also because of this interlude, his nerves, tense from his first foray into a human city, were able to relax. I don't know if it was because the 2 children's families had prepared for this, but they came back fairly quickly. And Jimo didn't have to wait long, only to look at a few people's disguise. Jimo, for a moment, actually a little lost for words, 3 people of similar height, wearing airtight clothing, flabbergastedly arming themselves from head to toe, which would have been fine if they were adults. But instead of looking out of place, this body type looked a bit odd. Sun Kai is obviously very satisfied with this disguise. All the way to heckle, Qin Yu also followed slightly with, that Mo can only silently follow behind the two, secretly thankful that they cannot speak. The city of Jin, I, is located in the plains upstream of the dam where Jimo lived for a while, and was newly built after the Starry Night incident, because of the general increase in height of those who survived the event. Previous dwellings were either too small or overrun by animals and plants to be properly habitable, and those who gathered chose a site to build again once the situation had stabilized a bit. Each military department conducted a search and cleanup in their own areas, searching for survivors, registering villages to be rebuilt, and building a city near these villages for the exchange of information and supplies. In order to be safe, Jin-Hai City made use of the local conditions and drew water from the adjacent river to create a moat nearly 50 meters wide, keeping most of the flora and fauna out of the river. On the river is a bridge more than 20 meters wide. Across the distance, Jimo, a few people will be able to see that bridge people come and go. At first, Jimo was worried that their costumes were too eye-catching, but he didn't realize that there was someone even more terrifying than them. Those people were fully armored, not to mention that even their heads were covered with a transparent hood. Completely isolating them from the air, Sun Kai secretly came to Jimo's side, muttered, "Little mute, you cannot learn them. My sister said, these are cowards, do not dare to adapt to the environment. Just know to escape that escape. Right, it's just running away. Surely you'll be left behind, being left behind." Emmanuel nodded thoughtfully. Seeing that Jimo took his words in, Sun Kai put his head up, threw his cloak off again, and put on a pose that he thought was very handsome, and said aloud, "Forward." Qin Yu hesitated for a moment, but still followed his movements and weakly said, "Forward." Receiving the line of sight of the two people, IMO silently posed his movements. Suddenly, Jimo's figure lurched, and after recovering, he immediately shielded the 2 children behind him, and the 3 of them just stood quietly at the edge of the grass. Sun Kai was interrupted by the handsome posture, was about to say something, but was stopped by Jimo ASHH gesture. He poked his head out to look around curiously, lowered his voice and asked, "Little mute, what are you doing?" Emmanuel shook his head and pointed in the direction his head was veering, knowing that he could not ask anything. Sun Kai stretched his neck to see. Qin Yu and his opposite did not ask anything, obediently stayed there, patiently accompanied Jimo waiting. After waiting for about a few minutes, the 3 of them heard the sound of the engine ringing. A silver-white hover car appeared in the line of sight of a few people. Sun Kai pointed at the car, full of excitement. "Wow, it's the latest version of the hovercar K2 that my sister is thinking about." The hovercar was very fast, and as Sun Kai was talking, it already flew past several people, rushed into the moat, splashed a series of water, and then floated steadily on the parking platform outside the city gates. How nice it would be if I could have a levitating car like this someday, while the 2 kids couldn't stop looking at it. Jimo was relieved. His alertness to this thing had become a conditioned reflex, and he could feel it almost without getting close. This was probably the reason why the people who chased him afterward never used a hovercar, nudging the 2 kids who were still a bit flabbergasted. Jimo took the lead and walked out of the bushes. The closer they are to Jin-Hai City, the more they meet the hover car. Stopping time also followed more up. The 2 children only thought that Mo, because too poor, not much seen the hover car, not only cooperate to stop, but also what they know about the situation of the hover car popularized to him to listen to. and at the end of the invitation to him to ride in the future by their own family car, Jimo silently responded, and gradually began to differentiate between the different models, and relaxed his nerves. By the time they reached the bridge, he was mostly able to get used to the feeling of the hovercar flying past him. Kids want to eat fresh rice crackers. You can have rice crackers if you do labor with uncle. A few people had just stepped onto the bridge when a tall, skinny man with a yellow leather hat came up to them. Jimo's body stiffened, almost as if he was being tugged forward by Sun Kai. Go away, you came to the door to cheat again. Sun Kai impatiently pushed the man away. It caused an uproar around them. The man was not angry at being pushed away by Sun Kai and smiled. Hey, so it's little brother. Come to play with your buddies in the city again today. Sun Kai ignored him and pulled Kinyu and Jimo to leave. Alas, I say little brother, walking so fast for what? I can not eat you. Come on, let's talk. The tall, thin man took out a cake from the bag and stuffed it to Sun Kai. Sun Kai was stopped again and stood there holding his chest, impatiently saying, Say, what do you want again? I am definitely not going to help you bring something to my sister again, last time, because a cake helped bring a letter. The result let his sister give several times to whip the buttocks, but also scolded him what people give things dare to eat. Little brother, this is a misunderstanding. I just think that you wear this dress code today is too personalized and trendy. And I think it looks good and want to see more. Sun Kai, obviously amused by this, lifted his cloak and said triumphantly, Right, I think so too. Tell me, brother, is this suit from that gang? I see that their group is all about this tone. Sun Kai glanced at him. HMPH, what are you trying to pry into again? I'm not going to tell you. Get out of the way, get out of the way. We're going to look for a job. Hey. Looking for a job, I am familiar with this business. I guarantee that I will find a satisfactory one for you. The tall, thin man patted his chest to guarantee. Sun Kai was a little hesitant. This man was a notorious news peddler. If he had his help, it would definitely be simpler to find a suitable job for a few of them, except that this man had only tricked himself into delivering a letter last time. And this time, there was no chance that he would try to trick him again, so he didn't agree right away. The man pointed at Kinyu and said, This is little Yu, isn't it? Do you want to go to B? And pumping. It can be 1 credit coin more than what you had before. Oh. Kinyu's eyes instantly lit up, where she used to help out. The most she could earn was 1 credit per day, and sometimes it would even take 2 days to earn 1. The tall, thin man is what eyesight, I see the 2 heart, then came to the front of the IMO. Well, this has not seen before. Is it a small stone? Ha, wrong guess. Sun Kai laughed. This is little Mute. My new friend, if you can help him find a job as well. I'll carry your letter 1 more time. His sister had said that it was okay to bring letters, but you couldn't take what people gave you, especially food. Wrap it around me. The tall and thin man immediately responded with a quick voice when he received a satisfactory answer, and no longer put his attention on Jimo. Jimo originally thought that it was not good to go out before entering the city gates. I encountered this person. I am afraid that it is not too easy to pass. I did not expect that the other party did not pay attention to their own, not to mention that they even want to help to find a job. Knowing that the other party did not recognize him, Jimo's heart was finally relieved through the conversation between Sun Kai and the tall, thin man. He then realized that the original man was called Huang Qiang, doing the job of buying and selling news. When there were no orders, they mostly stayed at the gates of the city pulling jobs for people and earning referral fees. This is how Sun Kai was stopped before, not realizing that he didn't find a job, but inadvertently exposed the news that his sister was a shifter. If it was someone else, they might have laughed it off and not taken it seriously. After all, how rare is the existence of a psychic? But Huang Qiang had put this matter on his mind because of the nature of his work. In order to confirm the reliability of the news, he tracked it all the way, not realizing that the other party would eventually find out. Fortunately, Sun Hui, who found him, did not pursue the matter beyond a slight warning and acknowledged his identity as a physician. If this man hadn't used Sun Kai to deliver a letter for him later, causing the kid to get beaten up, the kid wouldn't have treated him this way. Hearing this, another strange feeling arose in Jimo's heart. Obviously, even the machinery of levitation could be invented. So why did he still need to rely on the most primitive method of transmission? However, he didn't have time to think about it too much, because several people soon came down to be in Silk Villa under the leadership of Huang Qiang. In Silk Villa opened in the busiest section within Jinhai City, occupying a quarter of the street. The location along the street is full of silk materials sold to the public as well as ready-made clothes. And the deeper courtyards inward of the store are where the silk is pumped. Huang Qiang didn't enter those stores, but took a few people to make a special detour and entered the courtyard through the side door to find Steward Mo. The two should be old acquaintances, and as soon as the other party learned of their party's intentions, after asking a few questions, they took Qin Yu in without saying a word. The little girl has done this work, is familiar, patient, meticulous, and is introduced by an acquaintance, recently rushed to catch up with the goods tight. Steward Mo will be happy to do a favor, just not Sun Kei and Emmanuel. The boy was not as careful as the girl. The two are still raw hands, other times okay. This need to deliver the task on schedule cannot dare to be so casual. And then there is an important person in the manor today. If it is spread maliciously, he will be the end of this work. Steward Mo said nothing, but refused to take the two in again. This was difficult for Qin Yu. The credit coins given by Bi-yun were higher than other places. However, if the other party didn't take Sun Kai and the little mute, they would have to separate. Qin Yu blinked her eyes and looked at Steward Mo helpfully. Uncle Steward, just accept them. They are very diligent. They can definitely help you draw more silk. Hey, you girl, do you still want to be here or not? Our B-yun isn't for just anyone to enter, if it wasn't for Huang Qiang's face. Do you think you'd be able to come in? Steward Mo's face darkened as he directly waved his hand and said, either the two of them leave or you leave with them. Alas and alack, Steward Mo. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Children don't know any better. Ill talk to them again. As soon as Huang Qiang saw Steward Mo's dissatisfaction, he immediately brought Qin Yu and Sun Kai to the side, and was about to reach out to catch Jimo, but was avoided. But he didn't care too much when he saw that the other party obediently followed him over, and only focused on Qin Yu. Yu, it's not easy to draw silk here in Bi-yun, and the wages are high, not to mention the fact that, if you do a good job, other people will still be looking for you in the future, and it's much more cost-effective than going to other places. If you do a good job, people will come to you later. It's much more cost-effective than going to other places. In 2 months tops, not to mention the Izo rice crackers. It's not a problem if you want to trade for crystal cores. Qin Yu's eyes immediately lit up when she heard that she would be able to exchange her crystal cores in less than 2 months. Seeing that she was moved to agree, Jimo suddenly reached out and pulled Qin Yu back. Huang Qiang looked at his reaction and thought that the boy wanted to work here too. He smiled and said reassuringly, little mute, let go and let Yu go in with him. Brother will show you other places. Cheng Key Fish Company and Speed Express Transportation are both in need of people these days, so there's no worry of not being able to find something to do. In fact, for Jimo, whether or not he could receive this job wasn't that important. He was just worried that Qin Yu, a little girl, would be unsafe working alone, which was why he pulled the other party and refused to let go. Huang Qiang saw that after Jimo heard his words, not only did he not let go, but instead tugged even tighter. His eyebrows furrowed. How can you be so unintelligent? It's not easy for you to be able to work here as a laborer. By doing this, do you want her to throw away this opportunity? Forget it if it doesn't work. Let's change another one. Sun Kai on the side finally opened his mouth. He didn't think there was anything wrong with looking for a job separately at all before. But when he saw that Jimo didn't want to separate, he suddenly felt that working together was also quite good. So he directly proposed to change the place to Jimo. Huang Qiang dared to be strong, but to this physician's younger brother, his attitude was put very low. This little brother, why don't you wait here? I will go to talk to the steward again. After saying this, Huang Qiang went over and muttered with that Mo management for a while, but the other party just wouldn't let go. Just then, a slightly childish voice sounded in the ears of the crowd. Steward Mo, what are you doing? Could this be the legendary backdoor? That person's height is also 1 meter 6'7", wearing a tailored silver-white racing suit. Clear eyes plus a round face gives the impression that it is a good little doll, even slightly more tender than Sun Kai. Alas, young Master Light Soaring, you have misunderstood. These kids are here to apply for a job. I've rejected them. But they still refuse to leave. Steward Mo changed his previous friendly attitude towards Brother Huang Qiang and waved his hand to chase away the people like flies. Go, go, go. We don't accept minors here. Huang Qiang's face suddenly looked a bit ugly, but in the end, he still endured it. How do you? Sun Kai did not hold back, just about to burst out, but Huang Qiang's eyes and hands quickly covered his mouth. Before Steward Mo had time to speak again, the man he called young master had already walked over, sizing up a few people and asking with a curious expression, "What are you guys doing here applying for a job at such a young age? How can I earn credits for crystal cores if I don't work?" Sun Kai finally peeled away Huang Qiang's mouth, covering his own, and replied without a trace of humor. Exchanging crystal cores is it possible to exchange crystal cores for 100 credits. Just eat something randomly and y'all have it. Right, this time it was Sun Kai and the others who were curious. Just eat something. What kind of food can you exchange for credit coins? It's just random food at home, like me. I've never been a big fan of exotic fish, so my dad gives me 200 credits for every one I eat. Sun Kai's mouth opened wide for a long time before he said, That's because your family is too rich. Right, my family doesn't even have any foreign fish to eat. Hey, is that so? The young master probably didn't expect this kind of answer either. Turning his head to the side to look at Steward Mo, who was showing a pleasing smile towards him, saying, "Are they telling the truth?" Steward Mo smiled and nodded his head, and before he had a chance to pay a few compliments along the way, the man asked again, "You get money to buy foreign fish just for working here, my young master, who would be willing to buy a foreign fish after earning money?" Steward Mo muttered in his heart. The corners of his mouth stiffened and quickly returned to a smile. Nodding his head and answering yes, "Then you let them go in and work." The teenager gave an odd look, looked at a few people somewhat sympathetically, and then left. Steward Mo withdrew the smile on his face and looked at Jimo and the others. "Count yourselves lucky, since the eldest young master said so. Then all of you can stay." Sun Kai, who hadn't returned to his senses until now, pulled Qin Yu and Jimo over and asked, "What he means by this is that all three of us can work here." Jimo nodded his head. Qin Yu was still a bit unresponsive until now, and said back dully, "I guess." Yes, it was Huang Qiang next to him who smiled and struck up a conversation with Steward Mo, and the two of them seemed to have forgotten that little bit of unpleasantness from before. The three finally managed to stay, only to let Sun Kai and Jimo draw silk. Certainly not. Fortunately, gun industry is large. Not only the extraction of silk such a job. Steward Mo settled Qin Yu, and then took the two people to another place. They went to the kitchen first, where they needed just the right amount of help with the aquatic products. Handling aquatic products is actually dissecting. Sun Kai plays well with daggers and is resourceful, watching the kitchen workers dissect a few of them before they quickly get the hang of it. Instead, it was Jimo who kept waving his hand, not daring to take the knife for dissecting the fish. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he really couldn't. If he goes directly to the claw, he still has confidence that he can do it. But after layers of wrapping the hand and then using a fish dissection knife is really difficult for him. Steward Mo looked at Jimo, and for a moment he didn't know what kind of job to arrange for him. But this person can't speak. So even if you want to ask him what his specialties are, you can't answer. Jimo also seemed to see the other party's entanglement, pointed to the boulder not far away. Against Steward Mo's distrustful eyes showed a small hand, directly toppling the boulder. Even Steward Mo, who had seen a lot of things, could not help but be shocked. This strength, I am afraid that it could catch up with a strength system alien. It's just a shame that people seem to be a bit dumb and physically inflexible, and they are mute, since Jimo's little show. Steward Mo had finally arranged a job for him to carry goods. His small frame was a bit of an eyesore as he mingled with the brawny men. At first, there were quite a few strong men who came over to talk to him and make fun of him. Later, they realized that the boy was not only mute, but also didn't like to talk to people, and all day long he just buried his head and worked hard. Gradually, the unresponsive crowd stopped talking to him. In comparison, Kinyu and Sun Kai mixed much better than Jimo. Both of them were already surrounded by people their own age, especially Sun Kai's cheerful personality and Kinyu's good behavior. And both of them have each made new friends at their place of work. Even so, several people still maintain the 3-point life of first meeting under the banyan tree in the morning, then going to be in together to do their work, and then leaving together to go back home to their respective homes after finishing their work. Occasionally, if there was little work to be done and they got off work early, the two children would drag Jimo along to frolic in the forest and have him teach attack techniques. Such a peaceful life almost made Jimo forget about his current not-so-normal status. On this day, Emmanuel and the two children gathered again at the banyan tree to count the fruits of their labor. First, Kinyu spread out her palms and said, "Still 2 credits for drawing silk today." Jimo also spread out his paws. And there were 3 inside. This was still Steward Mo's way of seeing that his strength did not lose to adults, and that he was down to earth and willing to work. So he purposely gave him an extra piece. "Wow, little dummy. You actually got 3 credits. Amazing," Kinyu exclaimed, then moved her eyes to Sun Kai. "Sun Kai, what about you? How much did you earn today?" "Dang, dang, dang, dang." Sun Kai spread his hands out. "I was super lucky today. I actually dissected out a crystal core. The steward awarded me 10 credit coins." Jimo and Kinyu's mouths opened wide at the same time. Kinyu was surprised because Sun Kai was able to get 10 credits at once. The reason for this is because dissecting fish can also be dissected out of the crystal core. Then he is guarding such a reservoir. If he has nothing to do, he will go to find some fish to dissect. Crystal core is not easy to come by. Imagination is rich, reality is bone dry. That is to say, I thought I was able to get close enough to get the moon, but I didn't expect to be teased by the fish instead of fighting the fish. Who would have thought that fish, which have always been hunted by humans, would be able to eschew the rules of the food chain and unite with their once natural enemies to fight together? He had only ended up with 1 fish, not realizing that he had attracted a school of fish. No sooner had he opened his belly to find the thing called a crystal core than he himself had been thrown and kicked around by the fish as if they were balls. Jimo was already having trouble moving because of his body, and after being subjected to underwater resistance, he was even more miserable and completely powerless. Once again, he was sucked by the pipefish suction cup. Jimo tried to keep his senses and was about to make a move, but the other party's movement was faster than him. The suction cup was tightened and loosened, and his whole body flew out with the current. Then he was toppled by a 50 or so centimeters grass carp, and then was thrown to the other direction again. These fish were already fast in the water, and it couldn't have been easier to deal with Jimo, a guy who didn't even have outstanding land speed, in the end. If it wasn't for the small mayflies that came to play with him and dragged themselves back to the hole when the other party wasn't paying attention, it's unlikely that he would still be underwater. The crystal core was not seen, but he himself was 5 centimeters shorter because he was tossed underwater for too long. Jimo's mood was like goose feather snow in winter. However, after assembling with the two Sun Kai, the two of them told Iam, with their actual behavior, that what is more upsetting than the goose feather snow is adding to the snow. I've grown taller, you, little mute. I've grown taller, as soon as the few people met. Sun Kai exclaimed excitedly. Qin Yu walked over to him and compared. No, you're still a head shorter than me. Really, I've really grown taller. Sun Kai stood obediently next to Jimo and reached out to gesture at the top of his head. Look, Qin Yu on the side also came over and scratched at the top of the two men's heads. Really, hey, I've grown taller too, by frosting damage bonus IMO. Why do you still feel heartbroken even though you clearly have no heart anymore? Jimo silently walked towards Jinhai City, leaving the two happy people behind. His silhouette looked particularly depressed, and he had the feeling that being happy was their business, and he was just a lonely skeleton. The two children seemed to feel something and hurriedly chased after him. Comforting, little dummy, don't worry. We have all grown taller because we eat well. And you will definitely grow taller when you eat more in the future when you are in good health. IMO, sometimes, children are really a very scary natural black creatures, of course, more often than not. They are angels, moving beyond words. Jimo really did not want to take the two children's earned money, but for the two children's heart to give themselves in exchange for the crystal core, to do the chain of life this matter. He is really very touched, little dummy. It's already 93 credits. If we do this for one more day tomorrow, we'll be able to go exchange crystal cores. Listening to the happiness in the other party's words, Jimo's heart warmed. He nodded and could not restrain himself from reaching out his hand toward the two children, although his intention was to hug these two children who had moved him to the point of being a mess. However, Jimo ignored his own height. He was the shortest one by far, this action, rather than embracing each other. It is better to say to each other want to hug. At least Sun Kai is so understood. And then he was very happy to hug Qin Yu. Look at this. And then look at that, and finally also open arms, directly to the two people hugged. There were communication problems and ideas varied widely, but the few people embracing in this moment were content. The next day, the few people who had finished checking out got together again. And this time, they finally had enough credits in their hands to make 100. Let's go to Hey. You, look, Sun Kai pointed to the store not far away and said, It's my sister and them hey, little mute. Having saved enough money, having a bottom line, and bumping into his busy sister, Sun Kai's first thought was to pull the little dummy over to show his sister. I didn't expect to turn my head, but realized that the little mute who was still following behind just a moment ago had disappeared. Luna, why has the little mute disappeared? Qin Yu's attention just now was also put on Sun Hui, but also Sun Kai asked this will only react to the people disappeared. He was just there a moment ago. Qin Yu bit her lip and said with some anxiety, What now? The little mute can't speak. And he's carrying so much money on his body. What if he meets a bad guy? Why don't we go find Sister Hui first, and then go look for her together? Sun Kai looked at his sister and the others who were already seated inside the store, and thought for a moment, let's go find little mute first, and once we find him, we'll go exchange the crystal cores. And then look for my sister. Qin Yu didn't have much of an opinion in the first place, and once she heard Sun Kai say this, she naturally nodded her head in agreement. since they knew that the other party couldn't be fast enough. The two of them looked towards the alleyway from which Jimo had come. Sure enough, just as they entered the alley, they met the crouching immortal at the corner. "Hey, little mute, how do you squat here ah?" Sun Kai was the first to spot Jimo, and ran over when he saw it, complaining, "Just now I saw my sister and the others, right over there in the store. I would have liked to take you there first, but it turned out that you weren't even there." Jimo crouched on the ground, his head pressed lower and lower. In Sun Kai and their eyes, it looked like he was admitting his faults and apologizing. But only he himself knew that it was just to hide from certain people. This half-month of peace and quiet almost made Jimo forget that he was still being pursued. Earlier, he was the one who discovered the existence of that group of people, so he hurriedly found a place to hide. How come now, listening to Sun Kai's words, there was still his sister amongst those pedestrians, thinking about the only girl among the pedestrians? Jimo suddenly had a bad feeling. If Sun Kai's sister is in league with that line of people, that is to say, his brain was a bit chaotic. If the two people are a gang, he simply cannot imagine. If the two little guys know that he is the object of their sister's capture, will they still be willing to befriend him, or will also help them to arrest themselves? While his mind spun with possibilities, Sun Kai and Qin Yu mistook him for being uncomfortable again and carefully comforted him from the sidelines. And he would soon be able to exchange crystal cores to find his sister to make a life chain. At this time, the two children, behind the sudden appearance of a figure, the person's hair was high coiled up, a black straitjack. It highlights the exquisite figure. It is before and that pedestrian together, suspected of Sun Kai's sister. The woman with her hands on her chest half leaned against the wall and stared at the two little guys for a while before saying, "It's really you two, say, you two this half-month mysterious in the end and what? You've been out early and back late. Busier than me, huh? Could this be the new friend you guys made earlier, little mute?" Jimo's entire body stiffened after hearing the other party's words. He was a little apprehensive in his heart, not knowing if he should raise his head to greet the other party. "Ah, sis," when Jimo was silent. The startled Sun Kai had already noticed someone behind him, and when he recognized who the other party was, he couldn't help but feel a little weak, and his tone became much weaker. Yes, we didn't do anything during this time. The matter of giving the chain of life to the little mute to cure him, Sun Kai had actually wanted to say it for a long time, but Sun Hui had been busy lately, making him go from not having the chance to say it at the beginning to not daring to say it later. Now it was hard to gather 100 credits, and I was planning to exchange them for crystal cores and confess. But I didn't expect my sister to suddenly appear in front of me, and shrugged a little. Sun Kai drooped his head and looked extraordinarily depressed. Seeing him like this, Sun Hui originally wanted to pursue the words stopped there, helplessly stroked his head to show comfort. The line of sight once again to the side of Jimo. Qin Yu, who was sitting with Jimo, saw Sun Hui looking over and timidly called out with her hand twisting her cloak, "Sister Hui." Sun Hui moved a few moments closer and knelt down to pet her head before returning her attention to Imperatori. She remembered hearing Sun Kai say about the other party's injury before, not realizing that this person was still alive now. And even more so, she didn't think that this kid was even shorter than Sun Kai, looking at the other party's appearance of balling himself up into a ball. Sun Hui's sympathy rose, and she was about to reach out to take a look for this child, but she didn't expect a male voice to suddenly come from the entrance of the alley. Dr. Sun A, coming right up, Sun Hui frowned without traces, quickly adjusted her expression again. Almost at the same time, she stood up in response to the voice. Her face was again a smile. Her hand reaching out to Jimo also temporarily changed direction. Touching Sun Kai and Qin Yu, "Sister still has something to do today. I have to leave first. You guys play outside. Pay attention to your own safety. There is also a little mute. Often listen to Kai and month to month mention you. You are welcome to come to the house to be a guest. Oh. Jimo still buried his head between his legs. Without the slightest intention to raise, Sun Hui smiled and did not mind. Circling Sun Kai's neck will pull people to one side. You are quarrel. It is normal for children to be in conflict with each other. It's okay to talk about it, and it's okay to have a fight. But you can't keep it inside and not talk about it. Don't worry, sis, I'll take care of it. Sun Kai came up and kissed Sun Hui on the cheek, and then tentatively asked, Sis, when you just said that you welcome little Mute as a guest in your home, do you mean that I can bring him to my home? A nice smile appeared on Sun Hui's face as she touched his head and softly said, No problem, there won't be any more problems in the future. If you make a good friend, you can take it home anytime. Yeah, I knew you're the best, sis. Sun Kai ran to Jimo's side and said happily, Little Mute, my sister promised you to come home with me. When Sun Hui saw that reaction, she lost her smile and shook her head to leave. She thought that a few children were having a conflict. So even if the other party didn't even look up at her, she didn't find it strange, and just took it as that child making a little tantrum because of his physical defects. Pressed to realize how a man had just put on a thrilling inner drama in front of her. It wasn't until the person left that Immortal finally relaxed his tense body and poked his head out of his knees. When he looked up, he was met with two pairs of excited eyes. The bitterness in Jimo's heart was hard to describe. Originally, I thought that I could just survive here in silence, but now I realized that it was so difficult to continue to maintain such a life. Perhaps he should not have mixed with the crowd after such a big change, as he was saddened. Sun Kai continued to give Jimo the benefit of his own sister's healing. Little Mute, look, actually my sister isn't scary at all, and I'll secretly tell you that my sister's healing art is very good. As long as she is willing, she can definitely cure you. Last year, Brother Tiger's hand was gnawed to the bone by a rat, and my sister was able to cure it, just as if it hadn't been gnawed. In his opinion, his own sister was the most powerful healing psychic under the sky, and the little Mute should receive her treatment. Healing arts. Is there even such a powerful healing method in this world? Surprisingly, it can flesh white bones. This is surprisingly the first time he has heard of it. If he had known that his sister was in this ability, that is. Mo was said to be a little heartfelt, if could grow flesh and blood on itself, however. The momentary heartbeat subsided as soon as he realized that the one person who could give him hope was most likely one of the ones chasing him. Nothing can be more important than freedom. Even living like this was better than staying in a dark laboratory and being forced to undergo a variety of experiments. Looking at Sun Kai and Qin Yu's faces filled with smiles that were happy for him, Jimo couldn't be happy. He got up and approached towards the two children, then extended two tightly wrapped paws, just as he had done the first time. Perhaps this would be the last time they would be close together. After today, he would choose to leave and never appear in front of his two children again. Sun Kai and Qin Yu exchanged glances, thinking that he had finally figured it out and was willing to let Sister Hui treat him, and soon happily placed their own hands on it as well. After shaking hands again, the atmosphere between the three was back to normal, at least on the surface, thinking that at night we'll be able to let the little Mute go to her sister's cure. Sun Kai and Qin Yu are in a good mood, cheerfully dragging the silent and slow-walking Jimo towards the financial center. Actually, Jimo had already made up his mind that he wouldn't go to Sun Hui for treatment, but he still chose to go with the two children to change the crystal core now. One reason was to see what the crystal core actually looked like, and the other was to hope that he could stay with the two as much as possible. After all, there weren't many people left who could get along with him as a human being. The financial center of Jinhai City was on the main street of the inner ring, in the shape of an irregular diamond, like a bright and dazzling crystal core, because it was the only place in the neighborhood that managed finances. Even though Jimo and the others had gone slightly late, there were still quite a few people in line. The dress inside the center is very similar to the impression of the bank in Jimo. The entrance is the queuing machine. After taking the number, you can go to the lobby placed on the seat to rest, waiting for the window announcement to read their own number. Jimo entered the door and reflexively wanted to pat his feet to take a number, but was stopped by Sun Kai. "Little dummy, let's go there. We don't need this." A row of machines stood directly in the direction Sun Kai was pointing, only one of which had a person in front of it. When Jimo noticed, the man had already finished the operation. Only to hear a clattering sound, the semicircular groove lay a pile of credit coins. Looks like those machines should have service access. Jimo was a bit unfamiliar with this kind of machine, seeing that Sun Kai and Qin Yu were quite familiar with it. He followed the two of them all the way, observing them all the way, and he was already walking slowly anyway. He only saw Sun Kai quickly click a few buttons on the touch screen before looking to himself. Jimo understood and immediately took out the credit coins in his pocket and handed them to the other party. When Sun Kai put the credit coins into the groove right above the machine all at once, the number in front of the groove started to jump, stopping when it reached 100, and then Jimo saw the groove split apart from the crack in the center, and the credit coins inside fell into the machine with a splash. Soon Sun Kai was operating the machine again. Jimo silently put the fonts next to these operation keys against their functions, and memorized them after roughly guessing their significance. Soon after, Jimo heard Sun Kai say with some regret, "Surprisingly, there is only the smallest crystal core left. Should we change it now?" Jimo wasn't sure what the difference was between the sizes of the crystal cores, but he probably only had this one chance to see them, so he nodded his head. Sun Kai also did not say more. A few operations down, after the lights flashed and went out, a green crystal core appeared in the mesh pocket above the alcove. "Ah, surprisingly, it's a life lineage crystal core," Sun Kai exclaimed, also causing many people in the hall to stare. Emmanuel noticed that several of them flashed impish grins at them. What was so special about this life crystal core? And why did so many people pay attention to it? Jimo didn't understand, but it didn't mean that he wasn't clear about the specialness of the crystal cores. So while Sun Kai and Qin Yu were still in a daze, he had already grabbed the crystal cores and stuffed them into his pockets before pulling Sun Kai and Qin Yu and rushing out of the finance center. At first, it was Jimo pulling the two of them, but later on, it became Sun Kai leading the two of them. Qin Yu and Jimo, Sun Kai's speed was the fastest among them, plus the small target of the people was also small. After a while of maneuvering, several people finally shook off the tail that was dropping behind them. Several people hid in a slightly hidden place on the street corner and slowed down before Sun Kai took off his cloak and laughed. "Ha ha ha, the luck is really great, surprisingly. It's a life lineage crystal core." Discovering that Sun Kai and Qin Yu were both looking like they had picked up a treasure. Even if they weren't clear about the situation, Jimo understood that this crystal core should have been exchanged for a rise. In fact, they did have a rare encounter this time. The automated servers in the finance center could identify the size of the crystals, but not the lineage of the crystals. So when the crowd exchanged them, they usually chose the big ones away first and left the small ones behind. Because of the unavailability of crystal cores, the crystal cores in the finance center were also basically allocated from the Legion Center, mostly from the nose system or power system. Like the life systems such as the crystal cores could not be sent to the local finance center to be exchanged away. The only way to get cheap to the head of people like Jimo is when a person gets a life system crystal core due to coincidence. But because they don't know what they are talking about, they directly take the crystal core to the automated servers to exchange for credits. And this crystal core is ignored precisely because it's too small. Sun Kai had seen the life crystal nucleus. Seeing that Jimo was pinching the crystal nucleus with a bewildered face, he pulled the person to the street edge and sat down. Introducing, the life system crystal nucleus can be powerful, my sister said. A crystal core can be exchanged for 100 pounds of new grain. But if you use 100 pounds of new grain, but cannot exchange the life system crystal core at all, usually have to 150 pounds of new grain to be possible to exchange. Kin Yu was also busy nodding her head and said, that's right, that's right. I even saw someone trade a life system crystal core for 75 new grain cakes earlier. All the other crystal cores are 2 to get 100. Jimo about kind of understood what the two kids were saying. In short, it was that the life lineage crystals were 50% more expensive than normal crystals. PFFD. Little friend, do you only have new grains and new grain cakes in your house to use such a thing to measure such a precious crystal core? Almost as soon as Sun Kai and Kin Yu's words left their mouths, a snort of laughter came from above the heads of several people. What about the life crystal core? It can indeed be used as a monetary trading item and is worth 1.5 times more than most crystal cores. But its most important role is that it can help injured, exalted recover from injuries regardless of lineage. Secondly, it can also help life system psychic abilities above the second level to ascend to the next level. Of course, the reason why it was more expensive than other crystal cores was also because it was rare. The nucleus of the life faculty generally comes from plants, but this faculty of the supernormal ability of the plant is the most exuberant vitality. The general public cannot hurt them, not to mention that the plants also instinctively protect the nucleus very well. Countless roots confused, not to mention, some also buried extremely deep, the general public simply cannot find. So kids, do you understand when that person spoke? A lofty aura was present, and it was not very comfortable to listen to Jimo. However, this voice, it seemed a bit familiar. Jimo was still recalling where he had heard this voice before. Sun Kai, who reacted to the fact that the other party was talking to them, had already blown up. How dare you eavesdrop on us? Ugh, 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 this is not my fault. I was originally sleeping here. It was your own too loud that woke me up. I see that you guys don't even understand the true meaning of the life system crystal core. That's why I gave you the science. Don't thank you even if it's not, but even blamed me for eavesdropping. Nowadays kids are all so ill-mannered. Sun Kai choked at this and said with some skepticism, Did we really wake you up? Of course, the man nodded, really thinking that he had just woken someone up by being too loud. Sun Kai touched his head and apologized with some embarrassment. Right, sorry, it's okay. I forgive you, the man laughed. Then he jumped off the edge of the window and appeared in front of the three. After he removed the helmet from his head, several people finally got a good look at him. 6'7", tailored silver-white racing suit, clear eyes and a baby face and this the lightning-fast young master. Ah, it's you, Sun Kai's face was astonished, and then he revealed an envious look. Your family is really good. Not to mention that you have exotic fish to eat, but you can also wear a racing suit at such a young age. My sister said that if I'm not 16 years old, I'm not allowed to touch hover cars, and she want order a racing suit for me. Who says I'm little? I've already turned 16. The man smoothed out his hair and said smugly, I just turned it a while ago. Ah, it's nice that you've turned 16. I want to turn full soon too. So how old are you? I've turned 8. It's amazing how tall you are at 8. Obviously you're too short. Who are you calling short? But Brother Tiger was 2 meters tall when he was 16. That's because he's too tall. I'm only normal at this height. Huh, definitely. Watching the interaction between the two. That bit of uncomfortable feeling that Jimo had before finally dissipated completely. In fact, this teenager who spoke badly was also just a small child. A child who was spoiled by his family, but was not bad in nature. Otherwise, The other party wouldn't have been able to let Steward Mo take them in simply because he thought they wanted to eat the foreign fish. But that being said, it's amazing how kids communicate with each other, whereas someone else might have gotten into a fight and then disagreed. They were able to take the time of someone else's fight to do the 4 steps of fight. Fit, fight, fit. Jimo thought back to what the teenager had just presented, carefully measuring the crystal core in his hand, looking at it as if it was like melting into it. When he woke up again, he found several pairs of eyes staring at him without blinking. Little mute, you can actually absorb crystal cores. Sun Kai's entire body was stunned. This seemed to be something only her sister could do in his impression. Equally stunned was the doll-faced young master, who also seemed to be in disbelief that there could be an alien appearing in front of him. Unlike their surprise, Kinyu's expression was full of excitement. In her opinion, Little Mute had always been so skillful. Jimo didn't know if he was an alien or not, but after he absorbed the life system crystals, he tasted the sense of feeding for the first time. Only the fact that there was so little food in turn made him feel hungrier. Even so, there was no way to hide the excitement in Jimo's heart. Looking at his empty palms, Jimo suddenly realized that, perhaps, the hunger that had been plaguing him all along had found a solution. He has no mouth and no esophagus, but he can suck the crystal cores directly. The crystal core was his rice. His food, perhaps the different crystal cores, represented different flavors of grain. Jimo couldn't wait to taste all the various grains to confirm his suspicions. However, food is expensive and he is poor. What's more, he who clearly didn't intend to dabble with this crystal core. Following the digestion of the life chains of both Sun Kai and Kinyu, he actually ate the crystal core that was going to be used to make life chains for the 2 of them. Is he going to just disappear after eating the goodies of 2 children? That's the kind of thing he can't do. Jimo was still torn in his mind. Several people were already discussing it like no one else. No wonder Little Mute is so skillful. So he has supernatural powers. What line of psychic ability is he? Didn't you guys know that before either? I don't know only know that the Little Mute is very powerful, and the strength is also exceptionally large. Just looks a little, the more passionately they discussed. The more they also set off the desolation in Jimo's heart. It turns out that what's worse than not knowing a recipe is when you find a recipe but can't afford to buy enough food. Even more upsetting than your inability to buy food is the fact that you have inexplicably settled for the other person's food without realizing it and not being able to pay it back. Perhaps it was because Jimo's low aura was too obvious. The few people who were discussing on the side of the wood finally noticed him. The protagonist, Little Dummy, aren't you happy? Kinyu asked. Sun Kai also paused in his conversation and frowned somewhat tangled. The Little Mute's crystal core has been absorbed. So will my sister still make a life chain for him? Without the life chain, it doesn't matter if Little Mute's illness is okay, right? I don't know if his sister will help the Little Mute to see the doctor. Since she has agreed to take the other party back by herself, she shouldn't be so unforgiving. In fact, his sister is still quite sympathetic to children. In fact, this is good. He was still worried about taking the crystal nucleus to let his own sister to do the life chain. Will not be his sister to detect the 2 people's concealment, now that the Little Mute had absorbed the crystal nucleus and no longer mentioned the words life chain. His sister should not be able to discover it. However, just now, it seems that Brother Light Soaring mentioned in his narration about the life system, crystalline nuclei, that if an alien is injured, absorbing the life system, crystalline nuclei can cure it. Brother Light Soaring, didn't you just say that life crystals can help an alien heal? Then surely it can also heal. Little Mute has already absorbed the crystal nucleus. How come he doesn't feel well yet? Kinyu was also flabbergasted when she heard this. Right, the crystal cores have all been absorbed. Why isn't Little Mute better yet? Is it because the crystal cores aren't enough? Wait, Light Bio looked horrified. What life chain, what treatment are you guys saying he's sick? Hey, don't joke around. It's not like the crystal core is omnipotent. It can heal injuries, but not necessarily cure diseases. And the consequences of an alien being sick are very serious. If he really has a disease that can't be cured in the short term, then he has to be exiled. Exiled? Sun Kai and Qin Yu exclaimed in shock. Seeing that the other party did not look like they were joking, Mai then shook her head in unison. Not sick. Little dummy isn't sick. The reaction of the two in turn made Liu Guangbi even more skeptical. He raised an eyebrow and looked at the two. Hey, you guys can't lie, you know, once a psychic is alienated. It can be a zombie with a lineage when the time comes. Not to mention you and I, even in this town, it's impossible to say how many can survive. You go away. The little dummy want, you, let's go. Sun Kai pushed Liu Guangbi away, pulled on the hands of Jimo and Qin Yu, and turned around. Alas, 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 you do not go Liu Guangbi. I did not expect the other side will react so big. He obviously is the truth And just not also said that want to sit K2. No more sitting, just now. He was full of children, but at this time. His face did not have the slightest lingering feeling, as if the one who was interested in K2 before was not him at all. Once again, Emmanuel was touched by the maintenance of the two children. The three are planning to separate from Liu Guangbiao. Did not expect the other party suddenly caught up. Hey, want to know whether he is sick or injured? In fact, it is very simple As long as you find a physician to do the appraisal or absorption of the crystal nucleus has a significant recovery. Can be, Sun Kai and Qin Yu spontaneously blocked Jimo behind them. I've said that little mute isn't sick. Just a little injury, just a little bit. Injured is injured. Injured also need crystal core What are you guys running for? Liu Guangbi was dissatisfied. Who ran away? It's that we don't have any crystal core now. The only one life system crystal core. The little mute has already absorbed, Sun Kai said stiffly. He was a little anxious in his heart, and he didn't want to stay here. So he wanted to quickly take the little mute to find his own sister. In Sun Kai's opinion, as long as he found his sister. No matter if he was sick or injured, the little mute would get well, and once he was well, he would no longer have to worry about being exiled. Upon hearing this, Liu Guangbi laughed as he slapped his wrist and said with great bravado, Isn't it just crystal cores? He's a strength system alien, right? It'll help him out with the crystal core. Jimo noticed that Liu Guangbi had something like a wristwatch on his wrist. And looking at Sun Kai and Qin Yu's appearance, the two of them didn't seem to understand what it was either. But it didn't matter that the two kids didn't understand what that was. The point was that they understood what it meant. Are you really willing to send crystals to help heal the little mute? Thank you, Brother Quang Bao. You're so nice, the two children said in unison. Liu Guangbi nodded his head. His family lacked everything. Just not money, besides. If this shifter was really just injured, wouldn't he have a shifter friend after healing him? How honorable to say it out, not to say what Liu Guangbiao and the two children thought. But Jimo thought that there was no such thing as a free lunch. There were people like Sun Kai and Qin Yu who selflessly helped themselves, but not everyone would. Besides, no matter what this person's intentions were, good or bad, Jimo wasn't going to accept it, looking at the two children who had made a fool of themselves. Jimo patted the two on the shoulder, waved his hand, and pointed in the direction from which he had come. Little dummy, you want to go home? Sun Kai was a bit torn. Why don't you just use the crystal cores he gave you first? At that time, well worked together to save up credit coins to pay him back, because his sister had taught that you can't take benefits from others for nothing. Sun Kai was also unwilling to owe the other party money, but the little mute seemed to be really in need of crystal cores right now. So he came up with this method, and thought of it as borrowing it in advance. Qin Yu, on the side, also chimed in. Right, doing labor together still. I didn't ask you to return it. Liu Guang, Biao glared. The two kids pursed their lips and didn't say anything. Emmanuel was unable to speak. Liu Guangbi, doesn't care, going forward to pull people away. Jimo ducked and dodged Liu Guangbiao, but did not avoid the hands of the two children. Looking at the two's obstinate expressions, Jimo sighed helplessly and had to compromise. He originally wanted to leave today, and then secretly look for materials to build weapons for the two children as a debt repayment, but did not expect that the two children's old debt has not yet been paid off, and this has to add a new debt. This teenager was obviously different from the two kids. He had an adult mind even though he didn't look bad. Jimo wasn't sure if the other party was saying this to test himself, but if he still refused in this situation, then it is very likely that the other party will be categorized into the sick and incurable alien team. Whether he will be exiled he does not know, but exposure is certain. To be honest, this was the first time that IMO had heard of such a thing as a sick alien being exiled. And as for how and where he was going to be exiled, he was completely unclear. He still didn't know enough about the world. Several people then returned to the finance center again under the leadership of Liu Guangbiao. After seeing Liu Guangbi perform some operations on his wristwatch and showing it to the lobby manager, he was brought into the VIP room. Soon he received 15 crystal cores, 10 of which were of the strength system and 5 of the life system, which was the maximum amount that could be withdrawn by an individual from the Jin High City Finance Center. Take it, try it. After getting the crystal core inventory, Liu Guangbi then directly threw this valuable thing to Jimo, not considering at all that his behavior of just walking while inventorying had already attracted the attention of people who were interested in it, and not minding the revealing eyes of the people around him. IMO stared at him for a while, confirming that he was really just doing it in passing, and did not have the intention of killing with a borrowed knife. And only then did he understand that maybe this person is not as complicated as he thinks. He is just missing a string in his brain. Handing over huge assets to a couple of underage kids in front of everyone at the finance center was probably something no one with any brains could do. On the contrary, he did it, and did it so rightfully. What made Jimo feel a little powerless was that by letting him absorb the crystal core in public, wasn't it clearly telling people that he was most likely an alien only, even though Immortal felt that this was bad? He was once again defeated under 2 pairs of expectant eyes. It's good to know. I just hope I don't alert those I don't want to mess with. Then Jimo picked an inconspicuous spot to sit down and cupped the crystal core in his hand, recalling the feeling of absorbing it earlier. As soon as he sat down, someone next to him snorted out a laugh. Little friend, don't think that posing that way makes you a shifter. Crystals aren't for fun. Shut up. This crystal core isn't yours. How you play with it is none of your business. Several people were staring intently at Jimo when they suddenly heard someone around them talking too much. Liu Guangbi instantly admonished in dissatisfaction. Sun Kai and Qin Yu also glared at the man in dissatisfaction. The man wanted to say something else, but was pulled by the person next to him pointing at the security guard, and stopped at once, coldly grunting and no longer speaking. The person, however, stood in place, clearly not intending to leave. He would like to see. Let a child holding a piece of crystal nucleus, what use? It's hard not to be able to become a psychic. There were quite a few people around who did the same thing as him, but more of them had a hilarious mentality. All of this, however, did not affect Emmanuel in the slightest. As time slowly passed, the color of the yellow crystal core in his hand began to fade continuously before it turned into flying ash and dissipated. There was an intake of breath all around. Shifter, that kid is actually a shifter. Even the man who had made the sarcastic remark earlier couldn't help but open his mouth wide. That such a small child could be a shifter, it's just too rare. The Aramaic continent had a total population of 1. 6 billion people. Yet less than 100 million could become psychics. Most of them were also people trained by the army, martial arts schools, and mountain gates. Ordinary people, not infected and alienated into zombies, is already very lucky. Want to become an alien? Simply difficult. Not to mention the fact that children are generally 18 years old before the body is not finalized. To become an alien is basically not. The surrounding commotion didn't affect Immortal, who had just absorbed the crystal core. He only felt that his entire body was in a sense of fulfillment, compared to the lust he felt after absorbing the life lineage crystals. After absorbing the power lineage crystals, Jimo only felt that his entire body had strength. Well, feeling better, Sun Kai and Qin Yu asked with concern. Immortal nodded, and after getting up and moving his limbs, he took a few steps, and his own speed had surprisingly increased. He was in a good mood as he began to make his way to the front door of the finance center. Behind them followed a large group of tails. Little dummy, you're walking faster, Qin Yu happily exclaimed. Liu Guangbi, who had experienced Jimo's walking speed before, and when he saw his speed increase, he finally believed his injured comment and couldn't help but be amazed. So you're really a strength faculty alien. Come on, continue. When he said continue, naturally, he meant to continue absorbing crystal cores. Ghostly, Jimo unexpectedly did not push back and continued to take out the crystal core and absorb it. This time, the speed of his absorption accelerated again, and he absorbed the entire crystal core almost instantly. 10 blocks were absorbed in a row before Imperator finally stopped. At this moment, he finally experienced the feeling of being as light as a swallow. He himself would no longer have to worry about walking like a tortoise in the future and crawling slowly. Most importantly, even if he was discovered by the group of black-robed men right now, Jimo was confident that he would be able to run away. This day in Jinhai City, it was destined not to be peaceful, because in this place where the battlefield had long been remote, an alien, an underage strength system alien, had unexpectedly appeared, although the internet is not as good as it used to be. There are always those people who can have these special channels to publicize this matter. Of course. This point, for the current Jimo, several people, but is not at all no, at this moment. Several people from Sun Kai were following behind Jimo to test their running speed, while they were followed by another group of people watching. Originally, only the people who were onlookers at the finance center followed along. And then I don't know who leaked the news, causing a large number of people who love to join in the fun to follow behind. Ha ha ha, surprisingly many people are running. Sun Kai laughed out loud. Little dummy, is everyone racing us? Hearing him say this, Liu Guangbi, suddenly also found it interesting and suggested, otherwise, let's compare and see who can run the fastest. Jimo glanced at Liu Guangbi and realized that he was rubbing his fists and had a face that was eager to try. Not like a test, but it didn't matter if it was a test or not. Jimo was just trying to do a test in his heart. Let's see how long he, who had absorbed 10 crystal cores, would be able to maintain such a speed. The group of people left Jinhai City in great numbers, scampering into the grass and rushing into the forest. The crowd gradually dispersed, and in the end, there was actually not a single outsider behind Jimo's few people. Haha, those people have all fallen behind. Sun Kai, who had completely failed to realize that they were consciously dumping people, laughed triumphantly. Little dummy, you're actually running faster than us now. Ho ho ho, I say. It's not even if the little mute is an alien. How come you two are running so fast too? You want all be aliens, right? Liu Guangbi knew that he couldn't compare himself with an alien. But he was even more surprised at the other two children, who ran nearly 20 kilometers up the mountain, but still didn't blink or gasp. Hehe, I also feel much better physically at the end. Sun Kai hemmed and hawed, then pulled out a dagger from his bag and raised it. It must be the dagger Drill Little Mute taught me that worked. Me too, when the whip is practiced. the body is better. Qin Yu also pulled out the leather whip coiled around her waist, which Jimo had newly made for her. Alas, so the little mute is practicing martial arts. Liu Guangbi nodded his head in realization. No wonder the other party could become an alien at such a young age. It turns out that he has a good base. Only, he remembered that his dad had said that most of those practicing martial arts were clustered together and had been recruited by the various legions to go to the western battlefields as early as the first moment. So how had this kid come to be here? Liu Guangbi thought so and subconsciously asked so. Unfortunately, Sun Kai and Qin Yu were unaware of the situation, and even if he could speak, he would not be able to answer. Not to mention the fact that he is now wearing the name of Mute. Liu Guangbi originally didn't want to know the answer. He didn't mind if Jimo didn't answer. Instead, he was more interested in the dagger drill practiced by Sun Kai and Qin Yu, as well as the whip technique. It was the first time for Sun Kai and Qin Yu to perform in front of outsiders. Both of them were a bit excited and subconsciously wanted to do their best. One dagger stabbed swiftly and valiantly, the other whip swung with a vengeance. Liu Guangbi watched and clapped his hands. Then he crouched down in front of Jimo, little mute. You're pretty good at this dagger drill and whip technique. Teach me too. Imperatori wasn't sure why this man's logic was extraordinarily strange when his knowledge was so vast. What he had taught out was good. That didn't mean he had to teach him. Most importantly, Sun Kai is flexible and versatile, courageous and hardworking, suitable for daggers. Qin Yu has a delicate mind and sensitive senses, plus a good hand for whips, but Liu Guangbiao, he's just as unfit from this short contact just now. Jimo knew that this was a typical young master of a worldly family who knew a lot of theoretical knowledge, but was too indulgent with himself and did not have the ability to suffer as a martial artist. What made Jimo feel strange was that ever since he came into contact with this world, he had realized that no matter what age group he was in, the training of the body was undoubtedly harsh, lest the physique become weaker, and this teenager, enjoying a life of extreme luxury, but neglecting to exercise his body, extraordinarily frail, and I don't know if the other family really loves him, or if they are harming him by spoiling him. Jimo looked at already half leaning under the tree with Sun Kai, two people excitedly discussing the use of daggers or whips good teenagers. In touched the pocket of the crystal core, soon had a decision, since took the other side of the crystal core. Then also at least should be for each other to do something practical. Then there was another young master of a worldly family added to the ranks taught by Jimo. Jimo did not teach each other daggers or whips. Jimo did a few tests based on Liu Guangbiao's physique, and found that although he was small and not fast, his strength was not weak, and after adjusting his breathing, he was very suitable for the stumping type of using static, so he taught him a set of boxing techniques. Only this set of boxing is very demanding on the lower part of the body, so in addition to needing to learn all the boxing moves, Liu Guangbi also has to stick to Zamabu every day, of course. This was not necessary, after all. The method of becoming stronger that Mo had already taught the other party. As for how the result would be, it was not in his hands, as it turns out. Liu Guangbi really is and a person who can suffer, and while Sun Kai and Qin Yu continue to sweat, he's already so tired that he's already leaning against a tree and swinging a fake pose. No, I can't. It's getting late. I have to go back. Realizing that Jimo had noticed him, Liu Guangbi simply closed his posture and leaned his entire body against the tree. Emmanuel looked at the sky. It was indeed almost time for the two children to go home, and nodded, not objecting. However, he still took out the 5 life system crystal cores from his pocket and handed them back to the other party. Even though the temptation of this thing was really great for him, Jimo still held back. Why are you giving it back to me? You're already healed. Liu Guangbi looked at Jimo strangely. his injuries, Emmanuel shook his head honestly as he looked at the skeleton that was covered under the clothing. Sun Kai also reacted at this time and secretly poked Jimo. Then the smile on his face disappeared. Little dummy, why aren't you ready yet? I don't know exactly how many more crystal cores are needed to get enough, but you don't have to worry. We'll help you get it together. Grace, get it together. What are you guys putting together? With you guys only getting a crystal core in half a month or so. I don't know how long y'all have to wait. Don't worry. I have plenty of crystal cores. Today's limit is full. I'll mention it to you tomorrow. Jimo shook his head and insisted on shoving the life system crystal core in his hand back to Liu Guangbio. Before that, he had first absorbed the other party's crystal cores because he didn't want to be exposed. And then he couldn't help but absorb 10 of them in one breath because the sensation of absorbing them was too good. Now that he was out of the urban area and didn't have to worry about being tracked down anytime soon, there was no reason to consume the other party's belongings for nothing, even if they said they weren't bad. Really a strange child, have told you this money I do not care you just as reward you cannot, Liu Guangbio muttered. Has begun to operate the wristwatch, when he stopped his hand and found that Jimo's still holding the crystal nucleus to be returned to him. Couldn't help but say, I say, you can't take this crystal nucleus as my fee for learning boxing from you. Liu Guangbi also casually said, in fact, his father also gave him to find a number of martial arts masters. Although they are all wild, but still have a certain reputation in the circle, the monthly salary is just 5 systemless crystal cores. Jimo, however, listened to this. He now really needs these crystal cores, and he feels that Liu Guangbi also really needs to exercise. Since the other party wants this crystal core as tuition, then his own teaching attitude towards him should also make a slight adjustment. If Liu Guangbi knew at this moment that the reason for making his training style rise from the ordinary version to the hellish version was exactly that sentence, then he would definitely keep his mouth shut. Unfortunately, he was not aware of what was in Jimo's mind. And after he finished seeing the other party finally take the crystal core back, he stared in the direction of Jinhai City and waited for his K2 to arrive. The K2's configuration really deserves its price. Not only does it have a positioning function, but it can also be remotely operated. And it is surprisingly fast, with a straight line distance of 10 or so kilometers, arriving in the blink of an eye. Looking at Sun Kai's mouth watering, even a trace of envy surfaced in Qin Yu's eyes. Liu Guangbi looked at them in this manner, and waved his hand, let's go, send you home. The two kids rushed into the car without any hesitation, and IMO paused for a moment, not waiting for him to make a choice before Sun Kai inside the car rushed out again and pulled him into the car. Little dummy, it's K2 yet. Sun Kai excitedly looked east and touched west, but Qin Yu and Jimo were sitting like pines, not daring to move a step. The former is shyness, the latter is nervousness. K2 really is both fast and stable. A few talents on the car not long, even to the destination. This is still in Liu Guangbi. I'll take care of a few underage without protective clothing. Deliberately reduce the speed of the case. When the hovercar came to a stop, Jimo glanced at the village that Sun Kai was pointing at. It's a strange village, hewn out of the mountain wall and blending in with it, so that if you don't look closely, you won't even notice it. Just as the hovercar had just stopped, and a few people could not get out of the car in time. A few silhouettes flashed out and surrounded the car angrily. What kind of people? There were 7 or 8 men surrounding K2. Most of them 2 meters and 3 or 4 feet tall, their faces coated with a heavy layer of mud and dust. They held an iron rod in their hands and were wrapped in a full animal skin, fastened around their waists by animal sinew straps. That animal skin was very special and seemed to vaguely blend in with the surroundings, if it wasn't for the fact that these people didn't have the will to hide. Jimo didn't have the confidence that he would be able to discover the other party's existence. Although these people were tall, it was still possible to tell that they were not very old from their faces that had never shed their boyishness. The man at the head was the tallest among them, about 2 meters 5, 6. I only heard him say, "What's in there?" "What's the point of coming here?" Seeing this, Sun Kai and Qin Yu covered their mouths and snickered, waiting for the people to get closer and closer, before suddenly pulling open the car door and revealing a head. "Ha ha ha ha, Brother Tiger, it's us. We're back. How about surprise? This car is the K2 that my sister has been lusting after for a long time." Sun Kai jumped out of the car and looked at the crowd proudly, then waved to the people inside the car. "Come down, why are you guys still in the car?" While speaking, Qin Yu had already pulled Jimo out of the car. Instead, Liu Guangbiao, who was particularly interested in this place at first, remained in the car. The following few people are still looking at each other, muttering in their hearts, "It's hard to believe that Sister Huey finally didn't hold back towards this car." Then I heard a very anxious voice coming out of the car. "Sun Kai, Qin Yu, little mute. My friend had an accident. I have to rush back first. I'll come back to play with you guys some other day." With that, the K2 plummeted into the air and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. "What's the situation, Sun Kai? This car wasn't bought by Sister Huey," someone in the surroundings asked. "No, it's from a new friend we met today." The people looked at each other, said nothing more, and put their eyes on the only stranger present, Imo. "This one's also a friend of mine and Luna's. A good friend," as soon as Sun Kai's words left his mouth. Qin Yu immediately nodded her head. However, Jimo clearly felt the resistance of the crowd, only to hear that tallest teenager frowning. "You too, even if you're wild all day long. Now you've even forgotten the rules of the village." "I didn't." "Brother Tiger, don't talk nonsense. The little mute was invited by my sister herself." Sun Kai retorted indignantly. "Don't you dare use Sister Huey as a shield. Is our dingy village something that others can just enter?" "I'm the one who didn't. Ask you if you don't believe me. Who knows if she'll lie for you? No way. A large and a small tit for tat." Not giving way to each other. Latest chapter, read more. Emmanuel, however, froze a bit at the amount of information he had learned. "I didn't realize that the famous Dingyi village was located near Jin-High City. The half-month he spent doing labor in Jin-High City was not wasted. And while he was doing it, he did not forget to use his specialty to collect all useful and useless information around him. This includes the spooked village of Dingyi. It was said to be an existence known for its medical skills, especially their village chief, who was not only an excellent healer, but also a healing psychic. Only this village was so good at hiding that almost no one could pinpoint it. And even if they had been there once, there was no way to find it the second time. Imo suddenly thought of what Sun Kai said, that the sister who can meet white bones. Is that woman the village head of Dingbi village? Previously, he hadn't connected Sun Kai's sister with the village head of Dingyi village. Also, because he hadn't expected the person who supported such a village to be a woman. Yes, support. Although there were quite a few people in Dingyi village who knew how to practice medicine, most of them were old and young. And there were very few able-bodied youths. The entire village is essentially in a state of refuge, relying on the village headman's earnings to support life. But Imo looked at these young people in front of him. All of them are strong and strong and strong and full of war power. How can they not match with those messages? It's true that rumors can't be trusted. It was getting dark when Sun Huey returned to the village. Just as he stepped into the village limits, he saw a silhouette scurrying out from the side. Sister Huey. Today Kai even brought a stranger back. Apparently, in that verbal battle with Sun K, the other side won and managed to claim Emmanuel home. "So it's Tiger. I asked him to bring it back. Don't worry." Sun Huey patted the visitor's shoulder and laughed. "The village's defense has been completed. Even if we are discovered, It doesn't matter. Besides, the time is almost up. It's only a matter of time before we're exposed. After we finish fishing this one, we'll go to the west. Really? The man called Tiger's eyes glowed with excitement. Sun Hui nodded her head, and her heart was stirred. Going to war, if it was her former self. I guess she would never have imagined that she would be so eager to mount the battlefield someday. The tiger received a satisfactory reply to hide again. That body of animal skin is indeed as Jimo expected, along with the tiger's characteristic movements, completely integrated into the entire mountain wall. Sun Hui retracted her eyes and looked at the home that was gradually blending into the night, and her eyes overflowed with laughter. The houses in Dingyi village are built to fit the entire mountain, and each family's dwelling looks as if it has been carved out of the mountain wall, as if it were a cave. Because of the mountainous mold, the dwellings here are also spread out in a pyramid shape. It is the highest peak of this village where Sun Hui and Sun Kai live. She followed the path back to her residence, and had only just entered the house when she was pounced upon by Sun Kai. "Sis, you're finally back." Sun Hui laughed and knocked Sun Kai on the head and said naughty. With that, he focused on the other two people in the room. Qin Yu obediently called out, "Sister Hui." Emmanuel nodded politely at her as well. Sun Hui let go of Sun Kai and smiled again as she touched Qin Yu's head, then turned to look at Jimo. "You're the little mute, aren't you?" Emmanuel nodded again, then inclined his head to look at the two children. Although he had been mentally prepared, he was still a little apprehensive. He wasn't afraid of being hunted or attacked. He was only afraid of the strange looks he would see in the eyes of his two children. In fact, after Liu Guangbi left, Jimo also had the opportunity to leave, just because he could not bear to see the disappointment in the eyes of the two children, but also could not give up his heart to leave so silently. "Sis, little mute is awesome." Sun Kai tugged on Sun Hui's sleeve and recounted what had happened in the recent past. When it comes to Liu Guang soaring gift crystal core, he secretly looked at Sun Hui's expression, found that she did not get angry. This is to rest assured to speak on, of course, but also a few people intend to work to return the determination of the heavy mentioned out. Sun Hui smiled and listened without saying anything, instead focusing her attention on Jimo. "You're a shifter." Jimo didn't even have time to nod his head, but Sun Kai already couldn't wait to answer for him. Little Mute's strength can be great. He must be a strength system psychic. Qin Yu, who was on the side, did not forget to nod her head in agreement. Strength system psychic, Sun Hui was a little surprised. Children awakened supernatural ability is not unheard of. Usually because of the external environment, stimulation awakened the spirit or speed of the system of supernatural ability. The strength of the system, she is still the first time to see. So can you push that rock in the doorway? Because it is built along the mountain wall, even if the facilities inside the house and other places are not much different. The doorway is still designed like a cave. Usually Sun Kai, they enter and exit from the doorway that brush fingerprints of the iron door. But in fact there is a more bulky and more primitive after the iron door of the stone door, for the use of special times. The stone door weighed a ton, and could usually be pushed by just a beginner's strength-based psychic. That Mo looked at the door, hesitated or nodded toward the door, only to see his hands firmly clasped on the stone door. A little force, the door and the friction of the ground will be issued a rumbling sound, and then the whole house into the darkness. Wow, the little dummy really pushed it. That's awesome. The two children exclaimed and slapped on the interior, lighting to run towards Emmanuel. Sun Hui, however, opened her eyes at that moment and frowned her pretty eyebrows, noticing that the other party's expression was different. Jimo thumped in his heart, spread his hands, and stood silently in the doorway. He's not a power system psychic. Sun Hui said with certainty towards the two children present. He didn't have any psychic energy fluctuations when he pushed the stone door. Sun Kai and Qin Yu were flabbergasted in unison. even if they weren't very old. They knew that when any psychic ability was exerted, it could be perceived by psychics within a certain range. Sun Hui was obviously an exalt, and it was impossible to perceive wrongly at such a close distance. Regarding the fact that Jimo could directly push such a heavy stone door without using his supernormal abilities, the two children were first stunned and then became excited. Little dummy, you actually managed to push this big guy without using your supernatural powers. This is a door that even Brother Tiger couldn't push. Sun Hui helplessly stroked her forehead. Although it was true that small children should look like small children, but had she raised these two children a little too stupidly sweet and white? Is that the point? The point should be, how can a kid who is less than 55 be that strong? She turned toward Emmanuel. Come here. Sun Hui beckoned Jimo to her side. She wanted to probe the man's body to see if it was as she suspected. However, Sun Hui thought that the other party might be a dwarf, and also thought that the other party might really be gifted. But he uniquely did not expect that the other party, as different, would be so completely different. The moment her hand touched Emmanuel's, the whole thing went bad. Immediately, action outweighed thought, directly pushing Jimo with a push. He himself stood up to stop in front of the two children, coldly questioning, "What are you?" as a healing alien. An alien who could catalyze or inhibit cells. Sun Hui had an extraordinary understanding of life forms. However, this little mute in front of him called Jimo was a non-life form. She could not feel the vitality of life in the other party at all. If one didn't use the naked eye to see it, it was as if what stood in front of them wasn't a living person, but a pile of dead wood or a piece of stone. "Sis, why are you cursing?" Sun Kai, who was stopped, looked at his own sister in displeasure. Although Qin Yu, who was also stopped, didn't say anything, it was also evident from her pursed lips that she didn't approve of Sun Hui's actions just now. Sun Hui didn't reply, only stopping the two children who wanted to run over to help the others in death, and staring warily at Jimo. People will always be inexplicably afraid of the unknown. Emmanuel about understood that his special place had been discovered and was not accepted. Thankfully, however, the other party had no intention of looking further. The eyes of the two children also remained clear. Even with a bit of worry, it was good enough not to be disgusted. Immortal consoled himself, bowing in gratitude towards the place of the two children, and then waving his hand as he turned to leave. There was not much vegetation in Dingyi village, and it looked eerily cold under the gloomy moonlight, completely lacking the bustle of the day when popularity gathered. This added to the fact that Emmanuel was more than a little anxious to get out of here. Luckily, Jimo, who had regained his speed, moved quickly and soon returned to his residence. The cave remains a combination of water and earth. Emmanuel found the little mayflies in his resting place. Perhaps it was no longer appropriate to call the guy in front of him little mayflies. Let's call you Lulu. You're a mayfly, a skeleton, both with a Lu sound, Jimo thought silently. Speaking of this guy's unscientific growth rate, Jimo is also quite curious, but a month or so. This guy even scurried from 20 centimeters to a meter long. It was a good thing that this guy usually only moved underground. If this had been discovered above ground, Imperatori felt sure that it would have caught up to how he was treated before he was wrapped. As if Lulu could understand. He raised his tentacles at the top and cheerfully pounced towards Jimo, rubbing himself. After that day, Jimo didn't go back to Jinhai City to do work, but he still went to the banyan tree. However, the two children were never seen again. But Liu Guangbi would appear from time to time. Jimo had made up his mind to do everything he could to adjust the other party's body well after Liu Guangbi had said that he would use crystal cores in lieu of teaching fees. Just don't know if it is adjusted hard by Jimo. The successive days Liu Guangbi did not appear again. Jimo once again resumed his life of wandering alone, and unlike before, this time, he began to purposefully search for strange plants and exotic totems. Regardless, a gift intended for 2 small children doesn't just go away. On the other hand, it was also because he wanted to take his chances and see if he could find the life system crystals that Liu Guangbiao had mentioned. Pushing aside the grass in front of him, Imperatori burrowed out of the cave, where there was still nothing to be found. During this time, he had found nothing above ground, so he followed the hole that Lu had made underground. I don't know if it was out of a sense of self-preservation or not, but the location where Lu made the hole was so far from the ground that if it was a normal human being, they probably wouldn't have been able to breathe, but Jimo was clearly not one of them. Just as Jimo wandered down the massive tunnels opened by Lu, he noticed a strange phenomenon. At the end of these tunnels, there is always a big pit, and a lot of stumps and broken roots are scattered around the edge of the pit, which look very much like the roots of some kind of plant. Other than that, there's nothing left. Jimo touched his coat pocket and suddenly had a conjecture. To confirm this conjecture, he followed Lu when it was out and about. Lu seemed happy that Jimo was finally willing to move with him. Circling around him several times before starting to move, it crawled down the tunnel first, and after reaching a certain distance, it began to slow down, almost as if its tentacles moved first and its body traveled later. Once you have chosen your direction, climb straight up where there are tunnels, and drive straight up where there are no tunnels. It was also at this time that Jimo realized that the other party's efficiency in digging holes had increased again. He watched with amusement as Lu sniffed around like a canine animal, then made a few digs here and there. At first, Jimo only thought it was Lu's form of entertainment, and he soon stopped thinking so. There was a rumbling sound coming from the tunnel, like some kind of animal marching, and Jimo reflexively found a solid spot to stand, preventing the cave from collapsing and burying himself alive. Though it didn't really hurt him in any substantial way, the noise went on for several minutes, and Jimo was still about to pry when he saw that Lu had already lunged, easily penetrating the strip of land that it had plowed loose just before nuzzling and gnawing at a certain silvery, white root. The silver, white roots seemed to be alive, constantly struggling in the narrow lot, expanding the space here, causing the dirt on the cave walls to swish and fall. With that, the vibrations within the space intensified, only to see several roots of the same color emerge from the wall and pounce straight at Lu. These roots are extremely similar to the one that Lu gnawed on, and it is very easy to get mixed up when they are intertwined. But Lu seems not to be confused by appearances, and only bites down on the very first one. By the way, the forelimbs are fully utilized to strangle all the surrounding roots that are in the way. When the roots were defeated in droves, and that initial long strip broke off its tail and fled, Jimo finally realized where those large pits had come from, especially when he saw Lu return, victoriously holding his trophy, and cut open the root in front of himself, taking out the nail cap-sized crystal core inside. Jimo's suspicions were immediately confirmed. Sure enough, Lu's abnormality came from these crystal cores. In that case, had he actually been in such close contact with the crystal core long before, just when Jimo thought that Lu would leave this place and look for another target? Lu stopped at the same place and directly devoured the crystal core before continuing to dig along the less obvious holes in the wall. Jimo made a mental note of Lu's actions, secretly speculating on his purpose and role. He didn't intervene in Lu's movements, only followed silently, watching and memorizing. It wasn't long before Emmanuel felt a similar vibration frequency again. When the shaking stopped, the same scene from before played out again, looking at the familiar roots and whiskers. Jimo paused for a second. So this guy has been chasing each other. Most importantly, wasn't it said that life system crystalline cores were very hard to come by? Why does it seem that there is more than one within the same root? As he watched Lu push the second crystal core that came into his hands towards himself, Immortal's knowledge base was once again refreshed. However, he did not accept Lulu's gift, which was demanded by the other party and hard-earned. He had no right to collect it. Lulu didn't dwell on Jimo's pushback. Seeing that he didn't take it, then he directly retracted and devoured it. Jimo looked at Lulu, who was resting on the side and had absolutely no intention of pursuing again. And after thinking about it, he searched for a hole and started to pursue. He didn't have Lulu's ability to punch holes. But with his hard claws and his lack of fear of stifling air, he was making slow progress, but it was working. It took about half an hour or so, but Emmanuel finally realized that there was a small patch of wetness around some tiny hole. And then he noticed a vibration at the same frequency as before. Chase it down. Jimo was delighted. Roughly gauging the timing of Lulu's attack, and similarly pounced. However, what Jimo didn't expect was that his claws, which could break steel, actually suffered in the face of this long silver-white strip. Watching Lulu deal with this long bar, Jimo thought that his opponent was easy to deal with. However, it wasn't until he was on the field himself that he realized that not only was this thing slippery, but it was even very rare in terms of hardness. One's own full-strength stroke would only leave a scratch on it. It was then that Jimo reacted to the fact that Lulu's front leg attack was even stronger than his own claws. Fortunately, those vines in the backup are exceptionally easy to deal with, waving their claws like chopping melons and cutting vegetables, and didn't bring much trouble to Jimo, or else he would really have to go through a hard battle if he wanted to win in this fight. After a bit of entanglement, the initial long strip made the same tail, breaking escape skill, once again leaving a tail behind and escaping. The crystal core was right in front of us. However, Jimo was torn. How in the world was he going to get the crystal core if he couldn't break the defense? Jimo pinched the well-preserved root, 2 fingers thick and over a meter long, because the root broke off the tail on its own. The cut was flat, and there were no wounds other than the marks made by his own claws. He flung out his hand, and the roots on the ground slammed into the walls of the pit on either side, piling up in the corners. The site was cleared in the blink of an eye. Medium weight, tough, firm texture, really good material for whips. Jimo flipped the root whiskers back and forth to view them, and was able to detect approximately where the crystal core was located. However, while it was true that this crystal core could be taken out if Lulu's help was enlisted, it was unlikely that he would ever want to use this root as a whip again, having lost the control of the main plant. This cut-off root is nothing more than a dead thing. Even if Ren's crystal core is placed inside, it shouldn't matter. Right, thinking this way, Jimo no longer intended to take out the crystal core. Anyway, with the method, he wasn't worried about not having the chance to dig up the crystal core again in the future. Qin Yu's weapon was available, but Sun Kai's dagger was not so well sharpened. But the good thing is that the materials have been found, and it's only a matter of time before it's finished. I wonder how the 2 kids are doing now. After that, Jimo collected the roots that had been cut through Lulu's openings, and then he carried Lulu back to his place of residence with him. It seemed that Lulu also wasn't able to endlessly suck on crystal cores. But with 2 of them, it slept for most of the day, and it didn't wake up until Jimo came back with that root. Qin Yu's whip doesn't need much alteration, and the rest of those broken roots are also woven into a pair of gloves by IMO with the help of Lulu. This one is intended to be given to Liu Guangbao. Liu Guangbao is suitable for boxing. However, his base is really too poor. If there is a pair of boxing gloves to add to it, at least Jimo won't have to worry about him being injured because of his base. As for Sun Kai's dagger, after discovering that Lulu's forelimbs have such a strong attack power, IMO found a way to accelerate the dagger's molding. The material for the dagger was obtained from a fish bone that Jimo inadvertently found in a reservoir. This fish bone is very special. In addition to possessing the skeleton of a fish, it surprisingly has horns on the top of its head and protruding sclerites on both wings. At that time, Jimo was exploring the underwater terrain and hid in a crevice to avoid the fish, and it was there that he discovered the existence of the fish bones. Emmanuel reckoned that it was also a fish that had taken refuge, only it didn't end up surviving and being devoured for its flesh and blood. What he hadn't expected was that with his own kai, he couldn't hurt this rack of fish bones in the slightest. He then spent several days hard at work grinding the horns off the top of that fish bone's head, intending to sharpen a handy dagger for Sun Kai. Sure enough, with Lulu's help, the dagger took shape almost as fast as the eye could see, blading the edges again, not to mention at least making a mark on the root that had been there before, which caught up with his own claw attack. The gifts for the three had already taken shape, and Jimo was calculating in his mind how to give them. Going directly to Dingyi village obviously wouldn't work. The security there wasn't ordinary, or else the last time he went there, he wouldn't have been discovered so quickly. Looks like it's time to go into town. Emmanuel stared at the familiar clothing not far away. This time into the city, Jimo did not take the normal way, but with the help of Lulu, along the underground all the way to the north ground to make a hole. Because they didn't have to worry about breathing, Man Mayfly didn't care about the river backing up and kept the hole open to the moat. The current under the moat was very strong, which was deliberately designed to avoid underwater raids. However, the design of this fast-flowing river was marred by an unintentional cave passage in Emmanuel. As water pours in through the cavernous channel and flows through the Emmanuel residence to join the reservoir, there is a loophole in one loop of the moat design, causing the water to flow steadily from day to day. The change was so subtle that not even the immortal, who was in the middle of it, could notice it, let alone the guards who stood firm beyond the water. Above the walls of the city, once Jimo and Lulu had smuggled themselves across the river. They had Lulu dig out a waterproof layer to prevent the water from backing up into the city. After that, Lulu stayed where he was, while Jimo quickly absorbed a life system crystal core before changing his clothes and climbing up to the ground. There were still water stains on the edges of this clothing, something that still hadn't been fixed even when wrapped by waterproof material. He carefully avoided the crowd and headed towards the impressionable bee in Silk House. I hope I'm lucky enough to run into Liu Guangbiao today. Before, when Liu Guangbiao didn't show up, Jimo also took advantage of the night to come to Jinhai City. But it's just a pity that he didn't find anyone that time, and was almost discovered by the group of black-robed men. Then later on, a number of guides like Huang Qiang were added at the city gates. It says guide, but the specifics are hard to tell. That's why this time, when he entered the city, that's why Jimo chose such a method. This time IMO finally managed to meet Liu Guangbiao. However, he is not alone. Beside Liu Guangbiao was a teenager who was a head taller than him. The teenager has a soft look on his face, and always feels like he's watching himself with a deep look on his face when you're paying attention to him. So weird, without thinking, Jimo turned around and ran after shoving the gloves he was about to deliver into Liu Guangbiao's hands. Joking two people flabbergasted for a moment. Soon Liu Guangbiao reacted, called Little Master to chase. Only, just as Liu Guangbiao wanted to catch up, that person tugged on his arm, not knowing what he said to him. This delay, when Liu Guangbiao wanted to find someone again, but has found no way to find, on this side. After Yi avoided the sight of the two men. He carefully slipped around the city again, listening to some news in passing. At first, Jimo was planning to ask Liu Guangbiao to help him to deliver the gift, only that he inexplicably didn't want to make contact after realizing the person next to the other party. That's why there was that scene before. It had to be said that Jimo's entry into the city this time was still rewarding. At least he knew that the existence of Dingyi village had been exposed and had gotten the coordinates. Most importantly, The gated village of Dingyi was now much simpler to blend in than it was earlier. Upon receiving this news, Jimo then hurriedly met up with Lulu and then marched towards Dingyi village. However, Dingyi village was not as easy to enter as one would expect. It appeared to be loose, but in reality, even the defenses under the ground were surprisingly strong. He and Lulu had only just stepped into each other's boundaries. Yet the entire village was already on immediate alert, not waiting for them to dig into Sun Kai's house. Strands of air unexpectedly arose around the two of them, while Jimo was fine because of his body structure. Lulu was the first to be drugged down. Immediately afterward, roots of mechanical arms appeared from above them, yanking them hard and dragging them out of the ground. In that moment, Emmanuel was a bit confused. It wasn't that he didn't know that his opponent's defense was strong, but he didn't expect it to be able to reach this level. It's amazing that you can release poisonous gas even 50 meters underground. Think of the metal mobile fortress that Lulu dug up earlier. Impressed words appear out of nowhere. Mobile fortresses are the basic hard ore body that people choose to build into a movable tool of preparedness according to the local conditions. It is characterized by mobility and its own aggressiveness. Each mobile fortress has its control center, which not only monitors every living and non-living thing that enters its range in due time, but can even attack it through an earlier arrangement. But this mobile fortress is again slightly different from the impression. The fortress, as I remembered it before, never had such a soft attack. Breaking free of the mechanical arms that bound him, Jimo took the still unconscious Lulu in his arms. "It's you." His face was coated in heavy mud and dust. He held an iron rod in his hand, and he was wrapped in a full animal skin. It looks like the people surrounding him are familiar faces. Tiger looked at the one man and one bug in front of him. His brows furrowed. It was amazing that this bug could tear through the new alloy produced by the R&D department with its claws alone. Those guys were unreliable, but they still had two brushes in manufacturing, and at least the latest Z7s now couldn't do any real damage to it. This bug, on the other hand, was able to slice through the alloy with its forelimbs alone, and with the same extraordinarily ease as chopping vegetables and melons. As for the kid next to it, Tiger is even more familiar with it. If not for this person, he wouldn't still have to accompany those two little pea kids now, and couldn't leave the village even for a step. Speaking of those two children, Tiger's face changed and he had a bad feeling. Then his premonition came true. Little mute, little mute. The two children's excited voices came from far and near, directly squeezing Tiger and the others to one side, one on each side tugging at Jimo's arm, as if they were worried about him leaving again. "Little mute, you've finally found your way to us. My sister is so annoying that she doesn't want us to play with you. Little mute, is that an alien bug you're holding in your arms? Why is it so big?" Looking at the two of them without the slightest hint of dislike in their eyes. Jimo was relieved, and at the same time, he also felt a little better about Sun Hui. It seemed that the other party did not criticize herself in front of the child. "Why are you two out again? Didn't you say you're not allowed to come out without special circumstances?" Tiger looked at the two with a bit of a headache. Hui asked herself to keep an eye on these two kids, just to keep them from seeing each other. But she didn't expect the other party to come to her door. Previously, Tiger was also quite curious about why Sister Hui was so scornful of this child, and even told him to try not to start a conflict after seeing it. But now it seems that about the bug in the other party's arms, as well as that ability to dodge Sister Huey's own ecstasy, were the reasons. We saw the little mute in the surveillance. "Of course we have to come out," Sun Kai said and poked Lulu in Jimo's arms. "Little mute, where did you find this guy?" "So big and tasty." Kinyu pushed Sun Kai in disgust. "So disgusting. Why do you want to eat everything?" "Hey, you two, are you listening to me or not?" Tiger pointed in the direction from which the two children had come and said, in a single word, Give me back. Go. Why should we be allowed to go back? Sis only said we're not allowed to leave the village. But she didn't say we're not even allowed to leave the door. Sun Kai wasn't afraid of him. His voice was loud, and his own volume was even higher. Tiger thrust his long stick into the ground. You two get it right. They are intruders, and they just destroyed our underground defenses. You're bullshitting me. The little mute is not an intruder. Sun Kai and Qin Yu simultaneously turned their eyes to Jimo. Immortal tightened his arms around Lulu, freeing up a hand and patting the two men on the arm with a nod of his head as a sign of reassurance. After that, he took the dagger and whip out of his arms and handed them to the two children. Dummy. Dummy, is this for me? Sun Kai and Qin Yu asked in unison. Immortal nodded and slung Lulu onto his back. Unclipping the cloth from his waist and tying it behind him, Qin Yu happily took the whip from Jimo and flung it twice on the ground. Stirring up a gust of dust, Tiger looked out of the corner of his eye. What the hell is going on here? The kid 1T pretend to hand the weapon to the two kids, lower their defenses, and then take them by surprise when they errant looking by grabbing the weapon. Tiger looked at Jimo, who was already approaching towards Sun Kai, made a wink to the left and right, and copied the iron rod on the ground to rush up. Unexpectedly, the one who rushed faster than him was the dagger, wielding Sun Kai. Sun Kai received the dagger and then played with it lovingly. As soon as he saw Tiger lifting the iron rod that was inserted into the ground, he excitedly waved the dagger and rushed towards him. Brother Tiger, come and help me test the weapon. Tiger had only just planned to go forward and fight with the guy who had made Sister Huey scared. But in the next second, he was rushed over by Sun Kai wielding a dagger. He reflexively raised his iron rod to block it, but only reacted in the moment when the two weapons collided with each other that he had forgotten to control the force. The change came so fast that everyone didn't expect Sun Kai to fly in with such a sum, seeing that the two parties had already collided. It was as if the tragic images of daggers being destroyed and people being sent flying had already appeared before the eyes of the crowd, and they closed their eyes in impatience. You have to know that Tiger's force is not something that a little pea kid like Sun Kai so can resist. However, to the crowd's surprise, the child was only given a few steps back before being caught by Jimo behind him. While Tiger's iron rod was sliced in half, the crowd's mouths dropped open into an O shape, unable to believe what they were seeing. This is a new product that was developed there, over there, right? Someone said. Tiger strides over to the man, drops the two iron bars in his hands, and takes the one intact in the other man's hand, again, excited. Sun Kai shrugged off his bladder and rushed forward again with his dagger raised. This time Tiger did not exert any force, standing upright and letting Sun Kai's dagger slash at the center of the iron rod. Clang, with a sound. The iron rod snapped in two, leaving the dagger unharmed, taking another iron rod handed to him by another man. Tiger bowed and waited. Again, clang, again, the iron rod broke, again, re-break, having already broken 5 in a row. The people around finally became unsettled. Is this the alloy stick that even lasers can't shoot through? Shit, surprisingly, they are pitting us with substandard goods. This thing isn't even as good as pig iron. Right, cock, I knew those guys were no good. Let Sister Huey go and settle the score with their leader. Aren't those guys still harboring High City without leaving? One sentence opened a gap. Several people all of a sudden came together as a bunch to discuss. Directly leaving Jimo and Qin Yu to hang out to dry, Emmanuel listened and thought. By this time, Sun Kai and Tiger had stopped the test, and the two of them, one crouching and the other standing, touched their heads to study the dagger. Qin Yu realized that no one was paying attention to herself and Jimo, so she quietly tugged on the other. Jimo knew by the way her eyes were glowing that she couldn't help it either and wanted to find a place to try. He looked at the group of people. The other party did not seem to pay attention to himself, but in fact, There is a preoccupation with the position of the station. Jimo is sure that if he dares to take Kin Yu out of their line of sight, the other party will surely unite their efforts. As for what kind of attack, he wasn't too sure, but it was definitely trap-based. Jimo didn't have the intention of making enemies with the other party, so he waved his hand towards Kin Yu and pointed to the half-broken stick on the ground that was thrown away by Tiger. Kin Yu instantly understood, and with a swing of her whip, the half-stemmed stick that was the closest distance away from her was instantly rolled up and smashed into a nearby boulder. The boulder made a click sound and then cracked a long hole. Half of the stick was tightly sunk into it. The crowd's discussion was finally interrupted by the loud noise. A few of the men looked at each other, and one of them walked towards the cracked rock and plucked out the half-assed stick that was deep in it. The boulder suddenly scattered several pieces of debris, but the half-broken stick was intact. "Ill go." The man looked toward Jimo in disbelief. His mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't say anything. Over there. Tiger also returned the dagger he was playing within his hand to Sun Kai and walked towards Jimo. Kin Yu's hand that was pinching the whip tightened and subconsciously blocked in front of Jimo. She knew that the little mute might be a little different from them, but the little mute had never hurt them. They played together, did work together, practiced martial arts together, and had so much fun every day. Kin Yu wasn't sure why Sister Huihui forbade herself and Sun Kai from finding the little mute to play with again. Nor did she understand what it meant to be a non-living being. She only knew that the other party wasn't a monster that could eat people as long as she knew it. At this time, Sun Kai, who noticed the situation over here, also ran over and blocked in front of Tiger. "Brother Tiger, what are you trying to do? You are not allowed to bully the little mute." Tiger originally also wanted to first look people. After interrogating each other and the bug's origin, purpose, or something, and then ask the origin of the weapon. I did not think that this has not yet opened his mouth. His own piggy little teammates arched out, and was suddenly angry. I bullied him. What did I bully him for? From the time they destroyed the village's defenses until now. I haven't even touched one of his fingernail caps. I know what you want. Sun K deflated. Are you trying to put the little mute in the ground, recently? There are too many people coming in and out of the village, all kinds of people, long before the arrival of Jimo. They have already taken down a lot of them, and all of them are secretly sent to the underground detention. Thieves, those who are willing to correct themselves, will stay in the village and do some menial work to compensate. And if they have unruly intentions, then they will be directly taken over by Sun Huey, who guarantees that they will regret coming to this trip. Only more ill-intentioned, less petty theft, only to see sent in, not seen released. Sun Kai naturally equated being found with being held out. Tiger admits that he does have an interest in the bug and the weapon gifted by the strange child, but he's not some kind of evil man. So why is he so wary of himself? Besides, it was that weird kid who was off the beaten path, and who visits their friends by crawling through the ground. How can you make it look like you're the one who's making no sense? Sun Kai, whose side are you on anyway? Tiger didn't deny his intention to take Jimo to the basement. In his opinion, how could a friend that he had known for only a month or two be compared to a family member who had been together for several years? I am on the side of justice. Sun Kai subconsciously leaned towards Jimo, then said, "Sister said, to be a man. You must walk upright. Little mute saved me, taught me dagger drill and gave me a dagger. I believe he's not a bad person." Tiger choked, and the truth was, he didn't think the boy could be that bad, even if this kid is very human. But he's that big. He can't be bad even if he wants to be. It's just not like this incarceration has anything to do with him being bad. The point is that the other party's behavior is too weird, so I'm afraid that it's a person with ulterior motives who has come here on purpose. Not to mention the fact that there's a weird bug next to him, even if there isn't. then we can't let the other party move around freely in the village. One trusts his friend, the other out of concern for the safety of the village, and both sides think they are justified in not giving an inch. The bystanders do not have the identity of Sun Kai, is not as important as the tiger, see these two people arguing, but also do not dare to arbitrarily intervene, so they can only observe the whole process. Fortunately, this is the village hospitality small garden. Usually few people come, do not have to worry about outsiders. Look at the joke. While Sun Kai and Tiger were still arguing, Jimo's attention was drawn to a few figures not far away, especially one of the two tall, strong day hands traveling with Sun Hui, the bald one carrying a cannon barrel. Sun Hui didn't seem to expect anyone to be over here either, and flinched for a second after realizing the atmosphere was off. "What are you guys doing, Sister Hui?" Tiger stomped over and got in her ear to tell her everything that had happened before, focusing on the fact that Sun Kai's friend had illegally entered the village, but Sun Kai had sheltered him, and, of course, the special weapon that Guy gave to Sun Kai. Sun Hui's brow frowned tightly at first when she realized that the inanimate object had come over to her siblings again, and her face looked slightly better when she realized that the other party had come over to deliver only 2 weapons, and then did nothing more. And when he learned that the weapon that the other party had given to Sun Kai was able to break the previously procured weapon, he was even more bright in his eyes. Sun Kai and Kinyu were still particularly impressed with the last time Sun Hui drove out Jimo. This time, when they saw her return, they subconsciously flinched, only to think that behind them stood their good friends, and then endeavored to take a small step forward and raise their necks. Sun Hui glanced at the weapon, broken in 2 on the ground, and quickly put his eyes on Jimo's side. The man was still standing there, and her 2 stupid brothers and sisters were still looking like protectors. Like we're with him, thinking of the lethal weapon mentioned by Tiger just now, Sun Hui forced herself to hold back her excitement and turned towards the 2 men on the same road. "Captain Wu, I'm really sorry. There's a little something going on at home, so I'm afraid there's no way I can continue to entertain you today." "That's okay," the man replied with a smile, but had no intention of leaving at all. He paced to the place where several people were staying, picked up the iron rod broken in 2 on the ground, and asked the person who had been following him, "Ah Guang, this is made of the new alloy Z7, right?" The man behind him nodded and followed suit, crouching down to look. "That's a pretty neat break. Hey, I say, how did you guys do it?" Ah Guang held up the broken iron rod and looked curiously at Tiger and the others. Tiger and others would have been dissatisfied. Did not stop the action of the 2 have been, because they are Sun Hui brought over. Give some face, and how could they find new weapons materials this exposed out? Sniffing his head a skim. When did not hear, Ah Guang made a fool of himself and did not care, picking up another broken piece on his own and looking at it. The 2 of them moved so casually that Sun Hui couldn't help but frown and called out, "Captain Wu, it's fine. You don't have to mind us, we'll just stroll around," he said, and walked over to Sun Kai and Kinyu again, squatted down and asked with a smile, "Little friend, can you tell brother what just happened?" "Captain Wu." Sun Hui was really a bit angry and stepped in between the 2 parties, stopping Sun Kai and the others behind him. "I said it's inconvenient to entertain you all today. No, square, convenient, understand, MS Sun. Please call me Doctor." "Sun, well Doctor, Sun, it's fate that we can meet here, and I believe there will be quite a lot of worthwhile cooperation in the future. So I'm afraid this kind of hospitality is not appropriate." Sun Hui laughed coldly in his heart. "You guys have the advantage of weapons. Don't you also desperately press the price, and even delusionally want to control Dingyi village, if it wasn't for the fact that the Gongzi had orders not to be exposed before the big battle, and that they really needed forceful equipment? How could they possibly tolerate and swallow life with these guys?" Only, there was a limit to her forbearance, and one-sided forbearance would only make people feel weak and deceitful. Captain Wu, joking, cooperation is based on both sides profiting. Sun Hui replied with a leathery smile, not giving any meaning to give face at all, then turned his head towards Sun Kai and the others. You few. Go back first. Ugh, wait, as Captain Wu spoke out. The big bald man beside him had already blocked in front of a few kids. Jimo looked at the acquaintance in front of him and didn't act rashly. He was betting that the other party couldn't recognize him, and he was also betting that Sun Hui wouldn't let himself fall into the other party's hands. From the conversation between the two sides just now, Jimo also understood that there were conflicts between the two parties, and both were quite interested in the weapons they had given to Sun Kai. Sure enough, as soon as the bald head moved, the tiger, several people immediately also acted, vaguely having the tendency to close in. What does Dr. Sun mean by this? We are merely quite interested in the animal behind that little friend, and want to talk business with the other party. I believe this is not too much. Captain Wu's face was still smiling, only that there was not the slightest hint of laughter in his eyes. That bug is not for sale. Before Sun Hui could reply, Tiger on the side couldn't help but interject. He had only talked about the weapon before, but forgot to mention the unusual nature of that bug, worrying that Sister Huey's unknown situation would be tricked by the other party into taking the bug. He didn't expect that his eager reaction had piqued Captain Wu's interest. Before, he hadn't planned to stop people, but now he refused to let Jimo and the others leave, only to see Captain Wu pull out a crystal core from his arms. Then, in the next second, he appeared in front of Jimo and the others, bypassing Sun Hui, surprisingly. He's a shifter too, little friend. Brother, trade this crystal core for the bug behind you. Okay. With that said, he tossed the crystal core directly to Jimo and went to fetch the Lulu behind him. His words and actions were very strong, not giving the people around him the right to refuse at all. And on the other hand, his movements were so fast that no one in the room could stop him at all. However, surprisingly, Jimo didn't reach out to catch the crystal cores he threw over. Not only that, he also very nimbly avoided the other party's hand. It's a period of time he hasn't wasted. Captain Wu was flabbergasted and seemed to be still a bit unable to react. He was actually avoided by a child. He probed again, and once again. Imperatori avoided him. Captain Wu convergence of the smile. Look a little ugly. The movements of his men also began to be ruthless. Before just want to catch that Mo behind the Lulu. But now it is a move to attack his face. Not the slightest regard for the identity of the child he may be. How can Jimo really let the other party run into him? He does not cause trouble, but he is not afraid of causing trouble. The other party pressed again and again. There is no reason to ask him to tolerate the whole thing. What's more, even if you beat yourself up, you even tried to rob Lulu. At this moment, Jimo was moved to true anger. There was just no way for him to make a favorable counterattack in full view of the crowd, so he had to consciously steer it away from the crowd. The two chased after each other and soon disappeared in front of the crowd. This made Tiger and the others, who had wanted to come forward to help, look dumbfounded. What kind of situation is this? So, that kid's actually faster than a shifter. Sun Kai, who was the closest to Jimo, was the first to react and chased after the two in the direction they disappeared, not forgetting to say back as he ran, HMPH, what's so rare? The little mute was originally an alien. Kin Yu also wanted to chase after her, but she didn't expect to be stopped by Sun Hui, who stayed behind. Yu, there's something my sister wants to ask you. Wu Bin has always prided himself on his speed, but he didn't realize that this kid, who looked no more than 7 or 8 years old, could surpass himself in this regard. Or in front of that Mitsuko, who didn't really obey him. What a turnoff. He thought this coming over was an opportunity. But he didn't expect to start off a step behind the others. Taking over a small matter like a squad could not have been easier. But it turned out that the other party's captain would actually break through and become an alien under these circumstances. Not only him, but even the remaining few squad members were vaguely showing signs of a breakthrough. This kind of collective breakthrough event was really rare, and the organization immediately recalled him, which resulted in the 12-member squad originally under his leadership being instantly reduced by 7 to a 5-member squad. The number of people, less than 2/3 not to mention. The remaining 5 people that attitude is also particularly difficult to say. If not his own timely show of force deterrent, it is estimated that this will be a complete bare-knuckle commander. Fortunately, he would find Dingyi village in such a place, and as long as he took the other side, he was still afraid of falling behind in this operation. I just didn't expect this person, Sun Huey, to be so ungrateful the favor was taken, but not listened to at all. What's even more frustrating is that he originally wanted to find a reason to casually show his hands, so that the other party could see his own experience, so that he could make an accurate choice. As a result, before his plan could take shape, he let this kid sweep his face away. Most importantly, during the chase with this kid, he hadn't felt the other party's alien energy fluctuations at all. That means the other party didn't use their powers at all. How can such a person exist? While Wu Bin was upset with the idea of laying down a harsh hand, he had the idea of capturing the other party alive, and then reporting it to the Ministry of Scientific Research. Since those 7 people breaking through at the same time will cause so much vibration above, then this child who has not yet broken through, but has the speed of an alien, Wu Bin's eyes flooded with an imperative light. This time, he was bound to stand out and trample those guys who usually looked down on him under his feet. It was a pity that he had underestimated Jimo too much. This wasn't really a young child, nor did he lack combat experience. On the contrary, he was very experienced in combat and had mastered the rhythm of the battle without Wu Bin realizing it. When Wu Bin reacted, he had already unconsciously left the range of Dingyi village under the guidance of this child, and then traveled further and further away. But Wu Bin didn't care about that. A child who didn't dare to fight against himself below. Even if he was fast, even if he had some small smarts, however, he always had a shortcoming that couldn't be compensated for. And that was persistence. Listening to the roar that was getting closer and closer, Wu Bin smiled. Seems like the kid was really clueless and chose a direction that cut his own throat. He stopped his pursuit, ruffled the flowing sea on his forehead, and smiled an extraordinarily grim smile. "Run, why did you stop? See," he said, "a kid. So what if he's good? But now he's not just overexerted and too tired to run." By this time, the 2 of them had already arrived at the seashore. Jimo ignored his strange accent and carefully untied the Lulu behind him and placed it next to a boulder that was sheltered from the water. Before turning around to face him squarely, he thought he might need to open up today, unlike the gang of black-clothed men who had chased him before. This man was not only trying to kill himself, he was also hitting on Lulu. Moreover, this person's existence would disrupt the peaceful life that he had managed to get so easily, and would even cause a chain reaction that would make it difficult for him to find a chance to mix with human society in the future as well. Emmanuel couldn't find a reason to let him go. Regarding Jimo's actions, Wu Bin did not take it to heart even though he was looking at it. Of course, the necessary wariness must still be there. It's not because of how much it's valued IMO, it's just an instinct. If you want to survive in this world, you must always be on your guard, even if you're just a power-hungry kid in front of you. Who knows if there's anything else around that's ambling around, planning to be a fisherman for once. At this time, Wu Bin had already recovered his previous gentle appearance, taking elegant steps towards Jimo to approach. "Little friend, I see that you are also tired. Why don't we have a good talk?" Jimo didn't move. Then he heard Wu Bin continue. "Look, you're tired now. I, on the other hand, still have strength left, so he pointed to the building not far away, withdrew the smile on his face, and his voice cooled down. Should I go over and pick it up myself, or will you bring it to me? Looking at the changing expression on the man's face, Jimo inclined his head in some confusion. He couldn't quite follow the man's logic. The one who said he was tired was only this Captain Wu. Right. It was easy for him to kill the other party, even if he was tired. Emmanuel was puzzled, but wasn't about to dig deeper. Anyway, he was already planning to get rid of this guy who had already jeopardized his existence. So there was no use thinking about it that much. Jimo directly unbound his hands, lit up his claws, and charged towards Wu Bin. His movements were so fast that Wu Bin only had time to see the remnants of him rushing over. Then he felt a huge force hit him, and his entire body was knocked out, sliding about 10 meters on the thick seaweed, after knocking the man away. Jimo made another speed rush and slammed towards Wu Bin. Wu Bin somewhat wretchedly dodged Jimo's smashing blow, but because of the wet and soft mud and sand under his feet, as well as the thick seaweed hitting and tripping, he stumbled and almost fell. When he managed to stabilize himself, he immediately felt a pain in his shoulder, as if he had been pierced by something. Ah! Wu Bin cried out in pain as his eyes went black. This time, Wu Bin finally felt out of place, when he finally fixed his attention to see that the claw that Jimo exposed. His pupils violently contracted, no longer have the mind to fight with him, cover the wound to fully utilize his supernatural ability to escape in the direction of the sea current. His speed was a fraction slower than Jimo's, and only by rushing into the sea would he have a chance of survival. Jimo can't let him do what he wants. He doesn't care how he will consume himself. He only tried his best to chase after him. He obviously knows very well, once the other party falls into the sea, he will not be able to confirm the death of the other party. Cut the grass without removing the roots. It is easy to leave himself a future problem. Just then, however, the water floated and the seaweed on the surface sank and sank. Jimo's movements to pursue Wu Bin gave a violent start, and he no longer cared about the Wu Bin, who had already scurried into the seaweed, and returned to the direction of Lulu. At this moment, Lulu was being dragged by a silver-white root, and already half of his body was buried under the yellow sand. By the time Immortal returned, it only had time to catch one of its tentacles. However, Jimo didn't quite dare to exert himself. He knew that Lulu's forelimbs were very sharp, but he wasn't sure that the other party's tentacles could also withstand the force of his grip. He had tried his hardest to go after the other party, yet he still lost the tug-of war with the roots and watched as the other party kidnapped Lulu away. This image of an important friend being kidnapped in front of him, or her, was déjà vu, and it was as if Imperator felt countless cries swirling around the perimeter. The ghostly fire in his eyes flared brightly, and the skeleton, which had been controlled as usual, suddenly rioted, the clothes on his body being crumbled and strewn about, and the mud and sand around him being heavily crushed to form a tightly packed layer. A few moments later, a 1.2-3 skeleton was stepping heavily, following the traces left by the roots and whiskers all the way in pursuit. The skeleton didn't stop until the trail disappeared into the ocean water. In the next second, the skeleton raised its claws and pounced madly on the layers of seaweed floating on the surface of the sea. And wherever it passed, all the broken leaves flew, not far away. Wu Bin watched the skeleton fuming and suppressed the idea of confronting it head-on, taking advantage of the fact that the other party hadn't noticed him to sneak away along the coastline. His speed at this time was actually much faster than before, as if he had risen a level. Ha ha ha. It seems that it is true that it is easiest for an alien to break through between life and death. Wu Bin enjoyed the pleasure that the extreme speed brought to him, and in his heart, he didn't forget to grunt coldly at Jimo, who had forced himself to this point. HMPH, little monster, let you off the hook first. One day I will definitely make you pay. Emmanuel's seemingly insane attack was not, in fact, entirely about venting, more importantly, by attacking these seaweeds. He could more or less trace the provenance of the silvery, white roots from them. Until then, Jimo had always thought that it was a plant on land. Until today, in the time period before and after Lu was kidnapped, he clearly felt the fluctuation from the deep sea. Being from the deep sea, yet knowing what is happening along the coast, can only mean that this plant definitely has eyes and ears in the vicinity. And nearby, isn't that large area of seaweed just the perfect hiding place, as long as they cleared the seaweed one by one? Jimo wouldn't worry about not being able to find each other. It's just that it takes time, and IMO, it's just short of time. For an animal that is tied up in a comatose state, it's not hard to imagine the outcome it will face. Is it possible to get your companion captured and put in danger of death again because of yourself? No, never in that instant. Jimo's entire thoughts were put into searching for the silvery, white roots. Regardless of the consequences, he was consuming almost all of his strength, and his skeleton was shrinking at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. But in just a few minutes, the 1.2 meter 3 skeleton had already shrunk by another round. He didn't give up. Emptying his thoughts to absorb with all his might the life system crystals that he had been unable to use by tying them to his cervical vertebrae. And it was only when the 5 crystals shattered and dispersed that his shrinking finally stopped, and he grew a few centimeters more at a speed visible to the naked eye. Returning to his 1.3 meter 4 appearance again, however, this can only be a temporary expedient. The retained crystals had all been used up, but the consumption was still ongoing if it has not been replenished. If it goes on like this, IMO will only shrink smaller and smaller, or even disappear, but he couldn't stop. Not even to disappear. Every second he slowed down meant that Lulu's chances of being found and rescued would be 1 point less. Time is Lulu's life. He has no capital to waste. Suddenly, there was a break in the waves, and the current that struck the seaweed receded sharply and deepened actually to high tide. A ghostly light shone in Emmanuel's eyes. A good opportunity. He immediately stopped the movement under his claws and ran towards a boulder not far away. He needed to occupy a high point before the wave hit. Only then could he use the moment the tide hit the seaweed to pull out the roots hidden within it. The sea quietly retreated, after some brewing, which only stored up enough force in general, in an extremely domineering posture rushed to the coastline. Rolling waves wherever, coiled during the seaweed to the irresistible state washed ashore, hidden among the roots is unavoidable. That Mo even saw a section of the roots were directly broken, thrown on the beach. He was in no hurry to pick up the severed root, but paid attention to the direction in which the root had fled after it had been cut off, until the raging sea rolled up in a high wave that lapped hard against him and through him, together with a portion of the seaweed, directly from the rock on which he stood, when Jimo came back to his senses. He was already wrapped in seaweed all over his body, only revealing a head. For a moment, he couldn't even move a single paw. Just as he had the moment he first came to consciousness, when he finally got the feeling of his claws back. A second wave arrived, and once again, Jimo was pushed out about 10 meters, only stopping when he hit a large tree on the shore. Just then, Jimo felt a slight sense of vibration coming from behind him, and unlike the sensation of being pounded by the waves, it was clearly coming from the forest behind him. The tremors are getting stronger and stronger, and you can already hear the sound of trees being snapped and falling to the ground. He craned his head to look behind him and saw a figure approaching at speed. Little mute, Jimo heard the man shout. Then he saw Sun Kai. His body stiffened, and he felt his thoughts pause for a second, moving his upper and lower jaws. But he didn't know how to face the other man. The feeling of taking off that disguise and exposing oneself completely to the crowd is as embarrassing as having the most veiled cloth exposed to the crowd. "How are you doing? Little mute, is everything okay?" At that moment, Sun Kai rushed to Jimo and began to pick at the seaweed wrapped around him. Sun Kai's speed was so fast that he was already standing in front of himself before Jimo reacted. It was that Sun Kai's speed was faster than Jimo's dynamic vision. It was just that in but a small half-day's time, this child's speed had increased so much all of a sudden, making him a little uncomfortable. Little dummy, how come you still haven't grown any meat after eating so many crystal cores? It seems that my sister still has to step in, Sun Kai muttered while picking at it. That bad guy is so annoying. But don't worry, he's already been beaten away by us. Hey, little mute, did you already know? My sister said that there are good things to pick up over here, so our entire village has come, hearing that there were others. Jimo reflexively stopped Sun Kai's hands from picking and pulling, and subconsciously stuffed the seaweed towards himself. Except that with an empty skeleton, no matter how much he stuffed it, it would always leak out from somewhere else. Little Mewtwo, looking at the useless work done by Jimo, and remembering the first time they met. Sun Kai stopped his picking and pulling, pursed his lips, and unclipped the cloak he was wearing and handed it to the other party. Little Mute, this is for you. Immortal Seedgrass movements stalled as he silently took the cloak that Sun Kai handed over. At this time, another wave approached. Sun Kai dragged Jimo back another dozen meters. Ho, it's so close. The waves over here are really big. Looking at the seawater that still keeps crashing this way, Jimo thought of the kidnapped Lulu. His claws tightened, and not caring about anything else, he put on his cloak and was going to rush to the seashore. Seeing that he wanted to go over, Sun Kai hurriedly pulled the man back. Little Mute, it's dangerous over there. Don't be in a hurry. When my sister and the others arrive, they can go over together to pick up things. The purpose of their coming over this time was to pick up the good stuff, so Sun Kai took it for granted that Jimo was also for this purpose, and patted him on the shoulder in a good mood. My sister will be here soon, and she has already promised to help you with your treatment. So you'd better let her take a look before you go and pick it up. Anyway, my sister said that this tide will last for many days. You can pick it up every day. That is, it doesn't matter if it just can't be cured. I've become an alien now. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, I'll help you beat him up. When Jimo sniffed, his impatience was inexplicably eased. He wanted to pat the other party's head, and he also wanted to send the other party a hug. However, with his suddenly shrunken stature, he couldn't do either one of them. Ha, little dummy, look, here they come. Jimo followed Sun Kai's line of sight and finally saw that familiar and huge figure. A standard conical mountain, almost blending into its surroundings in color. Dingbi Village is truly a mobile fortress. With that thought, IMO saw a thin figure jump out of the fortress. The figure wasn't fast, but it seemed to have noticed their presence from a long distance away and ran straight over. Little Mute, Kinyu's voice carried a little bit of unnoticeable excitement. How about it, Sun Kai? I was right, you still don't believe me when I say it's a little mute. Heh. Sun Kai giggled and rubbed his head. Jimo turned his eyes towards Kinyu. He had previously wondered how Sun Kai knew he was here and could still recognize him in this situation. I didn't realize it was because of this girl. It seemed that both children had awakened their psychic abilities without realizing it. Little Mute, are you all right? Kinyu touched Jimo's already soaked cloak and purposely looked towards his back. Asking in confusion, where is that big bug of yours? Emmanuel's paws, hidden under his cloak, tightened, then shook his head deflatedly. Kinyu didn't ask any more questions. She looked at Jimo's seaweed-wrapped foot, where there was a loose spot that revealed the skeleton inside. Noticing her gaze, Imperatori was less than comfortable covering up. This was the first time Kinyu had discovered Jimo's physical defects. In the past, she had always heard Sun Kai yell, but she had never seen the IMO after removing her disguise. At first glance, there was still some hairiness in my heart. But more than anything, it was sadness. She leaned over and brushed her palm over the small spot, then that Mo felt an itch at the leg bone. The body wrapped in seaweed actually seems to come to life. Twisting up spontaneously wrapped him tightly. Not through a gap. This way you won't be afraid of the cold. Kinyu stood up and smiled. Her face was a bit pale. Obviously a sign of overuse of her powers. Emmanuel just felt a little more emotionally unstable again. In Sun, Kai, and Kinyu here, namely Mo can always harvest full of touching. However, Lulu was in this predicament because of himself. And he couldn't just let it be kidnapped and left alone. There was no way to expound on it. Mo had to show his insistence with his actions. Seeing that they couldn't stop anyone, Sun Kai and Kin Yu's intense curiosity suppressed their own sister's admonition, and they planned to follow Jimo and go ahead to the beach to look for the treasure. How could Jimo let them follow? It's just that the attitude of the two children is too resolute, and constantly pushing back doesn't serve any purpose other than wasting time. He did not want to let the two children follow him into trouble because he wanted to save Lulu. So he had no choice but to give up his plan to find clues in the danger zone, and brought the people to the place where the silver-white roots had appeared among his impressions. However, at this time, where are the shadows of those roots? Even the roots that were broken off before have all disappeared. As if they had never appeared, several places in a row. The chances of the roots being washed away by the sea are high. But in a place where seaweed is all over the place, everywhere, that's too much of a chance. The clues that Jimo wanted were not there. But Sun Kai and Kin Yu, who followed him and searched along the coastline together, had a great harvest, catching several fish that had produced supernatural energy fluctuations in a row. These fish would either spit water or drill sand. And there were also those that would glide along the ground. Sun Kai, with his own speed as well as that sharp dagger, dealt with those fish that were not fast and would only spit water, and it was simply a matter of stabbing them. Kin Yu was even more so. Her psychic ability was simply much better than Sun Kai's in a place littered with seaweed, except that she had overdrawn her previous psychic ability and ended up only being able to fight Sun Kai to a draw, catching 3 psychic fish each. After that, the two of them turned their attention to some other sea creatures that didn't have alien energy fluctuations yet could move around the shore. These creatures were of various shapes and bright colors. They had no supernatural fluctuations, yet they were different from the normal species. Perhaps because of the mutation, many of the fish didn't die after being washed ashore, but instead used their fins on both sides to crawl along the shore. And there were even fish that grew several hard tentacles and walked directly with them. As for other sea crabs, shells, and individual fish, they are directly hidden in the seaweed or sand, not seriously rummage. Simply cannot be found, and when another high tide, those hidden guys will emerge, along the sea water away. And only then is the best time to find and catch them. After Sun, Kai, and Kin Yu learned the main points, they let go of their hands and feet to catch with great interest, which gave Jimo the time to focus on deeper and more distant places. When the tide goes out, it's not just fish and shellfish that leave mixed with the seawater. That silvery, white root is obviously mixed in as well. There are more than 20 or 30 of them found in Jimo. The answer surprised Emmanuel greatly. If it was an ordinary root, the kind that breaks with a swipe of a claw, Jimo wouldn't have been that surprised. But he noticed that those roots that were broken by the water flow were clearly all spontaneously broken. Just like the one he gave to Kin Yu, and at the moment of the break, he did detect an energy fluctuation, a feeling similar to those fish caught by Kin Yu and Sun Kai, which undoubtedly contained crystal cores. Thinking like this, Jimo suddenly felt that it seemed like he should have supernatural powers as well. Just what exactly does it take to confirm one's powers? Unable to seek an answer, Jimo quickly put the question aside and continued to record and study the routes those roots flowed through. Most of the day had passed since Lulu had been captured. and Jimo only hoped that it would be safe. Night is approaching. The tide's attack is also gradually weakening. Jimo can already spot the vague figures on the shore. These are about the villagers of Dingyi village. While there are quite a few older people, there are even more young adults. While the three were putting in their own efforts, Sun Hui had already rushed over with Tiger and the others. You too, don't think that just because you've awakened your powers that you're so great. Don't you remember what I said before? Just as soon as she stood still, Sun Hui directly pulled the two children over and lectured them. It was the first time Shed been so annoyed. And Shed never thought there was a time when the two kids were so clueless. What's the tide? Not to mention the district's two beginner first, ranked adepts. Even a fourth or fifth, ranked expert wouldn't dare to wade into the sea tide without knowing anything about it. The impact was simply not something a human or most creatures could fight off. I didn't expect these two kids to take advantage of the fact that they had psychic abilities. One of them relied on speed to shake them off, and the other one did it even more stealthily, even piling up a human form with plants to make a double. And she wasn't even sure when the person disappeared. Sis Megumi-san. It was also the first time the two children had seen Sun Hui get so angry, and they couldn't help but be a little weak. Look at the two children's pitiful appearance. Sun Hui, a stomach of anger cannot come out, and just happened to see not far away that Mo stepped on the boots and rushed over aggressively. IMO. Because of the need to take care of the two kids, even if they waded into the saltwater area, they didn't get too far away from them. Later, when he realized the arrival of Sun Hui and the others, he stopped his movements by reflex. By the time he reacted and tried to leave again, the other party had already killed in front of him. Very well, it's really you guy. Sun Hui pointed at Jimo in annoyance. But he couldn't say anything accusatory for half a second. The other party, though not a life form, had not done anything evil, much less something to harm the two children, other than teaming up with the strange bug to destroy a small part of the village's defenses. On the contrary, not only had the two children each learned a martial arts attack that suited them with the help of the other, they had also acquired nice weapons. The dagger Sun Hui could not tell the history of it, only that it was a bone from some creature. But the whip, which she would never dream of recognizing wrongly, was exactly what the Gongzi had said was the target of their trip. Before coming here, Sun Hui had actually thought about whether she would bump into each other in this neighborhood, because since the other party was able to obtain this route, it meant that the other party's range of activities should also be in this neighborhood. And by confronting Tian Bin earlier, she was also certain that the other party was fine, to be able to escape under a second, daughter alien, and even vaguely overpower the other. Such a species was not necessarily a match for herself. There was no hatred between the two of them, and if there was a chance to encounter the other party again, and the other party was willing to help the humans, then she could try to befriend them. I didn't realize that what I imagined at the time had come true. It was just that the encounter was less than flattering, and she couldn't help but relocate her anger. You say, if not for the appearance of the other party, her well-behaved younger brother and sister, and how would one only said I go over first, and ran away on the run. The other even ran quietly. She did not even realize when the other party left. She was the only psychic in the village, and her psychic ability was too restrictive to control Sun Kai, a speed psychic, and Qin Yu, a control psychic. I don't know how either of them found out about this guy. Neither of them is a guy to be trifled with. Belching and belabering, Sun Hui's anger gradually dissipated a bit. Staring at the silent Jimo, she couldn't really count out anything, and finally had to glare at Tiger and the others who were following her. What's the point of following me? Can't you see that everyone is busy? Do what you need to do. Looking at Sun Hui's ugly face, Tiger gave a somewhat resigned "oh," and then led the brothers behind him to follow to pick up the fish and shellfish that had been washed ashore by the sea. If you come across a guy with special abilities, such as being able to spray water or being particularly fast, you immediately yell out loud, and a few people come together to surround and intercept him. Everyone was busy, and Jimo was really not in the mood to deal with Sun Hui, so he could only nod at the other party and point to the two children before heading towards the area of rapid water that he had previously intended to check out. The two children who wanted to follow were naturally stopped by Sun Hui, and after a good lesson, she asked, "What is he going to do, huh?" Sun Kai was a bit confused. Didn't the little mute go to pick up something? Sun Hui looked at his own stupid brother. Simply do not know what to say. Well, just pick up something. Then, why go to such a dangerous place? I think he might be looking for something. Qin Yu pursed her lips. It might be that missing bug from before. Speaking of bugs, Sun Hui recalled the footage he saw above the surveillance later. That guy was simply the alien of the aliens. Even digging through such a strong alloy, the good thing was, that guy, no matter how alien he was, still belonged to the biological category, and the potion he had made would still work on it. I just don't know how resistant the other side is, and how long the effects will last. In the dark forest, a round cocoon tightly wrapped by several roots grew larger and larger under the successive roots. Suddenly, around the cocoon, there was a continuous bulging position. The top position was the most serious, boo sound. The bulging position was finally pierced through, and then there were 4 pieces of flat teeth with the color of steel came out. The flat teeth rotated in a clockwise direction, slow and fast, and soon cleared a gap. Even though the surrounding roots continued to fill in, they were still being strangled by it in a strong and thunderous manner. Then the owner of the flat teeth emerged. Cylindrical, pointed head, abdominal eyes, and many feet are also quite a lot. Is not exactly who is the Lulu that was worried by the IMO. After Lu broke free from the round cocoon. Those roots that were forced to cut themselves off actually seemed like they had human emotions. Too scared to come forward, but still tenaciously moving at a distance of 2 or 3 meters from it. Every time it moves a step, those roots follow, and it would also roll away the other broken-off root while Lulu was grubbing up the crystal core. Eat a crystal core of the building deeply wrong, rushed those roots around a circle, and increased its area of activity. It also no longer directly open planes to eat, directly with its feet to pull those roots together, and then one by one to pick on the back, especially after realizing that these roots didn't dare to attack themselves. The highly skilled and bold Lulu even twisted its tentacles and crawled towards the place where more energy was gathered. The forest was dark, so dark that not a single ray of light filtered through, so there was no vegetation other than the smooth trunks of trees that led nowhere. Lulu's tentacles probed left and right, and finally, as if they were sure of something, they rushed to the bottom of a thick tree trunk, hugged and nibbled. However, this bite went down, but it was like startling the sleeping beasts. The whole forest seemed to come alive. The tree trunks around Lulu have dialed up the ground, and the tree trunks in all directions transformed into tentacles and drew towards it in unison. For a moment did not react to the Lulu was pumped dazed. Good thing it is thick enough skin, wings are strong enough. None the less saved himself. Even the sliver of roots on his back is also retained. Lu curved his tentacles and carefully hid them in his abdomen, then chose a trunk close by that was slightly thinner and thin enough for him to get a mouthful, and bit right down on it without letting go of his mouth. No matter how those tree trunks disguised as tentacles whipped it, except for the 360-degree rotation of its forelegs to resist. It was just like being glued to it. Instead, the tree trunks, from time to time, would collide with each other because they couldn't avoid each other. Rubbing out tiny sparks, while jerking hard, he shrank into a ball, only showing his sturdy back and sharp forelegs. The two sides were locked in a standoff for a while, with neither side able to do anything about it. Just at this moment, The forest was violently quiet. The surroundings seems to have been cast a static spell. From the high sky straight down a yellowish smooth vine. Will Lulu roll will disappear in the forest. And those silver-white roots below that had once surrounded Lulu also dispersed, and in the blink of an eye, they were gone. The swept-away Lulu still maintained the action of hugging the trunk of the tree and nibbling, but did not realize that the food that was about to come to its mouth was already far away from it. Good thing that a more delicious existence had popped up, however, not waiting for it to hit that delicious idea. It had already been out of the darkness. Lulu, who was not quite accustomed to the light, was a bit confused, and the whole stiffened up, not daring to make the slightest movement. Then, without waiting for it to adjust to the light, it was back in the familiar darkness. This dark space was dark and narrow, and didn't have a familiar smell that the building didn't really like. Just as it began to engage in its old business, intending to dig out a passageway in this confined space, it suddenly smelled a good odor, just like the one on the guy before. It crawled in a daze, following its instincts towards the place that gave off that smell. Then a figure was spotted on a white raised platform, somewhat similar to the guy before, but not quite the same. This guy was so small, not as tall as himself, so much flesh nothing like the guy with the empty body. Lou circled around the high platform that smelled so good for some time before finally picking the best spot to get down. It felt like it should be getting some sleep. That was what Jakku saw when he opened his eyes, a strange-looking animal, topped with a string of silvery, white roots, was crouching at his feet, sleeping soundly. HMPH, that thing is really persistent. Is it alive this time? Jakku frowned in dissatisfaction and raised his foot to kick it. Lulu, who was sleeping soundly, was kicked violently and rolled directly on the ground several times before stopping. The 3 pairs of feet scratched in the air for a while before they managed to roll over, then shook their tentacles and scurried back to the most comfortable position to continue sleeping. For the first time being ignored completely, Jakku flinched and was about to put his foot down again when he suddenly realized that this guy didn't seem to be sent by that thing. He lifted his foot and lowered it gently, and with a grunt he turned his head away from it. Just a moment later, it turned back and struck a spell at it with a face full of displeasure. On the other side, Jimo, who had been silently observing those roots, had also finally deduced the location of the other side's appearance, only that, in order to know their exact provenance, he would have to go out to sea to reach the point that he had determined, in order to make further judgments. But how would he be able to get out to sea? Was there anything that would allow him to occupy an elevated position for observation even in the sea? Still pondering, Jimo was swept away by a wave in the next second, and after a flurry of washing and being thrown heavily into the wet and soft mud and sand, he was buried tightly, and it took a lot of energy to climb out. This is not the first time he was buried. See, a lot of people feel pain for him. Fortunately is the alien, if ordinary people, was so big wave pouncing. Not dead also have to take off into the skin. By then, may become the walking dead. But this person is also very stubborn. Sun Kai and Qin Yu went up to persuade a number of times, time and again to no avail. Finally, Sun Huey out of the way, stopped the 2 children and promised to help when necessary. The 2 children were obediently assigned to the other side to help. That is, Mo was thrown and beaten by the waves, looking miserable, but still persevering to pounce on this moment. Even the tiger and others could not help but look sideways at his persistence. How is this a kind of self-mutilation spirit? On the contrary, Sun Huey had a much better opinion of him, whether it was a life form or not, as long as it was an intelligent species. To be able to do that to one's companion was enough to prove that the other party's character was not bad. For this reason, she also specifically instructed the crowd to report any sightings of the bug. It's just a shame that no news has been received until now. Sun Huey glanced at the sky and instructed the crowd to start counting the loot back to the village. while he himself came before Jimo after thoroughly driving the two little tails away. From what Kai and Yu said, "You can understand what we're saying." Emmanuel cleaned the mud off his body, then nodded. "I'm not sure what happened to you before. But if you're really looking for that bug, you should also know that there's little chance of it surviving from the time it was captured until now." Jimo buried his head. He knew that the other party said words have sense. However, no, but does not mean that it can be accepted. No matter what he now needs to do is to find Lulu, even if it is just a corpse. His eyes then crossed over to Sun Hui, who was speaking with him, and landed on Dingyi village, which was hanging in the air not far away. Because of Jimo's movements, Sun Hui, who was so close to him for the first time, suddenly noticed his distinctive eyes, and carefully sized up Jimo once again. Sun Hui has a bold guess in her heart, but this is just this time, but it is not suitable to say it. So she said, "No matter what, An, the power is always more than one person. If you want to find your partner, we can provide help, but there are requirements." Jimo was a little surprised at the other party's attitude. After all, after realizing that he was not a fresh living organism, the other party seemed to have been very scornful of himself. Even for the sake of the weapon materials, at most as before, not attacking, not repelling, suddenly it was so much friendlier, which in turn made the flattered Jimo not quite accustomed to it. But he did need help himself, so he honestly nodded his head and expressed his willingness to accept the conditions. Seeing that he was so dry, Sun Hui also decisively listed her conditions. No one shall be hurt without cause. Jimo nodded his head. This one he would have done even if Sun Hui hadn't mentioned it. 2. Help us find the kind of root you gave to Luna. Jimo was a little surprised since the other party was also looking for those roots, but his purpose was originally this, and the two were not contrary to each other, so he also nodded his head decisively. "Those are the only two conditions I have. As long as you can do them, and if there's anything I can do to help, just say so." After she finished speaking, she seemed to remember that this guy was unable to speak. So she asked again, "Can you write?" Jimo helplessly shook his head, although he was now able to understand what everyone was saying. He didn't know if it was because he had lost a part of his memory, but he was really unfamiliar with these words. Sun Hui nodded without saying anything more. Only after bringing Jimo into the village and handing it over to Sun Kai and the two of them. Before parting, she added an abrupt remark. "There are many books in the village, if you want to read them. You can let Kai and Yu take you there." At those words, the flames in Jimo's eyes flared up, extraordinarily bright. The shape of Dingyi village hasn't changed much. The only thing different is just the surroundings. However, whether it's in the forest or by the sea, the village of Dingyi seems to blend in well and doesn't seem out of place. Most of the people in the village were busy dealing with the harvest brought in by the tidal wave, and Jimo, eager to communicate with Sun Hui and others for help, settled down to learn from the youngest initiation books. Although Jimo wasn't exactly sure where exactly his memories were stored, since he had been awake, as long as he had been exposed to the information, he wouldn't forget it after a night's hard work. Jimo was able to roughly combine the language he heard on a regular basis with words. But he didn't stop learning, because there was so much more that he didn't remember. It was only after most of the people in the village had already gotten up that Jimo silently knocked on the door of Sun Hui's house. A few moments later, the door to the room opened, and Sun Hui appeared fully clothed in front of herself. "Yo, so fast, can write already." Right, Sun Hui was not at all surprised that Jimo was able to familiarize himself with those words he once did not understand after only one night. Because ever since she became an exalt, her memory in a certain aspect was also many times better than it once was. And not only her, most exalts would get more or less improvement in their memory, and this non-life form according to the male. Most of the existence with spiritual intelligence, The learning ability is not below the alien, as it turns out. The Duke was right, she said. Come on, let's go to the studio before the two little ones wake up. Jimo nodded and silently followed Sun Hui. Sun Hui's studio is located in the belly of the mountain. A very inconspicuous wooden door. The door is very narrow, but the space inside is very large. The entire space is decorated with large and small transparent jars. And there are also many organs, cells and blood in the jars, and it is easy to see that IMO has a burst of scalp, although he does not have a scalp. But as soon as he entered the place, that uncomfortable feeling of being inside a laboratory resurfaced. Come on in, what are you doing staring at the door? Yima's performance Sun Hui naturally saw it in his eyes. And after seeing the other party actually balked a little, the corner of his lips also curled up slightly. Latest chapters read more. Then she mouthed a light chant. Not far from the seat will slide along a certain trajectory to her side. Sun Hui pulled the seat and leaned on it, and beckoned a table and chair towards Jimo. There is an entry device on the table. You know how to operate it, right? If you don't know how to do it, you can also use the most primitive method. There is paper and pen inside the drawer. However, as soon as her words left her mouth, Jimo had already shaken his head and turned the recorder on. He wasn't quite comfortable holding the pen yet, and he didn't know what the written font would look like and whether the other party would recognize it. It was not as convenient as a recorder. As long as it was written in a rough shape, it could be recognized automatically. Then he wrote hello on the recorder. Sun Hui was flabbergasted, then returned the favor. Jimo had already written his name and the news that he knew the exact location of the silver-white root by this time. Sun Hui's idle attitude changed and his tone was a bit eager. Do you know where those roots came from? Jimo nodded and explained how Lulu was kidnapped by those roots and how he knew the other party's location. Just did not directly tell each other the direction of those roots. Sun Hui also seemed to understand his scruples and didn't ask him to reveal his bearings. She didn't need to know the origin of those roots, as that was something outside of her ability. She only needed to take this opportunity to find those roots. And she could obtain wealth that no one else could even think of, with Emmanuel to show her the way. She was sure she would be able to get more out of it than anyone else, after obtaining Jimo's affirmation. Sun Hui immediately summoned Tiger's Eye and asked him to arrange the preparations first. She then waved back the flat table in front of the two of them and laughed softly. Speaking of which, I haven't seen you in your true form yet, so I don't know if it's convenient. I don't mean anything else. You know, those two children have always wanted me to treat you. Speaking of Sun Kai and Qin Yu, Jimo's mind couldn't help but soften a lot. The two were currently in a cooperative relationship and would probably have more contact afterward. And he no longer intended to hide, silently unloading the disguises on himself one by one. At this time, Jimo's body was still wrapped in thick seaweed. I don't know if it was his illusion. Always felt that these seaweeds seemed to be able to live well on him. Soon, his delusion became reality with Sun Hui's seal of approval. Those seaweed even seems to have life, like sticking to the body of the IMO, causing her to spend a lot of effort to pull it down, landing seaweed fresh and alive, completely unlike a day away from the sea of plants. I do not know if it is not the reason of Qin Yu's supernormal ability. Just at this time, Sun Hui no longer had time to pay attention to these. Her entire attention completely fell on the restored original appearance of Jimo. It's one thing to guess and another to actually see it. If it wasn't for the fact that a cooperative conversation had just taken place, allowing Sun Hui to determine that the skeleton in front of her did indeed have a soul, even if she had already heard Huang Qiang say so, and even if she had seen the other party's spirituality with her own eyes, she probably would have taken the other party to be a mutated version of a zombie. Sun Hui had always been skeptical of Huang Qiang's words. But it wasn't until this skeleton stood in front of her alive, that she was convinced of the authenticity of the news, and truly understood what the prince's words, "Everything can have a spirit," really meant. She looked Jimo up and down before finally asking, "Do you have any companions? There was a battle with someone in a small village in the forest a few months ago." Jimo was a bit flabbergasted by the question, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. After all, he didn't really understand what was happening to him right now. His silence was taken as a rejection by Sunwise. "That's fine. If you don't want to answer it, just pretend I didn't ask." Sun Hui didn't dwell on this question, and turned her attention to Jimo's body after a full day of excessive exercise, even after absorbing 5 crystal cores during that time. Jimo's height was eventually reduced to about 1 meter. However, Sun Hui, who did not often come into contact with him, only felt that the height difference between the several times they met was due to the visual difference caused by the other party's disguise, and did not take it to heart. As for the Sun, Kai, and Qin Yu, who are often in contact with him, did not take this seriously at all. And the two who were bent on taking Jimo as a reference only thought that they had grown quite a bit taller again. After observing for a moment, Sun, he tentatively pressed her hand closer. "May I?" Emmanuel didn't refuse. If the other party really had a way to make his muscles grow and grow blood, that would also fulfill a wish of his own. "Are you a race, born like this?" Sunwise asked, knocking on the bones in his body. Jimo shook his head, although he was missing some memories. The fact that he was born as a human being was definitely not forgotten. He wanted to greet the flat table from before to make it easier to communicate. However, that seemed to be voice-activated. But when she looked at him pointing to where he had just been chatting, Sun, he realized that he had something he wanted to say and quickly summoned the flat table. "What do you want to say?" "I once heard Sunk. I say that you can help give birth to flesh and blood," Emmanuel wrote. "It's about the time Tiger was bitten by a rat, right?" Sun Hui shook her head and said, "Your case is different from his. My supernormal ability can accelerate the growth of cells, but first, there have to be cells. The reason why Tiger was able to get well. That's because he only had his arms' flesh and blood eaten. After removing the toxin, he could regenerate." Upon hearing this, Jimo immediately understood Sun Hui's meaning. Sun Hui's supernormal ability was to build on the original cells and help them grow. However, he himself didn't have those, whether it was flesh and blood or tendons and muscles. And even the skeleton on his body was not a very human skeleton. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't disappointed. Yet so what, even if he became a skeleton? Even if he wasn't sure if he still belonged to the human race? The heart that wanted to exist remained so firm. Knock, knock, knock. It was at this moment that the knocking at the door interrupted the silence of the two people in the room. I only heard Sun Kai ask quietly from outside, "Sis, I heard that little dummy came here with you. Have you guys finished talking?" Listening to Sun Kai's careful questioning, Jimo's last remaining little bit of melancholy disappeared, and the whole thing relaxed. Even if he was like this, there were still people who cared. Enjoying caring and giving equal care is probably the point of his existence. The concern in the other party's mouth that Jimo was able to understand. How could Sun Hui not understand it? She tasted a bit. All right. I'll give you back a full bearded little mute in no time. I really don't know who's really your sister. You pack up and go out too. We'll be ready as soon as we can to reach that point you mentioned." Jimo nodded his thanks and was about to wrap up those ripped-off seaweeds on the ground when he was stopped by Sun Hui, who pointed to a rectangular culture tank not far away and said, "Do you want to try that one? Those clays are specially cultivated by me. The color is similar to the skin, and the most important thing is that it's very sticky." Understanding the other party's meaning, Jimo was busy nodding his head. He blended into the crowd. Every moment he was worried that his original form would be exposed, causing sideways glances and panic among the people around him. And now that the other party was able to provide a more perfect cover, Who wouldn't say yes, thanks, 2 words, but they were written with extra care by Jimo with a single stroke. The operation of an entire mobile fortress requires charging, but also overhauling various locations to ensure that there are no accidents while on the move. Thus, it was nearly noon when Dingyi village was ready. Sun Hui didn't delay, and after an order, the fortress gradually moved and then entered the sea. Even this kind of behemoth still looks small and helpless in the face of the raging sea. The village of Dingyi sank and floated in the sea, and the people in the village rocked with the waves. Luckily, the village was big enough that the shaking sensation was there but didn't affect normal life. But because of the busy night yesterday and the back busyness this morning, there was basically no activity in the village. The IMO that has been filled with clay and wrapped in skin and pinched out the 5 senses is also trying to appear in front of people for the first time in such a dignified manner. At this time, Jimo, even if no longer heavily armed from a distance, also has a human appearance, coupled with that set of Sun Kai excessive down the clothes. The whole is more than a trace of popularity. Especially Sunwise helped him put on a wig and find glasses. Mo, you really don't want to go with us to play at the village entrance. Sun Kai tugged on Jimo's arm with a disbelieving face. The village entrance is so much fun right now. Just stand there, and those fish will jump up from the sea. Since knowing the name of the little mute, the 2 children have consciously changed their name, to be honest. It is also the first time that Yimo has been called Mo. This kind of is really a bit uncomfortable. However, it was good enough for the name to be called out. At least Jimo no longer had to worry about the fact that he never got to use it, resulting in him not even remembering his name one day, though, with his current memory, it was pretty hard to forget. In fact, He'd really like to go to the entrance of the village with his 2 children or something, not to catch fish, but only because it was crowded enough to be lively. However, no, he didn't know enough about the world. He needed to know more, and only when he knew more could he live better. Jimo patted Sun Kai's hand and shook his head again at Qin Yu, who didn't say anything but had an expectant look on her face. Firmly pointing in the direction of the library, indicating the destination he was going to, his movements were still a little stiff, but that was due to the care that was always taken in fear that the clay would crack, and in fact, it was genuinely of good quality. I also don't know how Sunwise cultivated all this mud. The color of the mud is similar to skin color, and it is extremely sticky, so even if you try hard, you won't be able to get it off. The most important thing is, the flexibility of these mud is very good, that even if Mo makes the movements of a normal person, it will not reveal any cracks. Mo, you really, what's there to see in those books? Why don't you go to the village entrance to fish for fun? Let me tell you, a lot of those fish have crystal cores, all colors and sizes. When he thought that the crystal cores he cleaned out yesterday were more than what he had seen in the past few years. Sun Kai couldn't stop being excited, yet Emmanuel was not impressed. The crystal cores were certainly important to him. After all, if they could be replenished, he might still be able to return to his initial height. However, the way to obtain the crystal cores he already knew. He just needed to do hard labor, and the library, however, was not a place he could enter just because he wanted to. In particular, there was a set of After the Star Flare in there, and the author, Gongzi Jinjiang, exhaustively described the overview of the entire world with a sophisticated writing style. This was exactly the kind of knowledge that Jimo desperately needed to know at the moment. In the book, Gongzi Jinjiang not only analyzed the world pattern and pointed out the threats and opportunities that existed on the continent, but also warned in advance before the outbreak of the mutation, and guided some unexpected events after the end of the world, so that people could solve the predicament in front of them in time and gain a ray of hope. Most importantly, he had also proposed the way forward for all kinds of supernormal abilities in response to the supernormal abilities. This is the most important thing that IMO wants to know at the moment. Only with a clear understanding of one's psychic abilities can one better utilize them to one's advantage. For example, Sun Hui's healing, Sun Kai's speed, and Qin Yu's manipulation, not to mention Sun Hui, just looking at Sun Kai and Qin Yu. Which one of them did not have a battle power that was several times higher than before becoming an alien? Once confronting the man in black, Jimo could take advantage of his strong physical hardness to be emboldened. He was also slightly better in the battle with the alien before. However, when Lulu was tied up by the silver and white rootbeard in front of him, he deeply felt his powerlessness. Jimo had always thought that he was strong enough to defend himself, but he hadn't realized that he was just sitting on a well, whether it was the man in black or that alien earlier. They were not the strongest in this world. It is written in the starry flare that the exalted can be categorized into 10 orders. Beginner level can only be considered as an introduction, for example, the previous speed faculty alien and Sun Kai. They were both at the beginner's level, so in terms of the display of their abilities, they were only slightly faster. Far from being able to utilize the true power of speed faculty aliens, a true high-ranking speed faculty adept was an existence that could instantly span thousands of meters yet effortlessly. That is to say, when you and the other side of the fight, maybe your time is still stuck in the moment before the beginning of the fight, but the other side has finished attacking and safely returned to the original place. It looks as if it did not move. Moreover, the attack moves produced by each system of psychic abilities were not necessarily the same. It was as if Qin Yu could manipulate some plants that had no thinking ability or low thinking ability through contact, but was unable to apply her manipulation ability to other species or people. Some control system psychics, however, can directly apply their psychic abilities to animals and people. There was an instance mentioned in the book. It was a certain unloved little girl who, at the early stage of obtaining her psychic ability, because she didn't know how to use it, unconsciously controlled the cats and dogs around her, and later, when her psychic ability was enhanced, she controlled her own parents, finally causing the pets and parents that she thought loved her the most to gradually lose their spirituality in the process of being controlled. And all of them became puppets headed by all the girl's commands. There were also various other types of psychic abilities that were described in the book. It not only listed the characteristics of those psychic abilities, but also gave tips on what to look out for with those psychic abilities. The more he looked at Starburst, the more Jimo hated to study it thoroughly. This series of books encompassed everything. Every aspect was covered. It was simply an encyclopedia. Inside, even mutants, alien mutation, the land of exile, etc., those vocabulary that Jimo once did not understand, can be found one by one in the book, about the mutation and the land of exile. It goes back to the Starburst incident. The Starburst incident happened in the year 2001, 100 of the continental calendar. At that time, it was the hottest time of the continent of Yalan, and there were still a lot of people who were still out in the cool when the night fell. And these people were all fortunate enough to see that scene. A massive meteor shower impacted the planet, stamping the entire night into day. Since then, there have been many anomalies in many places. There were outbreaks of resurrection from the dead or rabies. This is the kind of mutation that Gongzi Jinjiang emphasized in his book. He warned that no matter what kind of incident you encountered, you should not send people to places where people are concentrated, and you should first do a good job of isolation. Then strengthen their own exercise to prevent resistance weakness, as well as being attacked by the other side. There are also pictures of physical fitness techniques below the text. From Jimo's perspective, those moves were not as good as the ones he remembered, but they had merit, and could indeed allow one to achieve the goal of strengthening one's body. About a year after that, these visions finally broke out. Pieces of the living dead appeared in various places. physically sound but senseless. Knowing only to follow their instincts to devour flesh and blood, whether human or animal, the leader of the Aramaic continent was also tragically killed in this outbreak. His death caused a sudden change in the continent's pattern, with the 8 military regions governing each other and restraining each other. Forming a bizarre alliance, the place where Jimo was currently staying was precisely under the jurisdiction of the 7th Group Army. The leader of the 7th Group Army, Ding Cheng, was the son of a marshal and had been practicing in the military since he was young. After the old marshal passed away, he took over the affairs of the army, following in his father's footsteps. Ding Cheng is not very old, but he is a decisive person, compared to the expulsion of the other districts. All mutants found in his district were executed, cremated, and buried in deep soil, even if the mutation was not complete and many were still conscious. After that, he ordered to investigate and deal with the weak and sick people. This kind of people will basically be directly driven out of the precincts. Especially for the sick alien is even more strict. Once found, will be directly exiled to the West and inform the other 7 Group Army. For the West, the text doesn't go into detail, but how much better could a place full of mutants and infirm be? Those who are exiled, even if there is a possibility that they won't mutate, those possibilities will be wiped out when they go. It's cruel, but it's inexorable. The text had also cited an example. A psychic alien hid his condition to avoid exile. And in the end, he still couldn't control his mutation and lost his mind. He first attacked his own family, and then used his psychic ability to continue hiding, and by the time he found out, half of the city had already been tragically killed. After reading the entire series of books, Jimo couldn't help but sigh. This world was more complicated than he had imagined. The good thing was that through this book, he finally had some understanding of the entire continent. Only, that is, what he feels strange is that the publication date of this book is actually June 2001, 100 of the continental calendar. Exactly the month in which the starburst incident occurred. Knock, knock, knock at that moment. He heard a knock on the door. And then, as soon as the door opened in front of him, appeared Sun Kai's silhouette. Mo, my sister asked me to call you. Immortal nodded and rose to return the book in his hand to its original position. Is it finally here? Familiar vibrations, familiar energy fluctuations, when the entire village of Ding Yi was activated by this strong tremor. Jimo knew that his judgment was not wrong. Is that the place? Pointing at a small black dot slightly far away. Sun Hui's eyes could not hide her excitement. As a member of the Exalted, she could certainly feel the strong fluctuation at this moment. Almost without Jimo's nod, Sun Hui had already started to gather his men. These people were also prepared. And when they received the order, they went about their business, pushing boats, sending nets, and transporting weapons, as if they had already practiced 1,000 times. Even Sun Kai and Qin Yu, the newly minted Exalted, mingled in and did what they could. Jimo saw that they were busy and hot, so he didn't come along. His goal wasn't on these routes. So after realizing that all of these routes had indeed entered the land from this direction, he started working on analyzing them in order to further speculate on where they came from. An analysis, you need to stand according to a high point, looking at the whole situation, just when Jimo climbed to the roof of Sun Hui's house. This look let his heart tightened. Well, he didn't have a heart. It was just an imaginary feeling. As Ding Yi village approached the black spot, the black spot's appearance was revealed a little bit, which was not a black spot. It was clearly an island wrapped in silver-white plants. An island that led straight to the sky. The whole island was wrapped in silver-white plants. Not to mention that the sea near it was also full of those silver-white roots, which were densely intertwined and wriggling, and the picture made people shudder with Jimo's physique. Touching a single root beard, there was no way to break through the opponent's defense, and the dense root whiskers in the line of sight are more than 10 million. How can the hundreds of people in Dingyi village be their opponents? Fortunately, these root whiskers do not have the intention of actively attacking humans. Otherwise, the consequences simply dare not let people imagine. After confirming the provenance of those roots, Jimo immediately found Sun Hui. He wanted to inform the other party of his discovery to avoid the other party making a wrong judgment due to his lack of understanding. However, Sun Hui was not at all surprised when she heard about it, and only smiled and told Jimo to rest assured that she would make arrangements. At the end, Sun Hui suddenly asked, "Do you want to go to that island?" Jimo nodded his head, if he wasn't wrong. Lulu should have been brought to that island by those roots. No matter what, he would go up, live to see the bugs, die to see the corpse this way. Sun Hui said with some difficulty, "Now you are also clear about the energy of those roots. Currently, with our ability at most, we can only dare to move around the periphery. We don't dare to go deep at all. If you want to go to the island after understanding the other party's meaning." Jimo immediately waved his hand, signaling that the deal ended here and he would find his own way to the island. Is it worth it for a bug? Sun Hui was a bit puzzled. Just looking at the number of those roots in the periphery was enough to make one's scalp numb. Not to mention the fact that any random root beard inside, there didn't seem to be something that Jimo could deal with. On top of that, this was still just the periphery of the island. What would be inside the island, no one was even sure. But even with the public's special reminder, they knew that there were even more terrifying creatures inside that were not something they could dabble in at this stage. Was it worth wading into danger for a bug? Is it worth it? In Jimo's opinion, it is not worth it. Lulu is because of him and suffered this disaster. As the originator of his own, how can he stand idly by, seeing his resolute attitude? Sun Hui didn't say anything more and only said, "If you really want to go to the island, it's better to shed this mud. It can't be soaked in seawater for a long time. There is another kind of mud in my studio. Although the attachment isn't that strong, the waterproofing is good. You can't soak in seawater for long." Jimo was a bit surprised, because before he had done a test, this mud, in addition to the toughness, is good. Touching the water is no problem. At that time, he thought that it could be waterproof. But now when he heard Sun Hui say, could it be that its weakness lies in the long soak? Or the salt? Jimo nodded darkly, making a mental note of this one to avoid mistakes next time. The new replacement clay is similar in color to the previous one. And it's true that it's not as sticky as the previous one, but it's better at being waterproof after dipping into the water. Jimo immediately felt the difference between the two. The former fits itself, discharging water out, but the latter seems to melt in the water, absorbing and discharging at the same time, matching the rhythm of the water flow. The results were unexpectedly satisfying. That said, neither the mobile fortress itself nor the two current muds seem to have been seen in Starburst. I also wonder if the author hasn't encountered them, or if is deliberately hiding them immediately afterward. Jimo dismissed this guess. What was there to hide? This ordinary-looking dingy village was indeed not simple, especially Sun Hui's recent reaction. She seemed to understand everything about this place, but also seemed to be puzzled. It was as if she had only learned it from a book or from someone else's mouth, and it didn't quite match up with reality. Dingy Village is not considered slow. Almost after the AMO mud change is completed, there are already traces of silvery, white roots around. The village is surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides, which can be considered a heavenly danger. It was just able to stop those with evil intentions. But it couldn't stop these root whiskers. Once these roots were in the ground, they were like fish in the water. Unusually flexible, it was good that after they entered the ground, they did not break out and wreak havoc on the village facilities. Only, there was a lot of power in a lot of whiskers, and the marching dingy village was forced to stop in the end. Then Jimo saw the young and strong men in the village boarding the boats that had been prepared earlier. The boats sailed in different directions, and after a short trip, the people immediately took action and cast their nets in unison. This kind of net that Mo is very familiar. It is not long ago the group of black people used on him. Only the other side was sprayed with a gun at that time, and now the crowd is like a fishing general scattering. However, Jimo clearly remembers that the quality of the net was not very good, and these people were afraid that they could not trap those roots. And it is true, seeing that the nets were destroyed one by one, the people on the boat continued to cast their nets as if they were oblivious. IMO is a little puzzled. Obviously before has mentioned the characteristics of these roots and whiskers to Sun Huey. Look at the other party's winning appearance, but also to what countermeasures she came up with. Now it seems that there does not seem to be. It is good that these roots do not have the intention of approaching the hull, otherwise with its strong ability. To deal with these people, it is as easy as a palm. However, soon Emmanuel's thoughts were disproved by the facts. It wasn't that Sun Huey didn't think of a solution, but her solution needed some time to materialize, when a root whisker automatically broke off its tail and fled, leaving behind countless tails with crystal cores. Jimo finally recalled the time Lulu suffered. He returned his sight to the rest of the cliffs, and sure enough, he saw that the root whiskers that had previously flaunted their power by virtue of their many whiskers had already disappeared. What a domineering poison! It's just that the net is just the same. How could Jimo not figure out how in the world Sun Huey hid the poison so deep into the ground? And in large quantities, was this preparation made at the beginning of the construction? However, it is not possible to foresee this in advance. And it is really puzzling to see such a targeted and large-scale concealment of drugs. However, Emmanuel's puzzles will not be answered. This silent battle ended quickly, and in barely half an hour. The Rootbeards that had taken the initiative to provoke Dingyi village were all defeated. At this moment, on the surface of the sea, a strip of root whiskers that had detached from the main root was mixed in the broken nets before being salvaged by the accompanying crews on each ship. The people of the Great Harvest had no intention of tracking down those escaped roots, and immediately returned with the ship after salvaging the trophies. Jimo also boarded the boat that Sun Huey had prepared for him at this time. The boat wasn't big and could only hold 4 or 5 people. However, the hull of the boat was coated with Sun Huey's special medicine, which prevented creatures from approaching. I don't know what these medicines are made of. The effect is really good. Wherever he passes, there is really no living thing within 100 meters. Just as Jimo was getting closer and closer to the place where those roots were gathering, a dull thud overpowered the sound of the waves and went straight into his soul, followed by a violent rocking of the ship. It was not easy to stand steadily. Jimo looked back, only to realize that Dingyi village next to the unknown when there is another ship behemoth. The commotion just now was created by that behemoth crashing into Dingyi village, compared to the more natural and idyllic style of the Dingyi village. The steel samurai ship, which showed strong combat power in every part of its body, clearly had the upper hand. If the two sides fought against each other, it would be clear whether they would win or lose, after looking at the island that was close at hand. Jimo, who was uneasy about the safety of Sun Kai and the others, eventually turned around, having been favored by the village. There was no way he could turn a blind eye. However, when he managed to return the same way and saw the person standing on the bow of the giant ship across the village, his calm and waveless emotions could not help but be stirred by a surge of desire to do something impulsive, such as punching someone. Ha 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 ha, Sun Kai, your family's mobile fortress is too unimpressive. It only took one hit like that to make a crater. Look at my giant, it's intact. In this world, there are always those people who will make you talk without even realizing it. For example, Liu Guangbiao. Emmanuel never regretted returning to the village of Dingyi when he found out that it was under attack. But it was hard to describe the alien emotions when he found out that it wasn't any armed organization that was responsible for all this. But the guy with the missing head parts, Sun Kai, Kin Yu, ha 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 ha, it's really you guys. Jimo looked at the guy who had just bumped into someone else, but was talking to them like they were nothing. He really wondered how he grew up so big. Ah, light soaring brother. Hiss tilde ouch. Sis, what are you doing? Sun Kai, who was trying to greet Liu Guangbiao, rubbed his arm and looked at Sun Hui accusingly. For his own brother's performance was trembling with anger. Sun Hui has been unable to say anything else. Can only be the most primitive means of reminding, to prevent the other party accidentally slipped to the thieves' boat up. Without waiting for Sun Kai to slow down, Sun Hui grabbed him by the collar and handed the man to Tiger next to him. She didn't even look at Liu Guangbi, who jumped over to this side through the impact and directly shouted at the giant ship. Liu Zhiheng, you what see, huh? How do you know my brother's name? No, this boat is mine. What are you shouting at my brother for, well, huh? Little master, how are you here? Liu Guangbiao's words were interrupted by Jimo, who couldn't stand to watch. Attention instantly shifted. IMO also did not expect that the self changed so much Liu Guangbi, can still recognize. Just for this guy, as always deeply helpless. Tiger and the others obviously also found the interaction between the two. And the faces of those who were already dissatisfied with Jimo were even more difficult to see. However, they didn't say much in the way of Sun Hui's instructions. Most of all, the attention of the crowd was focused on the opposite side of the huge ship. Everyone seemed to be no stranger to this huge ship. Senior sister, long time no see. I didn't expect the person in charge of Dingyi Village to be you. The location where the giant ship collided with Dingyi Village had another youth appear after Liu Guangbiao. The youth's face was fair, and his silhouette was angular. The black military uniform set off a slender figure, and the whole person looked slightly cool. His momentary surprise when he saw Sun Hui was not hidden. Don't call me senior sister. I can't afford it. Sun Hui coldly lowered her face and said, cut the crap. What exactly do you want to do? Or is it that the 7 armies finally can't help themselves and are already planning to go after us civil organizations? How could you think such a thing, senior sister? The 7 armies have never meant to suppress civil organizations. If I remember correctly, just a short while ago, our academy exported a large quantity of weapons towards Jinhai City. The purchaser should be you guys, right? Is that right? Wu Bin, as the youth said this, he also confirmed it to the person behind him. Yes, Doctor's son, it's not a good habit to cross a bridge. Well said. If I had known that those people were from your 7 armies R&D department, even if I had given up those crystal cores and those weapons, I wouldn't have treated them to give you a chance to cross the river and become a white-eyed wolf. Sun Hui cursed repeatedly without taking a breath. She didn't expect this Wu Bin, who escaped after tearing his face off and losing the battle, to have the face to appear in front of her, and also had a justified and disgusting look. Between them should have been a one-handed sale after the transaction is done. No 2-0, I did not expect that this can also be entangled. I didn't expect this to be a problem. I didn't even think I could hit the village with my own ideas. If you want to take the whole village into your own use, you have to take a piss and look at what kind of goods you have. But a beginner's speed faculty adept, I don't know where to get such a big face. In that case, Captain Tian and a few of them were saved by you. Senior sister, Liu Zhiheng asked this of Sun Hui, but his eyes looked toward Wu Bin. Wu Bin was about to say something, but was interrupted by Liu Zhiheng waving his hand, only to hear him say in a slow voice, Senior sister, we haven't seen each other for so long. Don't you want to invite me over to have a seat? Who gave you permission to call me senior sister? What qualifications do you have to be a teacher's disciple? Also, you are not welcome here. You can either roll or fight. Sun Hui instantly changed his temperament, and with a wave of his hand, Sun Kai and Qin Yu, who did not have the right to speak, were taken away from the scene by the older man who grabbed them from Tiger's henchmen without even having a chance to speak to Jimo. The young adults who stayed behind went into a state of readiness. Seeing this, Jimo also reflexively pulled Liu Guangbi out behind him. Once both sides went to war, this guy was definitely the first to be taken down, fortunately. Although some people did start to pay attention to the movements over here and blocked the route that Liu Guangbiao had left. They didn't do anything about it, and most of them seemed to be more wary of the people on that huge ship. On the other side, Wu Bin was secretly relieved after realizing that Luo Zhiheng had no intention of pursuing him for omitting to report. Seeing that the Ding Yi village gang even wanted to come hard with them, his heart leapt over the top. Although he had known about the relationship between these two people, and was also clear about their incompatibility, in the end, he had gotten along for so many years, and now the other party is not buying the account. Just as he wanted. What's more, if the two sides are at war, it is possible that he can still take advantage of the chaos to get that monster. Not knowing what he remembered, the corners of Wu Bin's mouth lifted up, and his gaze toward Jimo was filled with greed. However, Wu Bin was destined to be disappointed. Compared to Sun Hui's furiousness, Luo Zhiheng didn't even change his face. His gaze towards Sun Hui was filled with helplessness, as if he was looking at an unintelligent sister. In the end, it was nothing more than a light sigh. It seems like you're still mad at me because of that teacher thing. You don't deserve to call him teacher, seeing that Sun Hui particularly resented him mentioning his teacher. Luo Zhiheng didn't continue, however. He didn't put Sun Hui's side's wariness in his eyes at all, and when the other party didn't invite him into the village, he came over on his own. When he moved, the people behind him naturally followed, in addition to Wu Bin. There was also the teenager with a weird facial expression that Jimo had seen earlier in Jinhai City. As soon as the three of them stepped into the borders of Dingyi Village, Sun Hui exploded. Very well. Looks like you guys really want to go after us. Luo Zhiheng, let me tell you, although my village's physical combat power is not as good as yours, it's not impossible to make you never leave this sea. You're still so stubborn. If the 7 armies really wanted to suppress civil organizations, how could they have let them exist? And do you really think that no one knows about these 3 years of wandering in the territory? Aren't you underestimating the power of the 7 armies? Luo Zhiheng arrived in front of Sun Hui in a flash, pressing down the hand she had tucked into her arms. The Ministry of the Army has no intention of laying hands on civil organizations, and you should not stir up disputes and cause fearless sacrifices. Think about those behind you as well as other civil organizations. Seeing that Sun Hui was being suppressed, Tiger and the others immediately went to step forward, but were stopped by Sun Hui. Stop. She took a deep breath and regulated her emotions, then shook Luo Zhiheng's hand away and said, "Destroying our village, and with an ugly face that pretends I don't want to be your enemy. Say it. What exactly is your purpose?" Luo Zhiheng saw that she was restrained and didn't care about the hand that was thrown off, smiled and said, "This you really misunderstood. It's Sunny who came over to say hello as soon as he saw your village and said he was an acquaintance." "Is that the way you greet people in your house?" Sun Hui was furious. However, the thought of a younger brother who was spoiled by this disciple controller might not really be able to do such a too deficient thing. At this time, Sun Hui also finally put her eyes on the culprit, Liu Guangbiao. It was only at this point that Liu Guangbiao realized that the original face of these people was so ugly because he bumped into them. "Are you Sun Kai's sister? I was the one who saw your village and specifically wanted to come over to say hello," he asked a little strangely. "I clearly crashed towards a place where no one was. Right. I don't think I hit anyone. So why are you so angry? Are you worried about the repair bill for that piece? Don't worry, I'll fix it." Sun Hui really is a pervert spoiled out of the second lack. Luo Zhiheng didn't care about Sun Hui's strange gaze. Slowly came to Liu Guangbiao's side and touched his head. "Sunny, is this the little master you were talking about?" Liu Guangbiao nodded his head and said, "Yes, don't look at him short and small or a mute, but he is a psychic. And he has a set of martial arts. The set of fists I learned is what he taught me, IMO. However, at this time he no longer has the heart to lament Liu Guangbiao's emotional intelligence. His entire attention was now pulled behind Luo Zhiheng, the Wu Bin who clearly should have been smashed into the sea by himself. It's amazing that he really isn't dead." Wu Bin also seemed to have sensed Jimo's attention. He returned a malicious smile to him from an unknown angle. Being able to change its shape and hide its appearance, this monster could obviously hide in the deep forests once and for all. But it was always unwilling to appear in front of people in a vain attempt to blend in with the crowd. When it had been in the lab for half a year, it had done nothing but consume countless crystal cores. Unexpectedly escaping, it had in turn made the lab fruitful in the 6 months of tracking, 7 ordinary people becoming psychics at the same time. Could this be a coincidence? Of course not. It was knowing this so well that the lab was so eager to take people away. Did those few idiots really think that if their teammates and captains became aliens, they would be able to ascend to heaven in one step? Not to mention what will happen to those people in the end, and whether they can still take care of them. They don't even think about who is their direct superior. But Wu Bin was also blessed by the misfortune. It was the performance of those people, as well as Sun Hui's softness, that made him want to master his men directly by mastering Ding Yi village. It was also what led him to confront that monster and bug, discovering a secret that even the lab hadn't noticed. Regarding the reason why those 7 people became psychics, Wu Bin had also analyzed it out of curiosity. There were no more than 2 possibilities. One was that healing psychic. The other was because of that skeleton. Before this, both the lab and he apparently thought that a healing system alien was more likely. After all, there had already been instances of healing system aliens curing infected people, causing the latter to awaken their powers. It was just that this was the first time it had been done on such a large scale. Most importantly, when the news that 2 children from Ding Yi village were about to awaken their supernatural abilities was probed, the lab would definitely focus its target on Sun Hui. If it was before he encountered that skeleton, Wu Bin would have thought the same. He had blurred some of the details before just because of that. However, upon realizing that the skeleton was the little mute who had been inseparable from the 2 children, the little master that young Master Guangbiao had spoken of, Wu Bin confirmed that the skeleton was the reason why the people had awakened their powers. First, it was the 7 people who had awakened their powers. They had all been injured by the skeleton. Then there was young Master Light Soar, and the 2 children who had spent more time with the skeletons, all of whom had awakened at about the same time, and then there's myself, who was on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd rank and thought it was the reason. Now that I think about it, that was also after being seriously injured by the claws of that skeleton. The more he thought about it, the more Wu Bin decided that the skeleton had the ability to help ordinary people to become psychics and to raise the level of psychics. Only how exactly it does, that remains to be experimented with. It was a pity that Ding Yi village's strength was beyond his expectations, making him a bit careless. Otherwise, if he was a little more careful with his planning, he might not be unable to take it. With such a battle record, was he still afraid that he wouldn't be able to be promoted to manage more men? With the henchmen, how hard could it be to take down that skeleton without God knowing? But it didn't matter if he missed so many chances. He'd have plenty of them later, because right now, he was the only one who knew exactly what that skeleton was about. Skeletons are long gone now. It had long since ceased to be the stagnant skeleton the crowd remembered. Its height had shortened, its figure had become more flexible, and it was basically no different from a normal person after wrapping up its outer clothing. It could not be detected at all when it blended in with the people. Its changes had indeed made it more difficult for the lab to search for it. However, it was cheaper for himself. You see, it was only the phrase "little master" from young Master Kwang Bio that exposed it. A monster is a monster no matter how it's disguised. It can disguise human form. It can disguise human movement. But there's no way to disguise even speech, because it has no organs. It manages to blend in with humans by virtue of its size and a few children. Its circle was only that big, and could not just be increased. All he had to do was keep a close eye on what kind of mutes the people around it came into contact with. And would he still be afraid of losing its whereabouts? Wu Bin was excited in his heart, the kind of excitement where everyone was looking for the treasure, but he was the only one who had found it. But he tried to suppress it and hide it carefully. He didn't say anything. Nobody said anything, because by getting this guy, he could create an army of shifters. Wu Bin's grandiose wishes of domination were not clear to Jimo. After realizing that the two parties couldn't fight, and that he had no chance of getting rid of the guy called Wu Bin, he quickly threw away Liu Guangbao and turned the boat around to continue in the direction of the island. However, he didn't fail to realize that just as he sailed away in front of him, Liu Guangbi followed in the back of his foot with a small-sized stealth battleship. "Yoi, thank you for this time. Otherwise, my brother would definitely not allow me to go to the island. I'll send you another K2 when I get back." Inside the battleship, Liu Guangbi comfortably leaned back on the couch and spoke leisurely towards the other side of the communicator, letting the battleship travel freely on its set route. The teenager on the opposite side, who was called Yan, was the same person that Jimo had seen earlier in Jinhai City, who made him feel that his facial expression was strange. The teenager's tone was gentle, his gaze brimming. "It's okay. It's good that you're happy, Yan. You're so nice." Liu Guangbi happily ended the communication and cozily looked at the images captured on the ship's screen belonging to the islands. "Hehe, island im coming. My brother did not allow me to come. Even the little master also obviously he himself can come. Do not want me to come. I now do not still have a way to come." On the other end, Yan, who had ended the communication, still had that same gentle expression as he cleaned up the communication logs without haste, and then walked cozily towards the Ding Yi village's council hall, in a manner that was like strolling through his own backyard garden. Just before he reached the ground, a figure rushed over in a panic. "Yewoi, have you seen young Master Kushij?" "No." Yan's voice remained the same. He gave the man a hand and asked in confusion, "Isn't he with that little master of his?" "Oops, bad thing." The man had just stabilized himself, and at the sound of his voice, he pounded his fist and rushed back again. "Liu Bo, young Master Light Soaring is afraid that he's followed that little master of his to the island." Having just finished a not-so-happy conversation with Sun Hui, she heard another bad news as soon as she left the house. Even Liu Zhiheng, who was always calm, couldn't help but change his face. "Nonsense." His gaze snapped to Yan as he asked, "This matter, how come I haven't heard you say anything about it?" "I also just found out," swept away by the other party's sharp gaze. Yan's face turned a little white, but she still tried to maintain a smile and said reassuringly, "Brother Zhiheng, don't worry. Since the people in the village dared to let that little master enter the island alone, they must have some kind of backing as well. Besides, Sunny is very resourceful and will definitely contact you the first time he encounters trouble." Liu Zhiheng glanced at him without saying anything. Turning to another person, he said, "Go arrange for manpower to track down Sunny's whereabouts and make sure to ensure his safety. Wu Bin, go contact the other squad leaders and tell them to bring their members to gather on the giant wind." After arranging for the two, Liu Zhiheng then said to Ma Yin, "We're going to enter the island. Is it okay for you to stay here? Brother Zhiheng, let me go find Sunny. Seeing Luo Zhiheng about to leave, Ma Yin hurriedly pulled the other party back. Even if other people find Sunny, he won't listen. I'll persuade him to come back. Luo Zhiheng frowned, but didn't refute the other party's offer, only saying, then go arrange for someone to come over also. Bring along Wu Bin. Don't worry, Brother Zhiheng. I know what to do. After the group left, inside the council chamber, Tiger and the others surrounded Sun Huey. Sister Huey, what should we do now? How dare they threaten you with the safety of the village and ask you to go sell your life to them? That bunch of scumbags, big deal. Let's just die, right? Let's fish out of water. You saved this life anyway. Just say the word. Young people are just the time when the fire is strong. Tiger's words will cause the crowd to agree with each other. Almost not raise the weapon to rush to the next door to destroy the other party. Enough, all shut up. Sun Huey rubbed the corner of his forehead, only to feel a pain in his brain. Fish death, easy to say. Thought about those who are waiting for us after we, the fish, die. There was a moment of silence, and Tiger added, then why don't we escape? Go west now, right? I think it's 80% that they want to enter the island, so as soon as they do. Well, leave immediately. No way, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. We can't give up that many crystal cores. Sun Huey refused the offer to leave without even thinking about it, only if she couldn't leave in time. Both herself and Dingyi village might be subject to the military. She had to think of a way to deal with it. Sun Huey really did not think that they are so small village can enter the eyes of the military. Or is it that the only one who can get into the eyes of the military is himself? I really don't know what that bunch of high-minded guys see in themselves, according to Luo Zhiheng's words. It seemed that the 7 Armies R&D department was still snobbish about herself. Is there anything special about her? No way, she's got to find out. Tiger stays behind. The rest of you continue to clear the surrounding routes. The 2 behemoths are each busy, and the roots not far from them are finally assembling again, and the dense group of roots is running to come in great numbers. With the momentum of a blood feud, at this point, Jimo, who was already close to the island, also finally encountered the first problem of boarding the island and was forced to stop the boat. The ship that AMO is traveling on will automatically drive itself according to the navigation once the destination is set. Before, because of the drug, no creature would come near in a 100-meter radius, so his trip was considered smooth. However, the closer the boat got to the island, the more dense the roots became, to the point where even though they detected the smell that they hated, they were still being pushed by the other roots. The defense of this ship cannot even defend against IMO, and against the root whiskers that are harder than the claws of IMO. It is just like a sandwich cookie, like a car accident scene that is so miserable that it cannot bear to look at it. Fortunately, Jimo had foreseen this outcome and escaped from the ship early, although different parts of his arms and calves were poked out of holes, revealing the bones inside. At this time, he didn't have the energy to pay attention to that. These roots were not targeted to attack Jimo. It's just that there are too many of them, and they are in motion and extension every moment, like countless ribbons spreading out at the same time. And even they themselves can't completely avoid colliding with this kind of thing, not to mention bumping into people. After a few impacts, the mud of Jimo's body also fell off in the east and west. Looking miserable, it was good that Jimo's suffering was not in vain. Although he looked miserable on his body, he had thus figured out the trajectory of these roots' activities, and had also unconsciously increased the speed of his ego. But of course, the growth of his body was inversely proportional to his speed. Just as Emmanuel was getting more and more used to these roots, and the distance to the island was being reduced step by step, something changed. A large wave of fish, not knowing what stimulated them, frantically surged towards one place, causing the root wads to mess up their previous trajectory because of the rapids, without realizing it. Jimo was swept towards the place where the fish were gathering. It was obviously empty there, but the frantically rushing up to the school of fish looked as if they were stopped by something, striving to rush over and spinning and bouncing back. The school of fish is getting more and more, and IMO also pieced together the shape of a machine from the place covered by those fish, kind of like the small battleship described in the book. And he also realized that that battleship was stumbling and moving towards himself. There's someone inside, Emmanuel thought for a moment, following the fish en route all the way to the side of the battleship. The people in the battleship seemed to have discovered themselves, and strangely enough, the other party stopped instead of trying to flee. Emmanuel heard a series of knocks from the top. The voice was intermittent, yet it still allowed Jimo to hear it. It was the very same distress signal that he had read about in the book only a short while ago. Looking at his own form, Jimo thought about it and decided to save the day. He groped his way to the head of the hatch and tried to respond with a few words, followed by a slash of his claws, and the head of the hatch broke open. When he peeled back again, the hull of the ship, which had been hidden from view, finally revealed itself. Jimo also got a good look at the face of the man inside at the same time. Surprisingly, it was Liu Guangbi. Oh, this time, this distance. Without thinking about it, Jimo knew that it must be that this guy wanted to sneakily follow himself to the island, not realizing that the battleship had a problem, resulting in being trapped here. Just what is it with these fish? While thinking about it, Emmanuel had gotten on his paws and pulled the man inside towards the outside of the ship. He pulled outward, and Liu Guangbio, who was not quite conscious, also rushed outward with his eyes closed. But in the face of hundreds of fish and roots, the two were no match for the pressure. After a few ups and downs, Jimo finally managed to drag Liu Guangbi out of the battleship with the help of some of the tricks he had mastered during his previous close encounters with the roots. The fish and roots, on the other hand, seemed to value the battleship itself and what was in it more than anything else. Until the two fled slightly farther away. They were still tirelessly making crashing motions that way. Jimo dragged Liu Guangbi out with one hand, and with the other hand, he kept switching between the roots and whiskers to take a ride, and soon dragged the man out of the water and pulled him onto the island. Until then, Liu Guangbio, who had been in a daze, only slowed down from the lack of oxygen, only just slowed down the person in the sight of the true face of the IMO. And then two eyes rolled over, fainted. At this time, the island is very dark, and there are no signs of human activity around. Jimo had no choice but to bring Liu Guangbi out with him. He originally thought that after going to the island, he would be able to find Lulu through the trajectory of those routes. However, only after going on the island did he realize that there was no trace of those routes on this island except for the bare tree trunks. Without a single clue, Jimo had to take the dumbest way to implement a carpet search. This island was not as big as imagined. Less than 10 kilometers in length. It was just that there were too many entangled roots on the exterior that were too dense, giving people the illusion that it was not small. Jimo dragged Liu Guangbio, who had been unconscious, to search for half a day, and after realizing that there was not even a single blade of grass on this island, except for tree trunks and dirt, he had to put his eyes on the top of his head and his feet when they were on land. Those roots had always been active only in the mud. And compared to a dark overhead, Jimo felt that the underground was a bit more likely. However, when Jimo randomly found a location and intended to dig a pit, Liu Guang soared awake. Liu Guangbio, who was placed on the edge of the pit, woke up at least a little more calm than before and did not pass out again. He looked at the skeleton in front of him, which was less than a meter in human skin, swallowed his saliva, touched himself all around, and muttered after a long time, Fortunately, the meat is still there. Hey, what are you doing? After coming back to his senses, Liu Guangbi first looked around, and after realizing that Jimo didn't pay attention to himself, he instead came up and poked his paw. I say, you're dead. Why are you still digging for these? In other words, is this the netherworld? How come it's not the same as imagined? Jimo's body shape lurched, and only then did he react. So this guy thought he was dead. He twisted his head around and gave Liu Guang's sword a good look. Then the paw was grabbed again. I only heard Liu Guangbi excitedly shout, "Little master, so you're dead too. IMO doesn't understand what the other guy is excited about. Seriously, little master, how did you die so badly? I originally thought that I was already unlucky enough." The battleship was out of control. The spare oxygen tanks were empty, and I also attracted so many fish. I didn't expect you to be even worse. You didn't even keep your own flesh. Were you eaten by something? That island is really scary. IMO, silently digging the soil, do not want to pay attention to him. The soil here was still really hard, causing Jimo to feel that his body was starting to show signs of shrinking again. He was pondering whether he should go out to find some food to replenish. But he suddenly looked to the northeast if he felt something. There was a familiar fluctuation there, the hovercar. The situation was not clear, and Jimo didn't want to be exposed rashly, so he was about to drag the person next to him to hide for a bit. But the other person had already rushed out. "Huh, Yaoi, why are you dead too, and with this car?" That black K2 was exactly what Liu Guangbi had given to me, and so he recognized it right away. He also remembered that before he died, he had told Yaoi that he would send him another K2 when he returned, because the other party's lucky color this year is red. Unexpectedly, it was only a short time later that Yaoi came, so even God knows he can't let go of him. While Liu Guangbiao was rambling, the door of the black K2 had already opened. Mei Yin still had the same gentle demeanor, walking towards him with a smile on her face. "So you thought you were dead?" Yaoi asked with a soft smile. Liu Guangbi was instantly flabbergasted, and reflexively went to look at the miserably dead little master, only to find nothing but a pit. He rubbed his eyes. The pit was indeed still there. "I didn't die," Yaoi sighed. "Yeah, not dead. Why don't you die, you say?" Liu Guangbi was a bit confused and seemed to think he had heard wrong as he asked again, "What did you say?" Mei Yin violently raised her pitch and pressed down on Liu Guangbiao's shoulders for a while. "I say, why aren't you dead yet? Destroying the automatic functions, emptying the stored oxygen tanks." Even the outer perimeter of the battleship was coated with a potion that excites the fish. "But why are you still not dead?" "It was you who did it. How could Liu Guangbi not expect that this time the accident was not an accident, but was done by his favorite minion?" He asked with some disbelief. Why, is that even a question?" "Because I hate you. I hate you so much that I can't wait for you to die," seeing that the dagger that Mei Yin had pulled out at some point was about to be inserted into Liu Guangbiao's body. Jimo stepped in at the right time, shielding the person backward, and with a claw, he swung the other party's dagger away and inserted it into the trunk of a tree not far away. Latest chapter full text read. There was no telling what had been applied to that dagger, and after it was inserted into the tree trunk, the color of the tree trunk immediately grayed out and lost its vitality. Then, the AMO few had the honor of experiencing the treatment that Lulu had experienced in the first place. The entire island came back to life, and the trunks of the trees on the ground pivoted and became millions of tentacles hanging above the heads of several people. Wherever they go is their range, like infantry dodging bombs on the ground. You never know where the next bomb is going to land. The defenseless three were caught off guard. There was absolutely no time to discuss what was right and wrong before. Even Liu Guangbiao, who had awakened under the wild bombardment of the tentacles, immediately used his Earth-type supernatural ability, perhaps because of the nature of wood and earth. After Liu Guangbi wrapped his supernatural ability around his entire body, those tentacles really didn't actively attack him anymore. However, it was just not actively attacking. How could the ammunition on the battlefield have long eyes? In order not to be mistakenly injured, he still had to be careful to dodge. At this time, his physical defects were exposed, and in less than 10 minutes, he was mistakenly injured by several tentacles, one after another, and was directly knocked away tens of meters. Jimo had the intention to save it, but these tentacles were just too difficult for him to get out of the way. On the contrary, that Ma Yin also do not know what means he used, seeing those tentacles are about to hit towards him. But as if it was suddenly manipulated by something, it changed its path and went around to other places. Just by looking at the other party's pale face, one could guess that the consumption was not small. However, what Jimo didn't expect was that even in this situation, that person didn't seem to give up on dealing with Liu Guangbiao. He actually just rushed towards the direction where the other party fell, step by step, against the invisible pressure. How can Jimo let him do what he wants, Liu Guangbiao? This person's character was hard to describe, but he didn't have a bad heart. Moreover, he had charged the other party 15 crystal cores for teaching, and was considered the other party's half-master. So how could he let this person do whatever he wanted? His own bones were hard, and he had dealt with roots of the same type of attack maneuver before. So dodging these tree trunks must not be a problem. Thinking so, Jimo recalled the feeling of dodging in the sea water. There was a lot of resistance in the sea, and after putting it on land, his speed seemed to accelerate a bit more. After adapting for a while, Jimo quickly grasped the rhythm of the opponent's attack. The visual impact given by the millions of tentacles was indeed great. But each tentacle had a different length and a different range of attacks. In particular, Jimo noticed that the attacks of these tentacles were not synchronized, but regularly based on a certain area. It's a lot like a game called Gopher. The difference is that the person in the game is supposed to be the mallet. And now, IMO, the Gopher, it was a good thing he, the Gopher, was still free to choose his direction and lead the mallet where he wanted it to go. One is slow and starts early, the other started late but was fast. The two arrived at Liu Guangbiao's side almost simultaneously. Brother Zhiheng, we're here, Mei. In sudden yell caused Jimo's figure to lurch, in just a split second. Liu Guangbiao had already been snatched by him into his invisible barrier. Immortal's perspective was 360 degrees, so he had a good idea if Yewei was sounding off or not. Not only Liu Zhiheng, but also the black-robed men around him who had intentionally or unintentionally protected him in the center. He also saw them clearly. They turned out to be from the same organization. Jimo looked at the one holding Liu Guangbiao with a worried look on her face. Ye Yin, and didn't stay in the same place for long, rushing to leave the same place before those people came over. No wonder he thought there was something strange about the man's facial expression. So he was simply a superficial person. It's a pity that we didn't get rid of this hidden danger, and we don't know if that Liu Guangbiao fellow still has a chance to wake up. If you can, that Liu Zhiheng seems to think highly of him. You should not let anything happen to him. It was also unknown if Liu Zhiheng's group had used some kind of stressful means. In the following time, Jimo realized that the tentacles attacking him were getting fewer and fewer, and most of them were heading in that direction of the other party. Stress relieved, he resumed figuring out where to find Lu, when he had searched the ground before and found nothing. He thought it would be underground, but those tentacles reminded him that the top, which he couldn't see at a glance, was the key to maneuvering the entire island. Emmanuel followed the falling trunk all the way up, forcing himself to endure the violent shaking. The higher up he went, the more surprised Jimo was in his heart, because these smooth and thick tree trunks looked like roots hanging underneath a giant tree anyways, especially when he managed to crawl to the outcropping of these roots and saw the small poke of light through the tiny gap. He realized that it was just the beginning. Neglecting that excessive consumption, Jimo's trip was quite smooth. Only when he passed through the roots and saw that tiny bit of sunlight, before he could have a sigh of relief. His body was caught in the death grip of a light yellow root. He didn't struggle, as he wanted to see where this root beard would eventually send him. If he could send himself directly to where Lulu was, that would naturally be the best. The roots curled around Jimo and traveled in a hurry. The surrounding tentacles and dirt fell back. Jimo only had time to see a glowing spot at the top before quickly following the movement of the roots into the black tunnel. The black tunnel ended in a smooth lime green wall. A cracked gap in the wall was so dark inside that it was impossible to see what it was. When Jimo was thrown in by the root, the gap immediately and automatically polymerized, miraculously. There was not even a single crack at the polymerization, and it was even covered with a milky, white film that was a bit oily to the touch. Emmanuel knocked on the wall and didn't hear an echo, so it looked like it was still thick, without dwelling on the thickness of the walls. Jimo looked around and soon realized the skeletons that covered the ground, as well as the crystal cores. He was shocked and immediately looked around. Some of those skeletons had been corroded by time, while others were still new. It looked like they were from all time periods. The crystal cores, however, were strange, all looking like they had been overconsumed. Fortunately, here are mostly fish bones. That is, Mo did not and have not found the bones of land creatures like Lulu in here. The space was like a semicircular tunnel, about 1 kilometer in length. At the ends of the tunnel were thick white piles that looked a bit like plaster. But the hardness was far from being comparable to plaster. Emmanuel's claws couldn't even leave a mark on it. What made Jimo feel not so good was that he felt a little weak. So weak that he could only rely on standing by the wall without even having the strength to move a single toe. It seemed like it was still overconsumed. Since entering the island, he had first been forced to abandon the ship, then tangled with the roots and whiskers in the water, and later brought Liu Guangbi to run and dodge all the way. Not to mention after entering the island, apart from the short period of calm before Yin appeared. There was no stopping after that. If he can have the same attack power as Lulu, it would be good. At least when he is tired, he can still pick up 2 crystal cores to eat. Speaking of which, that is. Mo is still not clear about how exactly Sun Hui they took out the crystal core. It is reasonable to say that their attack weapons cannot be as strong as Lulu's forelimbs. Or else they will not be able to look at the dagger that they gave to Sun Kai. What a mistake. How could I forget something so important? However, it was thought that Sun Hui and the others would not divulge such an important matter to themselves. After standing against the wall like that for a while, Imperatori realized that he was weaker, and something wasn't right. In the past, although he would have a period of weakness after strenuous exercise, apart from his body shape ever shrinking, it was basically equivalent to a full, blooded resurrection, and it was impossible for him to be in such a state of energy loss all the time. Quieting his emotions, Jimo carefully savored the situation around him. Then he noticed the subtle fluctuation of energy. The energy in his body was actually draining from all parts of his body like a mist. It seems that's why those white bones died. With all his strength, Jimo stretched out a claw and grabbed at the nearest crystal core. Tragically, because of the previous exertion, his body had shrunk by half once again, and was now no more than 30 centimeters long. How long could a 30-centimeter skeleton doll arm be? So the crystal core that was close at hand also became a luxury for Jimo. He could see it, but he couldn't reach it, paws hanging down feebly. Jimo tried to recall that comfortable feeling when absorbing the crystal core. I didn't realize that this kind of self-comforting method similar to pie in the sky was actually somewhat useful. It was almost as if he was really absorbing the crystal core. Wait a minute, since this place was purposely created to be such an environment. Its existence must allow the manipulators behind the scenes to achieve something. What exactly was the purpose? Emmanuel was once again in deep thought. His vision also flared unconsciously from his contemplation. And then a subtle phenomenon imprinted itself into his eyes. It was a mist, like energy from his body. Those energies surprisingly followed a certain trajectory towards the surrounding walls after detaching themselves. Not only him, even the energy of those crystal cores on the ground was dispersing outwardly in a silky way. And then, as if they were restricted in their trajectory, the different rays of light converged in one place, and then surged towards the wall. These walls are absorbing energy, whether it's living or non-living. They can borrow some method to break it down and absorb it, unable to move. Immortal could only use his back against the wall to sense the specialness of the wall. It was still smooth, with a bit of grease. There didn't seem to be anything special about it. But these absorptions are real. All the space within this space, could it be that it is not the walls in particular, but the entire space? If that was the case, then could one's self, who was directly in this space, directly absorb it with that in mind? Emmanuel made the test. Think of the air around you as a crystal core that is in direct contact with you, and slowly channel the energy inside the core into yourself to fill you up. Then he really saw that the energy gathered in the air had gathered in this direction under his own guidance, and then did not enter his body. This comfortable feeling made Jimo want to moan out if he had vocal organs. After that, the more the energy gathered, Jimo was like a bottomless pit, sucking up a lot of the gathered energy. And his surroundings also gathered a whirlwind of energy as a result. The energy whirlwind was extremely subtle. If not for the fact that Jimo's vision was different from normal people, he probably wouldn't have been able to find it. Many whirlwinds of energy gathered together, making the mist, like energy mass so thick that it was already visible. They wrapped all over Jimo's entire body skeleton, looking just as if he had added layers of shadows with expanded borders to his bones. Only the shadows were a bit of a mixed bag of colors. At the same time, Jimo's size was increasing at a rate visible to the naked eye due to the replenishment of this energy. As if it was a miracle, but in just a few minutes, the skeleton doll that was 30 centimeters just a moment ago skyrocketed by a meter, until the entire space was so clean that not even a single end of a crystal core could be seen. Only then did Jimo stop his hand in spite of himself. He stood up and moved his arms and legs, feeling more refreshed than ever, even back when he was still a skeleton of a meter or so. He hadn't been this good. The sensation that he hadn't felt before was clear as day at this moment. For example, although he had recovered to a height of 1 meter 3 because of this harvest, he still hadn't solved the problem of energy loss. In other words, the energy in his body was currently still being channeled uncontrollably towards the walls. It can't go on like this. Must find a way to stop the energy loss as soon as possible, or just break through here and escape. Jimo looked at the energy that was flowing out from his body and tried to absorb it again like he did just now. After a lifetime of thoughts, those energies actually surged towards Jimo as if they were being controlled. This reassured Jimo. It was true that he had no way to prevent the loss of his own energy, but he could absorb more energy back. It's like breathing, exhaling a small amount of oxygen and inhaling a large amount. That said, this feeling of breathing has been a long time coming. It's been so long that Emmanuel even indulges in it a bit. Not wanting to break away from it, however, at that moment, the sound of clicking interrupted the hard-won enjoyment of breathing. He put his eyes on the source of the sound, which was the gap from before. At this point, the gap had opened and seemed to say, "Hurry up and go." Hurry up and go, but Jimo doesn't want to go at this moment. He was like a traveler who had been thirsty in the desert for a long time. And when he rarely came across an oasis, how could he not drink enough at once? What's more, he felt that there must be clues to Lulu here, although he hadn't found them yet. However, the other party clearly did not want to let Jimo go on like this. Soon the light yellow roots scurried in, disregarding Jimo's wishes, and directly rolled him in a very forceful manner. Then threw him out. The roots seemed to still want to whip at Jimo a few times, but I don't know why. But when it was about to hit it, it suddenly stopped and hurried in another direction. Jimo also didn't have the heart to bother with the other party, groping for the location where the gap closed before, using his claws to vigorously pick and pull, trying to open it again. Unfortunately, the hardness of this turquoise wall was no worse than Lulu's shell, and he couldn't break through the defense at all. There was no choice but to follow this turquoise wall all the way, hoping to spot a weak spot. He couldn't find a place where his claws could break through until the end of the wall. A huge cylinder of countless entangled roots appeared in front of him. Emmanuel looked up and couldn't see the top at first glance. If he remembered correctly, the light he had seen earlier had come from up here. After looking around, Emmanuel picked a spot to start climbing. Skeletons crawling on roots and whatnot did look a bit comical, but Emmanuel was crawling with extra care, because these guys are alive, and they weren't as docile and calm as they looked. Jimo didn't know what the other party's criteria for anger was, so he could only try to be careful not to leave wounds on them. It wasn't clear what was going on with this island. It was like a living thing. Jimo even wondered if it was a plant. If it was really a plant, this plant was too big. It was hard to climb halfway up, and before Jimo had a chance to rest, he was jerked by a light yellow root. It didn't hurt, but he realized that this guy had absorbed the energy from his body. In two close encounters, Jimo hadn't realized that the other party even had this ability, of course. That wasn't the point. The point was that after being hit once, what awaited him was actually a combo of 7 or 8 strips. He had thought that there was only one of those light yellow roots, but he didn't expect there to be so many. Emmanuel even suspected that the roots that had bound him twice before were not here. He also thought that if he was more careful and didn't initiate any harm, the other party shouldn't take the initiative to attack him. However, he was still wrong. It's a good thing that these roots don't seem to be capable of much other than binding, thrashing, and absorbing energy. Jimo simply stopped dodging and climbed directly on top of it, letting it wrestle and beating it, and he himself just had to treat the other side as a crystal core to absorb it. Then Jimo seriously stopped moving and just tugged on it, concentrating on absorbing the energy from the roots. It seems that something like absorbing energy doesn't necessarily have to be in that confined space. Jimo thought so while absorbing. His movements managed to enrage the root, and it danced itself around in a frenzy, allowing Jimo to relive the feeling of riding a roller coaster in his childhood. The rest of the roots and whiskers were not idle and came to their aid. It turns out that that old saying is very true, not afraid of God, like opponents, but afraid of pig-like teammates. Roots originally relying on itself alone is not without a chance to throw off Jimo. After all, Jimo simply cannot break its defense. There is no way to insert his claws into its body. With its smooth body, there is always a chance to throw people off. However, with the help of a few roots, several times about to fall that mow and rely on each other to narrowly stabilize the body, until the root's resistance became weaker and weaker, and then gradually went limp and weak. Only then did Jimo put his attention on the other few roots. I don't know if these roots were very righteous. Anyway, after that root beard was defeated, not only did they not flee and scatter, but instead they surrounded and attacked in unison. They didn't grasp the true meaning of survival of the silver, white root whiskers before breaking their tails to survive. Of course, to Jimo, these were all very tasty tonics. Since the other party was so fearless, he would eat them all with a grateful heart. As these 7 roots went down, Jimo was so comfortable that he was about to burp, and his body grew from 1 meter 3 to 1 meter 5. And to his surprise, his bones seemed to have gotten better. At least the sharpness of the claws had risen another degree, because he could already draw shallow traces on those light yellow roots. He felt that if he just kept eating like this, sooner or later, he would be able to break through the opponent's defense and take out the crystal core inside. Crystalline nuclei, then IMO stumped. The energy he absorbed just now should have come from the crystal core. Right, in that case, he didn't actually have to touch the crystal core to absorb the energy. Be still. Feel the air around you, look for the energy, summon then wait for it to come together, as well as absorb it. Resting his eyes on himself, Jimo once again saw the pooling of energy. However, it was too little. So little that it was simply not there unless you looked closely. Then Jimo rested his paw on the smooth wall beneath his body. Sedate, feel, seek, call, and then, the earthquake. Jimo was shaken straight away, impacting several times in a row, then smashing heavily into the lime-green ground. This time, the impact seemed to hit his soul directly, leaving him lying on the ground for a long time with a hard time. However, the ground wasn't calm during this time either, if it wasn't for the trees on both sides of the ground blocking the way. Jimo estimated that he would have already fallen down. The tree in front of him was strangely long, with basically no trunk, just a single leaf shaped like a large sword. I didn't feel anything when I looked down below before, but when I stood in this position, I realized that these leaves had grown as if they were bamboo leaves enlarged countless times. Emmanuel struggled to adjust his balance, then followed the smooth ground forward, becoming more and more surprised the further he went. The leaves looked like double-edged swords, green in color, hollow and articulated. Further up, it is straight and upright, except for the entangled roots on top. This is not a living bamboo plant. Only this bamboo also grows too foul. However, if the entire island was viewed as a bamboo tree, those bizarre attacks of the other party would have a reasonable explanation. Plants valued their roots the most, which was why there was such a raging backlash after being stabbed with a dagger coated in. Just think about the tired white bones inside that space. Namely, Mo never believe that those are because of the initiative to provoke it to be used as nutrients. To know that namely Mo saw no less than 20 sections of bamboo, that is to say, that kind of space no less than 20. Thinking that Lu could be one of them, there was no way that Imperator could apply his goodwill to the other. The giant bamboo was still shaking, as if it was about to rise up from the ground. Immortality, however, had no intention of fleeing, since that light yellow root from before had lost its usefulness after being absorbed by the energy. What about these spaces that used other animals as sustenance? Wasn't it the same? Thinking so, Jimo's claws were already pressing on the ground. Together with the claw, there was also that feeling when absorbing energy. The strands of energy came to the surface, and Jimo came and absorbed them all. At any time that moss movements, the giant bamboo seemed to vibrate even more severely. For a time, the roots and whiskers swept chaotically, and the branches and leaves shook. The entire surface of the sea set off shocking waves. At this moment, Jimo confirmed that the original vibration before was really related to himself. However, he did not intend to stop, and he would not rest until he found Lulu. It wasn't easy for Jimo, who was on top, to be shaken, and it was even harder for Luo Zhiheng and the others, who were still on the lower level, to tangle with the roots the size of tree trunks. For this operation, they had prepared for who knows how long in advance. But they didn't expect to lose to a skeleton, looking at Zai Zai, who was still unconscious in his arms, as well as those roots that had been startled in advance. A crack finally appeared on Luo Zhiheng's always bland face. Everyone pull back first. Execute Plan B. As his words fell, the black, clothed people around him gradually gathered towards him and began to retreat outwards in a regular manner. However, not waiting for them to leave, the raging waves struck over fiercely, so fast that the crowd was unable to react. Everyone grabbed what they could around them at the first opportunity. Ian also grabbed Luo Zhiheng next to him at the first opportunity. It was just that he didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but he grabbed Luo Zhiheng's hand that was holding Liu Guangbiao. Luo Zhiheng had already reached the 0 point. This would be grabbed by Ma Yin. His arm slipped, and Liu Guangbi, It was washed away from his arms by the strong seawater. By the time he tried to grab again, where could he still see the silhouette, high up in the air, within the confined space? Bamboo 9 felt the unsteady breath of the giant bamboo and tugged at Lulu's tentacles in a good-natured manner. "Hey, little guy, we're almost ready to get out," stoked. Lulu scuffed uncertainly, and then he saw Jakyu standing up and raising his hands in the air. The three-headed body in front of him was then surrounded by a dark cloud, and when the dark cloud dispersed, what appeared in front of Lulu was already another person. This is a face exquisite to impeccable beauty. Lift the head and brush the sleeve, exudes a clear stream of state, floating out of the world style. Beauty 9 didn't waste any time, and with a wave of her hand, an ancient zither appeared in front of her. The sound of the zither resounded, and the trembling within the space became even more violent. Bamboo 9's zither sound continued. Floating in the air, the Lulu below, however, was bouncing like she was playing bungee jumping and couldn't stop. Suddenly, Bamboo 9 sped up to pluck the strings, and as the speed of sound increased, the entire space directly exploded as if it had been subjected to some kind of violent impact. Jimo was originally still against the giant bamboo's double-sided sword, like bamboo leaf attack, looking for an opportunity to diligently and conscientiously absorb each other's energy, but did not expect a sudden explosion to come from high up in the sky. Then a strangely dressed figure appeared in front of him. The other party stood suspended in the air, an ancient zither surrounding his body, and the whole person looked somewhat glowing. Only to see his hands move a few times, the originally vibrating ground finally returned to calm. Then another tiny light green figure emerged in the void. It had 2 green shoots of bamboo on its head, like a budding version of a doll inserted with bamboo leaves, while the lower half body was 7 or 8 fat roots. Your Holiness, spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. That person is even a trace of nonsense, is not willing to say more. Waved his hand and a kin. It shocked the doll from the height of the fall, directly smashed into the AMO not far away. Along with the doll's fall came the familiar figure wrapped tightly around one of its roots, Lulu. It turns out that this guy begging for mercy is fake, but even secretly wrapped, Lulu wants to smash the person high in the air. Jimo quickly stepped over and touched Lulu's tentacles, and soon received a response that, thankfully, he was still alive. Hey, you. Jimo looked up, but saw that the bizarrely dressed venerable lord had already landed in front of him at some point. He was holding a green ball of light the size of a baby's fist, and inside the ball, a little guy of the same species as the one in front of him was kneeling in a difficult position, begging to be spared. He pointed to the corpse of the doll under Jimo and said, "Take its kernel," almost at the same time as the other party's words had just fallen. The venerable one, who had been immortal just a moment ago, disappeared in an instant surrounded by dark clouds. When he reappeared, the honored one was gone, but there was a little baby with a bun face. "Why aren't you moving?" "I told you to take its core out." Emmanuel pointed to himself. The other grunted and nodded slightly. Jimo was simply flattered. If he wasn't wrong, this guy in front of him should be the real body of the giant bamboo. Thinking about the energy in the other party's body, Jimo felt that he could completely eat until he was propped up. As expected, His Holiness was His Holiness, giving away such a sum of energy just as he said. Immortal solemnly nodded his thanks at him, then impatiently probed his hand toward the body. Ah, this feeling of eating and breathing full air is indescribably good. However, when he came back to his senses, he was greeted by a flying kick from the little dumpling Exalt. You stupid bastard, how dare you rob my kernel?" It was only when the white donut venerable's flying kick made intimate contact with his own skull that Jimo reacted to the fact that he had misinterpreted the other party's meaning. The main thing is that the way the other party came out was too overbearing, and he thought that a figure like the venerable one couldn't look at this HMPH. How could this bit of spiritual power possibly enter my this venerable one's eyes. The white donut beckoned towards Lulu on the side, and Lulu barreled over and obediently gave the venerable one a ride. Juju sat up with a calm demeanor and even touched Lulu's tentacles to show his satisfaction. Just how did Jimo feel that the other party's body seemed a little shaky? Who shook? How could my father shake? Oh, Jimo also didn't expect the other party's reaction to be so big. If he said it didn't shake, it didn't shake. However, Your Holiness, you have this figure. He wanted to ask the other man how he had suddenly shrunk so abruptly from such a large individual to his current infant-like form. Another thought snapped to the reverse growth when he was lackluster. Your Holiness, could it be that you have become so small because of a lack of energy as well? It makes sense why the other party would want the inner core of the giant bamboo. Thinking about it, how did I misunderstand the other party's meaning? I also don't know if I can still find such a large kernel to repay the other party. Who is short of energy? This father is only conserving his spiritual energy. He pulled up his volume again and said, "Don't you dare try to change the subject for me. I'm asking you, where's the kernel? Where did you hide the kernel? Quickly hand it over to this honorable man. That's my honors." A large portion of the spiritual energy inside was drawn from him. I don't know what kind of strange spell the skeleton in front of him had used, but it had actually coveted his inner core with a single touch. But to think that you can covet without his kernel, delusional, the kernel was absorbed by me. Speaking of which, were those energies called auras? What a familiar term, absorbed. Are you teasing my father? The spiritual power contained in that inner core was something that he himself would have to spend a good while to completely absorb. And this skeleton said that he just touched it like that and absorbed it. No, said Jimo, suddenly flabbergasted. He just seemed to have been talking to the other side, but neither of them made a sound. How dare you argue? You can tell what I'm thinking. Jakyu almost fell off Lulu's back because of an emotional result of a slip of the hand. Jimo originally wanted to reach out to help him to come. Did not expect the other party was the other party slapped away. And the other party also, because of this action, a stagger. Directly from almost evolved into an established fact. Bamboo 9, IMO, that, Your Holiness, are you okay? What answered him was another flying kick from Bamboo 9. Only, this amount of force is really too much for the hardcore Jimo. It is not even a tickle. Jimo was afraid that the other party would hurt himself, so after the flying kick, along with his leg, he directly held the person in his arms. You, wanton, don't let go of my father yet, let go and you'll fall. Want you? Jimo asked matter-of-factly, because the other person gave him a really weak feeling, sizing Jimo up and down. Bamboo Jiu grunted, not struggling. Put this honored one on the little one's back. The little guy, he said, is naturally Lulu, to be honest. Lulu, which is already almost close to his own height of 1 meter 8. Really, can T be considered small? At least in the mole cricket world, seeing that Lulu didn't seem to hate the other party sitting on his back. Jimo would carry the man over and then move him to a comfortable position. HMPH, don't think that I won't pursue you for hiding my kernel if you're so attentive. I advise you to hand over your kernel to me earlier, or else humph, Your Holiness, can't you hear what I'm thinking? Then you should also know that I'm not lying to you, but don't worry. I will definitely find another inner core to return to you. Jimo assured he never liked owing others anything. This time, he didn't know if it was because he had been tormented by the state of lack of energy for too long. But he actually let his instincts take over, and after only confirming it once, he couldn't wait to directly absorb the inner core as he thought of his needs that way. Bamboo 9 was confused. He could indeed feel that the other party did not lie to himself. However, the kernel that absorbed most of his own aura, and was contained by the green bamboo for nearly 5 years. This guy even absorbed it cleanly only in an instant, and even did not burst. After the surprise is a burst of heart cold. You compensate. What are you going to pay for? On the basis of this plan, its scarce and miscellaneous spiritual Kai delusion to nurture the green bamboo, this kind of 3,000 years of spiritual plants. Simply foolhardy, not to mention that this planet simply can't breed a spiritual plant like the green bamboo. Even if it can, his own body aura is not something that can be created by a single barren planet. Bambugius' gaze toward Jimo was practically going to spit out fire. Jimo was flabbergasted. He didn't realize that the kernel he had absorbed before was so precious. Moreover, he clearly captured the keywords spiritual energy and plants and this planet, then asked, if this planet can't breed, is it possible that other planets can? Bambugius' body stiffened and twisted his head away unnaturally. HMPH. Just by you. How dare a guy who hasn't even gotten started in Kai refining even presume to travel through planets? Kai refining, is that a form of cultivation? Of course. But Bamboo 9 suddenly pointed at Jimo and laughed. Ha 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 ha, I forgot you, a guy who doesn't even have Kai, blood, sinews and veins. How can you possibly practice Kai? In that case, then besides this way of practicing, can't I leave this planet through other means? Jimo remembered that there seemed to be something called a spaceship that could go to other planets. There was also a divine boat mentioned in Star Flare, which could also help humans fly away from this planet if it had enough energy. Bamboo 9 let out a humph and ignored him, seeing his reaction. Jimo knew that there should be some other way. He secretly let out a sigh of relief. He obviously preferred the opportunity to be able to compensate the other party than a debt that he had absolutely no hope of repaying. However, looking at the other party's small and weak appearance, Jimo still couldn't help but ask, Your Holiness, have you been absorbed by the green bamboo with too much aura? That's why you would be so weak. Nonsense. With just that, how dare you think of absorbing the spirit energy of this honorable person? Bamboo 9 violently raised his tone, and the green ball of light in his hand was squeezed by that fleshy hand with a creaking sound. It was as if Emmanuel heard another weak plea for mercy coming from inside. This is what does it look like to you, throwing the beads away. The already overexerted Jakyu then lay directly on his side, leaning against the head of Lulu. The top two green shoots, the face of a human baby, and 8 obese roots really look exactly like that corpse. Except that the size has shrunk many times, and it doesn't seem to be a solid body. So strange. HMPH. Little to see, this is its spirit body. Bamboo 9, who seemed to have slowed down, sat up and pointed at the body of the green bamboo. This is his original body. These huge bodies you see are just the outer bodies he cultivated. Jimo nodded. Sighing, I didn't realize that a giant bamboo that looked so big. The original was just such a tiny little thing. Speaking of which, although this fellow was in the wrong, being in the other party's position seemed to make sense. But it was just for the sake of survival. By the way, when it was in that space, IMO's thoughts were quickly interrupted by Bamboo 9. What do you mean? Are you sympathizing with him, you stupid bastard? What kind of good thing do you think he is? In the beginning, Humph, why does this father need to say so much to you? The other party's furious appearance is not a little bit different from the previous immortal Kai. However, Jimo prefers to get along with this kind of other party. At least it won't make people feel unattainable. I don't know if it was because the other party's current soft and tender appearance was too cute. Jimo always had the urge to go up and poke his face. You're reckless, IMO. Oops, forgot that the other person can be able to hear their thoughts. HMPH. It's good to know. Bamboo 9 raised her eyes and glanced at him. It seemed to be saying, see how you still dare to ramble on in front of this honored one. Emmanuel smiled awkwardly, thinking about what happened in that dimension. He walked over to Bamboo 9 and crouched down in front of him, stretching out his paw and trying to control his mind before asking, Your Holiness, aren't you going to get your spiritual power back? It was fine if Jimo didn't mention it, but as soon as he did, Bamboo 9 became exasperated. You've already absorbed that guy's inner core. How else can I take it? Wouldn't you just absorb it back? Jimo asked in wonder. Bamboo 9 had a disdainful look on his face. Do you think that my father would use that kind of devil cultivator's tactics on you? Absorbing spiritual energy is a demonic cultivator. Jimo was surprised. The word demonic cultivator was not a good term of endearment as soon as he heard it. But absorbing spiritual power is at least as good as breathing and eating for him, and he doesn't think there is any problem. You idiot! When did this honored one say that absorbing spiritual energy means a demonic cultivator? You don't have any common sense. Immortals and demons both rely on absorbing spiritual energy to cultivate. The only difference is that the former fights with the heavens, fights with people, but never takes away the creation of others due to their own failures. Whereas the latter, in order to refine their cultivation, can go to any lengths to cause grievances to abound, causing the lives of people to be in ruins. Jimo approximately understood the other party's meaning and said, that is to say, those who have legitimate gains are called immortal cultivators. Those who use illegal means to seek spiritual power are demonic cultivators. In that case, he himself was not a devil cultivator, and the other party should not be considered a devil cultivator for sucking those spiritual powers from himself that he was originally entitled to. You stupid bastard, stupid, foolish fellow, it's all been said. How could my father know those devil cultivators' tricks? IMO, so your holiness, you actually can't absorb spiritual energy yet. Bamboo 9 head tilted. No longer pay attention to Jimo. Continue to lean on the back of Lulu to close his eyes and rest. Your holiness, honored one, seeing that the other party seemed to be really angry. Jimo was also a bit baffled. Did he say something wrong, but so strange? What seems to be different about the energy around it? Jimo felt it carefully, and then he noticed that the energies around him seemed to be active. It was as if there was an invisible hand manipulating them, making them each gather, merge, and compress again, finally forming 5 different colored gases. These gases in turn entered the center of Venerable Tuan's eyebrows in a certain order. Is this cultivation? Jimo pondered. When Bamboo 9 stopped practicing, his body seemed to have grown up with him, or at least no longer looked like a baby. His eyes flickered open, and a light appeared in them. After glancing at Jimo, he couldn't help but snort lightly. Stupid. If it wasn't for the previous battle with Kingju, exhausting his last ounce of spiritual energy, and being so weak that he couldn't even absorb the aura, how would this father have talked nonsense for so long with such a stupid guy like you? Bamboo 9 really is into crap, loving nature. After slightly replying with the power of self-preservation, he raised his hand and retrieved the green bead in Jimo's hand. He jumped off Lulu's back, and with a lurch of the green bead in his hand, he tossed it directly to the other to play with. What surprised Jimo was that, according to the sharpness of that forelimb of Lulu, it couldn't even leave a trace on the periphery of the green bead. Lulu seemed to love this toy, 3 pairs of feet moving in succession, picking the green beads to and fro, with no intention of stopping at all. Jimo only looked at it for a short while before moving his gaze back to the little venerable one. At this time, the other party had already slowly floated in the air, and under the repeated movements between his fingers, the body of the green bamboo, not far away, that had been absorbed by Jimo's inner core, quickly followed suit and floated up as well. Then Jimo saw the corpse slowly change shape under the manipulation of Bamboo 9, turning into a 20 or so centimeter bamboo flute. He reflexively turned his gaze to the little man in the bead, only to see the other man baring his teeth and claws at Lulu. It was as if it hadn't been harmed in any way. Bamboo 9 glanced at him, hummed lightly, and simply incorporated the bamboo flute into his hands. With that, the flute sounded, and the flow of aura in the air became more and more rapid. Jimo only felt that his entire body was warm and particularly comfortable. This kind of comfort directly acted on the soul, making him indulge in it and unable to extricate himself. There was no telling how long it had been when Jimo touched the surrounding area again. The height of the dumpling venerable had already grown to 1 meter 3 or 4. So fast, when he absorbed 5 nuclei in a row, he only managed to grow a few centimeters at this time. The other party was only a song, but the effect was even better than the 5 crystal cores he had absorbed. Although Jimo's height at this time had already returned to the figure of 185, he believed that if he hadn't absorbed that green bamboo kernel before, his height at this time would definitely be longer as well. Putting away the flute, Bamboo 9 still had no intention of ignoring Jimo. I don't know if it was because he was still angry about that earlier comment, or because he didn't have the heart to hear what he was thinking anymore. Ever since Jimo woke up, he didn't have too clear of a goal per se, and this time he came over to save Lulu. If it wasn't for the fact that he had absorbed the inner core of the little honored one in front of him. After seeing that Lulu was safe and sound, he might have already returned to Dingyi village. After all, he always thought that he still belonged to the human race, and he should have gone to live in that kind of group life, even if he would be ostracized in some way. HMPH, stupid. The little exalted one suddenly let out an angry rebuke. It wasn't known whether it was because he had sensed Jimo's thoughts, or because Lulu had actually rolled not only the green plant underneath, but also got himself stuck on the bamboo buds at the edge because he was having too much fun. Jimo quickly walked over to pluck Lulu out. Looking downwards again, he hesitated to help the other party to go and retrieve that green pearl. He remembered that down there was where the green bamboo stored the crystal cores and absorbed their energy. It was also the bamboo root of its outer body. Go if you want to. It seemed that the other party was indeed listening to what he was thinking. To be honest, it was a bit hard to get used to the idea of letting the other party know everything about what he was thinking. You think I want to know what you're thinking. Don't use your soul power to pass it out if you don't want people to hear you. You stupid bastard, is it hard for me to shut down your soul sense for you? Huh? Soul power, HMPH. You don't think that skeletons are born and bred to move right from the start? If it wasn't for the support of your powerful soul force, you would be nothing more than a pile of ragged bones right now. You wouldn't even be able to connect in one piece. After saying that, he turned his head away and no longer cared about Jimo. So it's like this thinking so? Jimo asked again tentatively. Then I wonder if your holiness can tell me what exactly it takes to prevent the power of the soul from transmitting what I'm thinking unreservedly. Bamboo 9 still had his back turned to him and had no intention of explaining. Just when Jimo thought that the little reverend would not answer and had started to crawl towards the bamboo roots, the other party's voice resounded in his head again. Compress your soul power in the spirit sea and control the range of the spirit sea agitation. Release it when you want to speak to someone. Thank you, your holiness. It's just that this spirit sea stupid. The sea of spirit is not in your head, brain. Emmanuel stopped climbing and looked directly into his head. The shape of his head was no different from that of a normal skeleton, the only difference being that there were no light silver colored flames in those skeleton eyes. So the silver flames in his eyes were his own spirit sea. But isn't there supposed to be only one spirit sea? How could there be two, HMPH? That's because you haven't really explored your spirit sea yet. Bamboo 9's soft humming sound came from his mind again. Jimo quieted his emotions once again, and slowly followed the ethereal fire in his eyes as he probed inward. Underneath the flame, like spectral fire, there were actually 2 index finger, thick bands, crystal clear and unusually active. As if they were composed of many living organisms. These he definitely didn't have before, even if there was. It couldn't be this obvious. With Jimo's current memory, it was impossible to misremember. Then there was only one possibility. These were all created after he went to the island. The most likely is that after absorbing that inner core. Without continuing to dwell on this issue, Jimo followed the band and then discovered the spirit sea that the little reverend had mentioned. His spirit sea is somewhat like a jellyfish, with a transparent lid as well as elongated tentacles emanating in the surrounding direction. Is that what he relies on for the transmission of his thoughts? Thinking so, Jimo also tried to gather these tentacles together. HMPH just found the spirit sea, and you presume to compress it directly. His words then faded into silence after Imperator managed to compress a tentacle. A hint of surprise flashing across his face. After succeeding, Immortal finally breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't seem that hard. Instead of continuing on, he continued to climb down the green wall. It wasn't until after he landed and picked up the green bead that he started trying again. This time, Emmanuel chose to sit cross-legged, both paws resting at his knees. This was because he felt that it would allow him to get into a state faster and make it easier to manipulate the power of his soul. Jimo was patiently organizing the cluttered soul power in the spirit sea, a thread of entanglement, a circle of compression. When he finished organizing, the spirit sea had turned into an oval disc shape. Jimo only felt an incomparable sense of relaxation fill his entire body. It was as if he had been tying heavy chains around his body before. And now that these chains had all been unlocked, he only felt a wave of relaxation throughout his body. At the same time, because of the clearing of the spirit sea, he also found the energy mass that was clinging between his bone joints. It wasn't entirely soul power, but also had a hint of spirit power trapped in it. By combing through this spiritual energy, Jimo felt that his body was more flexible and lightweight. If he were to fight against those roots or the fish that had once abused him, he would be confident that he would be able to retreat in one piece, of course. It wasn't necessarily possible to avoid 100%. But at least it wouldn't be as difficult as it was in the beginning. Jimo got up and moved his limbs, then made a long leap to the top of the bamboo root. Here you go. Bamboo 9 glanced at him and took the beads. He didn't expect this guy to not only be strong enough in soul power, but to even have such a strong comprehension ability. Of course, it was still a little bit worse than himself. Only this level is really a pity if he hadn't lost his physical body. With the other party's enlightenment, his cultivation would have definitely traveled by leaps and bounds in a single day. However, if there was a suitable body for him to attach his soul to, this guy could still reluctantly become his servant. As he was thinking this, Juju suddenly heard the other party ask, "Your Holiness, have you seen Lulu? That little guy, he went down to play, didn't he?" Bamboo 9 pointed to a hole not far away and tossed the green bead in his hand. Speaking of which, this fellow hasn't lived in vain these past few years. He seems to have collected quite a few stones that store spiritual kai. It was only that Juju always felt that there was an indescribably strange feeling on these stones. As soon as he heard the other party's words, Jimo knew that Lulu must have gone down to dig for crystal cores. Thinking about their own demand for crystal cores, although the demand may not be great now, but still intend to go down to get some. Anyway, the owner of these crystal cores has been Kingju with unknown means to get dead, cannot be dead again. However, as soon as he jumped down the hole, he realized something was wrong. After dodging a leg attack by tilting his head, Jimo was able to see what the visitor looked like. It's him, ha ha ha, little monster, long time no see. Wu Bin couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at the skeleton in front of him. I didn't expect to meet you here. We're really meant to be. Previously, Wu Bin had not dared to confront this skeleton head-on, firstly because he could not fight and escape. But now it was different. He had now successfully advanced to a level 3 alien, and there was still the bug in his hand that the other party had been trying to find. So he didn't have to worry about his own safety at all. I know you've been looking for that bug, Wu Bin said. I know where it is. Want to come along where? Because it was the first time he communicated with others. The not-sos, Guild Jimo, had to choose to be brief and concise. Wu Bin was startled by this sudden reply. Although he had always known that this skeleton probably had the ability to think, it was the first time he had heard the other party speak. This kind of voice is different from others. It is directly in one's head at first sound, just like those in the novels that pass the voice. Was that you talking just now, feeling a bit unreal? Wu Bin confirmed. Yes, ha 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 ha, so you're still alive, brother. Wu Bin laughed and pulled the strings. If I had known that you were able to communicate, I don't think those misunderstandings would have existed before us. Where is Lulu? Jimo didn't have the heart to talk nonsense with the other party. This person first wanted to capture Lulu, and then he somehow developed a strong malice towards himself. He didn't believe that just because of the fact that he could talk, the other party's attitude would make a 180-degree turn. Wu Bin first frowned, then sighed, alas, to say the least. It was also its bad luck. At that time, our person in charge was searching for his brother, not realizing that he hadn't found anyone, but instead captured a bug of enormous size. Our person in charge was originally a doctoral fellow in biological research, and has traditionally preferred researching on various species. So no, that bug was drugged down and dragged away not long after it appeared. You want to take me there? Jimo asked. That Lulu might be in Wu Bin's hands, he believed, but the fact that Lulu had been captured by his captain and was being studied, he didn't believe. If it was really like this person couldn't possibly have such a big bottom when facing himself right now, because the other party was clearly not his own opponent. Sure enough, he soon heard Wu Bin say again, if you don't want to go over there, I can also help you get it out, but what conditions? It doesn't really require you to do anything. Just cooperate with a few small tests. Don't worry. You definitely won't be locked up in a vessel for research. Wu Bin looked towards Jimo, seemingly waiting for him to voluntarily agree. What test, seeing that he was relieved? Wu Bin said eagerly, it's very simple, as long as you spend some time with some people, a fight against them for some time. Getting along, fighting, since he has been awake. The only ones he has gotten along with are Sun Kai and a few other children. Against the words, he did have quite a few battles with the people in black, but except for the last one that injured those people. Before that, he tried to avoid them as much as possible, or trapped them with the help of geography. There was another one, and that was the guy in front of him. The guy who had been poked and prodded by him and jumped into the sea and hadn't even died yet. What on earth would make this guy have such a strong need as well as malice towards himself? The only change in Sun Kai, Qin Yu, and Liu Guangbi. Oh, their bodies seems to be the one that all of them have become heteronormatives. The black, clothed men who had fought against him could definitely not all be adepts, at least not in the first few waves. Then the problem should be in the last wave, and the biggest difference between the last wave and the previous one is probably that he wasted 7 people with his own claws. Could it be that the 7 people I scratched earlier have become psychics? As soon as Jimo's words left his mouth, he clearly felt Wu Bin's agitation. I'm sure it is. You know, Wu Bin's eyes were filled with excitement. You know how to make an ordinary person become a psychic, right? Don't worry, as long as you help me. That little companion of yours will definitely not be safe in life, not only it, but even you. I have a way to make you blend into the crowd and definitely won't be hunted down anymore. So that's how it is. No wonder the other party had developed such strong emotions towards himself. So it was because he wanted him to help him create a batch of exalts. Not to mention that he didn't really know what the principle of this was, and even if he did, he didn't like being threatened to be utilized in such a way. Jimo came to Wu Bin's side in the blink of an eye, stuck one hand on the other's neck, and directly stuck the person against the wall. Now, can you tell me where my partner is? Wu Bin's pupils widened violently, as if he had seen a ghost incredulously. "You, how could you be so fast? Give you two choices." Jimo ignored his question, and his men slightly exerted another point of strength. 1. I'll kill you now, and then go find Lulu myself. 2. Take me to Lulu and I won't kill you. At this time, Wu Bin's face had been stuck into a pig liver color, wanting to say something but unable to say anything at all. Seeing the other party does not seem to be joking, actually really want to kill themselves, finally softened. Hard with a finger than a 2, Emmanuel nodded, but didn't let go. It's just that Ka moved his paw on the neck to the back of the other's neck. "Go away, be careful. I don't have any meat on my hands. If I accidentally poke a hole in the back of your neck, you'll be the one to suffer." Wu Bin's face turned blue, but he still obediently led the way under the threat of his head falling off at any moment. He happened to be beside the hovercar when the waves swept through, only that it was too fast, so fast that even he, a second-level speed system alien, couldn't react to it. At that time, he subconsciously grabbed a root of a different color, not expecting to be sent here by mistake. The full Earth crystal core simply made Wu Bin feel like he was dreaming. He calmed down for a while before he managed to wake up. Immediately, he grabbed the time to absorb the crystal cores. Although Wu Bin preferred to pack these crystal cores away at the first opportunity, however, reason told him that the only way to increase his survival rate in this vast ocean was to do everything he could to improve his psychic abilities. Just when he had managed to raise his psychic ability by 1 rank and started picking up the crystal cores on the ground with joy, he suddenly felt a strange movement above his head. Then the familiar-looking bug appeared in front of him. At that time, he was thinking of those crystal cores, not wanting to do more entanglement with this bug. Wu Bin directly used the previous in the village of Ding. Yi got his hands on the psychedelic drug. "I didn't expect that this Sun Huey really quite a hand. This drug is simply a fan of an accurate. What is even more unexpected is that he just transferred that bug to another place." This skeleton appeared in front of him, thought it was buy one, get one free, at least with their own hands. Even if they are not opponents, how should also escape, which thought that this guy not only became taller, even the speed also how can be so fast. He did not even manage to see the speed of the other party clearly. But he is a third-level speed system psychic. Wu Bin is not willing to be taken, but the head in the hands of the other side. No longer willing to take their own life. However, fortunately, he had deliberately made some arrangements before considering that Luo Boss Group would go and return. As long as he brought this skeleton there, he should have no problem trying to escape. If he was lucky, he might even be able to take this skeleton in one fell swoop. I thought that as long as I can successfully take down this skeleton bugs to Luo Bo, the skeleton himself to keep to do experiments. Once the experiment is successful, he became the strongest alien. And there is a group of the strongest alien army, and even the weapons are also only thinking so. Wu Bin's mood cannot help but be good. The corner of his mouth cannot help but rise a few points. If he was aware of it, Jimo glanced at him, but didn't say anything. Anyway, no matter what tactics the other party had, he would just continue. Because the entire island existed by relying on the supply of spiritual energy from the green bamboo. After the green bamboo was taken down by Bamboo 9, the island that had lost its spiritual energy was like an electronic device that had lost its energy. Its operation was interrupted on all fronts, and it looked as if it was an abandoned factory, appearing particularly empty and silent. Coupled with the wash of seawater, it was even more desolate. Jimo followed Wu Bin all the way down and did not neglect to look around. The forest had long since become a wetland. The roots that had been flailing before were all weakly hanging down in all directions, soaked in seawater, where there was no sign of Lulu as far as the eye could see. Jimo once again increased the force under his claws, causing the back of Wu Bin's neck to ooze out the slightest trace of blood. Hiss, there it is, almost there. Look, right there. Wu Bin sucked in a breath of cold air from the pane and pointed at the thick roots not far away. Jimo probed in the direction the other party pointed, and indeed saw an inconspicuous yellowish, brown protrusion underneath the root whiskers. However, Jimo's eyesight was different from normal people, and what he saw was not limited to the surface. So, in addition to discovering where Lulu was, he also saw the small ship underneath Lulu, as well as the circle of pits around the periphery of the ship. "I've brought you here, and you said you wouldn't kill me." Emmanuel nodded that he knew, then asked, "What did you do to it?" "Don't worry, it's not any kind of, just a kind of ecstasy that will make it sleep a little longer. What kind of psychedelic drug could still have an effect when soaked in water?" Jimo quickly thought of the kind of poison in Dingyi village and asked, "How does it wake up? The drug is only potent for 4 hours. And when that time is up, it will wake up on its own." Wu Bin thought that Jimo would at least go over to check it out. But he didn't expect that the other party would have no intention of going over at all, and most importantly, the hand that was placed on his neck didn't seem to be the slightest bit lax. He was about to say something when he soon heard the other say, "Oh, then it'll let you go when it wakes up." Wu Bin was secretly annoyed, but there was nothing he could do about it. So he could only continue with a stiff upper lip. There is actually another way to make it wake up earlier. Just stick a needle in the back of its neck, and it will wake up immediately. The back of Lulu's neck was exactly where its soft flesh was. Its shell was hard, its limb armor was sharp, and even the meat on its wings and belly was very thick. The only thing was that small poke of soft flesh underneath its head cover, an existence that even Jimo was not allowed to touch. Jimo glanced at Wu Bin and said, "It's okay, I'm not in a hurry." Then he literally stopped where he was, with no intention of moving again. Anyway, he was a skeleton. He wouldn't feel tired even if he stood for 100 years. Wu Bin's face suddenly became a few more ugly points, almost shouting out, "You are not anxious. I am anxious," this kind of words. However, thinking that his life was still in the hands of the other party, he lowered his head in a pragmatic manner. He wondered if this skeleton had seen his intentions. He was beginning to worry that if he angered the other party, he would directly click himself, thinking about it. Wu Bin said tentatively again, "I suddenly remembered that there's a kind of medicine that can also make it wake up earlier if you smear it on its tentacles. Do you want to try it?" The jumping pain in the back of his neck had made Wu Bin see reality, causing him to give up his intention of catching this skeleton now. As long as he had a life, he wasn't afraid of not having a chance, as if he was afraid that Jimo wouldn't believe him. Wu Bin was busy pulling the medicine out of his bag again and handing it to the other party. This time, Jimo didn't refuse. Carrying the person, he leapt towards Lulu's position, soul power after combing the IMO early incomparable. Only so easy to leap. He and Wu Bin, 2 people, will arrive in front of Lulu, simply from a cloth to honor the top 10 masters list. He really knew that there was a trap here. Cold sweat kept popping up on Wu Bin's forehead, and in his heart. He was even more glad that he didn't die with the other party. "You go," after handing the antidote back to Wu Bin. Jimo said Wu Bin, who received the medicine, was delighted as he slightly moved his neck, which was already injured but still in a restrained state, and asked cautiously, "Look, its entirety is submerged in water. If we want to rub medicine on its tentacles, we always have to lift it up first." Now, a bit inconvenient immortal sniffed and spread his hands. While keeping an eye on the other party's movements, he helped lift the sleeping Lulu up with a clatter of water. The building was finally lifted out of the water safely. Luckily, the mutated one was sturdy enough, and it was also worthy of the title of a 3 system creature of land, water, and air, aside from sleeping quite heavily. Jimo could clearly feel the signs of life from the other party, only to see that Wu Bin wiped his medicated hand twice on Lulu's tentacles. Lulu, which had fallen into a state of slumber just a moment ago, then raised its tentacles towards the void. Immediately after that, its infrequently used wings gradually spread out, and after flinging them twice, they stirred up and swooped towards Jimo, hugging his skull and rubbing it fiercely. Jimo stroked Lulu's tentacles soothingly before it relaxed its force slightly. It was also at this time that Wu Bin went downward at the fastest speed possible for his flat body and drilled into the hover car below, until the hover car broke through the water surface and slowly rose. Wu Bin's heart hanging in his throat finally fell. Damn. 2 brutes, I'll come back to you after my powers are upgraded. Just as he was planning to turn around and leave, he only felt a weight on the body, and a piercing alarm suddenly came to his ears. Then Wu Bin collapsed and realized that the windshield in front of him had spider silk cracks. Catching on, without waiting for him to make any reaction, the hover car that was smashed down on the water was split in 2. Exposing Wu Bin's entire body to the air, the last means of escape was destroyed. Barely stepped on the body to stand, Wu Bin looked at the bugs in front of him and the skeleton not far away. Simply to be scared out of their wits, what guts bottom all go to the side. A good half a long time before shivering out a sentence. You said not to kill me. I want kill you, PFF. There was a soft sound. Wu Bin looked unbelievably at the plush scimitar, like object with a plush scimitar, like object that was stabbed into his chest from his back. And a large amount of blood emerged from his mouth. You Tisk, how tragic, thought it was a white lotus. But it turned out to be black, in the air above the sea. Bamboo 9 sat on a slightly enlarged bamboo flute, watching the scene below with interest. Your Holiness, that's so bad, obviously said not to kill each other. Bamboo 9 said with a slight flirtation, I didn't kill him. HMPH, didn't you do it yourself? Hypocrisy. Jimo didn't say anything. It just extended its paw towards Lulu, who had continuously stabbed Wu Bin through a number of holes. Lulu's 4 legs stomped in succession, directly kicking the inhumanly shaped guy into the sea. And then all 6 legs moved in unison, picking up the seawater and paddling to Jimo's side, and then climbed up onto his shoulders. It clearly prefers to stay on the IMO than in the air or on the water. It's a good thing that Jimo has regained his height at this time, or else he wouldn't be able to hang on to this size of Lulu. Hey, oh right, Your Holiness. What were you guys talking about earlier about Alterans? Bamboo 9 asked as he floated in his bamboo flute to the same height as Jimo's line of sight. And what did you mean by the people you scratched becoming Alterans? Jimo was a little surprised that such a powerful exalted would not know about the exalted, and at the same time, he felt strange, as if there was no mention of any cultivation, Kai cultivation, spiritual power, soul power, or this kind of thing in Star Flare. What are you thinking? Bamboo 9, who hadn't gotten a reply for a long time, frowned with some dissatisfaction. Jimo was flabbergasted, and only then did he react to why the other party was angry. So he pointed at the blood, red area and said, Your Holiness, you've seen that person as well. He is the speed alien. A speed alien, yes. There are a wide range of classifications for the aberrants. Just the ones I've come across so far are healing, manipulation, earth, and Speed. Jimo explained what he had come across and what he had learned from the book to Bamboo 9 one by one. After hearing this, Bamboo 9 but snorted coldly. A bunch of idiots who waste their talent. Jimo didn't understand. But Bamboo 9 obviously didn't have the intention of explaining it to him, only to hear the other party ask again. The ones you scratched, the ones who have been in contact with you for the longest period of time all became Alterans. From what he said, yes, thinking of this Jimo also couldn't help but feel despondent. Originally thinking that during the period when he was helping the little exalted one to find the inner core, he could also go to see Sun Kai and the others if he had the chance. However, if he really had the ability to activate ordinary people's psychic abilities, then it was obviously not suitable to live in the crowd anymore. It was too unbelievable and would be exposed sooner or later. He didn't want to hide and conceal himself all day long to become an object chased by certain bodies of interest. You come here. Emmanuel took a step forward against Lulu. Juju placed his hand against Jimo's seal, and then quickly released it after a few seconds. It was just that the eyes that looked at Jimo again were a little weird. You said before that you'd pay me for a kernel like the green bamboo. Yes. Bamboo 9 narrowed her eyes and stood up, pointing at Jimo. Fine then, y'all pay yourself back to me. Emmanuel was a bit confused. What does your holiness mean by this? Bamboo 9 asked without answering. Do you want to have a flesh and blood body? Flesh and blood body, how can you not want? Jimo wished every moment that he could return to normal and be able to live among the people with honor. However, no matter whether it was Sun, Huey's supernormal ability, or the energy that came with the crystal core, no matter which one it was, it could not allow him to give birth to flesh and blood, now that there was an opportunity in front of him. How could Jimo give it up? Please, your holiness, seeing that he was moved. Bamboo 9 raised his hand and pointed in a certain direction and said, Go fish up that body. Jimo followed his finger and then found the body of Wu Bin, who had sunk into the sea, but was intercepted by the dangling roots. What does your holiness mean by this, for Wu Bin's death? Jimo did not sympathize at all. It was also impossible to sympathize with someone who wanted to harm him at any time. It was just that the young reverend's actions were really strange. Did that corpse have anything to do with whether or not he could have a flesh and blood body? HMPH, just let you fish, Bamboo 9 said impatiently. Otherwise, when the corpse loses all its kai and can't attach a soul. Y'all just wait to continue being a skeleton, possessing a soul. Why do you have so many questions? Ask him, with a flick of his hand. A green bead flew out from between his sleeves. The light shield around the green bead contracted and changed shape to attach itself to Kingja's spirit body. Many thanks to your holiness for not killing. Many thanks to your holiness for not killing me. Bamboo 9's eyes were sharp and his eyebrows were raised. Who said I don't intend to kill you? Forgive me. Your holiness, spare my life. The green bamboo spirit body couldn't stop bowing and cried with snot and tears. The noise annoyed Bamboo 9. Shut up. Explain to that fool what it means to possess a soul. Otherwise, my father will kill you now. Yes, yes, yes. The green bamboo spirit body finally stopped bowing and flew towards Jimo with 8 legs. This possessed soul, Bamboo 9 eyes swept. The green bamboo spirit body, a jolt accent immediately changed. The speed of speech is extremely fast. Attachment to the soul is divided into 2 kinds of a living body, attachment to the soul of a non-living body. Attachment to the soul of a living body is attached to living creatures, non-living body. Attachment to the soul of a non-living body. Attachment to no life on the object. After it finished reporting in one breath, it secretly glanced at Bamboo 9's face and realized that the other party was not displeased. And only then did it slowly let out a breath, scared the hell out of Kingju. Your holiness wants me to possess this person's corpse. Jimo pointed in the direction of Wu Bin's corpse and said, What's the difference between that and taking over a body? The moment the words left his mouth, even Jimo was flabbergasted. Taking away the body, he seemed to know that word. Stupid, Bamboo Jiu scolded Jimo, but a slice of his eye blade swept towards the green bamboo spirit body. Your honor rests, your honor is pleased. Ill. Latest chapters read in full. That spirit body also counts good sense. After noticing the other party's intention, immediately took up the responsibility of explaining to Jimo. The difference between soul possession and seizing the body is that one is carried out after the soul of the living body has disappeared, and the other is to enter the other party's body when the soul of the living body exists, devouring the soul to forcefully take over the body. Understood, it means that possessing a soul is equivalent to borrowing a corpse. Jimo nodded and said, Thank you for your honor's kind words. I'd rather be a skeleton. You, what do you mean? This corpse is better than what you have now anyways. He raised his hand and pointed, and the seawater in that area rippled, and a corpse that had been pierced through the gut, with its limbs hanging low, slowly rose into the air. Because of its posture, there was still broken flesh falling from the corpse, which looked gruesome to the extreme. As if realizing that his words weren't very convincing, Bamboo 9 grunted and threw the corpse down, withdrawing his hand and saying, "I'll go back and pick out a good one for you once we've cleaned up this place. There was no shortage of corpses around here anyway. It's not necessary. What do you mean, Your Holiness? I don't possess souls into other people's bodies. No." Jimo looked at Bamboo 9 in surprise, remembering his previous question. He suddenly understood the other party's intentions. "Your Holiness, you want my body. Why, this honored one doesn't care. You're the one who said you'd compensate me for the Colonel. HMPH, love to change it or not. Was his own body even worth the kernel of a 3,000-year-old green bamboo?" Jimo looked towards the green bamboo that had quietly pretended to be a quail after explaining the meaning of soul possession as well as the words for taking over the body. The other party was also looking at him. However, soon, a ripple surged around King's body again, and the light shield slowly appeared to be full, then returned to its initial appearance, watching the little honorable one recycle the green beads. Jimo silently withdrew his own line of sight. He observed every bone in his body directly through the building above his head and didn't find anything special. Couldn't figure out why the little exalted one wanted his own body, although he also did want to compensate the other party's colonel. However, compensating with his body doesn't mean that he can accept someone else's body, even if he can accept it. He doesn't want to give up his body, even if his body is just a skeleton. This is a deep-rooted obsession from the depths of the soul. I will find a way to leave this planet, and then go help you look for a colonel like King's. Jimo promised, if I haven't found it by the time my soul is about to disappear, I'll give you my body. HMPH, well said. Bamboo 9's head was angled, but he didn't pursue the matter any further, pointing upwards and saying, "Go and collect all the stones that have stored spiritual energy in that bamboo tube for me." Jimo nodded and obediently led Lulu to the previous place, collecting the crystal cores into piles one by one. In fact, Wu Bin had already collected quite a few piles in the corners before, and he and Lulu didn't do much work. It was only to carry the crystal cores that were already in piles in different spaces to the open space outside. A total of 23 sections, in addition to the one that he had absorbed away in the beginning. There were more than 20,000 crystal cores in the other spaces, and more than 4,000 in the lesser ones. Just looking at the piles of crystal cores, Jimo almost didn't hold back and gave it a suck, just as he was about to inform the little exalted one that the crystal cores had been collected. There were several bang, bang, bang loud bangs continuously emitted from the surroundings, 8 more than 10 square meters large. More than 2 meters high bamboo tubes suddenly appeared around him. Jimo looked doubtfully at the little venerable who had thrown the tube, and didn't wait for him to ask, but the other party had already grunted and turned around to leave. However, when the other party left, Jimo's mind still heard the words, "Split the attributes to fill the stones." 30,000 in each bamboo tube, according to the other party's instructions. It meant that 30,000 crystal cores of the same lineage should be filled in each bamboo tube, totaling 240,000 crystal cores. However, the total number of crystal cores that Jimo had collected from the 22 spaces was only 257,000. Could he pick them out? As it turned out, not only could they pick them out, they could just pick out so many. The remaining crystal cores were either spirit powerless or unsystematic. That is to say, the same Lulu had just loaded the crystal core according to Bamboo 9's request. When the other party appeared above the one person and one insect again, "Your Holiness, there are still more than 10 zeros, zero systemless crystal cores here." Jimo pointed at the nearly 1-person tall bamboo tube in front of him, which he had asked Lulu to help cut down to conveniently contain the remaining crystal cores. Bamboo 9 glanced at him, then waved his hand, and in the blink of an eye, Jimo, Lulu, along with the bamboo cylinder containing the unsystematic crystal core, all left the area surrounded by the 8 bamboo cylinders. Emmanuel also heard in his head once again, "Keep it to yourself," these words. I don't know if it's because the little exalted one doesn't use his mouth to speak, but he always likes to transmit a sentence to his mind from a distance after the person has left a long way away, making it seem like a delay, which is weird. Lulu also didn't seem to be too comfortable with this instantaneous distance movement, and switched from this side of the shoulder to that side while holding Jimo's head, then continued to lie still. Jimo touched its tentacles and realized that it seemed to have fallen asleep again, so he also no longer cared about it to put his sights on the little honored one. The little reverend still floated in the air, and when he placed the bamboo flute into his lips, a beautiful flute sound poured out, intoxicating people as if they were in a beautiful dream. Along with the dream, there were also points of light of different colors, which gathered from 8 directions in a certain arc towards the little exalted one in the middle, forming a spiral band of light. At the center of the band of light was the little exalted one. It was hard to tell who came first and who came last. But when the various colored light bands entered the little exalted one's forehead, one by one, according to the order, the picture was simply too beautiful to be true. In particular, the little honored one standing in the middle of that instant reverted to the stunningly beautiful stature of the initial encounter. Different from the group version of the honored one, the adult version of the honored one looks a little cold, giving people a kind of unattainable feeling. It was probably because of this unattainable feeling that it was more unforgettable. At least that was what Jimo, who had sealed the entire image in his spirit sea, thought without realizing it. Jimo fell into a half-asleep state by leaning against the bamboo cylinder filled with crystal cores. Images of the venerable cultivation were playing on a loop in his mind, accompanied by mesmerizing flute sounds. When the sound of the flute stopped, the first thing that Jimo's line of sight did was to lock onto the adult body honored one who stood in midair with his hands hanging down. Still cool and absolutely beautiful, only in the next moment, this cool expression transformed into a budding version of a bun face. The cultivation just now didn't seem to be able to make any changes to the donut version of the venerable figure. He stared at himself for a good half a second, his furrowed brows able to pinch a fly. Jimo thought that the little honored one might not be too happy with his regimented appearance, although in his opinion it was clearly cute. Seemingly noticing Jimo's prying eyes, the venerable one put away his movements of surveying himself and glared at him fiercely. Then, as if he had discovered something, he stepped on the bamboo flute and flew over. "You actually absorbed all these stones." Upon hearing this, Jimo turned his head. Only then did he realize that the crystal cores in the bamboo tube had completely disappeared at some point. Not even a bit of powder was left behind. Good thing. This time, Jimo can be sure that the other party is really the ownership of these crystal cores to himself. Otherwise, his external debt will have to add another one. However, thinking about the fact that he was able to absorb so many crystal cores at the same time, Jimo also felt that it was quite bizarre, because before this, he clearly could only absorb one crystal core at a time. At most, the absorption speed would be faster. On such a large scale, it was really the first time. He hadn't experimented before this. So it wasn't clear whether it was the little exalted one's flute sound that had produced the effect, or whether it came with this function after absorbing the green bamboo kernel. Instead, after asking that question, the little venerable one skipped the topic and directly said to him, "Y'all go in with me tomorrow. Tomorrow, what's your opinion?" Jimo shook his head. He is now still short of the other side than a huge debt insolvency. Only what the other side says will be done. Bamboo 9 seemed to be satisfied with his reaction, and with a nod of his head, he stepped on the bamboo flute again and disappeared. Touching the sleeping Lulu, Jimo suddenly remembered those root whiskers carrying crystal cores. After thinking for a while, he toppled Lulu to bring that already empty bamboo tube around the island to collect those root whiskers that the seawater couldn't wash away in time. Or were blocked by something. I don't know if it is because of the green bamboo was ambushed. Resulting in those roots of the aura is not enough, can only be like a common plant general slaughtered by other species. In any case, that is the time to see. Those roots not only did not have the previous vitality, and even good, some also don't know what was broken through the hard defense. Directly dug out the inside of the crystal core, coupled with the large waves caused by the previous vibration, and washed away quite a few. Namely, Mo turned a circle will only be collected to a bamboo tube, plopping down onto the wooden tube. He shook the long bamboo pole. Jimo subconsciously probed the direction he had come from, yet he helplessly realized that there was nothing in the vast ocean except for this isolated island. It seemed that either Dingyi village and that giant ship had left, or this island had moved its position again due to the impact of the sea currents. In fact, so what if Dingyam Yura is still around? He topped it off with this 58 height. Would the two kids still treat him like they did back then? Not to mention Sun Huey and the rest of the villagers who didn't have much favor with him in the first place. Just as Jimo was planning to return to the island to dispose of the crystal cores in the cylinder, the bamboo cylinder he was sitting on suddenly shook violently. It was like being punched with a series of punches, and it simply wouldn't stop. This familiar feeling he should not be targeted by that group of fish again. Right, the bamboo tube is shaking more and more perniciously. Even the bamboo pole, used as a support for the pulp, was hit by something and made a bumping sound. As soon as Jimo probed, he saw the familiar figures, unknown schools of silvery fish, grass carp, pipefish, jellyfish. It's almost as if the wrong people are in the wrong place. I don't know how these fish came together. After the last time we parted, Jimo was remembering them with great fondness. Those fish didn't know if they had noticed the head that Jimo had poked out and bumped harder and harder. However, King's outer body wasn't something they could attack. After that, all the other fish stopped their attacks except for those silver-colored fish. Only that pipefish turned its body upside down, followed by a forceful suction, and the bamboo tube was yanked down a hard scale. Immediately after that, a jellyfish stretched out two long transparent, colored whiskers, which were forcefully pumped on top of the bamboo tube from two different directions, and then tied a knot. Just when Emmanuel thought it would pull down hard, the grass carp came out, instead of attacking the IMO or the bamboo tube. The grasshopper leapt hard at the jellyfish. The jellyfish's outstretched whiskers were stretched much longer by the weight of its fall. However, the resilient long whiskers did not break. It withstood the gravity of the grass carp as well as the rush of the water, and in turn pulled the bamboo tube down a few more points. After this, Emmanuel saw what it meant to be a suicide attack. There are constantly schools of fish jumping up from the sea and then leaping into the tube, looking at the fish that come after them and the bamboo tube that is getting fuller and fuller. Jimo simply woke up Lulu and helped himself along with dissecting the roots and dissecting the fish to get the crystal core. At this point, Jimo already had the ability to dissect the root defense. These removed crystal cores were then absorbed by him and Lulu one by one. I don't know if Lulu got some benefit from the little exalted one. In any case, when they met again, Jimo realized that its food quantity was bigger again. In the past, if it ate 2 crystal cores, it would have to take a nap. But now it wouldn't even take 5, of course, compared to the thousands of those in Jimo. These few and a few of Lulu's are really small. Later on, basically one person and one bug dissected, that is, Mo eat, it is also their movement is sharp enough. Coupled with the fact that Jimo still have to clean up the carcasses and roots from time to time, The bamboo tube, this barely left a gap. As the crystal cores were absorbed, the increasingly comfortable feeling of fulfillment made Jimo hold 100,000 thanks to these delicacies that were sent to his door on their own accord, especially after the bamboo tube was pulled down quite a bit further by a few hard-working fish below. It made it easier for certain fish to jump in, until Jimo estimated that the bamboo tube was also about to be pulled into the sea. So he got up and touched Lulu's tentacles, and with one leap, he jumped into the sea and rushed towards the jellyfish that was pulling on the bamboo tube. At that moment, the bamboo tube was almost dragged into the sea, but it held on. The bamboo tube bounced up because of the reaction force, flew up high in the air, and then smashed down again, and finally came to a steady stop on the surface of the sea. The fish, however, didn't give up on jumping into the tube. Lulu grasped at the edge of the bamboo tube. His tentacles moved and soon locked his head in the direction of Jimo, after realizing that the other party was fine. It nestled back into the cylinder and waved its claws to start dissecting the crystal core. It turned out that the jump that Jimo had just made had directly broken both of the jellyfish's long whiskers. The jellyfish stretched out 2 more long whiskers, trying to bind Imperator, but he didn't expect them to be easily ripped off. Immortal felt the force under his claws, and good-naturedly threw away the long whiskers that were still struggling even though they had broken off. Without a comparison, one couldn't get a better understanding of his own strength. He was once like a toy in the hands of these fishes. This would be an opponent who was no match for him at all. It seemed like he had progressed more than he had imagined. Jimo tried to use his soul power as an attack underwater, and then realized that the objects he was trying to attack had completely thrown him aside and continued the work of tugging the bamboo tube. So are these fish really fighting the bamboo tube and not smelling themselves and coming to war again? However, it was also because of the previous use of soul power that allowed Imperator to hear something special. Escape, 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 escape. So these fish were running away. Only, fish have a strange mind. Why would they make a suicide attack on a bamboo tube on the surface of the sea on their way to escape? Just as Emmanuel was wondering, he heard another voice, too, and then Emmanuel saw a weird school of fish. Their looks were somewhat similar to geckos on land, yet they had 2 less legs than geckos. The long horns on top of their heads were somewhat familiar to Jimo. Much like the fish bones he had found in the reservoir earlier, the school was extremely large, as if there was a purposeful effort to drive these fish away. When Jimo put his attention on these strange fish, above suddenly came a boing sound. It turned out that the bamboo tube was finally overturned by the fish, because there is still Lulu inside the bamboo tube, and Lulu subconsciously wanted to find Jimo when the bamboo tube was turned over. So a bug and a bucket both fell directly in front of Jimo. That is not enough time to react. It was a group of crazy fish to the left and right spinning, and when it stopped, the bamboo tube has fallen a poke in the mud and sand on the bottom of the sea. The edges of the corners are buried tightly, and at this moment, the tube was being crowded with fish of slender size or forced slenderness, and even the skeleton shelf of Emmanuel and the 6 limbs of Lulu had a lot of them hidden in them. It gave him the feeling of being used as a playground, however, being squeezed by so many fish within their own bones. Rubbing around was actually quite comfortable, giving Jimo a feeling that he was enjoying a massage, seemingly realizing that he had no intention of lifting the bamboo tube. Those few fish that had hardened their obese bodies into a line then seemed to be relieved, and peacefully squeezed into their own small space, occasionally moving their fins or stretching their long whiskers. Jimo was getting more and more curious about that group of strange fish. How could it be that the fish were afraid of them like this? Then he spread his soul power, and through the bamboo tube, he quickly discovered the abnormality of those strange fish. It turns out that they actually have roots of transparent filaments hidden under their legs, Those filaments are extremely imperceptible and also have adhesive properties. Jimo witnessed several panicked fish crashing into them, and then, even if they broke off the scales on their bodies, they still couldn't escape. These filaments were widely distributed, and after reaching an area, it could even be said that they were densely spread into a net, directly tying up the surrounding fish one by one, and then dragging them away, just like a fisherman who casts a net. However, what's more frightening than fishermen is that they are more like an organized, regular group of fishermen. And after the first wave of fishing action is over, a second wave and a third wave will come, until the fish were caught clean. Not a single one left, not only the fish, they even spared the seaweed and coral. Even this bamboo tube where Jimo and the others were staying was not spared. That group of guys really cannot move the bamboo tube, but they are 10 for a column, a total of 3 columns. One pushed one hard to move the bamboo tube. The fish inside the bamboo tube instantly panicked a little. Jimo subconsciously touched the school of fish within his sternum and didn't move. Just pay attention to note down the direction of travel route. To be honest, he was kind of curious as to what this group of fish over plucking scales was trying to do. This kind of legionary action seemed like another intelligent race that had wandered away from the crowd. At first, these fish were not fast, and Jimo and the others traveled a shorter distance. Later on, however, a 10 to 10 meter long giant snake came out. Or was it a giant gyro, with a horn on top of its head and 2 claws on its body? It was practically the same as the mythical scaly dragon, except for its long and thin body. The dragon rolled the bamboo tube that Jimo and the others were staying in over and over, and the speed was extremely fast, so that except for the few fish that escaped and Jimo and Lulu, who didn't even want to escape, all of the creatures that stayed in the tube were exposed to the crowd of foreign creatures. Jimo held Lulu peacefully in the bamboo tube and let those alien fish species push forward. Those fish that fled in all directions due to panic were nevertheless caught and eaten. What made Jimo feel strange was that it seemed that those that were eaten were all ordinary fish species. Those with energy fluctuations were all consciously driven in one direction. The problem of the bamboo tubes that slowed down the traveling speed the most had been solved, and the efficiency of the entire team had also increased a lot. After about an hour, Jimo and the others also finally arrived at their destination, an inconspicuous crack. The crack didn't look big, yet that was just the difference in perspective caused by its curved walls. A large bamboo tube like the one Jimo and the others were in could easily go in horizontally. The deeper they went, the deeper the waters became. When the alien fish stopped, Emmanuel realized that there was something else here. An inverted triangular site with hard textured rock formations on all sides. Inside the venue, all kinds of creatures piled up into a mountain. Those creatures are not as thin as skin and bones, but if you take a closer look, it is not difficult to find that they are still alive, because most of their bodies were wrapped in that kind of sticky silk. Many fish were covered with wounds, and from the layer of fish scales at the foot of the mountain, one could see that their battle conditions were terrible. Looking at those, if not thin silk, that Mo cannot help but think of the green bamboo outer body of those roots can absorb energy. The two are simply the same. The only difference is that the picture in front of him is even more bloody and violent. Not far away, there were many, many more bubbles, each wrapped in a different creature, most of which were land or airborne creatures, and not suited for survival in water. Jimo even found a human being inside, a person who couldn't really be seen but was sure there was still life in them. Not bothering to probe something further, Jimo rushed towards that auger without any hesitation. When he was observing the surroundings just now, he noticed that this Jai Olong was the leader of this area. If he wanted to save that person, the best way was to take down this Jai Olong first. Otherwise, even if he saved the person, he wouldn't necessarily be able to leave with the other person alive. His attacks were still the most primitive claws. During the exchange, Jimo also took the opportunity to probe his soul power to see if the other party could communicate. However, this act seemed to have angered the other party, with a probe and a grab of its 2 claws. The dragon grabbed the imitation directly in front of it, its claws pulled horizontally, as if it wanted to split him in half. How could Jimo let the other party have his way? The reason why he was captured was only because the size difference was not convenient to approach and was done on purpose. This would be able to get close, so how could he let go of the opportunity? Backhandedly, he gave the other party's head a claw. After several times of sucking, Jimo's claws have long been different from the past. This time, even Lulu is not necessarily unharmed. What's more, in order to hit the scaly dragon hard, Jimo also specialized in poking at the soft flesh under the opponent's scales. The dragon was enraged and roared up to the sky. A strong suction force came straight at Jimo. At the same time, those monstrous fish also immediately split out most of them to block the entire crack opening. In fact, it had always been the case that Jimo had been more restrained in his actions, because when he woke up, he realized that as long as he was not careful, it was always easy to destroy something, and even because of improper control. Either his own feet were in the ground and couldn't dial out, or his hand touched what he touched and destroyed what he touched. So at first, he didn't intend to leave the lab, but instead began practicing controlling his mobility and trying to learn the other side's language. If it wasn't for the fact that he was too mentally tired, and there happened to be an opportunity to escape in front of him at that time, Jimo probably wouldn't have left so early. As for the subsequent pursuit, it was said to be a pursuit, but in fact, the other party took him to practice. And why would he not take the other party to try his hand? That is, with its small size, this augur assumed that he was also light in weight. It wanted to directly swallow Jimo into its stomach and then digest it from this aspect. But it did not know that the result waiting for it would be how tragic. The bloody facts proved how unreliable it was to let an uncorrupted and capable skeleton into the body. Without even waiting for the augur dragon to swallow itself into its esophagus, Jimo directly dispersed his control over his body. His legs laboriously rooted in the flesh and blood at the augur dragon's throat. Immediately, the dragon hissed out in pain. Its 2 claws reflexively covered the pain, and its tail swept towards the rock layer on both sides. The huge impact made the rock layer shaking, the top of the fine pieces of stone mixed with seawater slowly drifting down, but also led to the surrounding fish scurrying in fear. When the fish group was in chaos, it gave Lulu an opportunity. I don't know if it had planned this or just happened to think of it, but while the mutant fish were driving away the panicked fish, it pulled its 6 limbs and opened its short wings to slide towards the air bubbles. Lulu had 2 pairs of wings on its body. One pair was suitable for flying, while the other short pair was used for gliding because of the mutation. Its wings were extraordinarily hard, which would glide on the bottom of the sea, and instead of worrying about damage to its wings, it could also accelerate its forward speed. However, as soon as it slid into a concentration of bubbles, it was spotted by several guard-like mutant fish not far away on the other side, although Jimo was cutting at the important parts of the augur. But I don't know if it was a racial characteristic. The other party's throat was covered with a thick callus. He could only pierce a thin layer of flesh to give the other party an injury, but it was not fatal. Luckily, Jimo's physical characteristics allowed Jimo to stabilize himself at the opponent's throat with such a precognitive condition. After standing still, Jimo then just looked at which place nearby had more soft flesh and directly let go of his claws and unceremoniously stabbed down. His claws were already sharp and specialized in soft flesh. This claw went down and several bloody holes were created. The dragon rolled around in pain and seemed to realize that he had made a mistake, trying to drive Jimo out of his body. However, after Jimo let go of his control, The weight was really very unscientific. No matter how the dragon wriggled and struggled, it couldn't move him in the slightest, but instead gave him the opportunity to use his dark claws again, and made a few more bloody holes in the other party's body, just as the augur was rolling on the ground in pain. Howling and vomiting, Lulu had already managed to exterminate the group of fish looking for trouble and approached the bubble that had been probed by Amo. Tip the air bubble toward his back and gently clip it with his wings. Lulu's front limbs opened the way, and his forelimbs swam, completely in a God blocking Buddha style, surrendering all the alien fish that surrounded them. Clearing a bloody path, it even attracted a following as a result. For example, a few pipefish, grass carp, and jellyfish that had earlier escaped from the siege through panic. One of the 3 fish sucked, one bumped, and the other threw, dividing the work clearly and cooperating seamlessly, doing the aftermath work brilliantly. A worm and 3 fish make their way through the bamboo tube and soon return to it. The 3 fish work together to flip the bamboo tube over and place it upside down. He himself quickly plowed sand and drilled into it. Lulu also took the opportunity to stuff the bubble containing a person into the bamboo tube, and then it is guarding the side of the bamboo tube. A bug as a gate. 10,000 fish cannot open. It was fighting here, and it was no better over there in Jimo. Straight away, it forced that augur dragon to raise its head and slam into the rock layer, and even though a lot of scales had fallen off its throat, it didn't see to stop. Jimo did suffer some effects because of this. For example, his head accidentally slammed into a certain piece of the augur's soft flesh, and had a close collision with the other party's bones. The other party's bones cracked, and he himself topped up with a head full of broken bones. Flesh and blood after he managed to pivot his head out. That's just not a very pretty picture. Also in that, he was just a skeleton and didn't need much preaching. It just was. It's the way to go on like this. After all, this kind of damage was obviously enough for the other party to withstand. While he was getting more and more restrained by this kind of impact, and the more he used up his strength in attacking. Immortal hadn't forgotten that the longer he fought, the more sharply his size would shrink, whereas the other party might have upgraded for some unknown reason. While this was expected to take time, the last thing Emmanuel wanted was time. It seemed like it was better to get out first. At least by then, when it was really not possible, he would take Lulu and run with them. It was believed that after this mess, the other party wouldn't have the ability to chase after him again. However, he wanted to leave, and this augur now didn't want to let him go. It just closed its mouth and slammed into the wall, seeing that the other party is really intended to fight with their own death. Jade and Stone, Jimo also no longer want to escape the matter. See the other side of the vindictive nature. Do not remove will leave a future problem, after thinking about it. Jimo tried to diffuse his soul power to probe this augur inside and out. This would also make it easier for him to find weaknesses and then attack. It was just that no matter how many times he checked, the result was the same. This dragon's muscles were tight. Its meridians were tough, and even its bones were hard enough to compete with his own, so he couldn't find any weaknesses at all. Instead, it seemed to hear some intermittent moaning in the other's head, and a word that was not quite intelligible. It seemed to be something like egg. Jimo didn't realize that he couldn't make the other party stop no matter how much he destroyed it. But because of a simple exploration, he made this augur stop its crashing movements, just as he wanted to increase his force to explore. His body received some sort of shock and time seemed to stop for a second, returning to normal. Imperatori shook his head. Somewhat unresponsive. But the complete skeleton in front of him and the seawater mixed with the remnants of blood and flesh around it, told himself with the fact that the scaly dragon seemed to have exploded itself. It blew itself up because of his probing. It's unbelievable. Did it think that by blowing itself up, it could drag itself down with it, if it really was? Then he had clearly underestimated the bone thickness of the. Thinking so, Jimo also stopped dwelling on it and turned to explore the situation in the venue. This self-explosion of the dragon not only chipped a hole in one side of the rock formation, but also injured fish that were right nearby, including the alien fish. The group of alien fish had a riot about the loss of their leader, and had no time to deal with the fish that had just been caught, and returned too late to be disposed of. The fish also took the opportunity to save themselves, making means to escape, except for the alien fish on Lulu's side that were still fighting tenaciously. The rest of the alien fish couldn't find any of that organizational discipline from earlier at all. For a while, the entire field was in chaos. It wasn't known whether it was the might of Jimo's slaughter of the auger dragon just now, or because he was still dragging that auger dragon's corpse in his hand. Those foreign fish didn't dare to approach him. He dragged the skeleton of the auger dragon and approached Lulu in a big way, clearing the field in seconds wherever he passed. When he converged with Lulu, those foreign fish that were originally biting Lulu in hot pursuit and had to fight to the death unexpectedly also obediently retreated. Only, even if it wasn't that obvious, Jimo, whose eyesight was different from normal people, still noticed that those foreign fish seemed to consciously block the periphery of that mountain made up of all sorts of creatures. He vaguely felt that the other party seemed to be protecting something, yet no matter how curious he was, he didn't dare to delay when he realized that the life force of that familiar figure in the cylinder had nearly disappeared. Jimo directly flipped the bamboo tube, not to care about the three fish that flashed out in an instant, shoved the auger skeleton into it, and caught the Lulu that was stealing to his shoulder, and then dragged the bamboo tube to exert his fastest speed. To get back to the island, only by returning to the island and finding His Holiness can we hope to save this guy. Speaking of which, this guy was really destined to be with himself. Twice in a row, he met himself in a critical situation. I don't know if I should say that he's a man of many disasters or a man of great fortune, although Jimo's body was devoid of flesh and blood. He had long since entered a state of full victory after a succession of great tonic. The journey that took an hour or two when he came was only 40 or 50 minutes when he returned. When Jimo returned to the island with the bamboo tube containing Bubbles' Liu Guangbi, as well as the auger bone, he happened to meet Bamboo 9 floating at the entrance to the island. HMPH still knows to come back. Jimo was flabbergasted and seemed to somewhat understand the other party's meaning, and hurriedly explained, "Your Holiness, you've misunderstood. I just went out with Lulu for a bit. Is Venerable deliberately waiting for us here?" Who waited for you guys?" Bamboo 9 immediately stepped on the bamboo flute and turned around, instantly flying away from the distance. But before Jimo could drag the bamboo flute onto the island, he quickly flew back again. "I only came out because you brought so many fish with you." Huh? Emmanuel reacted a bit. He twisted his head to look behind him. Surprisingly, it was those three fish. They had actually followed him. However, the few fish seemed to have received 0 points of damage right after Bamboo 9's words fell, and immediately fled in a chaotic manner, scattering in all directions. IMO, Bamboo 9, as if to clear away the embarrassment from earlier. Juju finally set his eyes on the bamboo cylinder behind Jimo, and he frowned in disgust. "What have you brought back?" Immediately afterward, Jimo heard him say with a smirk, "What, you found a more suitable body, so you can't wait to ask for my help in possessing your soul." "Your Holiness, you are mistaken," Bamboo Jew asked in a bad mood. "If it's not soul possession, what are you dragging a corpse back for?" However, because of the little honored one's sentence corpse, he was dumbfounded and turned his neck and then his body a little stiffly. For his hard work to save back the person just so dead, namely Mo, some acceptance cannot, obviously before going ashore, can still detect the breath of life. Why is it that once ashore, could it have something to do with going ashore? It couldn't be because of his own recklessness that this only chance of life for the other party was also cut off. Right, Jimo was dumbfounded. Just as quickly, the words of the little venerable one on the side negated his conjecture. Where does this stuff come from? Gee, it's pretty gross, but it also works quite well. No wonder you think this person is still alive. Bamboo Ju poked the bubble containing Liu Guangbi out with his flute and raised an eyebrow. The body is still in a state of strong victory. And the spirit root is okay. How about? Do you want me to help attach a soul? Anyway, his soul is about to dissipate. So you're not really taking over his body, about to, Your Holiness. His soul is still there, isn't it? Imminent thought of his own situation. It was because of his strong soul power that he was able to support this withered bone to be able to move freely. If the other party's soul is still thinking this way, he couldn't help but stick his claws inside the bubble and directly guide the soul power in his body to pour into the other party's body. As soon as his soul force entered the room, he noticed the wisps of gray gas flying outwards. As a reflex, Jimo rigidly utilized his own soul force to blockade the package and prevent those gases from being lost. What are you doing? Stop. Bamboo 9 was instantly shocked at his actions and waved his hand to push Jimo away with a slap. How stupid are you? How dare you directly take your own origin soul power to fill it? Is it so hard to let you attach a soul? Immortal muffled his voice, as if his mind was buried deep in resistance about events such as the taking of a body, the return of a borrowed body, and so on. Bamboo 9 looked at the few unnoticeable dimming on the skeleton with some heartache, knowing that the other party was unable to compromise on this issue. So he said, if you really want to save him, it's not out of the question. What way? Enter his body and nourish his divine soul with yours. Upon hearing that he still had to enter the other party's body, Jimo was a bit hesitant. Idiot, this is not the same as taking over a body or borrowing a body to return a soul. It's just a bit similar to the puppet soul raising technique. Don't ask me what the puppet soul raising technique is. Let him tell you, Bamboo 9 said, throwing out the green bead once again. I don't know whether Kingju could have heard their conversation, or because the little exalted one had secretly given instructions. As soon as Kingju, who was very skillful, came out, he immediately explained, the so-called puppet soul nurturing technique is to bring out the spirit and even the soul of a puppet that does not have a soul. And of course, it also applies to soul replenishment. As a matter of fact, this technique originated from an independent star's artifact refining master. Master Feather's lover, was persecuted, and his body was destroyed, leaving only a remnant of his soul. So he sealed his lover's remnant of his soul into his best humanoid puppet, and then warmed it up with his own soul power. 10 years later, the lover's soul was replenished, and the lovers were finally reunited. Then can I just warm his divine soul without entering his body? He always felt that using the other person's body as a puppet, and then going to do what he wanted to do, was not really good for Liu Guangbiao. Even if the other party was unconscious at that time, but as long as transposed to think about it, his own body was once occupied to do many things. To meet many people, this feeling is really uncomfortable. This is certainly no problem. Only Kingju looked at Liu Guangbi out in the bubble and said, this person is not a real puppet. His physique is too weak. If he doesn't move for 10 years, even if the soul is replenished, the body will shrivel up to the point of being unusable. Moreover, the aura of this world is not pure. If it's just a body without a soul, there's no way for him to actively absorb food to grow healthy flesh and blood. Without healthy flesh and blood, there would be no way to resist the impurities contained in the aura. Then 2 conditions would likely occur in his body. One is to directly disorganize and explode to death. The other is a mutation, where the body will follow its cell, instincts to seek out flesh and blood for replenishment, becoming a living corpse that only knows how to devour. Hearing the other party say this, Jimo suddenly associated it with the zombies in Star Flare. It was indeed mentioned in the book, that the ones who were most likely to alienate into zombies were often the sick and the subhealthy. So it was because the blood and flesh weren't healthy enough to resist the impurities in the aura. In that case, there was actually a virus attached to the aura. This virus might not be fatal to a healthy person, and when they themselves are strong enough to fight against it and absorb the aura, then it is very likely to lead to cellular upgrades and breakthroughs to become supernaturals. As for the weak and sick or subhealthy people, their own virus has already overwhelmed the healthy cells. Plus the invasion of the new virus, the balance is completely broken, and because of the support of the spiritual energy, the body appears to react instinctively and desperately want to find the healthy cells to fight against it. But can a cell torn from someone else still be a healthy cell? If that's true, does that mean that zombies can revert back to being normal? Thinking so, Jimo asked the same. Bamboo 9, who had received his voice transmission, glanced at him and hummed, theoretically, it's possible. However, in the end, living spirits are still spirit-based. The physical body can be resurrected, but the soul is no longer there. So it can't be counted as a living spirit, but it can be refined into a high-quality puppet. Jimo was dumbfounded. So those people died when they became zombies. Nonsense. How can one still be alive when their vitality is broken? But there are exceptions, he said and glanced at Kingju, although Kingju was not clear about the current situation of this world. But just based on Bamboo Jia's words, he immediately knew that he needed to explain something, and turned his head to look at Jimo and said, people whose vitality has been broken usually have their souls dispersed, but there are always some people who are strong, willed, or who have special obsessions, and their souls are retained for a longer period of time. For example, this one in front of you. He definitely has some kind of obsession that he can't let go of. That's why he was able to leave behind a trace of his soul. Obsession, live better, then and then what? Emmanuel had some trouble remembering, but he knew that there must be something he hadn't accomplished yet. It seems that Liu Guangbi is just as reluctant as himself, and also has an unfinished obsession, thinking of this. Jimo made up his mind. Although Jimo already had an idea in his mind, he was silent for long enough. But it made Bamboo 9 on the side a little impatient. Why are you so indecisive, in a word? Do you want to save him or not? If you want to save him, listen to me. If you don't want to save him, either possess the soul or throw the body away. And destroy that disgusting bubble for me. I hate this kind of want to save. Jimo hurriedly said, please teach me. Your Holiness, HMPH. Only then did Bamboo 9 regain his face as he asked, remember how you felt when your body shrunk? Emmanuel thought for a moment and nodded. Remember, at first he had shrunk when he woke up from his slumber. But then the slumber had gotten shorter and shorter, until later on he didn't even need to slumber at all. At that time, he had paid attention. That kind of feeling is just like a person will always consume strength in the middle of exercise. Other people need to rest and replenish energy to consume strength. He also needs, but others do not rest and do not replenish energy, will always have no strength. And he, rest or not, but not to replenish energy, after shrinking is full of energy again. It is as if 10 points of strength support 10 points of body. And when only 8 points of strength are left, the 10 points of body shrinks to 8 points, so that one can still be flexible and supportive. Only, these were physical instincts, and he could experience the sensation without being able to control it. Come here, Bamboo 9 jumped off the bamboo flute and floated in the air, placing his hand on Jimo's forehead bone. I will help you next. You need to memorize the feeling and practice on your own. A clear stream to the top of his head poured in, and Jimo only felt that where the clear stream passed through, all the bones seemed to be active, as if they were originally made up of millions of tiny crystals. And these crystals were all shrinkable when they shrunk to the extreme. Jimo could clearly feel his size shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. As they expanded, Emmanuel's bones rapidly expanded again until he regained his height of a meter or so. So that's why he keeps shrinking. When Bamboo 9 stopped, Jimo couldn't wait to try it himself, using his soul power to replace the clear flow towards it. He first took his small right arm to try it out, and then his small right arm shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the clear stream reversed, the small right arm jutted out as if the claws of a feline had suddenly emerged. After grasping the gist of it, Jimo stopped continuing and stopped to ask, next, what to do. He hadn't forgotten about saving Liu Guangbi, with the puppet soul nurturing technique. You need to shrink yourself down to a small enough size to control it, by staying close to the other party's corpse and inputting soul power. Bamboo 9 said, this is also one of the drawbacks of the puppet soul nurturing technique. You can't get too far away from the puppet. It was only then that Jimo realized the intention of the little exalted one teaching himself to stretch his body. Because compared to a skeleton resisting a person walking all over the street, it was still more aspectful for a living person to carry a scaled-down version of a skeleton. And while a skeleton can be immobile, a body can't. He once again shrunk his size to the extreme, about 20 thick meters long, and then controlled the force to jump onto Liu Guangbiao when the soul power is injected, flowing down the canopy through all parts of the body bubble in the Liu Guangbi. Finally opened his eyes. First, you need to familiarize yourself with the bones, meridians, and veins of this body. After a few minutes, Emmanuel moved his fingers, then couldn't resist moving his paws again. The feeling was amazing. It felt like this body and myself were linked into a community. The skeleton was like his right hand, which he used with ease. Liu Guangbiao, on the other hand, is like his left hand. Many things can be accomplished through the left hand, but cannot be as flexible as the right hand. This, of course, can be perfected entirely with time or a lot of practice. All right, next, block the remnant soul that you wrapped with your soul power earlier for a second time. Now, you need to use the other party's body to cultivate and help them open up their sea of consciousness. Only after opening up the sea of consciousness will you be able to send the other party's residual soul in to warm up. Speaking of this point, Zhu Jiu paused and said, although this body only has an earth spirit root, but the good thing is that the spirit root is pure, and it is easier to cultivate after refining Kai to perfection, coupled with your enlightenment. It should be no problem to build the foundation in a year. At that time, you will be able to open up the spirit sea and nourish the divine soul for him. Tisk, such a troublesome. And without benefits, there are even people who do it. Sure enough, they are stupid. Jimo was silent. It was actually impossible to say that there was no benefit at all, after all, for a skeleton that longed to resume its group life. Having a normal body was more rewarding than anything else, and even if he returned his body someday, the lessons of those practices still belonged to him, and what he had learned was not forgotten. Kingju. You tell him how to draw Kai into his body. Looking at Junior, exalted one with a look like I don't want to talk to this idiot anymore. Jimo, who was cloaked in Liu Guang Soaring's skin, laughed. This person who opened his mouth to call him stupid and didn't want to talk to him, but would always answer his doubts in a timely manner, and even if he didn't want to answer them, he would still call Kingju out to answer them for himself. There are also those who want their own bodies very much, but always act as if they don't want them. However, he was paying extra attention in the dark, and was even more worried than he was about the damage to his own body. Even so, the other party has never thought of robbing or using their own debt to ask for payment. Liu Guangbi's body wasn't as frail as it looked. Despite his own lack of exercise, however, the cells in his body were extraordinarily active, especially the benign ones. Once Jimo had adapted to this body, he began to try to do some daily training, including the boxing techniques that he had taught his opponent earlier. He really wasn't wrong. Liu Guangbi was indeed well suited for such an attack. It is a pity that the other party missed the best exercise period. Until now, the lower plate is still not very stable, but compared to the initial time has improved. It seems that Liu Guangbiao Private is not completely did not practice. Thinking of that guy who is a bit of a douchebag but completely generous, Jimo can't help but sigh, and I don't know how the two kids Sun Kai and Qin Yu are doing. I just hope they are safe and sound. In the days that followed, Jimo had been practicing under the guidance of Kingju. Perhaps it was because Jimo's special experience had given him a special sense of realization, or because of Liu Guangbiao's affinity for Earth system supernormal abilities. His introduction of Kai into his body went smoothly as if there were no hurdles in the first place, and directly on this island that had changed its appearance. He successfully introduced Earth Aura to step into the first level of Kai refining. Kai practice is divided into a total of 5 layers. The first layer introduces a single system of aura, the second layer a double system, the third layer a triple system, and so on. The 5 systems of aura collection, and let them in the body enough to phase cycle, is complete. Only then can the foundation be built to remodel the true body. Only by entering the foundation establishment stage and opening the sea of consciousness can one be considered a true cultivator. Only then can they practice different techniques according to their own spiritual roots, embarking on another path that is completely different from that of mortals. Now that Jimo had introduced the Earth system aura, the first thing he had to do was to solidify his foundation and prepare for the second system. The gold system, however, although the aura of the sea also had all 5 systems, it was more in favor of the water system. He was able to introduce the Earth system thanks to the soil that came with this island, but if he wanted to introduce the gold system, it was a bit difficult. It was also at this time that Jimo realized that the original aura would also be divided according to the 5 elements. The previous him actually didn't divide any lineage and directly swallowed it in one gulp like that. It was a good thing that his body was special and his digestion was strong, otherwise, according to Kingju's words, normal people or cultivators would absolutely burst their bodies and die. This day, the little honored one finally will those bamboo tube in the crystal core consumption clean. This is also the credit of the Mo. It is really his own body is too able to eat. Liu Guangbiao's body's cultivation has also entered a bottleneck. The Earth aura is nearly saturated. Jimo put Liu Guangbiao's body into the bamboo tube and dragged it around, and he himself resumed his original skeleton form to bring Lu to start cleaning up the island. The main reason is that the little honorable one wants to throw all the remaining ground attachments on the island that is the outer body of the green bamboo into the sea. Having seen the harm of Kingju's outer body, how could Jimo possibly give it up? If these things were made into weapons, after going to the mainland, not to mention other things, at least the starter crystals would be available. After all, as far as his nearly 1 year of seeing and hearing, he had only once found a speciality like green bamboo that was rich in crystal cores. Latest chapters read more. Moreover, regardless of whether it was an exalted one or himself, the speed of consuming crystal cores was particularly fast. Especially his own exalted one. It was simply to the extent that he came to absorb as much as he could. Regarding the difficulty of obtaining a crystal core, Jimo, who had once spent more than a month with 2 other children to put together a crystal core, obviously had a far higher degree of knowledge than the little exalted one and the others. Juju didn't understand Jimo's mind and thought that he was interested in refining weapons, and watched with interest from the side for a long time. When Jimo made a large sword, he finally couldn't help but ask, "Who taught you this primitive means of refining weapons? Can't quite remember. I think it's Captain." Immortal held up the greatsword and casually waved it twice, realizing that it was still too light and thin, so he set it aside again and continued to create the next one. Captain, what a strange title. Bamboo 9 struck out with a seal and quickly took the sword that Jimo had just put down into his hands. He casually tapped it, and the surface of the sword found a pleasant sound. Casually, he changed his position and knocked again. The sound faded, but it was still very pleasing to the ear, as if he had found a novelty toy of some kind. Jukyu kept tapping on all the different positions of the great sword. The great sword also made a series of clanking notes. Once more after that, a different and lively tune resounded in Jimo's ears. He actually unconsciously sharpened the half-finished greatsword in his hand to the tune. It wasn't until the end of the song that Immortal realized what he had done when he looked down and saw that the great sword had become a reality. When he raised his sword to swing it again, that familiar feeling returned. It made him feel nothing but smooth. "Thank you, Your Holiness, don't get me wrong. This honored one isn't helping you. This honored one is just practicing a song." When Bamboo 9 finished speaking, he threw down that big sword and directly flew his flute, looking at the little venerable ones departing back. Jimo smiled and touched the large sword in his hand, although he had already refined a suitable weapon. Yet Jimo had no intention of stopping. He really put all his time outside of cultivation into weapon making. Bamboo leaves, bamboo roots, bamboo poles. Everything that was suitable for making weapons were not spared. Even those giant bamboo tubes were processed and used to store items in different categories. He even cleared a place on the island to build a small bamboo building. The green bamboo outer body was utilized thoroughly. This tossing and turning by Jimo didn't make the island any more disorganized. Bamboo Jiu grunted twice, but did not object, and even moved squarely into the master bedroom after the bamboo building was completed. Although Bamboo 9 felt that this house was indeed much worse than his own cave, but with his storage ring destroyed and the sky-breaking shuttle nowhere to be found. It could only be like this for the time being. Fortunately, the 10,000-year-old spiritual soil that he purposely got from that god creation star was still there, which was the root of his own cultivation. It was just cheap for that black heart bamboo, thinking of those auras that were absorbed by the green bamboo. Yu Jia's entire mood was bad. Directly took out the green bead as a toy, threw it over and beckoned it back, and played with it alone. It took more than a week to process less than 1% of the materials. The total number of weapons produced was 80, 1 million among them. Whip-type weapons were the most numerous, followed by great swords, and clubs were the least, and by this time, the island they were on had drifted closer to land with the currents. This island was originally not far from land, but later on, because King's outer body triggered a shipwreck. It caused the island to be taken away by the sea in the opposite direction. Now, after more than 2 months of natural drifting, it was finally close to land again. Only the scene doesn't seem right. The long coastline was nothing but fish. Not even a single seaweed. It was as if it had been cleaned out by something. What was most strange to Emmanuel was how, with so many fish, there was no sign of humans. When the island borders the beach, Jimo realizes that all these fish, in fact, have horns. Almost as soon as Jimo and Lulu stepped onto the beach, these fish immediately sensed their presence. Many of the unicorn fish turned their heads in unison and lunged in their direction. However, more unicorn fish continued to move forward into the forest on the shore, giving people a sense of immediacy of sea creatures attacking the land. Jimo easily dodged the attack of the unicorn fish group. A big sword swung tigerishly, directly fanning them away, lying on the ground for a long time without seeing the ringing. The Lulu next to him was not to be outdone, 6 feet moving in unison, fish crumbling wherever his 2 forelimbs passed. The attack power of these fish was pitifully weak in front of Jimo and Lulu. However, there were simply too many of them. Within a short while, Jimo and Lulu were surrounded one after another. Just then, Bamboo 9 also stepped on the flute and came. He frowned and stared at the battle below for a while, and after the black mist, the little exalted one turned into the great exalted one. With a wave of his hand, the island then rose into the air, and the fish that stepped into the island were also catapulted out in an instant. Almost at the instant the fish were flicked out, the original 10 square kilometers of the island unexpectedly began to shrink. And in the end, it even became a miniature version wrapped in the same size green bead as the green bamboo. Jimo's perspective was different from normal people, so even though he was fighting against a school of unicorn fish, he still didn't miss this image, to be able to compress a 10 square kilometer island to less than 5 centimeters. What kind of technology was this? He had previously tied sturdy roots underneath quite a few bamboo tubes. Wanting to drag those tubes off the island one by one, unexpectedly, with just a wave of His Holiness' hand. The island had become portable. Is this a means of cultivation? At this moment, Jimo suddenly developed an ambition that he must cultivate. Must become an honorable person, that kind of character. Then take revenge. 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 What is it? Immediately, he became agitated, and the chapters of his men became disorganized. Wake up, being hit in the back of the head. Jimo touched his somewhat sore head, and turned his head towards the little honored one, who looked like he had smashed himself with a green bamboo. Stupid. Cultivation should never mess with the mind. Bamboo 9 had already returned to the size of a donut by this time. At this time, he was sitting on the bamboo flute looking at Jimo with slight disdain. It was only then that Jimo realized that he had unknowingly fallen into some kind of obsession. What's more disturbing is that he doesn't remember. The kind of restlessness where something important is lost, and yet he doesn't remember it has never happened before. What the hell is going on? Imo had always known that he had a memory deficit, since he has been awake. All he knows is that he is human and his name is Jimo. Knew a few words and languages different from this place, and many escape skills, yet much more was missing. He didn't know how he became a skeleton, what he originally looked like, where he lived, or how he came to be in such a strange place. Before, even if they didn't know it, Jimo had always treated it lightly. There had never been a deep realization of hatred like today. It wasn't known whether it was because his previous body made him lack those emotions, or because it was different after cultivation. In short, right after discovering the little exalted one's powerful ability, his emotions weren't quite right. The yearning in his heart, the hatred buried deep in his memory, was like an erupting torrent that could not be stopped. It was a pity that he still couldn't think of it until now. What exactly was the hatred that would allow himself to hide it so deeply? And again, the emotional fluctuations would be so great when remembering it. It was hard to imagine what would happen if emotions were left alone. But either way, it was definitely not something that Imperatori wanted to see. It was a gut feeling that belonged to him. Many thanks to your holiness for saving me. Who saved you? I just don't want to lose a colonel. Bamboo 9 waved his sleeve after saying that and left. But in 2 seconds, another sentence came from Jimo's ears. What are you still staring at? Jimo lost his smile. If he didn't save himself, and he had an accident because of it, wouldn't that body of his rightfully go to his holiness? Looking around at the unicorn fish that looked like they had forgotten themselves and Lulu, Jimo beckoned to Lulu, put his big sword in the basket woven with roots behind his back, and then strided forward to chase after them. Instead, the basket's original, Ink, took the opportunity to dissect and dispose of some of the unicorn fish corpses that had been rolled in earlier. It was just a shame that none of these fish even had a crystal core. The forest is full of those horned fish. Some of them die a natural death because they are not adapted to the environment on land, and then become nutrients in the forest. Others try to adapt themselves to the environment and survive. The fish that survived crawled resolutely toward the front, as if guided in some way. Emmanuel couldn't see where they were going at all, because they were all over the place in every direction. They are like a migratory colony. After each new environment, there is always an effort to adapt, if they weren't so warlike. Perhaps this continent would have at most one more new race. After all, humans are the most inclusive. Yet they seem to have a different kind of obsession with flesh and blood. Emmanuel has witnessed them climbing trees in groups over a nest. Can you imagine a school of fish climbing a tree? It was clearly impossible to climb the tree, but those fish were very stubborn. They climbed a little and fell down, and then continued to climb and fall again. They didn't even reach 1/5 of the bird's nest. But they were injured and killed. Tesk, that's disgusting. I'm going back to the house. Don't call me if nothing happens. Bamboo 9 casually threw his hand, and the bead with a light green glow hovered in the air. He then disappeared in a flash, leaving only a bead containing a scaled-down version of the island at the scene. Jimo carefully removed the bead and handed it to the original being behind his back to hold. He didn't want the island inside the bead to shake or tumble because of his movements, although he also knows that this possibility is very small. At first, Jimo was very surprised to learn that the bead containing the compressed island could also allow a living person to enter. And when he managed to return to the island and take out a weapon from the island, his mind instantly jumped to the term portable space. Only not as impression of those portable space metaphysical. This space as long as you enter the correct password. Anyone can enter, of course. First you have to have the password. The green bead on its exterior was like a door. Inside the door was a compressed world with its own rules. If you want to enter, you first have to undergo the compression yourself. But of course, that compression isn't noticeable, and it automatically recovers after you leave, after the little honored one returned to the island. Jimo also pondered over the question of where to go. According to the little exalted one, the reason he was able to reach this planet in the first place was because of the Skybreaker shuttle. It's just that there was an accident at that time, and he and the Skybreaker shuttle were forced to separate. So, if one wanted to leave this planet to help the little exalted one find the inner core, the fastest way was actually to find his lost Skybreaker shuttle. It was a pity that even the little exalted one didn't have a single piece of news about the Skybreaker shuttle. So he was even more unable to find out. However, Starflare did mention a kind of divine boat that was somewhat similar to the sky-breaking shuttle described by the little venerable one. According to the book's description, the divine boat's originating place is in Luozhai City, under the 8 armies. Let's start here, thinking this way. Jimo also had the intention of revisiting his hometown, after all. The 8th Army and the 7th Army sounded quite close, but in fact, they were one east and one west, belonging to the 2 ends of the continent. After leaving, there might not be a chance to come back, although he knew that Sun Kai and the others had probably left long ago. Dingyi Village shouldn't have stayed where they were, however, unable to say what kind of mentality. Jimo still couldn't help but want to take a look. Blackie, up the tree, just then, the sounds of fighting and barking came from a short distance away. Jimo looked over in the direction of the sound and saw a disheveled, bearded 2-meter-tall man holding a steel pipe that had several unicorn fish skewered on it as he surged left and right. Next to the big man was a large golden fur nearly 2 meters long. At this moment, one person and one pet were being surrounded by 40 to 50 unicorn fish. The big man was fine, but Golden Hair looked a bit miserable. Those fish had few sharp teeth, but every time they managed to rip a clump of hair from Golden Hair's back, the Golden Hair bared its teeth in pain. The number of the other side is too many. The big Golden Hair slaps down 1 or 2 with 1 claw. However, there is always a fish that can take the opportunity to come close and nibble off a clump of hair. There was no telling how long they had been fighting, but when Jimo saw it, Golden Hair was on the verge of becoming bald. This man and his pet seemed to want to climb to the side of the tree. Only those unicorn fish were too dense. And the big man seemed to have some kind of consideration, and had been careful to fight against each other. So there was no chance to go up to the tree at all. After thinking about it, Jimo drew his greatsword and charged towards the big man. With just one sweep of his plan, Jimo cleared the unicorn fish around the big man as soon as he struck. The invisibility spell that the little exalted one had set up on him earlier followed suit and lost its effect. Immediately, some unicorn fish realized his presence and pounced towards him. It was also at this time that Lulu, who hadn't made a move, also lunged towards those fish. The forelimbs spun and slaughtered without mercy. For a while, the entire scene became somewhat bloody. The big man saw this picture, immediately anxious. He went forward and dragged Jimo to the tree, until he climbed up to a certain height. Then he panted and said, "Agu, I say, little brother, you have to be careful. Don't let the fish blood get on your skin. It will cause problems." While he was talking, the golden hare also had the good sense to scurry up the tree, finally getting rid of those doe-haired unicorn fish. The big man carefully took out a piece of wet cloth, then wiped the golden hare all over its body, and only then carried the other party into his arms like a sigh of relief, and said heartbreakingly, "Good boy, I'll go back and buy you meat to make up for it." The golden hare seemed to understand and rubbed against the big man in response. It was only then that Jimo realized that it was not that this golden hare didn't have the chance to go up the tree. It was only because it was protective of its master that it preferred to lose its hair and stay with its master. He moved his eyes to Lulu, who was making a big kill below, and called out, "Lulu." Lulu stopped his hand movements at the sound, opened his short wings, and flew towards Jimo. Jimo was planning to catch it, but suddenly was blocked by the big man. Lulu fluttered directly into the tree pole, fell 6 feet to the sky. The big man didn't seem to expect this situation either, and immediately pulled out a pair of gloves and a wet cloth from his bag and handed them to Jimo, saying somewhat embarrassedly, "Don't misunderstand me, brother, here you go. Wipe the blood off of it first." Jimo took the gloves and the wet cloth, which smelled faintly of grass. He put on the gloves and cleaned the fish blood all over Lulu's body. As the big man said, before turning it over, he was now wearing Liu Guangbiao's skin, so there was no way to let Lulu, who was taller and heavier than this body, continue to nestle on himself. He could only touch its tentacles in a soothing manner. Lu moved his tentacles and rubbed against him, then quieted down to nestle motionlessly in the tree. "Hey, brother, thanks a lot just now. My name is Wu Gang, older than you, so call me Brother Wu." Looking at those unicorn fish that kept climbing and falling trees, and wouldn't leave for a while, the big man started to find a topic to chat with Jimo. "This pet of yours is an earth doggy." "Right, this is the first time I've seen an earth dog that's this big. How on earth did you raise it?" Jimo pondered for half a moment, as if organizing his words, before finally spitting out the word's own, long, somewhat stiltedly, a few words. "My goodness, to think that you can grow so big on your own. It's so awesome." The big man was a little surprised, but not unacceptable, and soon uncovered this topic. "Alas, I say, brother, where are you guys planning to go?" Jimo pointed in the direction of Dingyi village. The big man was surprised. "Brothers, you are not thinking of going to Dingyi village, are you?" Emmanuel nodded. "Alas, I say, if you guys want to see a doctor, you'd better hurry up and go to Jinhai City. Dingyi village is long gone. Trust me, if you go over there now, there's nothing but a big pit. Sure enough. I still left." The heart lamented a sentence Jimo also no longer entangled, after parting with the big man. He silently brought Lulu back to the place where they used to live. The whole place had been flooded. All those things he had once collected were also washed away by the water, and not a single piece was left. As a matter of fact, keeping those things was not suitable for the current imperator, clad in Liu Guang Soaring's skin. He had long since stopped needing those bandages and black cloaks. At this time, the clothing he was wearing was a gift from the little venerable one. Similar in style to the other, but a close-fitting version, very much utilized for action, when Liu Guangbiao's clothes were destroyed and Jimo didn't have any clothes. He ended up having to weave them himself, The material was of course those root whiskers. It's just that the clothes he wove were spat out by the honored one as too ugly. So he threw a piece of clothing at himself, although Jimo was quite curious as to how the clothes came to be. After all, the little honored one had said that his other clothes were either destroyed or in the Skybreaker shuttle. After the temporary residence, Jimo sent Lulu to the island and rushed to High City alone. Along the way, there seemed to be fewer unicorn fish, and the closer we got to High City, the more we could see teams fighting against the fish in 2s and 3s. Most of these people had pets with them, and the ones who didn't occasionally armed themselves completely. Similar to the people in the dungeon, Jimo would occasionally stop by to help when he found someone in need of help. He just walked and helped along the way, and without realizing it, he arrived at High City at this time. High City was far less prosperous than before, and a watchtower was erected on each side of the bridge path outside the city gate, with 10 or 20 uniformed and weapon-wielding soldiers standing guard on it. Pedestrians on the bridge is even less pathetic. No longer see the trace of Huang Qiang's such people. The gates of High City were closed, leaving only 2 small doors for people to enter and exit. This is the city of this planet. It's not much better. Bamboo 9 suddenly flew out of the island and levitated next to Jimo in his flute. Jimo turned his head to look at him, a little curious about what a cultivator's city was like. So he asked, "Then, what is a cultivator's city like in general?" A cultivator's city. Cities definitely have different appearances and a variety of categories. But one thing remains the same, and that is that each city's defenses need to be up to par in order to apply as a city. Does your holiness mean that the city's defenses are not up to par? Bamboo 9 bared a smile. Does this city have a defense? Jimo was flabbergasted. Could it be that the defense as understood between him and the little exalted one was not the same? Just then, Jimo felt a familiar aura. At the same time, the people on the watchtower also seemed to have sensed something. It became a bit tense. Inside the moat, a swirl rose, and from the center of the swirl emerged a massive head. The head of the face resembles a tiger, with horns that stand alone. It was the same Gyao dragon that had previously fought with Jimo at the bottom of the sea. Only that the size of this auger dragon in front of him was obviously far larger than the previous one. This auger took up a quarter of the entire surface of the moat river as soon as it emerged. Only heard it let out a long roar. The sound is extremely penetrating. The people on the watchtower have covered their ears and crouched down. There are individuals strong-willed against the roar towards the other side to shoot, but most of the physical strength gradually fell to the ground. Emmanuel noticed the vague appearance of blood on their 5 senses. What? Can't help but want to go up and help again. Bamboo Jiu lay on his side on top of the bamboo flute, propped up his chin, and looked Jimo up and down once and said. Jimo didn't deny it and only said, "They are no match for that auger, you are," Bamboo 9 said without a word of humor. Unconscionable fellow. Jimo knew that he wasn't necessarily a match for this auger, but he believed that he could at least hold it off for a while, giving those on the watchtower a chance to escape. You want to use that skeleton body of yours. Bamboo 9's entire body was bad. That skeleton is now in the state of absorbing nutrients. Non-stop consumption will only strengthen the original source consumption. If the original source is depleted cleanly one day, then this absolute treasure will surely dry up. No way do you want your opponent to attack you even, your holiness. I know you can make me invisible. Who am I to help them? It's helping me. Stupid. Bamboo Jiu was furious, yet he still waved his hand and struck a spell to make the bamboo piper behind Jimo's back invisible. Jimo looked at the little reverend in disbelief, and was about to say something when he heard the other party say, "Shut up and don't ask anything. Use this body to go. I will help you in the dark. Remember, no skeletons allowed." Understood. Jimo nodded his head and asked no more questions, just as Jimo was approaching towards the auger with a hidden figure. On the city gate, a tall, strong man in military uniform bowed towards the person next to him and said, "It'll be troubling Yewei-san this time. Where is the city lord's words? This is originally the duty of the Yayan." As the lord of Jinhai City, Luo Zili had a headache recently. During this time, people in the neighborhood are constantly being attacked by strange fish, and 80% of them are mutated. After checking, most of the mutated ones were bitten by those fish or stained with each other's blood. It's almost like an animal version of a zombie, still flesh and blood. Jinhai City was originally a trading city, and there were not many troops deployed. After this mess, it had to spare quite a few manpower to go out. He had no choice but to release a mission in the mission center and let the traveling brave squad help clean up. However, that was never an option. Those schools of fish were just too big, and on top of that, they had already been spotted in the attached river in the past few days. Luo Zili then realized the mistake. Those bastard soldier children, only a few years of peace and quiet. But even dare to even underwater monitoring are lazy to check. All day to their own copy of the report of no anomalies. He was so angry that he spat blood, but the problem still had to find a solution. It was also his responsibility. Who had allowed himself to be unsupervised? Only, by this time, it was too late to know that something was wrong with the moat. With the secret code of fish coming in, there was no way they could find out what the problem was from the surveillance. Much less send someone underwater to drain it. To add insult to injury, what looked like large aggressive fish turned up in the moat. Quite a few people passing by the moat were swept into it. He had seen with his own eyes on the monitor that most of those who had been swept into the river, except for a very few, had been eaten on the spot by the fish below, just as he was about to make a report to the top. A classified document, a box, and a shifter came from above, if he hadn't seen his opponent strangle a large fish with his own eyes. Luo Jingsheng really wouldn't have been able to have a concrete perception of the battle power of an alien. To be honest, there were too few Xenos on the 7th Army's side, not only the 7th Army. It should be said that everywhere except the 8th Army, there were fewer Xenos. What shocked Luo Jingsheng was that yesterday's 5 or 6 meter long fish was already big enough in his opinion. But he didn't expect an even bigger one to appear today. Only its head, visually, was 4 or 5 meters wide. The body length was even more immeasurable. The most terrifying thing was that this fish seemed to have supernatural powers. Its sound can directly affect the human brain. Even he is not good to suffer from such a long distance away. Not to mention those warriors on the watchtower. It was only to be hoped that Mr. Yewei could drag the other side for a while, giving them a chance to escape. "Dahai, how is the transfer of the city's residents going?" Luo Jingsheng looked sideways at the young warrior next to him. The warrior called Dahai saluted him, then reported, 70% of the people in the city have been safely transferred now. And of the remaining 30%, some are waiting for someone, while others are still counting their belongings. What a time to add to the chaos. Give them an ultimatum. They must all leave within 3 days, and they must not stay within 100 kilometers, or else they will suffer the consequences. Also, remember to contact the traveling braves who are out and tell them to pay attention to the evacuation time. Yes, when everyone had left, it was time for them to carry out their final orders. Luo Jingsheng turned his eyes back to the huge fish head in the moat. At this time, Yin had already walked into the bridge. His petite figure contrasted sharply with the giant fish in the river. As if the other party could easily swallow him with a single mouthful, just then, a change of heart occurred. The giant fish's voice came to an abrupt end, followed by a burst of hissing, as if it had been attacked in some way. It struggled violently, completely stirring up the moat. Jimo originally thought that the little venerable one's reference to covert help was in the event that he was out of his depth. However, just as he took the stage, a melodious flute quietly appeared in his mind. The rhythm of the flute was fast and slow, as if it could make every cell in his body dance to this rhythm, making the entirety of Jimo boil. The attacks that stepped on the nodes also became more and more powerful. As it turns out, this is not an illusion, when immediately Mo stabbed his sword into the auger dragon's body. The scales that originally couldn't be poked at all were visibly scarred. Luo Zili looked at Mihyun, who was standing in the center of the bridge with only a slightly open hand, and then at the concealed youth riding on the head of the giant fish, whose face could not be seen. With a puzzled expression, in fact not only Luo Zili, even Yeon was shocked speechless by the scene. It is not because of the drama of the warriors fighting the giant fish, but the warriors are too familiar. Surprised he's still alive. He didn't even die in that situation. The thought that she was kept here because of this idiot caused a murderous aura to rise up all over Yeon's body. Not at the giant fish, but at the IMO on the giant fish. Jimo was in the middle of a battle with the scaly dragon. But he didn't expect a sudden sneak attack. Under the dodging, he almost let the scaly dragon on his body fling into the water. He is now wearing the skin of Liu Guangbi, not as sturdy as himself. If he falls into the water, maybe let those fish nod or dragged away as sustenance. If it wasn't for the fact that this body couldn't leave this body, Jimo really wanted to stretch out a claw and grab the other party. Seeing that the strike was not successful, and the soldiers from the watchtower were running towards the city gate, one after another, Mai Yin stopped and started to attack the Jiao Oolong. However, the powerful defense of the dragon is not comparable to the kind of fish yesterday. He could not hurt the other party in the slightest. On the contrary, by the tail of the scaly dragon casually swing. Make a mess. The soldiers at the watchtower ran closer and closer, and Yeon gritted her teeth and aimed her attack at the spot that Amo had attacked. Then said towards the soldiers who were scrambling to escape, "Tough luck to you guys. Be safe." The crowd failed to notice the other side of Jimo's dedication, and only saw this Mr. Yeon's painstaking persistence as well as his gentle greetings, and one by one they were moved to stop and shout at him. Yue-san worked hard. "Thank you, Yeon-san, for your help. Go Yue-san. Please be sure to stay safe." There were even those who raised their guns. Intending to join him on the city wall, Luo Zili, who had binoculars in his hand to see the situation in the river clearly, couldn't help but frown. He picked up the loudspeaker and yelled at the soldiers below, "All soldiers, listen up, don't cause trouble down there. All of you return to the city for me. What's the point of dallying? Hurry up and get back here." It was discovered that the guns were indeed useless, and nearly injured the other man on the fish's back. Only then did the soldiers bid farewell to Yeon and speed back to the city, seeing that those soldiers safely returned to the city. Jimo also stopped fighting with the auger dragon underneath him. He only kicked the auger dragon's head as hard as he could before traveling, striving to kick its head to Mihyun. It was just that he still underestimated the weight of the dragon's head, and also overestimated Liu Guangbiao's body. The dragon's head did hit the bridge, and also drenched Mai Yin completely. Yet the more substantial damage was gone. Tisk, what's your grudge against the guy on the bridge, just after jumping back to the shore? Jimo heard the little honorable one ask this. He paused before replying, "No, no, he would have tried to kill you as soon as he saw you. That last kick of yours was also meant to kill him by borrowing that auger's head. Right, Bamboo 9 rarely gossiped. Hurry up and say it. Jimo was helpless, there really isn't. It's just that he wanted to kill Liu Guangbiao. And I didn't want him to. He's going to kill you in this body. That won't work. This body's vitality hasn't been fully nourished yet. And if it's killed now, even if you nourish that kid's divine soul, there's no way for him to be reborn." As the two chatted on this side, Yin also finally managed to escape from the pursuit of the auger that had lost its first hatred and thus shifted its target of attack. He know why Liu Guangbi had become so much more powerful all of a sudden, but this guy even wanted to kill himself. He would never let the other party go. Never, never, after adjusting her facial expression. May. Yin didn't even have time to change her clothes before she directly found Luo Zili. City Lord, there's a matter I'd like to ask for your help. Mr. Yin, please, Luo Zili asked politely. He had some reservations about how that previous scene made him treat Yin. He didn't know what kind of entanglement Yin had with the other party. But someone who is still trying to find a way to attack his own kind in the face of the common archenemy of mankind wasn't really trustworthy. It's like this, I want to ask you to help me find someone, Yin said with some embarrassment. Speaking of which, we all thought that person had passed away, but we didn't realize that he was still alive. And just now, it was because of being so shocked that my men messed up and almost hurt him by mistake. His voice was gentle. Not a trace of falsehood could be heard in his tone. Luo Zili's eyes were a bit confused for a moment. But he quickly recovered, and after a few moments, he nodded as if he had figured something out and said with a look of realization, "So that's how it is. It seems that the person Mr. Yin is looking for is the one just now. Yes, he'll take care of this. So Yue-san should hurry and go change into some clothes. That would be a pleasure." Turning around, the smile at the corners of Yewa mouth intensified. Ah, cut. Immortal rubbed his nose a little incredulously. He had actually sneezed, looking at his dumbfounded appearance, as if he knew what he was thinking. Bamboo 9 immediately laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, what's so strange about it? You're using a normal person's body right now. Little brother, woof, the voices of a man and a dog came out, and Bamboo 9 instantly disappeared into thin air, a faint ripple flickering on the green bead containing the scaled-down version of the island. Jimo turned his eyes to the big man and greeted him. Brother Luo, ha ha ha, when I asked you to travel with me before, you weren't happy about it. I didn't expect us to meet here again now. You're returning to the city here as well. Luo Zhengsheng took Jimo's shoulder and said, by the way, why are you alone? Where's that pet of yours? Hey, did you go underground to play again? Your pet is quite autonomous. Unlike my little flower, it just knows how to stick to people all day long. As soon as he said this, the big golden fur acted as if it understood. Woof protested, and even pushed his head against him uncontrollably. Ugh, 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 ugh. Little flower, im wrong. It's not you who's clingy. It's me who's clingy, it's me who's clingy. Luo Zhengsheng made the unbuying Luo Zaizo. You would go all the way to the top wildly, and Imperatori, who was half-circled by him, was helplessly circled forward. Then Jimo realized that he had been inexplicably brought back to the gates of the city. My goodness, what's going on here? How come a trip out to the city gates turned out like this, at this time? The bridge over the moat has been smashed into several breaks. It looks like it should be the work of that dragon. However, that dragon also seems to be hurt a lot. After Jimo and others left, venting like destroying the bridge also disappeared. Luo Zhengsheng had just finished sighing when a group of people in military uniforms ran out along the city gates. They were all heavily armed, and each of them held a glass vessel in their hands. The people filled the river with some water from different locations, and then sealed the bottles and left. Another group appeared afterward, each man armed with a weapon. Cautiously, they went up to the bridge. Only after seeing Luo Zhengsheng on the opposite side did they speed up their march in unison. Luo, you're back. Hey, Luo Zaohua, why are you bald like this? I think y'all have to change your name to Bald Zaohua from now on. When a group of people crossed the bridge and saw Luo Zhengsheng, they went up to him and made fun of him. Luo Zhengsheng also greeted them familiarly, and in passing, he inquired about what had just happened, letting the big golden hair chase after the guy who had called it bald little flower and bit furiously at his ass. You're not the same you just were. It was also at this time that someone finally recognized Jimo next to Luo Zhengsheng. Without waiting for Luo Zhengsheng to react, several soldiers squeezed him to the side and surrounded Jimo. That's him. I glanced earlier, and it's the little guy on the head of the fish. Alas, I say, little fellow, you're quite bold, if it wasn't for Mr. Yayan's intervention. This little life of yours would probably be over, ha 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 ha, but you're a gutsy kid, I like it. Are you interested in coming to our escort? See that Mo was surrounded by people with a blank look. Luo Jingsheng finally spoke. His big hand pushed the people directly to peel away. Go, go, go. What is the problem, one by one to come? Do not see, my little brother, were fast you scared. What kind of behavior? Where was Jimo frightened? He just had some difficulty spitting out words. That's why he didn't say a word for half a day. Alas, little brother, from what they say, you also participated in the fish extermination operation before. Come and tell me, what is the characteristic of that fish? It's very calibrated. Ha ha ha, that's bullshit. Immortal glanced at the soldier, who laughed out loud and waved the greatsword in his hand. Scales, sharper than this. He only saw an easy sword strike, but the ground cracked open. That soldier's smile also froze on his face, his mouth maintaining a large O shape. Previously, they also knew that the giant fish was very strong and couldn't even be pierced by bullets. However, when someone confirmed that it was even more powerful than they had imagined, just one scale was enough to make the ground crack. Or even worse, this is simply not something they can deal with at the moment. No wonder the higher-ups told them to abandon the city and flee. While the rest of the peoples were still immersed in the horror of the giant fish, Luo Jingsheng was the first to notice the large sword in Jimo's hand. When he was saved last time, he wanted to ask the other party about the origin of this sword, but when they first met, the other party also obviously had something on his mind, so he didn't mention it. Now that they had met again and had the opportunity to do so, he asked, little brother, how did you get this weapon? Can you still get it? Jimo nodded his head. He was now so poor that he only had weapons left. All of his previous crystal cores were gradually depleted these days, and the battle not too long ago even made him directly consume the last of his stockpile as well. It was true that Liu Guangbiao's body was unable to absorb the energy in the crystal core in large quantities. However, Jimo's original body could. Those crystal cores didn't necessarily grow Jimo's soul power with each one of them. However, after all of them were absorbed, there would always be a slight increase in soul power when the soul power of the honored one increased. This body, as the operator of the soul power, would naturally receive some power to replenish it. About how much time will it take? Finally, someone reacted and echoed Luo Jingsheng's follow-up question. Yes, yes, when can I get it? Jimo was silent. In fact, if he wasn't concerned about the crowd, he could have taken his weapon out right now. Little brother, is there any difficulty? Luo Jingsheng couldn't tell what that expression of Jimo's meant, and when he saw that the other party didn't say anything, he became a bit anxious. Are you worrying about the credits and crystal cores? Don't worry. Brother will definitely let you get your money's worth. Ah shucks, not, is value for money in short. Absolutely will not let you suffer. They can now say that they have their heads on their pants all day long, and the quality of their weapons is directly related to their survival rate, which is a top priority. So how can they not care? The surrounding soldiers were not as confident as Luo Jingsheng, but in order to have more chances of saving their lives, they also opened their mouths and said, yes, yes, how much do you want? Make a price, little brother. Tomorrow, here, huh? The group of people instantly had some trouble reacting to what he meant by this. On the contrary, Luo Jingsheng, who had a brief contact, reacted and slapped his forehead and laughed. Fine, fine, just tomorrow. By the way, little brother that if you need help at that time, although you need to say hello Originally, Luo Jingsheng wanted to say that he would take him along if it was convenient. However, he was worried that the other party would misunderstand that he wanted to steal his job, so he changed his mind temporarily. Speaking of which, is there anyone in the neighborhood who hasn't moved out, but thinking about it? It's unlikely that a weapon forger would stay in the middle of nowhere. So it's most likely that this little brother has gotten a batch of weapons from somewhere and hidden them in a certain location. And just like that, Immortal, who had been on the verge of being dragged into the city, was let go again. It also accidentally managed to market the weapons that had been stranded within the island. The next day, Liu Zhengsheng guarded the city gates early in the morning. Along with him were Liu Zili and quite a few soldiers from the rotating cultivation. When it came to the point, IMO it was as promised, he was dragging a large bamboo cylinder behind him, which looked heavy and left numerous deep skid marks wherever it passed. Liu Zili revealed a surprised expression as soon as he saw Jimo. This teenager's appearance was so familiar. He seemed to have seen it somewhere. However, without waiting for him to think about it, Liu Zhengsheng, next to him, had already quickly scurried out and managed to bury his entire head into the bamboo tube. "Ha ha ha, little brother, it seems like you have quite a lot of stock. Surprisingly, there are so many. Are they all made of equal materials?" he said, already taking out a bamboo stick from inside and gesturing. "Yo, not a bad weight." There was another burst of stick shadows, and the bamboo stick directly knocked off the entire branch of the huge tree next to the final target, the branch. The break marks were smooth and neat, and it was not at all obvious that it was a stick strike. "Ha ha ha. Not bad at all. I'll take this one. Do you want the crystals or the credit coins? Yesterday." The other party didn't talk to them about this topic, and directly agreed to pull things in. He also couldn't let the other party suffer. So when Jimo said the word crystal core, Liu Zhengsheng directly took out a bag from his bag and threw it to the other party as a whole. "There are 30 crystal cores in there, but in addition to little flowers living expenses, I have all of the leftovers. If it's not enough, I'll give it to you later when I've saved up 30 crystal cores. This was a year's earnings for many families." Many of the soldiers who had originally planned to buy weapons began to hesitate. After all, this was not a small amount of money. Even Liu Zili looked disapprovingly at his own brother and spoke. "Isn't 30 crystal cores a bit expensive?" Without waiting for Jimo to reply, Liu Zhengsheng had already pulled over his own big brother and whispered beside his ear. "It's not expensive, brother. Just go pick one yourself and try it out. It's much better than the previous batch of new weapons." Liu Zili eyes some skepticism. After all, really so good weapons, and how could get here to sell? Any center city is also much more profitable than here. If it wasn't for the wave of crystal cores some time ago, and now the attack of the rare monster fish, weapons wouldn't really be able to sell in their area, although there were doubts. Liu Zili obviously trusted his own brother more. Even though common sense was a bit unreasonable, he still couldn't help but pick a weapon to try his hand. The weapon he got his hands on was a whip. Don't look at him as a big and thick man, but when he swung the whip, it was a perfect combination of flexibility and force. Watching the applause from all around, it also made Liu Zili hand whip's sense of appreciation increased by a cut. He took the whip into his hand and carefully examined it, and this examination detected something special. This is actually the kind of root whorl that housed the crystal core in the sea before, and it was still the root whorl that had dissected out the crystal core and was cut into several strips. What kind of weapon could even slice that kind of strong root into several pieces? One must know that even their scientific research department could only research potions to melt the root whiskers. And then, through the sturdiness of the crystal cores, they could melt and take the crystals on a large scale. There was simply no way to put that sturdy root whorl to use, not to mention the research value of this weapon. Based on the consumables on it, which were perfectly woven from at least a dozen roots, this whip was not something that could be bought for a mere 30 crystal cores. What's more, crystal cores can be earned again if they are gone, but losing one's life means nothing these days. Who would mind a poor weapon? So Liu Zili's eyes were glowing a bit as he looked at Jimo. Are there any more of these weapons? I'll take them all. Luo Zili's words were spoken in an overbearing manner. However, Jimo was not able to take it seriously. 81 million weapons, all of them taken not to mention a city, but the entire 7 armies, may not have this boldness. The most important thing is that this number is too eye-catching, and he doesn't want to attract too much attention. How much do you want, hey, you little brother? Are you still afraid that I won't be able to eat it? Don't worry. I can eat even 10 more tubes. Jimo calculated that there were about 30 to 40 weapons inside the cylinder. Then, Luo Zili's acceptance of them should be on 300 to 400 pieces. Then he asked, 500 pieces. All right, 500 is 500. A deal involving more than 1,000 crystal cores was surprisingly finalized right at the gates of Jinhai City. And they hadn't even drawn up an agreement, just a verbal one, yet no one on either side missed a beat. Jimo delivered 500 weapons directly in the afternoon, as agreed. Among them were 300 great swords, 150 bamboo sticks, and the least number of whips, only 50, which was also considered from the actual situation of the escort. After the transaction, Luo Zili first distributed the weapons before he found Jimo to pay for the crystal cores. Do you want the crystals now, or do you want to register at the finance center? It turns out that because of the inconvenience of carrying crystal nuclei, the various armies have introduced the crystal nuclei registration approach. That is to say, if you have a large number of nuclei inconvenient to carry, you can connect to the system through the financial center in each city to register into the treasury. When you go to other cities need to use, at any time can be through the local financial center to withdraw. Just provide proof, as Liu Guangbi did initially. However, IMO, it is clear that there is no proof. Liu Guangbi's ID card was destroyed in a previous accident. That is to say, I think I am not Liu Guangbio, and I don't want to go to replace it. Moreover, more than 1,000 crystal cores to others or many. But in the view of Jimo, but a minute ration, if it is not convenient to carry, then directly eat, hearing the way that Jimo chose. Although Luo Zili was a bit surprised, but when he thought of the other party's large bamboo tube that was used to store weapons, he suddenly came to some realization. Smiling, he brought the person to the storehouse and directly supported it. Most of these crystal cores in the storehouse were the harvest brought by this sea tide. This time, it was obvious that Sun Hui and Luo Zhiheng were not the only ones who profited from the sea tide, but everyone living in the coastal area had more or less made a profit, not to mention the city lord's side, which at least belongs to the forces under the jurisdiction of the 7 districts. Long ago circled a piece of land and quietly harvested crystal cores. Most of the crystal cores in the storehouse were water type. About related to the place of origin, Jimo wasn't picky. It didn't matter which kind of crystal cores were available to him anyway. He would take whatever the other party gave him. Before the two parted, Luo Zili suddenly knocked his head and laughed. Right, look at my memory, little brother. Do you know my yin? Emmanuel didn't say anything. The other continued. He said he was a friend of yours and wanted to meet with you. As Luo Zili said this, he paid attention to Jimo's expression, wanting to judge what attitude the other party had. However, Jimo's attitude was just no attitude, no pit voices, no words, not even facial expressions. He stood so still that Luo Zili even had the feeling that what he was standing in front of was not a living person at all. It was only after half a second that Immortal said, "Not a friend, can see." Luo Zili was puzzled. This one said it was a friend, and the other said it was not. The most puzzling thing was that since they both said they weren't friends, then what were they still meeting? But he was only helping to pull the strings anyway, so he didn't have to think about it that much. As he was thinking this, a young soldier stumbled over. City master, it's not good. Hi, what happened? East of the city. Someone in the east of the city has mutated. The person called Xiao-Hi's face turned blue. And his voice even had a hint of choking in it. The people we sent over there all of them mutated. 7 or 8 brothers Wu. Luo Zili's face didn't look good either, yet he knew very well that the more times like this, the more he couldn't panic. Have you disposed of the mutant bodies? How many are infected, and have they been screened? And did you find out the cause of the mutation? Uo, the bodies have been disposed of because of the evacuation plan. The number of infected people is only 2. The family members of the initial mutant has carried out a preliminary examination. Belongs to a mild infection. Mutation may be less than 50%. Has been under control. The cause of the mutation is initially suspected to be fish. Fish, according to information provided by the family of the original mutant. The mutant had picked up a fish that day behind a narrow alley not far from the back door of his house. Then, and he ate the fish. Didn't they say that any new species found must be sent to the security office? And that no private consumption of anything that hasn't gone through security is allowed. But the security checkpoints have all been evacuated. Luo Zili was also aware of the situation in the city, and raised his hand to put a stop to the topic, asking, what happened to those comrades? It didn't make sense that the families of the primary shifters were only mildly infected and not shifted. But their fighters were all hit. It's the hole. We checked a hole more than a meter wide at the end of the alley. There are traces of water in the hole, and according to the results of the examination, it's no different from the water in the moat. We suspect that when we fought with that big fish yesterday, there was a river water backup situation. And that's how the fish presumably appeared in the city. Holy shit, these little bastards. Such a big basket case only realized it now. When Luo Zili heard this, his previous questions were answered. He then said that according to Jin-Hai City's design, even if there were aquatic creatures attacking, it would be very difficult to continue to live within the moat. Even if there were some kind of fish that could withstand the whirlpools at the bottom of the river, then they would have absolutely enough time to safely evacuate. I didn't expect it to be because of a tiny hole. Don't let Labor know which bastard did this, or else Labor will have to skin him, Lord of the City, okay. As a warrior should have the consciousness to sacrifice at any time, you go to find some people to block that hole for me. Remember to send someone forget it. I'll do the family's pacification work, and then exchange 2 sentences. Luo Zili looked at the still flabbergasted next to Jimo, little brother. I still have things on this side. Your meeting thing, I think it's better to do it another day. Emmanuel shook his head. He was not trying to meet with Yan. But cave at the mouth of the 3rd alley, next to the stone tablet, Xiao-Hai flinched and looked at Luo Zili, waiting for the other party to nod before returning. Yes, go fill it. Once confirmed, Jimo knew that it was less not his own responsibility. When he and Lulu dug all the way directly from the bottom of the river, for the convenience of entering the city, he did not expect to give those fish the convenience of entering the city. What are you going to fill in? Luo Zili shook his head disapprovingly. If you really want to help, go to the mission center and pick up what you can. After saying this, he suddenly flinched for a moment, and then looked Jimo up and down once more, and only after half a minute did he stutter, Are you however? Not waiting for him to finish stuttering, Jimo, who had already known the location, had already run out with a gust of wind. He wasn't sure if there were any other hazards to that hole, besides the point of luring fish into the city. But listening to Luo City Lord's tone, he knew that it couldn't be that simple. The only thing that Jimo wanted to do now was to fill that hole in, which would be considered making up for the mistakes they had made. I just hope it's not too late to mend. After arriving at the location, Jimo realized that obviously only a meter-wide hole. I do not know if it is because of the impact of the river, but there is a hidden tendency to expand. There are already a lot of people wearing gas masks around to fill in the clay. But the effect is not great. but let a lot of fish with unicorns with the water jumped up. It looks like someone will have to clean the bottom up a bit. After making the decision, Jimo did not delay any longer and immediately followed the direction from his memory to the city wall. Perhaps because of the evacuation, there was no one on this side. Jimo found a hidden spot and placed Liu Guangbiao's body against the wall. He had planned to ask the little venerable one to help him cast a stealth or something. But as soon as the other party realized that he was planning to use his own body to go underwater to fill in the earth, he sprayed him in the face and then left in a negative manner. Jimo knows that the other party is worried about himself. But the pit they dug in the beginning is now really a pit for so many people. Do not know it is just. No, it is not going to remedy. He cannot do. Luckily, the Emmanuel Honored One was still in the stealth stage and didn't attract the attention of the fish when he went into the water. As expected, the hole they had been fighting in was now full of unicorn fish. Many of the lizard-like unicorn fish that he had seen before were maneuvering the thin filaments under their fins, tying up stones or other biological skeletons, and continuously throwing them to the sides of the cave wall. In order to widen the width of the cave, moreover, Jimo also noticed that the entrance of the cave was also covered with that kind of silk threads, except for the inconspicuous space purposely left for them to enter and exit. Other creatures would immediately be stuck to it once they arrived there. This greatly reduced the number of them stationed there. What a smart fish, because striking out to attack would invalidate the stealth effect that the Exalted One had attached to himself. Jimo didn't rush to attack. Instead, he shrunk his body and quietly dived along the spaces that had been left out. Observing the specifics of what was going on inside, there was a unicorn fish crashing with rocks almost 10 meters apart. And every 3 minutes or so, there was a fish patrolling, and if they encountered a lazy or leaving fish, it wouldn't take long for a fish to immediately make up for it. It was really a militarized management. Thinking so, Jimo did not intend to come in hard for the time being, but instead, with his stealth and height, he secretly carried the stones towards the innermost part. That's exactly where the city guards of High City filled in the dirt. It's also where the most fish reunions occur. In order not to attract the attention of those unicorn fish, Jimo carefully collected the clay that poured down from above and tamped the cave wall from the periphery of that group of fish, cross-tamping and always taking care to leave a translucent spot. 1 is to block the fish inside from the fish outside. 2 is to facilitate more clay down. 3 is to create a visual difference for those unicorn fish outside, trying to shorten the distance of the cave without them realizing it. It turns out that these fish are indeed smart, yet not quite as smart as they are against the odds. After blocking the 2 waves of fish, Jimo then secretly poked and prodded at the unicorn fish that had already been surrounded but didn't realize that they were still jumping upwards. Maybe it was because there were too many fish, and everyone was focusing on the hole there again, with the skill of being able to stretch and shrink. Immortal floundered and pinched a fish out of the school from time to time, then smothered it with clay and mixed it directly into the wall of the pit. He just carefully filled in and stole, filled in again, and continued to steal, floundering all the way from the pit to the moat. Just as Emmanuel was getting his big break, his movements were finally noticed by the angry school of unicorn fish. And at this time, the pit was about to be completed, and Jimo was not hiding and was directly exposed to the fish. Just as a mortal was confronting the fish, within the walls above his head, Yayan was pacing towards the hidden corner. Tisk, 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 you're quite good at hiding, but unfortunately, I still found you, how come your life is so hard? It really makes people jealous, but it doesn't matter, after today. Even if you are just alive, there is no way to continue to appear in my life. Oh I decided not to kill you, is not very happy I am going to send you to a good place. You can enjoy your peaceful old age there. What, don't you want to talk to me anymore? Ma Yin put his hand on Liu Guangbao's shoulder and was about to rip the man over to himself. But he didn't expect that just as his hand touched it, Liu Guangbao's body collapsed in a free fall. Probe his breathing again surprisingly. No, dead. The sudden situation startled Yan, who jerked back but stopped abruptly. Once again, he forced himself to continue probing Liu Guangbao's nostrils, and indeed there was none. As if thinking of something, he stretched out his left hand, and a tiny bottle immediately appeared in his hand out of thin air. Yan carefully uncapped the bottle, and patiently sprinkled the powdered stuff inside onto Liu Guangbao's entire body, one by one, until the bottle was carefully stowed away. And only then did he turn around and run out in a panic. It didn't take long for Liu Zili to trot over with a group of people following Meiyan. He was really unlucky that he didn't recognize Liu Guangbao at first. Later on, it was hard to recognize. But the person is gone, just a wrong eye effort. He rummaged through half of the city, did not find. When they hear from the other side again, it turns out to be the news that the other side is dead. I heard that Liu Bo had a particularly good relationship with this brother, and this time his brother's disappearance had even offered a reward of 50,000 crystal cores if the other party knew that something happened to his brother on his own territory. There was no telling if they would take it out on themselves. Just then Yan, who was running at the front of the pack, suddenly let out a piercing scream, pointing at Liu Guangbao on the ground and trembling. His body has mutated. As soon as he heard of the change, Liu Zili immediately asked his belongings to take a few steps back, while he himself intended to personally go up to check it out. However, before he could get close, the corpse that had clearly mutated suddenly opened its eyes. As soon as Jimo woke up, he realized that his body was a bit sore, and when he took a look at the location, he knew that this body had been moved. He slowly climbed to his feet and then saw the crowd take a step back in unison. Yan even opened her mouth wide, you for a long time, but not a single word came out. It was Liu Zili who had to appear much calmer, only to hear him shout tentatively, "Little brother, City Lord Liu. We'll talk, it can't be. When I just probed his nose and pulse, it was clearly gone." Yan roared incredulously. "He's clearly dead. He's a shifter. Yes, he's a shifter. He's mutated. Everyone, run away." When Jimo heard his words, his heart thumped. Realizing that the one who moved his body just now was Yan, he checked himself and immediately discovered something unusual. The skin seemed to have been corroded by something, and looked particularly horrible. No, can't escape. At this time, Liu Zili stood out again. He took out his newly purchased weapon and looked at Jimo with determination in his eyes. At this moment, Jimo understood what the other party meant. The other party had already decided that they had mutated. The combat power of mutated mutants was terrifying, and there had long been examples of slaughtering half of the city. They were trying to fight for their lives to finish themselves off. Using the weapons they had sold to them, Jimo still can't figure out what happened to this body, and he is not sure if he really suffered from the poisonous hands of that Yan and mutated into a pathogen. So he only wants to leave for the time being, yet he wanted to leave, and the other side wouldn't leave him alone. Several fighters actually rushed towards themselves like they didn't want to die. Jimo can avoid this, but cannot avoid that, have the heart to resist, but see each other's eyes rushing blood. Blood-containing tears look, but cannot lay down a cruel hand. Even from time to time by Yan, that black-hearted guy backstabbing a little. Stupid. A familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. And Jimo saw the adult version of His Holiness transformed into a donut version of himself, stepping on a bamboo flute and standing high above the sky. Looking at himself with disdain in his eyes, HMPH, what's it like to be bitten back by someone you're doing all you can to help? Stupid, why don't you go now and wait for them to wake up to continue the battle with you? It was only then that Jimo realized that those people were keeping the same position they had just surrounded without moving. As if they had been point-blanked, he walked right up next to Ma Yin and was about to dial his sword to cut the man down, when several figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of the alley, two of which he was still particularly familiar with. Little brother, Woof, Jimo's sword, drawing stance, paused violently, immediately leaping onto the wall and scurrying towards the city gates. He knew that he only needed to strike down with his sword just now, and that guy called Yin would die for sure. However, when Luo Changsheng and Luo Xiaohua appeared, there was only one thought in his head: leave. Don't fight them to the death. He ran straight to the reservoir where he and Lu had temporarily lived in the first place. Leaning helplessly and sitting under a giant tree, Jimo looked at Bamboo 9 and said, "Many thanks to your holiness." "HMPH, don't think I want to help you." Bamboo 9 simply ate this guy's heart out, exhausting himself to help people fill in pits and kill fish, and in the end, almost letting people take the weapons he had personally refined and slaughter them as monsters. Even so, the point is that this guy is absolutely sick in the head. Other people had already decided to kill him, but he couldn't even kill him. The more Bamboo Jiu thought about it, the more angry he became, pointing at Jimo and cursing. "Do you have a pit in your brain? Don't you know what it means to fight back? That is to say, listening to the other party's counting. The heart is not a taste. Only some things seem to be rooted in the soul, and it is difficult to want to change for a moment. I forget a lot of things, as far as I can remember. There has never been a human who would voluntarily lay hands on his own kind. If such a person appeared, it would definitely be hunted down by everyone. This kind of person is really rare. Everyone always helps each other to jointly defend the enemy, and lives every day in a difficult but enjoyable way. However, after arriving here, it was found that there are so many people like this. So many people. Saying so, Jimo's mood also lowered. He felt as if he wasn't quite adapted to this kind of environment. He also didn't know if it was because of the after effects of having a body. He was always so sentimental lately. Bamboo 9 twisted his head to look at him. Only half a minute later, he said, "Stupid, as long as you become strong enough. Whether you are sincere or not, you can't resist a finger, whether you can change your mindset or not. Whether you can't change your mindset or not, you can't change your mindset or not. You can't change your mindset or not. These are not problems. Look at what I'm doing. Am I wrong? No, your holiness is right," not caring if he was seriously poisoned. Jimo looked at that serious bun face, and finally couldn't help but topple this bruised face to gather the little honored one into his arms and hug him. "Thank you, bastard, asshole, who gave you permission to hug this honored one." It was true, as the little exalted one had said. Being powerful was the root of his ability to do as he pleased. He was able to show mercy to those people. Wasn't it because he was taking advantage of the fact that the other party had no way to take him? It was like a Muay Thai Tao expert being surrounded by a group of elementary school students. Although it was annoying, there was no way to deal a death blow if his own life was really jeopardized. Would he still be so hesitant? The answer is no. IMO tolerance for others is only based on the premise that it doesn't affect your own survival. For example, he couldn't afford to be soft at all when it came to the likes of Wu Bin and Yan, although these two people could not kill themselves all the same. They had influenced and intended to continue influencing their plans to integrate into human life, so there was no way for Jimo to let them continue to cause trouble for himself. But for those black, clothed men who carried out orders from above, for people like Luo City Lord who held a guardian mentality, and even for the green bamboo that intended to absorb him for the sake of survival, Jimo could choose to understand when the other party didn't jeopardize his own life. Only understanding was understanding, but for the other party to conclude that he had mutated and was determined to kill based only on the corrosion of his appearance and Yewa one-sided words, There was no way for Jimo to agree, at least not try to continue a relationship with them. That being said, if I had to say what is the benefit of becoming a skeleton, it would probably be immortality, whatever happens. He gets a second chance to choose, putting down these thoughts. Jimo closed his eyes and once again ran the earth aura in his body. The powder that may. Scattered on Liu Guangbiao's body was the ashes extracted from the cremated zombie. If it was Liu Guangbiao himself, he probably wouldn't have survived for even an hour before he was completely alienated into a zombie. But what was in that body at the moment was Jimo. Not only had he already entered the first level of Kai cultivation, but he was also wearing clothes that had been personally refined by Bamboo Jiu for him with an array arrangement. Those viruses could only erode the skin on the outside of but they couldn't harm the rest of the area covered by the clothes. Not to mention further infecting him. It was also at this time that Jimo realized that the difference between the clothes refined by the little venerable one and those made by ordinary means was so great. Emmanuel had pointed to the bruises on his face and asked His Holiness if there was any way to remove these toxins. However, the answer received was actually, "What does this need to be cleared? Keep practicing every day, and it will automatically disappear in a week at most." Once he heard that it was surprisingly so simple. Jimo was also finally relieved. He didn't want to easily nourish Liu Guangbiao's divine soul, only to have his body give out. After running the aura in his body to the 9th level, Jimo regained his original dignified height and unlocked the island code to bring Liu Guangbiao's body into the island. "What are you doing?" Bamboo 9 watched that namely Ma's original body lone with Lulu on toward that big hole under the tree drilled. Incredulous, in this situation you even thought of helping them to mend the hole. This cave passage was dug by Lulu and I together in the beginning. Now that it's causing hidden dangers within the city because of it, it's only natural to make amends. It wasn't that Jimo was really that saintly, suffering that kind of treatment, and then still going to be a nameless warrior. It was just that he simply thought that it was the trouble he had brought to others, and that he should be the one to pay for it, even if the other party may no longer need it now, perhaps because of the giant trees, roots, and whiskers. There weren't a lot of unicorn fish on this side, and with Lulu's help, the clearing of the tunnel was much easier than before. However, because of the lack of clay, it was still necessary for Jimo to temporarily go digging for rocks to fill it in. The progress was not much faster than before. You are definitely the dumbest I've ever seen, bar none. Realizing that Jimo didn't mean to joke, but was seriously doing it, Bamboo Jiu directly threw out the green bamboo and left. "Young man, with responsibility and commitment, I appreciate you. You didn't do anything wrong. His Holiness has that temper. Just listen to it casually, don't take it seriously." As soon as Kingju appeared to confirm that the figure of Jujiu was not seen on the left and right, he came close to Jimo and said quietly. Jimo listened silently as he continued the work at hand and did not reply. Green Bamboo, however, suddenly sighed, "Alas, His Holiness is also really something, that is, little brother. Your soul is so powerful, but even a move and a half style is not willing to teach you, even let you rely on the most primitive force to fill the hole. I have a technique here that can help you speed up your efficiency by at least 30%. I wonder if you are interested." Little brother, Jimo took a moment to sweep him off his feet, then continued to work with Lulu on sealing the hole. "Not only can I teach you the Dharma, but I can also teach you how to cultivate an out-of-body incarnation, and am even willing to help you condense your incarnation into your true body. Think about it. A flesh and blood true body of your own. How about it? Interested? Reason? Where is the need for a reason for this? I just see that you are obedient, so I am willing to teach you. You want, not particularly, but you see, you want a flesh and blood body, and I happen to have a use for yours. What's wrong with both of us getting satisfaction? Your Holiness wants it too, but he can't give you a body of flesh and blood." As soon as his words came out, Jimo understood that these words were definitely not authorized by the Venerable One. He was about to say, "You're digging for him in front of the little Venerable One. Aren't you afraid of being punished for something?" Then he saw a bamboo flute directly inserted into Kingja's head, and the little Venerable One stared angrily. His body wrapped in bubbles appeared. "Bastard thing, I asked you to help me fill in the hole, but you're just being passive, aggressive. And you even dare to rob my people in front of me. Are you really tired of living? Oh, Your Holiness. Your Holiness, spare your life. Your Holiness, spare your life. I actually just wanted to help Your Holiness take it. Really, I won't dare to do it privately again. Please, Your Holiness, just spare me this time. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. Do you think this honored one is as stupid as this fellow? If it wasn't for the fact that you're still worth this kin's skill, this honored one would have let your soul fly to the ground." Bamboo 9 said with a wave of his hand. He plucked out the flute, once again sealing the much lighter colored green bamboo into the bead and then putting it back. Witnessing everything, Jimo secretly said, "Sure enough, although the little honored one has entered the island, the things outside the island are still in his grasp. HMPH, counting on your good sense, you didn't believe the words of this fool." Doing all this, Jujiu then turned towards Jimo and said, "He said that kind of flesh and blood body. If you want, I can help you to mold 1,000 million, but with your soul power. Those bodies also at most keep you alive for dozens of years. Do you want to keep replacing the body, instead of practicing this stupid body skill? It would be better to find a day's worth of material and treasure. Nurture and shape the body from a young age, and then refine your own body into the body when the body has become a great success. Of course, all of this is still too far away for you. First, you have to leave this planet, right now. For you, if you don't want to give up your body yet want to have a flesh and blood body, the only way other than the puppet technique is through physical cultivation and enlightenment. And with the help of the Heng Meng Kai baptism at the time of your advancement, you can reshape your flesh and blood body. Heng Meng Kai, of course, it's not easy. This planet has a scarcity of aura and incomplete rules. So if you want to realize the Tao and invoke the Kai of the Heng Meng, it will only depend on your Tao destiny, although he still didn't understand much. But Jimo chose to silently store these contents into the sea of consciousness for future reference. Having experienced a lack of memory, it seemed that he now preferred to compartmentalize what he had heard and experienced and stuff it into the divided area within his sea of consciousness. "You come here." Jimo stopped his movements and took a few steps closer to Jujiu. Lulu also followed behind him. Bamboo Jiu put his hand on Jimo's forehead bone and said softly, "The utilization of soul power can be divided into 3 kinds. The first, probing, and one that you are currently utilizing quite skillfully. The second, controlling objects, which is controlling external objects through soul power, such as what you are doing now, which can be completely manipulated through soul power, including your current control over Liu Guangbiao's body, which also utilizes this tactic. And the third, entities, which is coalescing your soul power into a shape so that you can attack." Every time he said one, a dynamic picture would appear in Jimo's mind. Figure 1, the soul power spread out and the surrounding scenes were imprinted into his eyes. Even the previous battle with the Jiao Long, the scene he saw inside the other party's body flashed. Figure 2, a slender white hand probed out, and the 2-meter-wide boulder swung along with that hand. After that, there were also flashes of him entering Liu Guangbiao's body, first using his soul power to probe, then controlling the other party's body one by one. In Figure 3, a light gray dagger took shape in the void before spinning and shooting, hitting the target directly. It was an animal that resembled a bull or a lion, and after being hit, it directly fell to the ground without even having a chance to struggle. Its body did not have any external injuries, while Jimo found that light gray spots of light gradually escaped from his body and finally disappeared into the air. Is this a soul attack, unseen and untouchable? If one encounters this kind of soul attack, is there a way to be able to defend against it? Soul attacks aren't as harmful as you think. Basically, anyone who has defenses will not be hit. However, it's very likely that the other party's sense of defense will consume your soul power, causing you to suffer a backlash if you fail to attack. So, before you learn to attack, you have to construct your own soul defense first, Bamboo 9 said, and then loosened his hand. The expression on his face also became a bit more serious. Everything is about balance. There is balance before there is longevity. Therefore, to construct a soul defense, first you have to balance the soul power in the sea of consciousness. Soul power balance thinking, Jimo had already entered the sea of consciousness once again, tentatively adjusting the range of soul power distribution. Trying to maintain them in a balanced state, he just pondered and adjusted, immersing himself in his sea of consciousness alone. And when he got out of that state again, Jimo was delighted to find that the sea of consciousness that was originally like a puddle had turned into a dazzling crystal without even realizing it. Although the crystal wasn't large, and the soul power inside looked very scarce due to the change in form. But it also proved that one had at least taken another step forward on the road to cultivation. It was only then that Jimo, who was about to inform the little exalted one of his situation, realized that so much time had already passed. Long enough to realize that piles of unicorn fish carcasses had been piled up in the unfilled pit in front of him. I didn't expect him to tarry so long in this environment without any defense. Most of these unicorn fish did not have wounds on their bodies, which was definitely not something Lulu could do. The two clusters of ghostly flames in his eyes softened even more when Jimo looked like Bamboo Jiu. "Thank you, Your Holiness." Bamboo 9 didn't say anything and quickly returned to the island when he woke up. The green beads also automatically floated to the left and right of Imperator. Previously, Jimo had been worried that shaking the green bead would affect the island inside, because the bead that the green bamboo stayed in was that, as long as the venerable one fell hard or something, the green bamboo inside would definitely follow, unexpectedly. Venerable proved with his actions that not only was the bead resistant to strikes, it could also be controlled from the inside. For example, the bead's levitation now was also due to the fact that there was a venerable manipulating it from the inside. After that, Jimo applied his newly learned soul force control to filling pits, continuously practicing probing. Controlling objects as well as entity attacks, Jimo could clearly feel the soul power getting more and more comfortable. When the last stone was filled in, Jimo also finally breathed a sigh of relief. This should be enough. In order to waterproof it, he had even utilized the kind of fine silk from the lizard unicorn fish. The stickiness of those fine filaments was even stronger than clay, and if it wasn't controlled through soul power, he really couldn't do anything with them. After the bonding of the fine wires, there was no room for water to flow in the hole at all, especially the last hole filled in by the moat. The river's scouring didn't wash it down, but because of the impurities in the water pasted on it, made it even thicker and sturdier. With that done, Emmanuel also shrunk his body and carefully climbed up the bank. The broken bridge over the moat remains unchanged. It seems that the other side really has the intention to abandon the city. Otherwise, how could such an important transportation channel not be repaired? I don't know what the other party meant, but they just gave up a city that had only been built a few years ago. Just think about that scaly dragon, and it seems to be justifiable. However, Jimo still felt that there was something that didn't make sense. However, he did not think deeply. Anyway, this is not what he should worry about. After all, now he seems to be driven away from the crowd once again. Thought I could return to group life with a human form, but it still didn't work. perhaps because Jimo did spend a bit too much time on filling the pit. When he injected his soul power into Liu Guangbiao's body again, his body was already a bit stiff. He was like a person who had just recovered from a full-body fracture, slowly doing rehab in the forest. However, right at that moment, Jimo acutely detected a loud noise that didn't belong to this area. There he is, plop, plop, plop. Several rounds of bullets grazed Jimo's cheeks, spilling out a trace of blood. The blood was bright red in color, not at all like what a mutant could have. Stop. Big brother, you stop. Jimo once again heard a familiar voice. It was Luo Rehabilitation. The blood on little brother's face is red. The blood on his face is red. Can't you guys see it? Those who surrounded Jimo paused for a moment in unison, seeming to be skeptical of what they saw before them. Luo Jingsheng even directly pressed down on his elder brother's wooden silo and anxiously shouted towards Jimo. Little brother, what exactly happened? You quickly tell everyone, without waiting for Jimo to respond. Yaoi over there had already shot another Kikura at him. I only heard Yayan angrily shout, Luo Jingsheng, you shut up. Do you want to get everyone killed? Alien mutation isn't as simple as you think. It's highly likely that what we're seeing now are all his illusions. Don't you remember what happened in Recovery City? Do you want to cause a second Recovery City accident because of your own negligence? You also said it's only highly possible. Luo Jingsheng immediately retorted. Are we going to hurt our saviors because of an unknown possibility? What if this possibility is wrong? Rehabilitation, I know you take into account the other party's saving grace. But we really can't let this happen again, so stand down. This operation does not require your participation. Brother, I know that the death of sister in law Nyanya has affected you greatly, but this matter is clearly abnormal. How can you ignore even confirmations based on what you see with your eyes only? Also, I wanted to say this before. Shouldn't our focus right now be on those strange fish as well as the evacuation of people? I told you to stand down. No, I think there must be some kind of misunderstanding in this matter. All of you stop it now. I'm going to check with him. Woof, you see, Little Flower thinks so too. Little Flower's senses are the most sensitive and won't go out of however. Before Luo Jingsheng's words were finished, he was knocked out by a bespectacled Yayan. He has too strong a sense of trust in the other party, and he can be easily confused, so it's better to let him be quiet for a while. Woof roar, Luo Zio Hua, who then attacked Mian, followed suit and went limp. Luo Zili waved at the two people next to him. You two stay here and watch them. It all happened so fast that Jimo was still lost in thoughts of how exactly he had been discovered. Over there, the fight had already finished, and ended with the man and dog who had helped him speak fainting in unison. Only, why would he feel a soul power attack in the moment of the other party's argument? How could it be a psionic attack? Jimo spread out his soul sense, and there were no traces of soul power attacks on Luo Changsheng and Luo Ziohua. On the contrary, there was something wrong on Luo Zili and those people. However, according to the knowledge of soul power that he had learned, it was impossible for someone who had suffered a soul power attack to still have such a clear mind. What was going on when his soul power swept over Yayan? The other party suddenly looked up and said, Over there. Jimo was shocked in his heart and hurriedly dodged the dense bullets, but also took advantage of the other party's inattention to roll up a stone with his soul power, aiming at the backs of those heads and smashing them down one by one. Maybe it was because of the surprise. Maybe it was because the other party was shooting too intently. In any case, all the people in the line, except for Yewei, fell to the ground one by one with a single smash. Liu Guang Bio, you come out. Are you dead or alive? Hurry up and get the hell out. His hysterical behavior was a complete contrast to the once gentle demeanor. Looking at Mai Yin, who was getting closer and closer to him, Jimo was still considering the possibility of going out directly to be hit, but suddenly felt a momentary trance. he said a bad sound in his heart, and was about to move his body when he only felt something hard against his head. And then he heard me, Yin's warning full of laughter. Don't move, be good. Sonny, this wooden silo is the latest weapon developed by your big brother. It can instantly blast the shell of a mutated turtle over 100 years old. He poked IMO with the wooden silo and then said, if my hand shakes and opens the wooden silo, then you have to blow up like a crazy watermelon bang. Bang, bang, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Why do you think I always thought of sending you away with those mild methods before? Just this straightforward to solve you is not good, and still let you appear again and again, again and again. And even when you're dead, you still want to jump in my face. Jimo didn't know what the crazy watermelon was. But he felt that since the other party wanted to use this Kokura against him, he should be fine if he took care of the Kokura first. Right, and so, in the midst of Yaen's smug laughter, Jimo utilized a soul power attack and directly blasted the gun body. Ah, my face, my face. Yi Yin's laughter was instantly reduced to a miserable scream as he covered his face and lost his voice in shock. After the scream, he seemed to remember something as he raised his head and looked at Jimo with a horrified face. You, how could you, aren't you an Earth System adept? How can you attack with spiritual power? Could it be that Liu Bo is also against you? Impossible, impossible. How could you possibly succeed? Jimo couldn't understand what he was saying and directly drew his greatsword and chopped up at him. Also carefully guarded, he hadn't forgotten the trance head felt earlier, as expected, almost in an instant. He felt a strange fluctuation rushing towards his spirit sea. Fortunately, he had prepared for it and was not affected at all. The greatsword directly chopped off one of Yin's arms. Along with the broken arm, there was a wooden barn that Imo hadn't seen before. Jimo was flabbergasted and then reacted. A space system alien. This was the first time he had ever seen a spatial system psychic. Yeah, curious, isn't it? Obviously, I never had any signs of awakening, so how did I become a shifter? Or is it both spatial and spiritual? Yaen seemed to have died as if she was already dead, and no longer running away. She just covered her broken arm and leaned under the tree, closing her eyes and saying, "That's because of you. Because of your sentence, Yaen is so skillful. How can it not be an alien then I was caught into the laboratory? There were 999 other people who experimented together with me. However, they all died, only I survived." He snapped his eyes open and said, "Do you know how I survived in that situation where life is worse than death? I survived with a strong hatred for you. Haha, lying to you." Yaoi incredulously looked at the dagger that would be sticking out of her hand, as well as the large sword that had already been inserted into her heart, and muttered, how come I didn't fall for your tricks?" Jimo lifted his head, his face still devoid of any expression. "All you can fool are people who give you their trust, but I'm not Sun Kai. I don't believe you, because it's not Sun K. So those once you mentioned, those words that were enough to coax him into causing him pain or sympathy, did nothing for me. Even if his soul was trembling and trembling at the moment you launched your attack, my soul was still awake. My Yin's spiritual attack really had no effect on Jimo, but for Liu Guang Bio in this body, it was different. It was clear that he was already only a remnant soul and had gone through 2 blockades, yet it was as if he was still able to hear the other party's words and be affected by them. Therefore, Jimo had to sit down cross-legged to pacify the other party with his own soul power, and took the opportunity to block the other party's soul once again. He had not yet opened Liu Guangbiao's body out of the sea of consciousness, and there was no place that could help the other party nourish his soul. If he let the other party fluctuate like this, not to mention the consumption of soul power, but also very likely to break through his soul blockade, even the last trace of the residual soul will be dissipated between heaven and earth. Only after doing this did Jimo have the energy to check on Luo Zili and the others. I don't know if it was because Jimo knocked too hard before, or if these people were already under attack. So until he came over, the people hadn't woken up yet. Your Holiness, can you take a look at these people for me? Without the need for Jimo to ask, Bamboo Jew was also quite interested in this kind of attack. He majored in music, in which there was no lack of similar attacks, but this is the first time that he has seen it being performed with pure soul power without borrowing any other means. Laying Luo Zili and the others in a row, Bamboo Jew frowned after checking them one by one. Surprisingly, there is no soul power fluctuation on them, if not for the fact that they did feel the soul power fluctuation at that time. Even Bamboo 9 was a little skeptical that they had actually been attacked by soul power. Kind of interesting. Bamboo 9 came to be a bit interested and twisted his head to look at Jimo. That man said he was a spatial and spiritual system alien. Yes, looks like this planet has derived different rules. Bamboo Jew played the bamboo flute in his hand thoughtfully. Previously, he had always thought that these so-called supernaturals were just guys who had initially entered the first level of Kai cultivation and wasted their talent by not seeking advancement. It turned out that they were indeed only barely able to practice Kai, and their attacks were not strong. However, the other party didn't seem to be as wasteful of talent as they thought, and had simply stepped out on a different path. The cultivation planet he was familiar with emphasized the way of balance. Therefore, no matter what kind of spiritual root a person had, he had to build a foundation with 5 kinds of auras to change his physique, followed by vigorously developing what he was good at. But the supernaturals here skipped this step and directly developed their own potential, and they also had diversity. I don't know whether the physical body that can't change its physique can withstand the ever-increasing supernormal capabilities. Thinking this way, Juju suddenly had a few interests in the book mentioned by Jimo, After the Star Flare. Where's that after the stars you were talking about? The library in town should have it. Almost all of the libraries in Dingyi's village were filled with books by Gongzi Jinjiang. It meant that the other party's fame should be great. I believe the libraries outside should have them. Good, then we'll go to the library. Your Holiness seeing the appearance of the little honored one talking about wind and rain. Jimo had to speak out to remind. Then these people. Bamboo 9 waved his hand carelessly. There are no soul power fluctuations on these people. They'll wake up on their own after a nap. Jimo nodded and no longer asked. Directly use soul power to shake Luo Rehabilitation and Luo Ziohua, that one person and one pet awake. Surname may I cock your 18 generations of ancestors. How dare you sneak attack little brother. You put them all down Luo Jingsheng touched his head and looked at Jimo with a surprised face. Then he ran to his own big brother and made sure that the people were fine before letting out a sigh of relief. Luo Ziohua, who was following beside him, also made a woof sound and rubbed against him to show comfort. They fainted, not all me, the reason. It was really a bit difficult to speak without using his throat for too long. And Emmanuel could only try to be brief. However, Lohengrin listened without pressure, so they are. Yayan, mental power, attack, holy cock. I knew there was something wrong with this guy. Obviously my brother told me about him trying to sneak up on you just the day before. And then suddenly flipped and told me it was a misunderstanding. But to be honest, you kinda look like an infected person now, haha. You're not really infected, are you? Yes, Jimo answered honestly, and as a result, Luo Jingsheng, who was originally planning to walk towards him, jumped back a step in fear. I'll go, it's not true, little brother, this joke can't be opened, it's okay. It won't be, mutiny, when Luo Jingsheng thought about it. Who was behind Liu Guangbi? Oh, it was the famous doctor. Luo, if someone who is not deeply infected comes into his hands, a bottle of potion can take care of it. Would he skimp on the potion for his own brother? Definitely not. Then his whole body instantly relaxed a lot. That's good, by the way. Do you know how to wake them up, straight up, shake awake? Well, then I shook it. I really shook it, or, you still evade a bit. I'm afraid that my brother is still not too rational after they sober up. And will find you trouble. Although Jimo believed what His Holiness said, that the group was no longer under the influence of soul power. But whether the other party was doing this to themselves, because they had been hit by a spiritual attack, or whether they had such thoughts themselves, he wasn't sure, and he decisively dodged and hid behind a tree after hearing the words. Confirming that Jimo had hidden himself, Luo Jingsheng then made a move to shake his own big brother awake. Being shaken awake, Luo's zilly scent was still a bit groggy. He rubbed his head, looked around, and asked Luo rehabilitation in front of him. Where is that mutant alien? Brother, I told you he didn't have a mutation. You still don't know when you've been recruited. Luo Jingsheng purposely lowered his voice and said that Yan fellow is actually a mental system psychic. Didn't you say that you saw him make a move on young Master Light Soaring before? I think he definitely wants to use a knife to kill someone. So that you can help him get rid of young Master Light Soar, you have to think about the consequences. Not to mention the fact that young Master Light Soar saved him several times. But even if the person was still able to speak despite being infected, you don't have the authority to directly dispose of him. Luo Zilli gave Luo rehabilitation, said a flabbergasted. Carefully recalled, felt that their behavior is indeed some impulsive, but these behaviors impulsive is impulsive. But is indeed their own to do things. We fell for Yewa trick. Robertson nodded affirmatively. He's really a psychic alien. Can't be wrong. In fact, Luo Jingsheng had never seen a mental faculty psychic, much less had much evidence to prove it. But compared to Mai Yin, he obviously trusted that Liu Guangbao, who had saved people several times, after all, a person who is loved by pets must not have a bad character. What's more, he had heard many of his peers talk about the other party's deeds of saving people. The other person had never exposed his identity or asked for any favors, and had withdrawn directly after saving the people. This kind of person, who did good deeds without leaving his name. How could he tell lies to frame others? It wasn't known if Luo Zilli was affected by the absence of his soul power, or if he was really convinced by Luo Jingsheng. He sat alone on the ground for a while before saying, "Wake them all up." Luo Jingsheng woke up the people one by one, and then explained them one by one with his own exaggerated grammar, finally making a group of head, shaking people understand somewhat and whispering in twos and threes. Alas, what about them? Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Luo Zilli asked as he grabbed Luo Changsheng, who was scurrying around next to him. Lohengrin flinched. Who are they? Young Master Kohaku and Yayoi. Luo Jingsheng stretched his neck and looked around for a while, then pointed to a body not far away and said, "Here, there it is. Tusk, what a tragic death. Young Master Guangbao is really skillful. Dead, for sure. What's the point of keeping this pest? Bad." Luo Zilli slammed his thigh. "If he's dead, who's going to help carry out the mission arranged from above?" Huh? What mission has been arranged from above? Does it have to be for him to go? What the hell do you know? The above asked us to turn on the destruction system before we leave. But that system is in the underground control room and needs to be manually operated. There's no way to use transportation inside but to rely on the alien's speed to leave. And that's the reason why the higher-ups purposely arranged for Yayan to come over, now that the alien is dead. Who has that speed to run out from inside? He thought for a moment and then asked, "You said that young Master Light Soaring didn't have a mutation. Then where is he now? You don't still want him to help you to turn on that his name destruction system, do you?" Luo Jingsheng looked at his brother with a raised eyebrow. "Ouch, brother. I really don't know when you became so thick-skinned. Just now you were beating and killing people, but now that you want to use someone else, you want them to obediently come over and help you. What's the point? The people also left you with a life. It's already merciful enough. Luo Zili also knows that he is not justified. But face is small, but human life is of paramount importance. Their gang of people do not have an alien. Hugo, who sent to death, compared with the lives of his brothers, his face is nothing, rehabilitation. We were wrong about this, but if we don't activate the destruction system, and these fish hit another city in the future, are we going to be asked to keep moving the city? You have to know how many innocent people will die during the relocation of the city once. Even if we don't move the city and fight hard, who can beat the monsters on that day, wouldn't we still have to give them away? But the destruction system is on, and it doesn't necessarily blow up the other side, does it? This you don't worry. The above sent a medicine box. The purpose of the destruction system is to mix those medicines into this side of the water and soil. In the future, no matter if it's on land or in the water, as long as it comes to this territory, those fish are quays, hanging. Is it really that bad? Lobo developed it himself. Law rehabilitation was silent. Brother, why don't I go? The smile on Luo Zili's face was gone, and with a bitter face, he asked, You really don't know where young Master Guangbao is? I don't know. Alas, forget it. It seems like it's all fate. All right, don't go back to the city. Dispose of Yan's corpse and leave with Little Flower. The residents of the city have all been evacuated, and we'll have to wait until we finish the task at hand. As well, roar, Luo Zili's words were interrupted by the sudden hissing sound. He secretly said bad. He couldn't think of saying something to Luo Zhengsheng again, and then directly summoned his subordinates to run towards the direction of Jinhai City. No, I say, brother, you guys wait for me. Luo Zhengsheng started to chase after him, and as if he suddenly thought of something, he rushed towards the back of a tree, and then saw Jimo, who had not yet left. Little brother, as you heard, Jinhai City is going to be destroyed. I have to go help my brother and the others. So hurry up and find your family, Lu, and leave. Remember to head towards the west. The farther you go, the better. You don't, I go. Luo Zhengsheng gave a beat. Then said, to be honest, I actually thought about how nice it would be for everyone to live if you could help. But you don't owe us anything, without saying anything else. He patted Luo Ziohua and chased after him towards Jinhai Cheng. Jimo looked at the backs of the one man and one pet leaving, not following or leaving immediately. Tusk. Go help if you want to. Juju looked at Jimo with his chest clasped in displeasure, obviously before he proposed to ask the other party to go to the library with him invisibly. But he didn't expect this guy to flinch and not move, and had to listen to the human two brothers muttering there. However, Luo Zhengsheng, the man is not too disappointing. Bamboo Jiu was already prepared for Jimo's rotten kindness, but he didn't expect the other party to shake his head and say, Let's go. Rush to the library before Jinhai City is destroyed. You're not going to go help turn on some destruction system. Bamboo 9 asked incredulously. Go to the library first. Emmanuel said, There's still time for self-destruction. We can go to the library first and move the books to the island and read them slowly later. TCH, thought Yao turned. The two of them then hid their figures. Bamboo 9 is still sitting on the bamboo flute to fly. Namely, Mo is now learning to use the Earthline skill. This is also the Bamboo 9 disliked him too slow movement. Teach him the first magic skill, the Earth walking skill, as the name suggests, was to use the soil to walk. Just like the high-speed conveyor belt that Jimo remembered, as long as there was soil, it could transport him to the destination he wanted to go to. One by one, at this moment, Jinhai City was already surrounded by scaly dragons. These auger dragons didn't seem to have the intention of leaving the water, constantly using their auger heads and tails to hit the enclosure wall. And Jimo counted 12 whole ones. Your Holiness, do you know about these auger dragons? Jimo couldn't help but look at Bamboo 9, because he remembered that the first time he brought the skeleton of an auger dragon back to the island. The other party just had a disgusted expression. As a result, he, who originally wanted to use the auger skeleton as a weapon, had to split the skeleton and throw it into a bamboo tube to put it away from the little venerable one's line of sight. What an auger! It smells like magic all over. It's disgusting. I'm warning you, no more touching these disgusting guys with your real body. Seeing that the little exalted one didn't mean to mention more, Jimo didn't pursue it anymore and only put his attention on Luo Jingsheng and the others who were blocked outside the moat by those scaly dragons, because the huge body of the dragon filled almost the entire moat. Several people were unable to enter the city through the broken bridge, and could only stay on the bank to figure out what to do. Fortunately, those scaly dragons seemed to be more interested in destroying the city, and had no intention of dealing with a few people. When Jimo saw it, he heard the sound of the two men, Luo Jingsheng and Luo Zili, arguing. One said, "You don't belong to the 7 armies. You don't belong to the city guards. What's the point of a wandering warrior fooling around? If you want to carry out the highest mission of the military department, you have to join the army first." One said, "What's wrong with traveling valor? Where is you, Yang, any worse than the city guards? Don't forget that I was at least the school's long distance running champion before I graduated. And you've only just passed long distance running. What's wrong with just passing? I'm the city lord of Jinhai City. Everything in Jinhai City is up to me. You have to be awake even if you say so." Luo Jingsheng directly knocked Luo Zili out in front of the crowd, pushed the person behind him, and then said, "My brother is in your hands," behind the group of people who presumably did not expect this result. 7 hands and feet busy to catch people, face to face, do not know what to do. One of them, a slightly smaller warrior, stepped forward. "Brother, rehabilitation, why don't I go? I'm small and can run fast, and there's no one left in my family. So even if I die, it's not a pity." What nonsense to say. What do you mean by dead or not dead? You have to trust your brother, although he's not an alien, but with my little flower's speed, he can surpass an alien in a matter of minutes. Don't be fooled. Don't worry. Take my brother and leave first. Wait for my good news. No, we're here for you. Right, we're here for you. Seeing that it's useless to persuade him any further, Luo Jingsheng touched his head somewhat helplessly. Fine, but you have to promise me one thing. If you don't see me come out in half an hour, you must leave. Not for you guys, but for my brother. You hear me?" The young warrior wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Luo Jingsheng waving his hand. "It's a deal." Then Jimo saw Luo Xiaohua's tail roll, directly rolled Luo Jingsheng to his back, backpedaled, and jumped under the eyes of the Jiao, long all the way to the left and right, strolled back to Jinhai City. It's really fast. Jimo didn't delay any longer, and with a few leaps, he followed suit and jumped onto the broken bridge. After entering the city, he took Bamboo 9 directly to the library. This place was one that he had paid attention to countless times, but had not been able to enter even once. At this time, the library appeared to be very empty, and the bookshelves were all empty except for some worn and damaged books. Jimo searched for half a day, but didn't find Star Flare or any other books from Gongzi Jinjiang. He said with some disappointment, "It seems that the new books here have already shifted. Bamboo 9 is also a little upset. It is rare to want to read a book. But the result is not." Suddenly Juk Yu turned his eyes to another direction and frowned. "Something's not right." "What's wrong? Get over there. There's something wrong with this town." Following Bamboo 9's guidance, Jimo arrived at the City Lord's mansion, saying that it was the City Lord's mansion. It was actually a courtyard of a few hundred or so square feet. All the gates within the courtyard gate were collectively open, and Jimo reckoned that Luo Jingsheng had done this intentionally in order to facilitate his escape. Following the heavily opened doors, Jimo easily found the entrance to the basement. There are about 100 or so flights of rotating steps, and after the steps you have to take an elevator to get down to the control room. It seemed that the 2 hours of reserved time wasn't really much. No wonder Luo Zili and the others weren't confident that they could escape safely. When the two of them finally arrived at the control room, Luo Jingsheng was following the instructions on top of the task list, placing the stones in the box in a fixed position within the control room. Perhaps because of the starburst transformation, Jin High City had many settings that were not very understandable when it was first established. But it was exceptionally simple to operate, because the other party wasn't in any danger. Jimo had no intention of showing up to help. On the contrary, Zhu Jiu stared at the stone in the other party's hand with an angry face. He said he felt something was wrong. How could such a large empty city have such a strong smell of blood? It turned out to be this, Your Holiness. What's wrong? Jimo, who noticed a difference in his expression, inquired with concern. Zhu Jiu pointed at the stones Luo Jingsheng was fiddling with, and directly received them one by one into his own hands, saying, "This is mine. These stones are what I use to replenish my flesh and blood." His movements could not have been more natural. However, for Luo Jingsheng, who was suddenly floating in the air with something in his hand, it was a living hell. With the mission in mind, Luo Jingsheng, of course, wanted to retrieve the stone, but for Bamboo 9. This was what he had lost and found, so how could he give it to someone else? Jimo watched the two men as one reached out and kept missing, while the other held a stone and stared angrily. He could only take the initiative to show his form towards Luo Jingsheng. "Stop, can't catch it, little brother." Luo Jingsheng was first flabbergasted, and then laughed out loud. "Egu, little brother, you've scared me enough. Okay, let's not joke around anymore. Give me those stones. And I can't turn on the self-destructing device until I'm done with the pendulum. No, joke." Emmanuel spread his hands. "I didn't." Luo Jingsheng had not yet reacted to what was going on. His face changed, his eyes full of panic, because the original unmanned console actually issued a piercing alarm sound and a screens. Wipe type self, destruct activation. Almost at the same time as the alarm sounded, the entire space was distorted for a while, and then everything around it shattered into pieces as if in slow motion, and then suffered a second crushing to become flying ash. This change happened so fast that the dust settled before anyone could react. With a rumble, a mushroom cloud rose above the original Jin High City. Even towns thousands of miles away could clearly feel the tremor. Has it been activated? Slender fingers propped up the glass of water that was shaking from the vibration. And a low murmur rose. "We've got to get out of here. No, it's too late. Back to the island." As soon as Bamboo Gia's words fell, a palpitation arose in Jimo's heart as well, and he threw Liu Guang Biao's body into the island, while he himself maintained his shrunken native body to approach towards Luo Jingsheng and Luo Zhaohua. This person and favor IMO looked quite smooth. If possible, he hoped to save the other party. However, it was only when he threw the man and his pet into the island that he finally realized exactly where that palpitation came from. At that time was urgent, seeing that Luo Chengsheng and Luo Zhaohua were about to be affected by that energy wave. Inexplicably sure that he would not be in danger, Jimo directly rushed up, just like the first time when he absorbed the spiritual energy of the green bamboo. He absorbed the energy that impacted around one person and one pet. This energy was not as calm as the spiritual energy in Kingji's body. And after absorbing it into his body, it was a wild rush. "Damn it, hurry up and use your psionic channeling. Drain the excess energy." Immortal heard the little exalted one roar so in his own head. Yet he didn't have the feeling of being propped up by the energy. It was as if some sort of consciousness was guiding him to utilize these energies that were constantly flowing in his body to build some tiny veins. Like the blood vessels of the human body, the difference is that his veins are in his bones. When Jimo finished all this, he realized that the surrounding area, except for everything within a radius of 2 meters with him as the center of the circle, still retained its original state. The rest of the place had already become a ruin, or a ruin that was continuously surging into the water flow. Beside him were Luo Changsheng and Luo Xiaohua, who had just been thrown out by the little exalted one and were already unconscious, as well as the little exalted one who was staring at him with a strange face. "You're really a freak." Bamboo Jiu stared at Jimo for half a day and finally couldn't help but spit out this sentence. "Genius treasure he has seen." There is a soul of the genius treasure is not no, but like this has a sound soul, can also unlimited amount of absorption and transformation of energy. He is really the first time to see. If the other party can grow up, maybe he can really witness a miracle. Of course, he wasn't hoping that the other party would grow up. He just still has time anyway. He can slowly wait for the other party to successfully attach his soul or his soul to disappear, so that he can smoothly take over this genius earth treasure. In response to the little venerable one's occasional mispronunciations, Jimo did not respond. He observed the tiny veins within his bones with some curiosity and asked, "Does your holiness know what this is? Try practicing along these veins using the Kai practice method Kingju taught you before and see." Upon hearing this, Jimo immediately sat down with his legs crossed and really started practicing, unlike Liu Guangbiao's body's cultivation method. When he had just entered the state of drawing Kai into his body, the surrounding spiritual Kai immediately swarmed to him. After entering his body, the different types of spiritual Kai, regardless of their lineage, quickly and automatically blended together, and then flowed along those tiny veins to nourish the whole body. How does it feel? It's strange, but it seems to have gotten stronger. Jimo took out a large sword made of bamboo leaves from the island. Then with a force, the sword instantly snapped in two. "Tusk, I didn't expect it to be really lucky that a skeleton could open up a Kai vein within itself," Bamboo 9 whispered, and then put his eyes on the surroundings again. "This planet is also surprising enough to have such crazy energy. It's almost catching up with the strongest strike of a spirit transformation stage cultivator. What is this thing? This should be a bomb," but looking at the one person and one pet who were still in a coma, Jimo said with some uncertainty, "Didn't it say that it needs to be manually controlled? How come it feels like that bomb will automatically explode as soon as it's installed?" Soon Jimo cloaked himself in Liu Guangbiao's skin to shake Luo Changsheng and Luo Xiaohua awake. The other man, obviously still out of it, asked, dumbfounded, "Where is this place? Jin, High City? What? This is Luo Changsheng violently got up, a shaking body, and quickly fell down again. He lay down on his back inside this circle created by Jimo. Looking at the patches of seawater outside, muttered, "How could it turn out like this? Self-destruct device. Explode? How can it be that fast? Didn't it say 2 hours? I've obviously been in there for less than half an hour." Seemingly unable to accept this reality, Luo Jingsheng's tone was somewhat manic. "Where's my brother? Where's Zio Hai and the others? No more. There's no more. What do you mean there's no more? How can there be no more? Young Master Light Soaring, you must be joking with me, right? We were right there on the spot and managed to survive. My brother and the others were clearly outside the city. How could they not have survived? How is it possible you don't belong to the 7 armies? You don't belong to the city guards. What's a wandering warrior doing fooling around? Brother rejuvenation. Why don't I go? I'm small and I can run fast. No, we're here for you. Yeah, we're here for you." The words of the crowd were still echoing in my ears. "But where are the people?" Wu, Luo Jingsheng's mouth said words of disbelief, but inwardly he knew that under that kind of impact, his own big brother and the others might really not be there. He was hard to bear, he was depressed, he even wanted to question the person next to him why he could save himself, but not the others. However, in the end, his reasoning prevailed, and he could not say those questions. Luo Jingsheng's entire body was paralyzed on the ground, pounding the ground violently, and his mouth was still crying and howling. Why was it me who was saved? I should have let him go. I should have let him go seeing this. The big golden hair next to him limped over slowly on one leg. It first rubbed against Luo Jingsheng, and then licked the other party's face with its tongue, seemingly saying, "Don't cry." However, Luo Jingsheng hugged Luo Yue tightly and cried even harder, as if he had taken his big brother's death onto himself. He kowtowed vigorously, and his forehead was covered in blood, but he didn't stop. Jimo didn't stop him and waited for the other party to calm down a little before saying, "Your brother will die even if he goes." Luo Jingsheng stared blankly at Jimo, understanding the other party's meaning. However, even if he knew, he couldn't say anything to accuse. Just as he had said before, the other party had no obligation to save them. Emmanuel then added, "Self-destruct, problematic." Luo Jingsheng gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. He was clear that the problem must be in the self-destruct system if it was really 2 hours, even if he might not be able to escape himself. His brother and those brothers would definitely be able to arrive at the location of the hidden car within an hour and a half. Yet what's the point of being clear? It's happened, and time doesn't go back. Even if he knew that the higher-ups didn't give a damn about the lives of his brother's group. What else could he do? That was why he hadn't wanted to enter the 7 armies, not wanting to hand over his life to those guys who couldn't be relied on at all. Luo Jingsheng wasn't afraid of death. He was just afraid of dying without value, instead of actually dying like this. It would be better to go to the Western War Zone, at least there. He would be able to make people suffer one less alien beast or zombie by solving one more alien beast or zombie. But his brother wouldn't listen and had to come as some kind of city lord. Obviously, he could have evacuated earlier. But he insisted on staying with his brothers all the way to cooperate with Yewa operation. It's just a shame that key operative didn't even live to see the execution of the plan. Speaking of which, the box should have been sent in by Yewei, and the self-destruct mission would have been assigned to him from above. If the time of self-destruction was deliberately misrepresented, then the person who misrepresented it was actually trying to get Yayan to die. But why use this method to make him die? Why should innocent people have to pay for their lives? On this point, Luo Jingsheng had really guessed wrong. The order to self-destruct was given directly by Ding Cheng, the commander of the 7th Army. Luo Zhiheng merely switched the person carrying out the mission to Yayan and misled the other party about the real time of the self-destruction. As a matter of fact, as soon as Yin brought the box with the blood crystals to the control center, the self-destruct program would be activated immediately, and those blood crystals were just to attract that group of huge underwater creatures. For a while, Luo Jingsheng's gaze toward Jimo was a bit complicated, even if he understood that this matter had nothing to do with Liu Guangbiao. Luo Jingsheng also had a few untraceable feelings of anger deep inside his heart. Young Master Light Soar. Your brother, does he know you're here? Not Liu, Light Soar. Jimo looked up and corrected himself thoughtfully. Mo, you're not young Master Guangbiao. Luo Jingsheng hadn't reacted much yet, and over there, Zhu Jiu had already lectured again. Idiot, cultivators should never tell others their true names. One must know that in the world of cultivators, a true name is not just a code name. It is an existence that concerns the lifeblood, of course. Different star realms had different rules. Exchanging names on this planet might not be that serious, but it was something that cultivators had to be cautious about. And it was necessary for him to inform the other party early so that he could make it a habit. Regarding the matter of cultivation, Jimo did not understand a lot of places. Because he didn't understand, he would humbly accept what the other party said. So once again, he replied, "Yes, Mo." Luo Jingsheng was still a bit unconvinced, no matter how he looked at it. The person in front of him should be the Liu Guangbiao on the reward list. Are you forgetting something here? He asked, pointing to his head with some uncertainty. Emmanuel nodded. He did lose a part of his memory. So it's amnesia. After saying so, Luo Jingsheng's entire body fell silent again. He didn't pursue the other party to ask what he had forgotten and what he still remembered, and only asked Brother Mo, "Do you have any plans afterward?" Jimo was about to reply to go to the west, but was interrupted by the sudden appearance of the little venerable one. Ask him how he got the blood crystal stone. Blood crystal stones. Luo Jingsheng then remembered those stones that suddenly flew away from their original position and floated in the air in an unscientific way. It was when the stones were moved that the self-destruct system was activated, and he blushed not too well and said, "Did you move those stones?" As if able to see through his suspicions. Jimo shook his head and explained, "Stones to attract monsters. Are you saying that those monsters came to High City because of the stones?" "That's impossible," Luo Jingsheng immediately denied. "Those stones were long ago. He suddenly had some trouble remembering whether Yin and the quest box had arrived first, or whether the strange group of sea creatures had landed first. Before that, the sea creatures did have a large influx towards the land. But those fish didn't have a strong attack power and couldn't infect humans, and they even had crystals in their bodies. It made the surrounding people gain a lot. It was only later that it was gradually discovered that those fish had unicorn horns, fins to walk on, and blood that triggered mutations in people. If this is true, then is this disaster a natural or man-made disaster?" Luo Jingsheng suddenly didn't want to go to the Western battlefield. He wanted to go to the capital of science and technology to find out what was going on. These stones were sent over from the technological capital, along with the main and the mission statement. Then Jimo heard the little venerable one say, "Go to the capital of technology." He understood what the other party meant. Since the blood crystal stones appeared there, it was highly likely that the sky-breaking shuttle that held these items was also there. Or at least it was definitely possible to find clues. After that, Jimo followed Luo Jingsheng to find the hovercar they had hidden before. Luo Jingsheng was a traveling brave. Many places are very familiar with, is a very good guide, especially they have a common destination. The two soon companion, however, when he heard that Mo said in a serious manner, "If there is a library along the way, we should stop and look for Gongzi Jinjiang's after the star flare," he was a little surprised. "I didn't realize you couldn't remember so many things. But you're obsessed with this novel, a novel," compared to Luo Changsheng's surprised face. Jimo's entire body was on the verge of stiffening. No, autobiography. He had always thought that Gongzi Jinjiang was a learned old man. After experiencing the end times, he had purposely written a book on these experiences for the world to learn from. Yet listening to Law Rehabilitation, is this even a novel? What an autobiography? Alas, there's quite a bit of controversy when it comes to the author of this book. I remember that when this book first came out, it was into the end of the world. But there were a lot of end of the world sayings. At that time, the author was a little transparent. The previous book simply cannot see, did not expect this book is a book of God, and also made a wide range of advertising and publicity, just afraid that others do not know the general. I heard that later led a person to disturb the people's heart, or illegal gathering, or something to report, but also by the relevant departments to invite to drink a period of time tea. However, his fans are quite a lot, which seems to have more powerful kind, directly to the department to go. The other side could not withstand the pressure, had to obediently put people released. Those blocked the book also returned to the market, until after the end of the world, he has been publishing books one after another. Do not say, a lot of things in those books is really a bit useful, if not a lot of personnel cannot match. We all suspect that this author is not some kind of precognitive powers. However, even so, there are many people suspect that this author is not a precognitive system of psychic ability, must be that what rebirth crosses the existence of such things. The other side of that novel is also for the end of the day to show the warning. Jimo listened to the other party popularizing so much news about Gongzi Jinjiang to himself in a flirtatious tone. And for a while he was not sure what kind of mood he was in right now. On the contrary, Zhu Jiu became more and more interested in this person after listening to those words. Tugging Jimo to go find a book for himself, he must look into it, just as several people set foot on the road to the technological capital. A bubble glowing with a black halo suddenly emerged from the area that had already become a dead sea. Inside the bubble, the man's face was green and white, and his body was almost cut in half, only to see him dragging his one arm all the way north. His mouth still mumbling, not in the dense jungle, two figures flashed by at high speed. Upon closer inspection, it was a nearly 2-meter-long earth dog pup and a large golden hare of the same size. There was a person sitting on the back of each of the earth dog pup and the golden hare. One of them is short in size and young in face, but carrying a large sword slightly taller than himself. And the other man is 2 meters tall, but holding a bamboo stick with the thickness of an egg in his hand. This is undoubtedly the Emmanuel line, and, for how long, sitting on Lulu's back, Jimo asked. In fact, he wasn't in a hurry, but he was only in the way of the little exalted one behind him, who had been in a state of invisibility and kept asking questions. So he opened his mouth. Robertson, who was drinking water, wiped his mouth vigorously to hide his not-so-subtle embarrassment. Cough, if there are no accidents. We should be able to reach Luoxi City before nightfall. Luo Zhengsheng didn't dare to say the words to death now. Previously, he had been in a state of absent-mindedness, and when the other party had asked for an inspection, he had made a promise that there was no problem with the hovercars, and that picking any one of them would be enough to send them to Empyrean City. However, it is not known whether his brother did not do a good check in the first place, or what happened. The hover car was only halfway through the trip. The energy was exhausted, and there was not even a piece of spare energy core. Even if there was no energy, the most important thing was that the emergency stop of the hover car had failed. If it wasn't for Jimo's earthbound skill working, Luo Zhengsheng would definitely have fallen into serious injury in the first place. It was at that point that Robertson's mind cleared up a bit. His brother, those people were dead. And he himself was alive and needed to stay alive, regardless of whether it was in the underground control center before or the hovercar incident at this point. It was this underage-looking teenager who was helping himself, and instead of using his value as an adult, an iron level 3 yokai, he relied on the other party to help him with everything. After that, Mr. Luo Zhengsheng actively adjusted his mindset and planned his route based on his experience. If they wanted to go to the technological capital, they had to go to Empty World City first, and to get to Empty Space City. A hovercar was essential. The current hovercar is damaged, but can continue to be used after overhaul. The main problem was still the energy core. Luo Zhengsheng calculated the best option and finally decided to go to Luozai City, which was the closest to them, to take a look. Luoxi City belonged to the tripartite junction of the 127th Army, combining the characteristics of different armies in one. The prosperity is not comparable to a small, remote city like Jinhai City. There's definitely no shortage of energy cores for sale. If you're lucky, you might even be able to find a top-quality one in Taobao Street. Because of Lulu, the plant killer, their journey was quite smooth. Apart from being intercepted by a few alien plants in the middle of the way that failed to be robbed by Lulu in a lightning-fast manner, they were hardly attacked at all. It was only that the plants after the starburst grew too fast and looked the same in all directions. And every time he traveled for a while, he needed to scout the direction once, lest he accidentally strayed from the original path again. Suddenly, Luo Zhengsheng made a pause gesture. Jimo came down from behind Lulu, and with a movement of the earthbound skill, He moved next to his opponent in an instant, although he already understood that Jimo's ability was not of the speed system. Every time he was approached like this, Luo Jingsheng couldn't help but marvel. Alien powers were indeed too much stronger than their ordinary counterparts. Even if it was obviously just such a child, Luo Jingsheng, there's the sound of a fight in front of us. I'll go over to see what's going on. You wait here for me. No need. Jimo pulled the person back. The soul power spread out along the square circle, then spread to the source of the sound of the fight, of the 3 people on the scene. One of them was a 1 meter 8 tall teenager, holding a short sword with a small palm-length lizard lying on his shoulder. The other 2 both reached 2 meters 1 or 2, and while fighting with that vine, they vaguely shielded that teenager behind them. 3 people, foreign vines. Jimo didn't mean to go over to relieve himself, but only told Luo Jingsheng about the 3 people. Learning that it was someone who was fighting against the foreign vines, Luo Jingsheng was considering whether it was necessary to go around from wherever. When Jimo added 2 deaths, 1 escape, it turned out that the foreign vine before only used a vine and a few people to fight. In a few people closer and closer, but then suddenly stormed out of the ground like a large number of vines swept toward a few people. The 2 adults couldn't dodge in time and were poked with blood all over their bodies and died on the spot. And the teenager who was protected behind them escaped because the distance wasn't too close. What a cunning foreign vine. Let's go over. When greeting Jimo, Luo Jingsheng also didn't forget to popularize to Jimo, when encountering someone fighting with a beast in the wild and getting the upper hand, it's best not to let the other party find out. Otherwise, it's likely to be mistaken for someone wanting to fight for the prey or to be a fisherman, which would instead attract trouble. This was also the reason why Luo Jingsheng hadn't acted rashly before. However, now that the other party was 2 dead and 1 escaped, and they needed to pass through there was no longer a need to stay hidden. In this regard, Jimo did not object. After all, his common sense is still too little. Compared to Luo Jingsheng, a well-informed traveler, there is still a lot he needs to learn, if it wasn't for the fact that his language ability was too weak. Jimo's access to common sense wouldn't have been so slow. However, he who is already skilled in soul power communication, his obsession with language is not that strong, plus certain psychological factors, so he just slowly observes and doesn't purposely allow himself to get used to the pronunciation. As soon as the 2 appeared in the attack range of the foreign vines that were enjoying the fresh flesh and blood, and did not have time to hide the rest of the vines, directly separated 2 vines to quickly drag the 2 corpses away. The remaining vines attacked in a group, intending to take them down in one fell swoop. However, Isotono apparently didn't expect another Lu among them. So while Jimo and Luo Jingsheng were fighting with the foreign vines on the ground, Lu had already burrowed into the ground with his talent for making holes. When it reappeared, those vines on the ground had long been shattered into pieces, and the original fangs and claws of the foreign vines also instantly drooped, as if they had been drained of their vitality. These foreign vines are too far inferior to the roots of the green bamboo, and Jimo has absolutely no intention of taking the material. As usual, it was left to Luo Jingsheng to deal with. When the 2 had finished picking up the loot and were about to leave, the teenager who had fled earlier rushed out again. Wait, we discovered this foreign vine first. Emmanuel looked at him a little confused. What? He really was simply asking the other party what he meant, but on the contrary, the face with the missing facial expression looked extraordinarily serious. Giving off a feeling of full disdain, the teenager was enraged on the spot. Don't play dumb. If it wasn't for the fact that we've already inflicted heavy damage on it, you guys wouldn't have been able to beat it. I only want the crystal cores. You guys keep everything else. He looked like he was giving a favor, which was inexplicable to a mortal. He stuffed the crystal cores obtained by Lu into his bag and did not intend to continue to bother the other party. While Jimo ignored it, Luo Jingsheng next to him was not so nice. Oi oi, I say you young man, don't take people for fools. Before, this foreign vine was completely playing with you guys, if it wasn't for us coming over in time. Are you sure you could really escape its pursuit? We saved you. You're not thankful even if it's not enough. But you also presumptuously want to divide our booty. Do you have no brains to take out the door? What do you mean? Are you trying to take it all for yourself, young man? Figure out what exclusive appropriation means. Exclusive appropriation is based on the premise that the proceeds of the same group are appropriated by one of them. We, on the other hand, are not grouped with you at all. This is our loot. Ours, it has nothing to do with you. You, the teenager, wanted to say something else, but Jimo was somewhat disgusted by this behavior, straight away. He drew his great sword out and thrust it into the ground as a deterrent. He could feel the strong aura of resentment in the teenager. Yet it had nothing to do with them, in his opinion, when 2 deaths and 1 escape from the teenage team occurred. The foreign vines no longer belonged to the other party's prey, but rather belonged to the ownerless prey. The proceeds from hunting unowned prey should have been earned by oneself, and there was nothing worth arguing about. Perhaps because of that sword straight cut the ground cracked. The young man consciously single power alone. Put a you wait words, turn and run. This one small episode was not on the minds of both Jimo and Luo Jingsheng, and the 2 of them rushed all the way, finally arriving at Luoxi City before nightfall, unlike the moat that Jinhai City had intentionally created. Luozai City was a city built directly on top of a stream. The stream was very turbulent, as could be seen from the fact that no objects stayed below. However, Luozai City on top of it seemed to be unaffected by it, quietly staying in place, like a castle floating on the surface of the water. Luozai City was obviously much more prosperous than Jinhai City. When there was still a kilometer from the city, the roads were already slightly crowded with pedestrians. Luo Jingsheng and Jimo each leapt off the backs of Lulu and Big Golden Hair, guarding the side to avoid rubbing shoulders with bystanders. Luo Zhao Hua, the Big Golden Hair, was fine, very calmly following beside Luo Jingsheng, holding his head high and facing the eyes of the people around him. Lulu, however, has some stage fright. It has been in a state far away from the people, the most contact with people. Or follow that Mo went to Dingyi village by the tiger and other people confused that time. Emmanuel had to keep stroking his tentacles to soothe him. If it wasn't to take it to the city for a checkup and registration, Jimo wouldn't want Lulu to appear in front of people just like that. He still remembered Wu Bin's greedy expression when he found Lulu. This means that Lulu is not common in the human world. This is also true. The average animal grows from a meter or so to 2 or 3 meters at most, and an increase of 2 or 3 times is already impressive. This guy, however, from less than 20 centimeters of animal growth to 2 meters, hard skin and sharp forelimbs not to mention, but also plant-based nemesis, specializing in eating roots, most importantly. Lulu is very smart. There were too many people who wanted to get their hands on such an existence. This is the reason why Mr. Law suggested that Emmanuel bring it into the big city for registration. After Starburst, the relationship between humans and Fae grew more and more tense. Fae attacked humans, and humans captured Fae for various reasons. However, there were also people who were particularly close to the Fae for some reason. And there were even exalts whose powers flowed with the Fae. Therefore, it is not uncommon to see Fae in major cities. Only for the sake of easy management, the Fae Management Center would appear in the city to test and evaluate the Fae as well as register them, detecting the presence of viruses in the other party, assessing the ability level damage, and registering are convenient for accountability afterward. All the foreign beasts that were successfully registered and recorded, as long as no incidents of alienation attacking humans were found. Then it was also considered a legitimate beast citizen, and could be protected by the cities. Those who hit on the idea of foreign pets would no longer dare to do anything blatantly. On the contrary, if there was no registered fey beast, it belongs to the ownerless state even if the owner is around, and even if it is snatched and seriously injured on the street. The city guards will not necessarily care. This was also the reason why Luo Jingsheng could bring Luo Ziohua around. It was because Big Golden Hair had an inconspicuous information card hanging right around his neck. Inside, apart from recording all the information materials of Luo Ziohua, it also had the function of positioning when Luo Jingsheng and Luo Ziohua were in the same city. Luo Zai City wasn't like Jinhai City, where hovercars could only be parked outside the city, so there were no parking platforms other than the 32 pontoons for crowd circulation. However, Jimo noticed that at the mouth of each pontoon bridge, there were not many people similar to the kind of Huang Qiang. Just as he was thinking that, then Emmanuel heard a familiar voice, Light, young master Light soaring. Wang Kyung, Jimo was a bit surprised, not expecting to meet each other in this place. However, because Huang Qiang's sentence was too loud, it resulted in quite a few pairs of eyes staring over in unison, and there wasn't much time left for Jimo to sigh. In this world, there were too few people who could still be called Young Master, especially with the title of Young Master Lightning Rush, which was particularly nerve-wracking. After all, it's 50,000 crystals, especially for the young warriors. As soon as he heard this name, Luo Jingsheng knew it was going to be bad. Did not wait for him to think about where to flash with people. Has reacted to Huang Qiang, flabbergasted with his thin body left and right. Hard to open up a road to the Mo. Young Master Light Soaring is this way. A few people were too big a target for a favorite, and it was not easy to follow Huang Qiang to kill a secluded path. Young Master, you don't mind, first put this on. As soon as he stopped, Huang Qiang, who hadn't even caught his breath, started to take off his clothes and put them on Jimo. Also, you still have to hide this pet of yours for a while. Imperatori dodged to the side, with no intention of accepting the other man's clothing. No need. He pulled out a systemless crystal core from his bag and handed it to Huang Qiang. Help me find 2 masks. Okay, you wait. Luo Jingsheng didn't say anything during this time, and waited for Huang Qiang to leave before asking, Brother Mo, do you remember this man? Emmanuel didn't nod or deny. Instead, he turned the conversation in another direction. Why, like this, it's a little unnatural to be this frenzied. Luo Jingsheng looked at him for half a second before he said in a muffled voice, Luo Zhiheng has offered a reward of 50,000 crystal cores in the guild to find you. Young Master Light Soar. Luo Zhiheng, Doctor of Science and Research Department. Main research project Biochemical Agents and Weapons. Also the brother of Young Master Light Soaring. Jimo knows who Luo Zhiheng is. Only is some do not understand why the other party is willing to spend this huge sum of money to find Liu Guangbiao. Could it be that kissing brother, 50,000 crystal cores, is not a small amount of money? Jimo could not think of anyone who would be willing to spend such a large sum of money to find someone other than blood relations. However, the other party was clearly surnamed Luo, while Liu Guangbiao was surnamed Liu. Could it be that he has the same mother and different father? No, it's the son of young Master Kuza's stepmother. IMO is even more puzzled. The other party seems to have a good relationship with Liu Guangbiao. So why not change his last name? The most important thing is this kind of private thing. How can Luo Jingsheng know so clearly? As if seeing through his misgivings, Luo Jingsheng smiled and explained, this matter was known to everyone before the starburst, and is not a secret at all. Speaking of which, this is probably the first stepmother ever found by a son. Emmanuel reacted a bit, only to hear Luo Jingsheng continue. Young Master Guangbiao's father, Liu Jingyang, is the youngest son of the former Third Army commander, yet he has no aspirations to be in the military. and has been engaged in mechanical research since graduation, belonging to the typical technological otaku. His mother was the only daughter of a business tycoon, but unfortunately, she died early, leaving a huge inheritance to the father and son. Father and son, a technical geek a few years old, do not know anything, so one is just so spoiled. One is just so spoiled. Until light soaring, young master was 7 years old. He suddenly led a woman back from the outside and said that he wanted this person to be his mother. Although Jimo's memory is missing, but the 7-year-old son led a woman home to let his own father marry this kind of thing he absolutely has not encountered. He felt that an adult father should not indulge his son in such nonsense, but by the current situation. It was obvious that this matter had become a fact. It just wasn't clear whether Father Liu really saw eye to eye with the other party, or simply indulged his son to such an extent. However, Liu Zhiheng should be that woman's son. Liu Zhiheng is that woman's son. Liu Zhengsheng quickly confirmed Jimo's suspicions. Speaking of which, he's also a strange fellow, studying biomedical science. Yet he had to run away to the military department, and he went to the 7th Army, not the 3rd Army. At that time, many people guessed whether he was treated unfairly in the Liu family. Otherwise, how could he not change his last name and still run to the 7th Army? As a result, after the starburst, the pillar of the Liu family's army chief fell, and the 3 armies tipped the scales of power, completely removing the Liu family from the picture. Instead, he rushed over with a large wave of people to receive Liu Jingyang's family into the 7 armies and properly provide for them. Jimo listened silently, but suddenly felt the faint soul fluctuation within his body. Upon closer inspection, Liu Guangbi was still unconscious, but his soul fluctuations were indeed a bit more active than before. Your Holiness, what's going on with him? Does it have any effect on recovery? Worried that this kind of activity would hurt the other party, Jimo hurriedly asked the sleeping little venerable one in the bamboo basket on his back through his soul power. The little venerable one always loves to stay in the bamboo piper and sleep against my father lately. Even after the star flare as well as Gongzi Jinjiang, which I was so eager to read before, can't lift my spirits. In fact, Jimo was also surprised that the other party would sleep how to say it, although the little honored one was donut-shaped in front of him. When they met for the first time, the adult version of the honored one's unearthly appearance was too into his heart and gave him too deep an impression. So much so that when he realized that the other party was actually going to sleep as well, his mind was a bit unsettled. Well, let's see. Bamboo 9 seemed to be still awake, his voice a little muffled. The soul is more active. What did you just do? Just talking about old times. No problem, no problem. It's a good sign. It shows that the other party is also trying hard. After saying that, Bamboo Jiu softened its body again and leaned on the body of Jimo's original body, treating it like a doll and hugging it as if it were sitting against the bamboo basket to start sleeping. Well, I'm sleepy. Go sleep some more. Don't call me if there's nothing else. Good thing. Jimo suddenly remembered that the last time he had a conversation with Mai Yin, Liu Guangbei's soul fluctuation was also particularly large. But unlike that time, this time, although the other party's soul was equally active, one could feel the calmness. So in fact, as long as you know a little bit more about Liu Guangbei, is it also helpful for the other party's soul to recover? Little brother Mo, after ending the call with the little exalted one. Immortal Mo then noticed Liu Zhengsheng's palm that was being held up in front of his eyes and shaking. Did you remember something? This question is a little difficult to answer. To say that he remembers what he is not Liu Guangbi at all. So there is no way to answer. His silence caused Ro to get a slightly complicated look in his eyes. Jimo felt as if the other party wanted to say something to him, however, without waiting for him to ask. Huang Qiang had already bought a mask and returned. This Huang Qiang is also quite resourceful. knowing that he was the one who caused trouble at the city gates. And fearing that people would recognize him, he changed his appearance as well. Light, young master. I also bought you a cloak. It's this. He looked at Lulu, who was quietly lying by the side of Jimo's feet, and was a little embarrassed. It's now rumored outside that you're carrying a particularly large bug. If you can't hide it, I'm afraid you'll be recognized as soon as you appear. Jimo was also in trouble. Obviously brought Lulu into the city with the intention of registering it, and now that the registration didn't work out, he had to let it hide instead. He wasn't too happy about it. Jimo had always thought that as long as he denied that it was Liu Guangbio, there would be no problem, even if it was clearly the other party's body. He didn't expect Luo Zhiheng to be willing to spend so many crystals to reward Liu Guangbio. And he believed that as long as it was Yu Yang, even if he didn't recognize it at first glance, he would find it out after a few more contacts. He wasn't afraid of being discovered. He just didn't like the feeling of being surrounded by people, just like when he was still in that skeleton body. But if he wanted to contact this world, he couldn't keep relying on the little exalted one to be invisible. Sooner or later, he would be exposed, not to mention that he might also consume an undercard. Stupid. So, what if you recognize it? Jimo was still torn, and the still sleepy little honorable one spoke out. Don't forget, you're going to help me find out where those blood crystal stones flowed from. The blood crystal stones were brought over from the 7 armies by Mei Yin, and Mei Yin herself was dispatched at the behest of Luo Zhiheng, even if the blood crystal stones did not come from Luo Zhiheng. The other party must know where they came from. This was also the reason why Jimo and the others were going to the technology capital. Why should one be formal when there are quicker ways to get to the tech capital? After a half a minute of silence, Jimo finally spoke. No need to hide. If you find out, you find out. When the time comes, it would be better to just draw the other side over. Or only better, Law General, that's good. However, Huang Qiang, who had heard the conversation between the two, was in a bad way. He has not yet found a cooperative traveler. If the young master of the light soar, let people find out. This crystal nucleus cannot let other travelers brave to take it. The mission system of the Traveling Courage Guild was very harsh, and even those with less than a rank could not take on a mission, let alone the fact that he didn't even pass the Traveling Courage. It was not his habit to watch such a large amount of crystal cores pass him by just as quickly. The words he was about to persuade were once again retracted as Luo Jingsheng pulled out a star badge and wore it on his chest. Bronze level 3. Jimo was also distracted by his exclamation of surprise and curiously surveyed the star badge on Luo Jingsheng's body. The star seal looks like it is made of brass. It has 8 corners on 4 sides and 3 vertical bars in the center. Luo Jingsheng found Jimo's curious eyes and touched the star badge in front of his head and laughed. You really forgot everything, ah? This is the Traveling Brave Star badge. I'm only at bronze level 3 now. So, the number inside is 3. When the number inside reaches 8, I will have the chance to become a silver level Traveling Brave. What is only copper level 3, ah? Huang Qiang roared inwardly. The test for traveling bravery was extremely difficult. Take High City, for example. There was no one there who had become a bronze level traveling bravery except for the city lord's brother. Luo Jingsheng, even that big bald guy, such a great character, didn't he only get the iron 5-star badge? From the other party's mouth, Jimo realized that there was such a thing as a traveling brave star medallion. The starry flare actually mentioned the traveling brave, but it didn't go into detail about the rank distribution of the traveling brave and what the star badge looked like. At this time, Luo Jingsheng was able to popularize general knowledge for him once again. Yuyang are divided into 4 grades of gold: silver, copper, and iron, and each grade contains 8 more grades, signifying the 4 directions. Thinking about it this way, the star seal is actually 4 and 8. Luo Jingsheng's copper level 3 might not seem like a high rank. But it wasn't. One must realize that in a situation where the gold and silver levels were almost rounded out by the aberrations, an ordinary person who could reach the copper 8th level would already be a cutting-edge character. As soon as he showed this badge, Huang Qiang's eyes rolled several times. It felt like his chance to fly high had come. "Young master, I see that you too have just come to Luozai City. I am familiar with this area, so if there is anything I need to do, just ask. I will do whatever I have to do," taking a look at the two men's eye color without any aversion. Huang Qiang added, "I've purchased a set of huts in this neighborhood. If you don't mind, why don't you come and sit at my place?" Thoughts changed. Jimo was no longer in a hurry to rush to the technological capital. Any place was unfamiliar to him anyway, so he might as well start familiarizing himself with it from here as well. Only he looked at Luo Rehabilitation and asked, "What about you? That's okay. I'm in no hurry now." Luo Jingsheng smiled and said, previously, it was him who thought wrong. Instead of going to the capital of technology by himself, it would be better for the person in charge of the event to come over by himself. Luozai City's Fey Management Center looked like a small three-story building from the outside. It was only after Mai went inside that she realized it was actually a four-square courtyard. Imo realized that regardless of whether it was in Jin, High City, or Luozai City, the architectural style might have changed. But the pattern was pretty much the same, both being more square. He was the only one who went to the Fey Management Center this time. Luo Jingsheng and Huang Qiang went to Taobao Street. Originally, both of them didn't really agree with him acting alone. But about this point, Jimo was very insistent, mainly to avoid the trouble along the map. He wanted Lu to enter the island. And it was not convenient for the two of them to know the situation of the island. In the end, his silence against the two men's persuasion won out, and Luo Jingsheng and Huang Qiang compromised. Jimo took his great sword, put on his mask, and changed into the common soft armor of the city, looking just like most of the children in the city, nothing special, when he entered the inner courtyard. He picked a more secluded site, and only released the Lu within the island when others noticed not. Ever since Jimo had donned Liu Guangbiao's skin, and there was no way for Lu to rub up against him when his main body was in the back piper all day long. It seemed to prefer staying in the island. Jimo stroked its tentacles and circled around the two corridors, before he carelessly blended into the crowd that was registering in the queue. Hey, guys. Look, it's not that bug. Surprisingly. It's really bugs. Could it be that what happened at the city gates yesterday was true? No way. This is really young Master Light Soaring. Nonsense. Young Master Light Soaring has to be 16 or 17 years old this year. He should be about 1 meter 8 at any rate. This kid doesn't look like he's even a meter 7. How could he be? It should be the one with the big golden hair. It's also true that my cousin is only 10 years old this year, and he's already 5'8", but this worm is so big, it's probably more than 10 times the size of the original base. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Jimo suddenly realized a problem. These people seemed to take Luo Jingsheng as Liu Guangbiao. But hadn't the Traveling Courage Guild already put up a bounty on Liu Guangbiao's head? IMO flabbergasted. It can't really be just an avatar and nothing else. Can it? Just then, Jimo heard another slightly familiar voice. Tisk, it's just a bug. What's the use of growing bigger without supernatural powers? Not far away, a teenager with a lizard on his shoulder petted the pet on his shoulder, his tone full of disdain. Yes, young Lei said it. What's so great about being big? A bunch of uneducated people, Lei Xiao. This lizard of yours has Earth System supernatural ability. There was a person standing next to the teenager, and almost immediately after he finished speaking, he concurred with a compensating smile. Emmanuel frowned imperceptibly It's him, the teenager who wanted them to hand over their loot, listening to the name of the man next to him. It seemed that the teenager also had a certain status. I just hoped that this teenager wouldn't think twice about coming after him. Jimo didn't have the intention to answer, but a youth next to him couldn't help but speak up more. Hey, you guys don't get it. Ordinary bugs are fine. This is an earth dog pup, the natural enemy of the plant system. As long as you have it as a pet. Are you still afraid of not having a life system crystal core? Huh? Really, plants nowadays are different from before. Can this bug really work? Some people didn't believe it. But the teenager fell silent, his eyes darting towards Lulu every now and then. Others might not believe it. But the matter of Lulu pulling out the life system crystal core from the ground was something he saw with his own eyes. He didn't think much about it at the time, but now that he thought about it, that vine did become powerless and weak in its attacks not long after that bug entered the ground. Thought those two were so good, but it was because of that bug. The more he thought about it, the more revealing the look the teenager gave Lulu. Luozai City, as a city far away from the war zone, where it might be more dignified to have a pet with psychic abilities. However, if a pet with psychic abilities and a pet that could bring them crystal cores were placed in front of them at the same time, most people would obviously prefer to have the latter. That teenager was clearly one of this majority. The one next to him immediately understood when he saw this, and in the blink of an eye, he scurried in front of Jimo. Hey, are you selling this bug? Not for sale. Jimo touched Lulu's tentacles and shook his head. He already didn't have a good feeling towards this teenager. And now that he found out that the other party had hit on Lulu's idea, his heart was even more displeased. Just because he didn't want trouble didn't mean he was afraid of it, as an undead skeleton, even if it was ostracized and hunted by humans. It couldn't help itself, not to mention such a young teenager, say it. How many crystal cores do you want? The man obviously didn't hear Jimo's dislike, and just pulled out 2 systemless crystal cores from his bag. This bug of yours is just a bit bigger. It doesn't look like it's of any use at all. It's a waste of food to keep it for yourself. So it's better to exchange it for 2 crystal cores. This person's ability to open his eyes and talk nonsense is also a masterpiece. There are quite a few people whispering around, but there is not a single one who came out to speak for Jimo. Jimo didn't bother to pay attention to the other party. He just looked at him and moved forward silently along the front of the line. Hey, I'm talking to you. What kind of attitude are you having? That person's face was a bit unsightly. Catching up, he threw the crystal core on the ground and was about to pull Lulu. I'm telling you. The crystal core is for you. This bug is now mine. What replied to him was Lulu's sharp claws and Jimo's sentence. Get lost, Lulu, that claw. Is steel and jade can also be cut into pieces. Not to mention people's so fragile body. That person has not yet reacted. The arm has been cut down sharply and flew out. Ah, my hand, my hand. How could the pain of a broken hand be tolerated? That person was still cursing in pain at first. When he realized the sight of the people around him looking at him, his face instantly turned white, and after picking up his hand, he rushed out towards the outside regardless. Jimo clearly saw that as the man rushed out, someone at the door followed closely after him. It happened so fast that when the crowd reacted, they were in chaos, screaming and hiding to the side, lest they become a fish in the pond and be affected. How dare you hurt people within Luozai City? The field was cleared out, leaving only the teenager and Jimo behind. The teenager tried to control his inner fear and pointed at Jimo angrily. You dare to indulge your pet in murder. Luozai City is, and a place for you to just go wild. If you are sensible, you should hurry up and hand over this bug. Otherwise, if you report it to the city guards, this bug of yours that injured someone will only be able to stay in the lab. If the teenager's obsession with this Lulu was 50% before, His current obsession had jumped to 90%. The teenager wasn't that short of crystals. It was only because of the unpleasantness in the forest, plus wanting to get some life system crystals to give away as a favor, that he took aim at Lulu. But it didn't matter if he really couldn't get them. Anyway, he still had an Earth System Fae in his hand, which was obviously still cooler to have the ability to fight than a bug that could only dig for crystals. However, after realizing Lulu's fighting strength, the teenager changed his mind. Such a strong fighting strength. Stronger than the lizard on him, he must get this pet. He, of all people, had it coming. This explanation was directed at those around him. Jimo didn't understand why they reacted so strongly, and he had no intention of hurting the rest of them if they didn't come after him. The men seemed to have been placated by that, though they didn't come back to the line. Jimo looked around and still didn't see people coming back to line up. So he directly led Lulu towards the front. As he approached, the front line that had not dispersed also made way from both sides in turn, giving him a passage to exit. He didn't think much of it, and when someone let him, he continued on. You stand still. The teenager looked unbelievably at Jimo's back as he left. You want to run after hurting someone for no reason. Self-conscious that he didn't hurt anyone for no reason and didn't run away, Jimo directly blocked out the words and continued forward, being ignored once again. The teenager who felt like he had lost his face again and again finally became angry, only to see that he directly gave an order to the lizard on his shoulder to attack towards Imperator. This attack from the lizard wasn't strong. The teenager was also just trying to make a fool of himself by having Jimo sprayed with mud all over his body. After all, he still had the upper hand now, and the other party was the one who had struck out and hurt people. It was a pity that the teenager had misjudged Jimo's strength and only thought that he was an ordinary person. But he didn't realize that this body of his was not only an Earth System psychic, but also had already cultivated into the first level of Kai cultivation. As soon as that bit of dirt shot towards Jimo, he bounced it right back, spraying the other party head over heels. Shifter, surprisingly, it's a shifter, once again, the onlookers gasped out in shock. It wasn't that there weren't any shifters in Liuzai City. But that was a minority after all. Shifters as young as this were even rarer, and if they were found, they were either sent to the military department or directly picked up by the shifter school. What's happening? Line up, line up, line up. Hurry up and get in line, just as every accident was followed by the late arrival of those who would maintain order. It was only when Jimo had resolved the trouble in front of him and intended to continue onward that the escort from the Fae Management Center hurried over. It's okay. You're just in time. Jimo and the teenager spoke at the same time. The attire on the guards of the Fae Management Center was generally the same as the camouflage uniforms that Jimo remembered. 1 or 2 dozen guards hooted and hollered as they surged up, directly surrounding their block, only to hear the one at the head say, "The Fae Center prohibits noisy fighting, and blood is especially forbidden. Do not know. Take out your identification." As soon as the teenager saw the guards, he lost his previous arrogance and obediently handed over his identification. "Shiri, who is Shiri to you?" Shilei's chin lifted high. "My sister." The leader nodded once he heard that and waved his hand. "All right. Go back first. I'll come to you if there are any problems." The teenager gave Jimo a smug look, then turned to leave. When it is the turn of Jimo, Jimo did not want to be arrogant, but he did not have an identity card, plus the language communication barrier, and then there was a physical punch, of course, for the enforcers. Jimo didn't go too far, at most burying them in the dirt. Speaking of which, there is quite a lot of dirt in this compound. It seems that the Fae Center pays quite a lot of attention to greening, only because of this. Imo's registration for Lulu completely fizzled out. After thinking about Lulu's combat prowess, he stopped dwelling on it. If you can't register, then don't register. Anyway, if something did happen, He wouldn't leave Liu alone. However, it was fine to injure the man from before. But to even injure the guards of the Fey Center together was no small matter. Jimo's combat power was very strong, as could be seen from the fact that he directly put into 1 or 2 dozen guardsmen, with the power of 1 already. Only, after all, the guards were also under the jurisdiction of the city guards, and belonged to the regular army. You can't throw it away if you mess with it, the army's rule, when someone makes a scene, no matter if it's wrong or right. The first thing to do is to take the person down. You can't lose face as a soldier. So the IMO, who had just left the house, was soon surrounded. Stand still. Do you think there's no one in Liuxi City? Come with us. Bring your bugs. In fact, some things are not complicated. As long as both sides intend to unite and spread out, there will be nothing. I'm afraid that neither party has this realization. Obviously, this is the case with the IMO and Rocky Mountain City Guards. The City Guard is not how good the relationship is with the Fey Center Guard side. But it's all about doing things for the public good. The other party screwed up things. He did it extraordinarily accomplished, not to say. But also for the public face to save face to get awards. After all, the fact that so many people were stranded by a child was too damaging. Others wouldn't care whether it was the Fey Center's guards or the city guards. They would only think that the guards were a bunch of water bags. They want to get back the face of imposing, that Mo also did not intend to sit and wait to be slaughtered. Not because of the face problem, just simply feel that since they cannot get along well, then it should be direct force against it. Anyway, as long as he didn't reveal his true self, he wouldn't become the public enemy of all mankind, and he wouldn't have to worry about repeating his previous life. People will always be fearless once they have experienced worse. Emmanuel's thoughts were patronizing, and the other party clearly didn't think they should be afraid of this hairless child. The main reason was that Liu Guangbiao's height was too fraudulent, and even though the crowd knew that he was an alien, they still didn't put him in their eyes. The smell of gunpowder between the two parties is getting stronger, and the scene is touch and go. As it was, a woof came in from the intersection. Luo Zhengsheng brought Luo Zaiyo over in faith. What do you want? By now, he had changed into a dress code that was more casual in style, but tough enough in texture. As Luo Zhengsheng's feet fell, the people in front of him automatically opened a gap for him. The crowd watched as the man suspected to be young Master Kujiu stood in front of the man and the insect as a protector. For a while it was neither in nor out. Someone boldly stepped forward and asked, may I ask if this is young Master Light Soaring? Jimo didn't bid farewell to his state of readiness just because of the other party's question. He had been carefully guarding the group. After all, Liu Guangbiao's body wasn't as resistant to attacks as his original body. Luo Zhengsheng also did not answer, raised his head and repeated the question, what do you want? This the other party didn't deny it. The man was stuck for a moment. Then suddenly his eyes lit up and pointed at Jimo and said with a straight face, this person just indulged his pet in causing trouble in the Fey Beast Center, and he also made a move to injure someone. So we need to ask him to go back and do some understanding. The superiors have said that if they find young Master Guang Bao, they must invite him over in accordance with the rules. No offense in words or actions are allowed. However, if it was the other party's friend who had committed the offense and had to be brought back to understand the situation, then wouldn't the other party follow them there as well, as long as they could bring the light-soaring young master back? Were they still afraid of missing their own crystal cores? The more he thought about it, the more the man felt that this was a good method of hiring someone, and added with a bitter face, young Master Light Soaring, in fact, you know the rules of the city, and were just an errand boy. So please ask this little brother to give a favor and just go and make a record. Saying my friend made a scene and hurt someone. What did he make a scene about, and where is the guy who got hurt? We haven't caught that person yet, but don't worry, Luo Jingsheng directly interrupted the other party. Then let's wait until you catch it. My friend and I won't be leaving for a while. If there's anything you can look for us at Starlight. The Starshine was a chain of hotels that had quietly opened in all the cities right after the Starshine. The boss behind the scenes didn't reveal his identity, but his wealth was undoubtedly rich. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to pick such a good location in all the cities, and still be able to offer to come up with so much fey beast meat every day. The man wanted to say something else, but was promptly pulled back by a nearby colleague. Okay. It's all a misunderstanding, looking at those who inexplicably came and inexplicably left. Jimo retracted the spiritual energy condensed in his fingertips and casually asked, "Why did you come?" When I was strolling around, I found a person holding a severed limb, and I chased after him before realizing that something had happened at the Fey Center. As Luo Jingsheng spoke, he had already put that copper level 3-star badge on Imperator. Emmanuel cocked his head at him, asking with his eyes what he meant. "It's nothing. There will be a lot less trouble when you wear this. At least things like today won't happen again." Jimo nodded and didn't refuse. He really didn't like this kind of trouble. "Energy cores?" he asked. His registration here at Lulu had become a fizzle, and he didn't know how the procurement of energy cores was going over at Luo Jingsheng's side. "I passed a hotel on the way to Taobao Street and remembered that we don't have a place to stay right now. So I rented it first, used its dog food crystals." "Woof, Luo Zayao," Hua reluctantly roared at him. Then it pitifully came up to Jimo again and begged to rub against him. "What's wrong with it?" Emmanuel stroked its head in a slightly soothing manner. Luo Jingsheng rubbed his nose in embarrassment. "Maybe it's pouting because I can't take it with me when I go out these days." "Why? Can't take it with you?" "There are some things I want to buy, but there aren't enough crystal cores, so recently, I have to go out to get some crystal cores first. Little Flower will have to trouble you to look after her for a while. Is that okay? Staring at the pair of wet dog eyes for half a day." Jimo realized that he seemed to be unable to reject this kind of eyes. Could Luo Zaya, you would be a psychic power system, psychic dog. Emmanuel was creeped out in his mind. Stupid. Bamboo Jiu in the bamboo piper behind him clearly looked like he was sleeping. But as if he was well aware of even Jimo's momentary heart stopping, he muttered, "It's just an ordinary dog that couldn't be any more ordinary." Brother Mo, what, is there a difficulty? Law Rehabilitation, who hadn't gotten a reply for a long time, asked again. After returning to his senses, Jimo shook his head and responded, "No problem. That would be much appreciated. Little Flower's usual favorites are dog food and fey meat from Starburst, but don't worry, he doesn't have a big appetite." It was then that IMO suddenly remembered that the other party seemed to have said that there were only dog food crystals left when he purchased the weapon. But now he had the crystals to pay for the hotel, so the dog food crystals were used up. Thinking about the unused, unsystematic crystal cores in the island. It shouldn't cost much to keep such a small animal, should it? Emmanuel nodded his head, indicating that he should take care of this. After that, Luo Jingsheng took Jimo to the Starlight Hotel. The Starburst Hotel is in a very special location, built right next to a waterfall, and the room that Luo Jingsheng had chartered happened to be sitting west to east, facing the waterfall not far away. The good thing is that the room is soundproofed, and as long as the doors and windows are closed. It's not so noisy that you can't sleep, of course. This was only for Luo Jingsheng, that is, during the night. Other than leaving a trace of soul power to watch over Liu Guangbiao's body, all other soul power would withdraw to his own body to cultivate. After all, he was now also a skeleton with a bloodline, though the bloodline is a bit strange and only so far. On this day, Emmanuel did not leave the hotel again. Instead, he took Luo Zhao Hua and Lu to the pet restaurant. The pet restaurant's breakfast and dinner were similar to a human buffet, and after paying for the crystal cores. You could go in and pick as much food as you wanted. Nowadays, the status of human, friendly exotic beasts had greatly improved, and basically every hotel would provide separate services for them. However, it was indeed rare to see one as luxurious as the Starburst. There are two types of pet restaurants at Starburst, the omnivore and vegetarian sections, because Luo Zio Hua was a meat eater. The one that Jimo went to was the omnivorous food area, within the space of hundreds of square feet. An oval-stepped platform occupied the center, with all kinds of vegetarian and meat food categorized and placed on it. Many animals climbed onto the platform on their own, either grabbing or carrying their favorite food to the other side of the cushioned platform to eat. The picture is harmonious and friendly, because most of the animals have the habit of preventing grabbing food when they eat. Those platforms are blocked by either high or low stone, distributed into different small spaces, giving those animals enough security. Letting Luo Zio Hua and Lu Lu go to pick out the food, Jimo walked towards the rest area on the second floor. Unlike the distribution of the first floor, which is infested with animals, the second floor is mostly owned by those animals on the first floor. They leaned over the railings to watch their pets eat, or made a cup of tea and drink alone. There are also people who gather in pairs to talk, laugh and chat. Of course, there were also those who, like Emmanuel, went up to the second floor and went to the pet food section. These pet foods are not as good as they taste, but are judged superior based on how much energy they add. It was surprising that Immortal had found the Earth Dog pup version among them. This meant that Lulu's particular kind of exotic beast wasn't unique. He'll take that groundhog pup version of the green food cookie, just as Jimo wanted to reach out. A little girl next to him had already spoken before him. "Brother, can you hold it for me?" The little girl was only 1 meter 3 or 4 in height, with 2 cute little grips tied on top of her head, and a dress with a white border on a red background made her look extraordinarily spirited and cute. At this moment, she was holding a few pieces of systemless crystal cores and looking blearily at Jimo. The emotion of being unable to refuse surged up again, and Jimo silently took the crystal core in the other party's hand and stuffed it inside the vending machine, handing over the Earth Dog pup version of the green food cookie that had fallen out to the other party. "Thank you, brother Tilda." The little girl took the bag of grain in the hand of Jimo and left with a bounce. Gradually fading out of Jimo's sight, seems to be in a hurry to go feed his pets. But are there any other groundhog pups downstairs besides Lu? I wonder if Lu would have made friends with the other side if they had, thinking about the first time they met Lu's sticky strength. Jimo was really worried that if he didn't pay attention, that guy would be abducted by the other side. "That guy just now, your holiness, what's wrong? The spiritual energy in her is pure." Spiritual energy was pure. Jimo remembered that little exalted one had been dissatisfied with the spiritual energy on this planet before, saying that it was too bad, not to mention the thinness of the spiritual energy. It was even mixed with many disgusting things. No sooner had he asked in detail. Downstairs, however, there were sudden cries of alarm. "Oh my God, oh my God. What's going on here? Someone actually brought unregistered bugs here. Didn't you hear about the Fae Management Center? The owner of that Fae belongs to the denied login users. Huh, so pathetic. Gee, what's so pathetic about it? Injuring so many people hasn't been captured by the city guards yet. Someone else has a hard backstage. I heard it's a friend of young Master Kuzu. No wonder. But I really want to know what that person's face will look like when he realizes that his pet, that he couldn't register, recognizes its owner. Ha 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 ha. It's fun to think about. Ah, it's worthy of my Rui. I can't believe I've taken in such a ferocious bug. IMO, what is the situation? How to have a bad feeling? The noise of the murmur made Imperator's brain momentarily confused for a moment. Earlier, he had thought that the men leaning against the railing were peeking at their pets eating their feeds. Yet now it seemed that they weren't. Immortality rushed to the second floor, railing almost by the body's natural reaction, then leapt down. Yeah, its brother Tilda, the little girl, put her hands behind her back and squinted her eyes to reveal a sweet smile. Brother, come see my new pet. Isn't it cute, Tilda, if it wasn't for the other party stepping on Lulu as a whole? If it wasn't for the malicious sneer that filled those eyes. There was no way for Jimo to imagine that such a well-behaved little girl with such a good appearance would report that much hostility towards himself. Let go of it, although it was unclear where the other party's hostility came from, and how they were able to subdue Lulu in just a few minutes. However, it was clear that Jimo would not stand by and allow Lulu to be bullied by the other party. The girl was not amused and instead pouted. Brother Tilda, don't be so mean. Say it like I'm bullying it. Jimo's fingertips gathered spiritual energy, clearly not intending to continue talking nonsense with the other party, because this girl clearly had no intention of letting Lulu go, and even sat down directly on its head, just as he struck out to attack. The other party even seemed to realize in advance, directly jumping off Lulu's back, hiding his entire self behind Lulu. The girl's keenness was obviously beyond Jimo's expectations. What's wrong with you, brother, that you want to go down on such a cute person? The girl thoughtlessly slipped her hand into the soft flesh under Lulu's head. What surprised Jimo was that Lulu actually did not resist, let the other side pinch not to say, but also responded to rub. Happy little girl giggle. It's not right. There was no way that the animal's nature would allow Lu to hand over its soft flesh to the other. That was the one being it never allowed to be touched. Lulu, come here. Jimo held out his hand toward Lulu. Lu didn't move. Emmanuel couldn't even feel its consciousness. He unconsciously tightened his fists. And the Earth Pup brand grain bag he had saved in his hand was squeezed and crunched. Although Lulu couldn't speak yet, it knew how to express itself and could understand what Jimo was trying to say. Technically, they can usually communicate. Now, however, it was as if the other party had closed that door of communication to themselves, making it so that there was no way to connect them anymore. Fool, how can you become my Rui's pet and still listen to him? Your former master, ha ha ha, what a relief. This kind of bully deserves a good smack in the face, but it's only because of his friend's support that he didn't know how to die and mess with Queen Rui. This face is really a slap in the face, Tusk, a bunch of brainwashed fans, robbing other people's pets and still robbing them so righteously. It's true that there are fans for every kind of idol. All three views have been eaten by foreign beasts. The line of sight of Jimo, who was observing the surrounding situation in the bamboo piper, lurched at this talking teenager. In the midst of these lopsided remarks, it was rare to hear a human sentence, but that didn't abate the anger in his heart at the moment. What did you do to Lu? Lulu was the first creature that was willing to come into close contact with him since Jimo woke up, and had an extraordinary significance to him, no matter what reason this girl had. The fact that she had laid hands on Lulu was unforgivable. Hate it, Tilda, what are you being so mean for? Brother, it's the one who wants to follow me. It can't be driven away, Tilda, you guys say. Isn't it, Tilda? In the midst of all the yesies, the girl put away the smirk on her face and actually pinched Lulu's soft flesh and lifted it up and smashed it towards the partition wall not far away. Her movements were quick, and when Jimo reacted, he could only gather on the ground with his earth spirit power to prevent Lulu from falling twice. IMO like this. The impacted Lulu is still curled up on the ground half a day without a sound. On the contrary, the partition wall was constructed of an unknown material, and although it was dented in a large chunk, it remained intact. Jimo knew that Lulu was not knocked out, but because the force that the little girl in front of him exerted on the soft flesh made it suffer pain. He wanted to slap the girl with his psychic powers as well, so that she could hit the wall and taste the pain as well. Unfortunately, It was once again dodged by the girl. The girl seemed to be very sensitive to spiritual energy and had a very dexterous body. As long as she made a move herself, she was always the first to dodge it. Jimo was unexpectedly unable to move her for a while. He could only split his spiritual energy to help Lulu, who had slowly awakened and continued to crawl in the direction of the girl. Lulu, Jimo shouted to stop it. How could he let it pass again? And was about to intercept it when Lulu sped up and rushed to the girl's side despite her difficult body. Brother, look, it seems to like me more. And ownerless pets are able to be owned by anyone, O tilde, who let you not register it, causing people to want to refuse, but also can't find a reason to refuse tilde. The little girl directly leaped over and jumped onto Lulu's back. Obviously so small a person, but it seems to intentionally use all the strength to make Lulu's 6 limbs cut deep indentations in the ground. Today's harvest is good, so I want play with you tilde ah. Right. Thank you brother for helping me get the earth dog pup version of food. Oh tilde, the girl shook the pet food in her hand and smiled smugly. Only in the next moment, her smile froze on her face along with Jimo's throat. Locking drag, huh? This kid has good speed. Ah, asshole, how dare you treat my Rui like that? Quickly let go of her. 2 different voices sounded at the same time. Jimo didn't have the heart to pay attention to those people. His hands were slightly hard and said, no matter what you did to Lulu. Release it, ah Nini, you're so rough tilde even her breathing became difficult. The girl's face didn't show the slightest hint of panic. The initial smile returned after a short stiffness. Did you mean, like this? Brother tilde, the girl suddenly snapped her fingers. And Lulu hit her head against the ground as if she were crazy. Mutilating herself. Stop. Jimo's call didn't work. Lulu continued to bang its head firmly as if it hadn't heard. Even when its most carefully protected tentacles were broken, it still didn't stop. He increased the force of his hand. Do you want to die? The girl asked instead of answering. Brother. Oh you wanted to die tilde ahahihahiha. She suddenly laughed out loud, and only then did Jimo feel something strange under his hands. And when he looked, it was a chameleon that was gulping its tongue at him. After the chameleon revealed its prototype, it shrunk in size in the blink of an eye and slipped out of Jimo's hand, then fused with its surroundings and disappeared. Brother, really? To such a weak girl still lay so heavy ah. What is behind you? The sound in his ear was only halfway through before it became a scream again. That is to say. Mo did not have to turn his head to see the stupid behavior of this woman by virtue of the principle in the bamboo piper. She seemed to want to sneak attack herself from behind, but the result did not realize that she carried an invisible bamboo piper behind her back, or a hard-texture bamboo piper. So this woman's sneak attack could not be achieved, but instead, because the impulse was too large and could not see this bamboo piper, was bounced in the face. The pain was so painful that she squatted down to the ground and could not get up. Time seemed to stand still for an instant, and Lu finally recovered from that self-inflicted injury. Ha. Pretending to be a bully didn't work, and I ended up getting hit in the face, laughing my ass off. Seeking Shurui's psychological shadow area at this moment, it was that teenager again. He seemed to be happy to see the image of a woman eating a turtle, and tears came out of his eyes throughout his laughter. Brother, you are really good. It's you again. You black son of a bitch, get out of here. The first girl to react rushed over to check the situation, while not forgetting to retort to that teenager. Joke, get it through your head. This is Starlight, not a circus. And she, Ruishi, doesn't have the face to disallow me to come here. Do you want to fight? Who's going to fight with you, kitty? If you want to come, you should at least send someone of this little brother's level. He's a bronze 3rd grade traveling brave. You, before Shurui could get up, the people next to her argued first. However, Jimo didn't care about that. Regardless of whether this woman was the real thing or not, and what that little girl from before was, He wasn't going to give up that chance, quickly approaching and grabbing the other party, only he moved fast. And Lulu moved even faster. The Lulu that had already been injured by the self-inflicted wound to its tentacles just now was like a human with a damaged eye. Moving a bit unsteadily, however, it still made a cameo as a faithful knight, righteously guarding the person behind it, not allowing Jimo to get one step closer. Looking at Lulu, who was already badly injured, Jimo simply laid down his hands. He wanted to throw Lulu directly into the island regardless, yet he always cowered because of this body. Jimo didn't want to hurt Lulu, but he also wasn't willing to make fun of Liu Guangbiao's body. Lulu's attack was too strong for Liu Guangbiao's body to hold up. Right in the middle of the one man and one bug fighting each other, the head of Starburst arrived. The person in charge stopped the fight with just 2 words. First sentence, will uninvolved persons please exit the room promptly. Second sentence, both belligerents are requested to stop fighting immediately. Otherwise, they will be considered as terrorist attackers and will be killed directly. As he said those 2 words, a blackened barrel emerged from the ceiling, the floor, and the walls, and the men behind him quickly struck out to clear the area. Those earlier arguing voices instantly disappeared, and the scene emptied all of a sudden. Jimo and Lulu also stopped their attacks in unison. All he could do was watch as Lulu stomped his way up to the woman in a wobbly pace, allowing the other man to step on his feet. The woman was nearly 2 meters tall, and unlike the rest of the people who hated to wrap themselves all over, she was dressed very revealingly, with basically no fabric covering her except for her key areas and joints. Jimo stood in place, staring at the other party with a deadly stare, the killing intent in his eyes growing more and more prevalent. It was the first time since he regained his memory that he had been so desperate to take someone's life. Your Holiness, may I bring them into the island not long ago? The little reverend had reminded himself that this woman had incomparably pure spiritual energy within her body, and was not a figure that Liu Guangbiao could deal with in this physical body. Jimo didn't want to expose his true self in front of outsiders. So there would be no problem dragging people into the island, right? It was just that the island was never Jimo's private property, and he wasn't in a position to bring people in without consent. There's no use bringing it in unless you no longer care for that little one's life. What do you mean? This was clearly impossible, and Mo would never joke with Lulu's life, although it runs in a slightly different way. This is indeed a master favorite contract after the contract is signed, unless that woman takes the initiative. There is no way to release it even if the little one dies. Most importantly, the master pet contract is usually very overbearing. The death of a pet might bring some trouble to the owner, but it couldn't hurt the root. But if the owner's life is threatened, the first thing to go wrong will definitely be the pet. How, for the first time since waking up, Emmanuel tasted defeat. When he turns into a skeleton and is hated and hunted by humans who can't blend into the human world. He will be lost, but not fearful. Even when he goes against the rules of life and grows backwards, he will be sad, but not desperate. However, when the companion he wanted to guard was being controlled, and he could only watch the other suffer without being able to do anything about it, the deep frustration that ran through his limbs made him once again taste the sadness that came from his soul. Never want to have this kind of powerless experience again. It's as if something similar had happened before in my own life. Too weak, one was still too weak. Immortal moved his claws, the desire to become stronger reaching its highest point ever. Just in the time he was silent, the woman had already confided in the head of the hotel what had happened after she had touched up the story. That is, this unregistered bug was brought here by this gentleman and has now been taken in by you. Yes, to show that she was right, she also made Lulu play handst, and with her forelegs on the ground like a clown. Lulu was usually relatively quiet, except for its love of rubbing and cuddling when it was still a skeleton. Jimo had never seen the other party look like this. Its feet became a little twitchy because it was not used to this kind of movement. That was its reflex action when it was uncomfortable. In the past, when Lulu was like this, Jimo would always touch its tentacles, and then it would change to another comfortable position on its own to lie down. But now, he could only watch. And there was no way to even get close to the other side. Jimo closed his eyes and took a deep breath, replaying everything that had happened in his head, finally clearing his veins. This woman named Rui, she should be the sister of the teenager named Shilei. She appeared here for two purposes. One was to take Lulu away, and the other was to take it out on that teenager. In other words, Lulu would suffer a bit at the hands of the other party, but at least seeing as it could search for life system crystals. Its life wasn't in danger. Less than 8 hours from that incident, this woman came looking for her. She had been provoking herself with Lulu when she appeared, and there was no hatred between the two sides. And to be so furious just because the teenager had suffered a loss at her own expense showed that the other party's position in her heart was not low. Since the other party also had a soft underbelly, the most important thing one should do now was to pinpoint the other party's soft underbelly. Instead of getting tough with her here and giving her a chance to hurt Lulu, just the thought that Lulu was about to suffer in a place he couldn't see. Jimo couldn't bear it again, no matter what. He didn't hope that the person in charge of this hotel would be able to help him. A stranger, especially now that Lulu was under control. Venerable, I need your help, Immortal said as he exchanged soul power with the little exalted one. Then the two people who had already negotiated into claim matters suddenly realized that the person not far away had disappeared out of thin air. Huh, where's that guy? The person in charge is still a bit confused. But the experienced Rui, she has already raised her hand, don't move. Heh, again, don't forget, you have a brother. Millet fiction, the hand stuck on the woman's neck didn't exert any force. Yet the woman's hand stopped. Shurui's tone also turned cold. Trying to threaten me with my brother, I can. Kill him, you can't protect him. Jimo glanced at Lulu again and said, or make him worse than dead. This was all he could think of to keep the other party from hurting Lulu for the time being. The matter of revealing his invisibility in front of the other party was also to let him know that he had a way to deal with her brother. You remember my words. After saying this, Jimo went into hiding once again. He didn't leave directly, but found Luo Zayohua, who was sleeping soundly, at a corner not far away, and put her inside the island. Although he didn't know why he couldn't wake up Luo Zayohua even with all the commotion. He had asked the little venerable one to confirm that the other party really hadn't suffered any injuries as early as the first time. After that, Jimo didn't dare to stay where he was. He was afraid of seeing images that would make him unbearable. In order to stop being held back, he needed someone who could hold the other party back or even put Lulu directly out of his misery she lay. After Emmanuel disappeared, Shurui's face was literally so dark that she could pinch out water. If it wasn't for the fact that Starburst's background was too deep, and the person in charge next to her was always there, she probably could have really destroyed the restaurant in a fit of rage. Originally, I wanted that guy to pay the compensation, and then I left with my full strength. But I didn't expect that guy to seriously leave the bug behind and run away. Luckily, every video of hers will be processed by post-editing before going online. Otherwise, she looked at Lulu, who was frozen next to her, and kicked again in her heart with displeasure. Who would have kept the ugly thing if her stupid brother hadn't wanted it? Wait, brother. Shirui's face changed violently. Ignoring Lulu's scaly body, directly jumped onto its back and rushed out of the restaurant, not even caring about the unpredictable face of the person in charge next to him. What a conceited fellow. The person in charge said so, but he made a move to stop the blocking movements of the surrounding henchmen against the other party. It wasn't until Shirui and Lulu's figures completely disappeared in front of him that he moved to cancel the attack program as if he had returned. He only saw him absently operate on his wristwatch and said to the employees around him, who were holding real wooden silos with live ammunition but hadn't uttered a word to say more, "All right, take an inventory, turn around and send the bill to Stone Paradise." After the person in charge said this, he picked a seat by the window and sat down, squinting and sunbathing, in a very good mood, a far cry from the unresolved anger when he first came in. On the other side, worried about her brother, Rui, she just rushed out and grabbed a random acquaintance. "Do you know where Zio Lei is? It's at the Fey Management Center." After waiting for Rui to leave, the person who was asked pinched the shirt that was touched by the other person's, grabbed collar with a mesmerized face. Oh, I was just favored by Queen Rui, that proud body. Warm and soft touch, Queen, wait for me. Ha. Are we going to register this bug now? Speaking of which, this bug is ugly, but I heard that it can dig up life system crystal cores. If we apply to take it on a mission in the future, we might even be able to get Lei Xiao to reward us with a crystal core or two. All right, let's hurry over there. Rui can barely see the shadow. Meanwhile, inside Luozai City, a systematic hovercar whizzed past, aiming straight for the city lord's mansion, brushing past Jimo, who was stealthily heading to the Fey Management Center. By coincidence, Jimo was originally still considering how to find that teenager. I didn't expect that just as he went out the door, he heard the gang describing in a gloating tone the expression on Lulu's face when he was registered as Lei Xiao's pet. So much so that Jimo didn't even need to investigate to learn this information, that the other party was waiting for their pet to come to their door at the Fey Management Center. Waiting for a pet to come to your door, Emmanuel felt like he might be able to give his opponent a great gift. For example, Your Holiness, can pet contracts only be made between humans and animals? How can it be? Contracts exist in everything. Everything has a spirit, as long as both parties agree. Then it makes no difference if they are human or animal. Both sides agree. Imperator's figure lurched. How could that be? Didn't that mean that Lulu was consenting when the contract was signed with Ruishi? Tesk, stupid. Agree that the word is also to differentiate between different scenarios with different intelligence. That little guy is spiritually incomplete. Being easily contracted is not at all unusual, and with Bamboo Nine's understanding of Lulu, it didn't feel that the other party would leap over IMO to sign with someone else at the time of the contract signing. It is more likely that the woman did something to confuse the little guy. Of course, these conjectures Bamboo Jiu did not intend to tell Jimo. He always felt that this skeleton lived a more worldly life than he, a worldly person, as long as they're not poked and prodded. They just know that they suck at being nice everywhere. It might not be a bad thing for him to have such a thing stirring up the other man's fury. Not to mention what Juju thought in his mind. Jimo was the one who threw Lei into the island in the center of the foreign beasts. Yes, the island. Either you become a pet or you become dead. Jimo never wanted to give the other party a third way. So he wasn't afraid of the other party being exposed at all. Lei, who was talking to someone, only felt a pain in his neck. His eyes closed and opened, and then he was in a strange and empty place, completely unresponsive. He even thought that his eyes were blurred. Kept rubbing his eyes, and even pinched his thighs, in addition to hissing in pain. He was finally convinced that he had been dragged into a strange event. Who is making trouble? Hurry up and get out. Lei pulled out the lizard in his bag and went into full alert with a dagger in his hand. Jimo didn't bother with words and went straight to the point. You are given two choices, die or become a pet. He had already restored his original body at this time. Only a trace of soul power was left to watch over Liu Guangbiao's body. As soon as Lei turned his head, he realized that a skeleton was standing in front of him, so scared that he directly smashed the dagger in his hand. The dagger certainly didn't hurt Jimo. and was instead directly crushed into powder by him during this period of cultivation. His body seemed to have become even stronger. Who is talking? Don't pretend to be in front of me. Come out if you're capable, about never having seen a talking skeleton before. Shilei never thought that the one talking to him would be the skeleton in front of him. He looked around like a nervous person, also on guard against the skeleton that could crush the dagger. In Shilei's opinion, this was just like his big sister manipulating pets. Hadn't this person wanted to make himself a pet before? HMPH, think he's stupid. The master pet contract was one that required both parties to agree before it could be signed. As long as he didn't agree, what could the other party do to him? On the contrary, if he agreed, he would be just like his sister's pet, and would still be at the mercy of the other party to poke, flatten a need, ill ask once more, die, or become a pet. By this time, Jimo had already lifted Shilei up with one hand. It was this person. It was because of the other party that Lulu suffered those inexplicable injuries. Anger surged, and the ghostly fire in Jimo's eyes jumped more and more, practically to the point of searing. It was a pity that at this time, Shilei was still immersed in the indignation of having his collar pulled. In addition to letting the lizard on his shoulder attack, he couldn't stop punching and kicking at Jimo's skeleton. Ah, let go of me, I'm warning you, if you do anything to me. My sister won't let you go. Shilei had never met anyone who dared to treat him like this in his entire life. He fought hard, only that, in his anger, he didn't react for a moment to how much force he used, and how deep the damage he received would be. With Shilei's level of flesh against Jimo's skeleton, that was even harder than an alloy. It was like striking a stone with an egg to seek his own death. He couldn't struggle, but instead, because of the relative effect of the force, he almost fractured himself. Jimo still had to use him to trade for Lulu, and he couldn't really kill the person. Scared, then directly threw the person to the side and repeated. Dead or pet, Shilei still wanted to retort. When he raised his head and saw the skeleton that was half squatting down body to stare at himself. Only then did he suddenly reacted to the fact that the one who had been conversing with him was really this skeleton. The ghostly fire inside the skeleton's empty eye sockets flickered as if it could scorch his soul. And Shilei was so scared that his entire body went limp on the ground, muttering one after another, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Besides, Shirui, who was worried about her brother, killed her way to the Fey Management Center, only to get the news that her own brother had vanished for nothing. Xiaomi novel, knowing that the other party had already gotten her hands on her, she angrily whipped Lulu a few more times. Fortunately, worrying that when the other party reappeared and realized that her actions would hurt her own brother, Shirui didn't go too far, or rather, the words that Jimo said to her left a mark after all, and she didn't dare to leave visible injuries on Lulu's body. Don't worry, Queen Rui, your brother will be safe. Yeah, just don't worry. My cousin is in the city guards. I'll make sure he helps you get your brother out. The comfort of a few people didn't make Shirui feel much better. In the past few years of traveling the continent, this was the first time she had suffered such a big loss. That stupid brother, he was caught so easily, and in vain she had matched him with an Earth alien beast, simply disgracing her Shi family. The signing of the contract between Jimo and Shilei went very smoothly. It was so smooth that Bamboo 9 felt unbelievable. It was reasonable to say that human thinking was much more complex than animals, and the contract would be much more difficult. Rui, she was able to sign a contract with Lulu without any effort. Firstly, because her spiritual power was pure and sufficient, and secondly, because Lulu's thinking was immature and easily tempted by deception. If she were to sign a contract with someone, even if she was given enough time, she might not be able to do it. But when Jimo signed the contract with Shilei, even Juju could feel that resistance within him. However, instead of failing, the contract was unbreakable, like a death contract, There are many different types of contracts and more than one type of master. Favorite treaty. Mostly, the owner provides psychic energy to the pet, and the pet is available for the owner to drive. But there was a certain balance between this. For example, when the owner no longer provides spiritual energy or is unable to provide spiritual energy, the pet is actually very prone to rebel and devour the owner. And when the pet is powerful to a certain extent, more powerful than its owner, then the greater the chance of its devouring the owner. And in the end, it is that owner who accomplishes the pet. On the contrary, if the owner has been able to satisfy the pet's need for spiritual energy, even if the pet is not willing to do things in its heart, the owner has the right to force it to perform, and can even use the pet's life force to fill its own life force. However, when Jimo signed the contract with Shi Lei before, Juju clearly smelled the flavor of a death contract within this contract. The so-called death contract is to contribute one's entire life and soul to the other party. If the other side wants it to live, it lives. If the other side wants it to die, it dies, even if there is the slightest disrespect in his heart. He will be strongly punished, just like Shi Lei, who is rolling on the ground in pain. He hated to cut himself, but couldn't even do it because his life and soul no longer belonged to him. Compared to a master, favorite contract, a death contract was like a permanent slave contract, and unless the master let it go, even the generations of bloodlines would never be able to escape from this bondage. Bamboo 9 stunned. He can guarantee that he absolutely did not teach Iam, "Oh, death contract, how can the other party know and succeed at once?" In fact, it wasn't clear whether to say Shi Lei was unlucky or lucky, as per Emmanuel's idea, either die or be a pet, which meant that when Shi Lei was used to exchange Lulu and the contract was broken, it meant that his life reached its end. However, this person gave Iam a really bad impression, so that he was always worried that he had made a mistake before he changed back to Lulu. So when he signed the contract, he spontaneously added many more bars, and so, inexplicably, he accomplished a slave contract. Even if Jimo didn't have spiritual power, or if his soul power was a little worse, this slave contract actually wouldn't have succeeded. He is such an unusual existence. Not only is his soul power strong, even his spiritual power is far better than the other party because of his acquired cultivation. Life is born with a spirit, but the spiritual power in many people's bodies can be completely ignored. And the likes of Shi Lei is, the spiritual power in Jimo's body was not much, by the way, but it was easy to deal with a guy with negligible spiritual power. You, what have you done to me? Shi Lei only felt his headache cracking more and more. He never knew that when his life was controlled by someone. He was so powerless, he couldn't live if he wanted to live, and he couldn't die if he wanted to die. He had been lucky enough to think that the contract wasn't much different than when his sister had signed it with those pets, and that he might be able to defend himself against it when the time came. He knew that her sister was an expert in this area, and had paid extra attention to his protection in this area. But now, his sister had left the seal of protection on her body in shapes and sizes, not to mention that he was hurt to death, even if he only said a few bad words in his mind. Spare me, Lord, Master, with his strength gradually weakening. Shi Lei no longer had the spirit to curse Jimo in his heart. I don't know whether it was his pleas for mercy that worked, or because the curses in his heart stopped. In short, at that moment, he finally had a feeling of being alive. In his heart, he no longer dared to think nonsense. "Tell me about your family," Emmanuel asked when he finally stabilized enough to speak properly. "Everyone in my family is dead, and we are the only siblings left alive from Shi Lei's narration." Jimo learns that the Shi family was a family clan circus before Starburst. The family are all considered trainers. After Starburst, human beasts were alienated one after another, and their family circus was no exception. Family members mutated one after another. Animals fled the mutation of mutation, and finally only the two siblings were left to live in hiding. If it wasn't for his sister, Ruishi, awakening her supernormal abilities at the critical moment and controlling those mutated animals, they were afraid that they would have already entered the stomachs of the mutant animals, and there was no way they could have survived that catastrophe. After that, he wandered around with her sister, utilizing controlled fey beasts to hunt for food. Then once they saw that street performers were actually found selling their art in other people's cities, the two siblings resumed their priest-arburst line of work. Slowly and surprisingly, he has also accumulated a following with the reward of the fans. The two siblings' days are getting better and better. At the same time, Shurui's supernatural ability is also getting stronger and stronger. They see the strength of good, or have the potential to bring back the animal. And gradually more and more animals. There will be a stone paradise. The stone paradise is sort of a miniature moving castle, with 2,000 or so square meters. Inside, in addition to show seats, there is also lodging for guests to stay and play. In addition to the income from Stone Paradise, she usually shoots some videos and uploads them to the entertainment platforms on the Star Network, and sits with the platforms to split the proceeds 40/60. In other words, these two siblings won't go hungry now, even if they do nothing and make some videos. "Why are you still going downstairs, Lulu?" Shilei was flabbergasted. It didn't seem clear who Lulu was. Just after realizing Jimo's anger, he replied more and more cautiously, "Lord, Master, is there some kind of misunderstanding?" That groundhog pup. Shilei was shocked in his heart and was considering whether or not to tell the truth when the pain immediately hit him. It took a good half a second before he stammered, "Also, maybe it has something to do with my sister's alien ability. Basically, when we come across a foreign beast that fits our eyes, we will bring it back to Stone Paradise. Plus, after a while, we are going to enter the Third Army territory, where there are especially many life faculty Xenos. I want to get more life faculty crystals, and with luck, I might even be able to hook up with any life faculty Xenos. A life faculty alien ability is the same as a healing faculty alien ability. Both have the ability to heal. However, the difference was that a life faculty aberrant usually had a native plant, and his healing needed to borrow the ability of the plant, which meant that different life faculty aberrants had to be found for different illnesses. On the other hand, the healing department is different, as long as it is a human or an animal that has flesh and blood. Most of them can treat it. This was one reason why healing exalts were more in short supply than life exalts. However, the place where life lineage adepts had an advantage over healing lineage adepts was that in addition to being able to heal, their attack power wasn't weak either. In terms of self-preservation, they were far superior to the vast majority of healing system exalts. That's why most of the life alters are solo travelers. There were exceptions, though, in the region of the three armies. The power of the army was getting weaker by the day, and the actual power holders of many cities and towns were now life-altering aliens. For example, Apricot Lady City, Red Maple City, Magnolia City, and so on. But any city named after a plant was headed by a life system exalt. The life faculty adepts mentioned in Star Flare were not different from reality. It's just that Jimo realized that the background in the book is very different from reality. Just like the same customs and people, but the world background is completely different. Soon Jimo returned his attention to the Stone Paradise aspect. Both Star Flare and this world he could take his time to understand, but Lulu couldn't wait that long. How do I get out of my pet contract? Shilei's mind turned quickly. The skeleton in front of him was the Earth Dog pup, which meant that he was in league with the short man. He clearly knew how to sign the contract, and how could he not know the method of lifting it? Now asking so, can only say that sister has already taken that Earth Dog pup, and the other party was now just trying to take herself in exchange. Figuring this out, Shilei's entire eyes lit up. He thought he might be able to be a little more hard-headed. After all, it was the other guy who had asked for it. It was only when such a little disrespectful thought had just popped up in his mind that a paroxysm of pain from his soul wrapped around him like a shadow, hurting him to the point of near fainting. The pain was more unbearable than the physical damage. Shilei suddenly regretted it. It wasn't because of the signing of the contract. After all, he preferred pain over death. Rather, he should not be so anxious to let his sister do it. With her own sister's skills, it would be pressingly difficult to get that bug without realizing it. When the time came for them to travel to the triumvirate with the bug, as long as they didn't let that bug show its face, how could this skeleton possibly know that they had done it? This skeleton, there was only a hint of disrespectful thoughts rising in his heart, and Shilei felt that his entire divine soul was in turmoil, as if his entire being was about to dissipate. No longer daring to have any wild thoughts, Shilei obediently told what he knew one by one, looking at his wretched appearance. Jimo's heart could not raise a trace of pleasure of revenge, because Lulu is still in the hands of that woman. Whether it will be relocated again, and whether the other party will accept his blackmail, he is not sure at all. Once again, he went out of the island. Jimo did not go invisible. For one thing, the little honored one had just fallen asleep, and he didn't want to disturb the other party. The second is that he had planned to take Shilei straight to Stone Paradise to find Shirui to exchange Lulu. So he felt that there was no need to hide. On the contrary, Shilei was simply scared out of his wits when he realized that the skeleton was this short man. Previously, although Jimo was in the center of the beasts captive into the island, but in order to avoid trouble. After this, the little venerable maneuvered the beads after the invisibility to leave the original place, looking for a sparsely populated place to stay as a developing city. The sparsely populated areas are either rich neighborhoods or corner shanty towns. As soon as he came out with Shilei, what met his eyes was a simple wooden shed. Obviously, this was the shanty town. It was dark by now, but there weren't many people in the shanty town. They were either still out helping or out looking for fun, and the whole area seemed particularly empty. Jimo casually glanced at it, and found that although the people here were so poor that their families were all over the place, they had unexpectedly cleaned up extraordinarily neatly and tidy, except for an inconspicuous single room on the right. The small single room was cleaned below the windows, but there was a break above the windows that had accumulated a lot of dust. Because his sight was different from normal people, Jimo easily discovered the layout of the house. A bed, a low stool, plus a pile of rocks of strange shapes and unknown uses placed in the corner. These were casual observations that he made and did not hold himself back. Just as they were walking, a small figure suddenly swooped over and blocked the two of them alive. Brother. By a stone, a very nice-looking stone, just 10, no 5 cakes will do, in the night. A small figure suddenly sprang out of the narrow alley. If it was an average person, they would definitely be taken aback. Obviously, Shilei belonged to this average person. After seeing the face of the child, Shilei, who felt that he had lost face, threw his grievances directly at the other party and raised his foot to kick. Go, 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 where are the kids from? We're not buying. By this time, Jimo had already stopped, and after noticing Shilei's movements, with a wave of his hand, he knocked his feet away, letting him fall in place for a few turns. When he stood still, Jimo didn't admonish him, but just gave him a look, finally realizing that he had upset this god of murder again. Shilei hurriedly shut up, not caring whether the other party could see it or not, and immediately revealed a pleasing smile. Just probably because there was still dissatisfaction in his heart, so he attracted pain again, which in turn made this smile look very twisted. The child seemed to be startled, stepped back, and then gathered courage to come forward, holding 2 small colorful stones, and came up to Jimo and said weakly, "Brother, take a look at it, it's beautiful." His eyes shone brightly against the gravel, and the anticipation in them was like substance. The child looked less than 1 meter 4, based on the age-height ratio in this world. He was 5 or 6 years old at most. His hair might look a bit long from not being taken care of for a long time, but it was still clean. This disguise soon made Jimo recall that big smile on the other party's face when he first met Sun Kai. It was just as real, a phase of warmth. He pulled out a systemless crystal core and was about to hand it to the child when he suddenly paused and put it back. A look of disappointment flickered across the face of the child, who had been watching his movements. But he didn't say anything more, only lowered his head and withdrew his hand silently. Tomorrow, okay. Noticing the other party's disappointment, Jimo hurriedly added, it wasn't that he didn't want to help this child. He just realized that there were still quite a few prying eyes around, although a crystal core wasn't much. It might bring trouble to this child, and he didn't want the other party to suffer because of it. Hearing such a reply, the child's eyes lit up again. Yes, 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 it's okay whenever, I'm always on. He pointed to the small single room that Emmanuel had just passed by. Looking at the height of the child and comparing the height of that window, Jimo finally understood why the difference in hygiene above and below the window was so big. Because the owner of that house was not tall enough, he thought about it, and his fingertips' spiritual energy quickly gathered. And soon, the dust on that door wall actually seemed to be manipulated by an invisible force to fall away from it. In the blink of an eye, the hut became spotless, although this was not obvious at night, but the movement of the dark shadow was particularly conspicuous in the faint light. All of this is facing the children of Jimo did not notice, but a lot of pairs of eyes in the dark, but see a real. Have sucked in a breath of cool air, will be the eyes back. Jimo touched the child's head and was about to take Shilei away. However, he unexpectedly heard a cooing sound from underneath him. The child hurriedly covered his belly, and his face instantly turned red. Alas, it seems that while the kid can wait, his tummy can't. Is there any place nearby that sells pies? Emmanuel asked, Kid, out of this area. Turn left at the intersection up ahead and y'all be there. That place he went to every day. Even with his eyes closed, though he only sees what he can every time, and has no money for it. As soon as he heard that it was at the crossroads, expecting that there would be no detour, Immortal asked again, Can you take us there? The kid nodded vigorously. Yes, 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 you, hiss, doesn't lord. Master want to see Lulu soon. Seeing that Jimo actually had the intention to help this a little broken child to buy cakes. Shilei was in a hurry. He is now contractually unresolved. Even the freedom of speech is gone, not only the freedom of speech. Even the secret thoughts in his heart is not possible. What a coker, not knowing which sentence had poked the violent point of the contract. The pain struck again, and Shilei couldn't help but scream miserably. He hurriedly eliminated the spit in his heart and used all the nice words he could think of on Jimo, which only slightly relieved him. Brother, that brother looks a little hard. Is he sick? The child somewhat nervously stuck behind Jimo and asked in a small voice. Although this child is small, he is very sensitive to the emotions of adults, knowing that his other brother didn't like him. He didn't dare to move in front of the other. The other party is sick and didn't take his medicine. Jimo kinda wanted to answer like that. But after seeing the kid's scared look, he had to look at Shilei and say, no, he's practicing his expressions. The child turned back in surprise and realized that the other party was constantly changing his expression. And then he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, there was also Shilei who was following behind him. He was on the verge of a painful nervous breakdown, but he still had to follow orders to settle the heart of such a small, broken child. The store, the kid said, was really not far away, and it was also in the same direction as Stone Paradise. Emmanuel paid for 10 pies and had the clerk issue a ration ticket, which the child himself could only come and collect when he had it in his possession. This practice, which he had seen in Starburst, He did not expect to be able to propose it only once. And the other party was very knowledgeable to add completely, looking at the calm expression on the shopkeeper's face. IMO reckons that such instances should not be uncommon. It also shows that there are plenty of people who help the weak. Handing the child a cake and 9 bills, Jimo reached for the stone the child had been pinching in his hand and said as warmly as he could, "Go back." The child held the cake and the ticket dumbfounded. A moment of some reaction. It was the clerk who laughed out loud. "Silly boy, go home. When you're hungry, bring the ticket over and exchange it for a cake. You've met a good man." The child then realized that the pie had been bought for him. 10 pies. Someone is really willing to take 10 pies for their rock. He finally sold his first sale, looking at Jimo's departing back, knowing that the other party couldn't see. The child still couldn't help but wave his hand and say, "Thank you, brother." His voice was full of joy that he couldn't hide. And he couldn't help but bend the corners of his mouth, even when he heard that IMO was unable to help but bend the corners of his mouth. Stone Paradise is a circus, like existence. So every place it visits picks places where people gather as stopping points for the purpose of soliciting business. Although the incident of Shilei being hijacked happened, but looking at the lights inside the Stone Paradise, as well as the in and out of the people flow, it is obvious that Shirui did not give up her business because of her brother's disappearance. The Stone Paradise as a whole is in the shape of a circle. Upon entering, you can see many challenge-type facilities, except that the challengers inside are all animals. Not only do these animals have to face the hurdles of the facility, but every now and then they also have to solve the problems that the people surrounding them onlookers add to their problems. Those animals have obviously been frightened by the whole body hair exploded, next to a lot of people, but like completely do not feel the other side of the fear in general. A hard to surround that for its uproar and shouting. What's more, Jimo saw someone actually kicking the fire ring on purpose when a squirrel was drilling the fire ring. That squirrel, because of avoidance, accidentally by the fire on the body, if not far away, happens to have a water tank. It is absolutely burned to the hair are not left, just looking at the placement of that water tank. Jimo's mood became even worse. This was clearly done on purpose, as he looked around the room. He was surprised to find not a single person willing to put themselves in those animals' shoes and think about them. These people simply didn't treat them as equal life forms. As soon as he saw the treatment of these animals, Jimo remembered Lulu again, and his steps forward couldn't help but speed up a few points. Just after arriving at the performance hall, the 2 tall and strong big men guarding the door immediately greeted Shilei after recognizing him. "Lei Xiao, where's my sister? The goddess is performing tonight." One of them turned his ear sideways toward the inside and said, "It should have started already, so we'll go backstage and wait. My sister doesn't like interruptions when she's performing." Even he couldn't. Shilei looked at Jimo inquiringly, still with a hint of currying favor in his eyes. "Where's Lulu? Hey, my sister brought that in. She brought it back in the afternoon. Where is it? Shilei will come over." Immediately toward the 2 people to inquire about the whereabouts of Lulu. He asked vaguely, yet those 2 still understood and quickly replied, "Hey, you can rest assured. Lei Xiao, the goddess has always brought that bug with her. She can't lose it. That bug should be in the backstage lounge. Do you want me to send you there? Okay, no, I'll go by myself." Shilei waved his hand to dismiss 2, then pointed in the direction of the backstage lounge and introduced the route to Jimo with an attentive attitude. As soon as they left in front of them, the 2 men at the door muttered, "Didn't you say that Lei Xiao let the bad guys take him away? She who dares to catch him, that lizard on him is powerful with supernatural powers. But who's that guy next to him? I don't know, don't care what kind of character. Look at the way Lei Xiao is bending his head and ears to him. The figurehead must not be small. Hey, speaking of which, there are quite a lot of people coming today." And I heard that the private rooms on the second floor are all full. The city lord strikes the head. And I don't know who has such a big face. The sound of the two men's discussion dwindled down, and Immortal had no idea who they were talking about. It was just amused and puzzled at the same time at their opinions concerning themselves. Where did he get that evil name from anyway? Was it because he acted in self-defense, has arrived? Zhu had arrived on his own ground, and although Shilei still remained respectful, he no longer labeled himself as a slave. At this time, the front stage program had already started, and there were not many people backstage instead. Jimo followed Shilei into the restroom, but did not find any trace of Lulu. Did she still bring Lulu with her when she performed her program? Or maybe she wanted Lulu to perform the program. Jimo's face was a bit unsightly. Why don't I take you to the front desk? Maybe he was in the middle of dispatching his explanation when a sharp cry of alarm exploded in their ears. Lei Xiao, you short guy even dared to come. Speaking this woman was exactly the girl who had been following Rui Shi's side in the Starburst Pet restaurant before, and had argued with the boy in the same venue at that time. She had an explosive head that Jimo couldn't appreciate, as well as a shrill voice. The woman reflexively threw what she had in her hand towards him after realizing Jimo. At the end, she also yelled at Shilei. Lei Xiao quickly go to the front desk to find Queen Rui. Jimo didn't move. This point of the opponent's attack was nothing more than a wave of the hand. Shilei didn't dare to move either, even though it was clear in his heart that he already wanted to swoop down in front of his own sister to think about it. He still stood obediently. He was afraid of the pain. I only wished my own sister had realized them and come over sooner. Then, I don't know if the heavens heard Shilei's prayers, but he soon met his sister, in a unique way. Rui flew in from the front desk, the kind that gets kicked in the face. She fell to the ground and rolled twice on the ground, seemingly so badly injured that she didn't even have the strength to get up. After her, a few more young men in suits came in. Several of them surrounded her, while the other two stood guard at the curtain to roll it up as if to greet someone. The scene was a little weird. Jimo didn't move presumptuously, just dispersed his divine sense and searched for Lulu's location. On the contrary, it was Shilei, who originally thought that he could be saved by seeing his own sister. But he didn't expect that the surprise didn't turn out to be a complete shock when the white figure appeared behind the curtain. His eyes were almost glazed over. Song,